When Lee Hongwon returned home, Ji Samlin was squatting at the door smoking. She raised her voice. Today, Bingqing and her man came back home. And Ji Luo and her man are here too. Ji Luo and her husband are also here? Lu Hongyu, who was hanging clothes nearby, asked. Yes, they came. She's pregnant and looks about 5 or 6 months along. Lee Hongwon casually grabbed a broom to sweep the yard. Seeing Ji's wife peek out from inside, she snapped. Ji Samlin, Ji Luo is so pretty, lively, and delicate. When she sees me, she even calls me very polite. There's no girl in Nanxi County prettier than her. How could you kick this girl out and cut ties? Were you thinking with your pig's brain? Look at her clothes and shoes. None are cheap. She's probably wearing what a state factory worker earns in 2 months. And her husband, he's handsome and tall, the best in 10 miles around. He's young and already a battalion commander. He'll probably get promoted further. Ji Luo will be a lucky officer's wife in the future. Such a good daughter. If she were in someone else's family, she'd be spoiled and the whole family would live well. But you're so stupid. You drove her away and cut ties, treating her like a wild child. Are you a pig in your past life? After scolding him, Lee Hongwon turned to her mother-in-law, Ji. Mom, and you too. You used to be blind. Ji Mani is not even as good as Ji Luo, let alone Anning and Bingqing, the 3 sisters. You don't love your own granddaughter, but you spoil a wild child like she's the only thing that matters. Now your son and daughter are being criticized behind their backs, and it's your fault. Can you shut up? Ji Mani is a sore spot in her mother-in-law's heart. No one is allowed to mention her, but others often do, deliberately humiliating and insulting the Ji family. Since my mouth is on me, I can say whatever I want, Lee Hongwon said sharply, constantly arguing with her mother-in-law. She held a broom and swept the floor as she spoke. If you hadn't been so extreme in your actions, if you had been a little kinder to Ji Luo, maybe you could have benefited from it today. Second brother and his wife are smarter than you. They also know how to teach their children better than Ji Samlin. Their 3 daughters are hardworking, capable, and filial. When they grow old, they will definitely have a better life than you. Do you think having 2 sons is such a big deal? If you don't teach them properly and let them be spoiled like before, they will eventually become troublemakers or even harmful to the community. Ji Luo's husband's family, the Zhou family from Shihe River, you know more about their situation than I do. If you don't discipline your 2 sons well, your family will end up like the Zhou family. Her words were like firecrackers, loud and fast. Everyone in the Ji household could hear clearly. Old Ji and Ji Samlin's father and son were smoking silently. They had already regretted their choices, but there was no way to undo it now. No matter how much they regretted, Ji Luo wouldn't reconcile with them. Ji Luo and the others finished lunch by noon and left for the county town. Before leaving, Li Shufan packed a basket full of tofu and dried vegetables for them, including oil tofu, konjac tofu, a jar of fermented bean curd, dried bamboo shoots, dried beans, sweet potatoes, and noodles for them to enjoy in the provincial city. Ji Luo accepted the gifts, gave 5 yuan to Qin Jifeng, and asked him to give it to the elders later. The next morning, the 5 of them took the bus back to the provincial city. As they boarded the bus, Ji Luo looked at the familiar street outside and leaned on Zhou Rongyan, quietly asking, Brother Yan, will we come back again someday? If you want to come back, then come. If you don't, then don't, Zhou Rongyan said, wrapping an arm around her. He didn't feel very connected to this place, aside from visiting the Qin family now and then. He hadn't been involved much. Let's see how it goes, Ji Luo smiled. She and the Ji family had no more ties now. At most, she might meet up with her high school teachers and classmates in the future. Seated nearby, Ji Bingqing felt a bit excited. It was her first time leaving the county town to go far away. She was thinking about going to the provincial city to make money. Last night, she was so excited she couldn't sleep well. Qin Jifeng finished packing his luggage and sat beside her. He took a small bag from his pocket and handed it to her. Bingqing, if you feel uncomfortable on the bus, just eat some to help. Okay, she replied with a sweet smile. I've never taken a bus before, only a tractor. I don't know if I'll get carsick. If you're uncomfortable, just lean back and sleep. Chen Jifeng now had a wife, and his mood had changed. He was learning from Zhou Rongyan how to take care of his wife. The newlyweds were very happy and in love. They left before dawn and arrived in the city around 9 o'clock. First, they went to the train station to buy tickets. Seeing that the train was at 10:30, Ji Luo called Director Su nearby and arranged to meet him at the state-run restaurant. Director Su arrived quickly, smiling as he entered. Xiao Ji, Captain Zhou. Director Su. Ji Luo stood up and shook his hand, jokingly saying, Director Su, you seem very confident and lively lately.
Thanks to you.
Since meeting her, Director Su's work problems had been solved, and now he was at his happiest. After exchanging greetings, Ji Luo ordered some noodles and pastries and a pot of good tea. While drinking tea, she discussed business matters. Director Su, have all the goods I ordered before I returned been shipped? Yes, all sent out. The last batch was shipped the day before yesterday afternoon. Your shop should have received the goods by now. Ji Luo's company ordered a large amount of products, and the shipments were quick. Every time she called to place an order, Director Su made sure her factory prioritized her supply so her shop wouldn't be delayed. Her previous order was enough to last about half a month. Today, Ji Luo placed another order with him. Our factory has just added a new production machine, which greatly improves efficiency. Next month, send me 3 to 5 times the usual amount, especially for the wedding series. Supply more of those. That much? Director Su was delighted. My husband's comrade helped us open a sales channel in Kyoto, Ji Luo said with a smile. Director Su understood and smiled broadly, raising his teacup in a toast. Xiao Ji, Captain Zhou, thank you very much. I promise to deliver on time. Zhou Rongyan clinked his cup with him and said, Director Su, please pay extra attention to quality. Captain Zhou, don't worry. I will personally oversee the quality. Director Su understood how important product quality was. Once the Kyoto channel was established, the future of their factory was very promising. Because they needed to catch a train to the provincial city, Ji Luo only had a brief half-hour chat with him. Before leaving, she also invited him to visit the provincial store and give some guidance. While she was chatting confidently with Director Su, Ji Bingqing and the others stayed quiet, not interrupting their conversation. After separating from Director Su, Ji Bingqing softly asked Chen Jifeng, Brother Jifeng, is Sister Luo usually like this? When she talks about business with others, is it always like today? Yes, Chen Jifeng nodded and asked back, why? Do you think something's wrong? No, everything Sister Luo says is correct. Ji Bingqing smiled awkwardly, watching her older sister walk ahead, and thought to herself, Sister Luo wasn't like this before. I never knew she knew so much. She finished high school, and whenever she had free time, she read books, lots of different kinds. She learned everything from books. She used to be busy working with Uncle Sand and the others, so she didn't have a chance to show her talents. That's why you didn't know how capable she was. That's true. Ji Bingqing thought about how Sister Luo had completely changed since leaving the Ji family. She said, she loves reading and learning, has a lot of knowledge in her head. No wonder she can help you all make big money. She's very capable. Chen Jifeng trusted her unconditionally and was determined to follow her lead. The train was delayed by nearly half an hour before arriving at the station. The provincial city wasn't far away. They bought regular hard seats, and the 5 of them sat together perfectly. Chen Jifeng and his brother played chess. Zhou Rongyan read a book, and Ji Luo took out knitting needles and yarn from her bag to knit a sweater. Sister Luo, I don't know how to knit sweaters.
Can you teach me?
Ji Bingqing had never worn a sweater before, and her family couldn't afford expensive yarn. This time, Chen Jifeng brought 4 jin, about 2 kilograms, of yarn from the provincial city for her parents. Her mother didn't know how to knit either and planned to ask a young person from the city to teach her. Of course, Ji Luo patted the man's leg and smiled. Brother Yan, can you switch seats with Bingqing? Girls have a natural talent for knitting and sewing. Ji Luo only showed her the basic knit stitch twice, and Ji Bingqing learned quickly. As for more beautiful pattern stitches, She could learn while knitting. Seeing her interested, Ji Luo also quickly got the hang of it and decided to let her knit a small pair of pants. These pants were for her unborn baby, due next year in the first half of the year. The sweaters and pants wouldn't be worn until late next year, so she started preparing early when she had free time. At 2 p.m., the group arrived at the provincial city train station. Ji Bingqing quickly got out of the car and looked around. She saw tall buildings everywhere and many unfamiliar cars coming and going. She felt overwhelmed by what she saw. Since she was in a new place, she felt a little nervous and scared. She stayed close to Chun Jifeng all the way, worried about getting lost. "Let's eat first and then go back to the shop," she suggested. They hadn't eaten much in the city, just some noodles and pastries, and didn't buy any food on the train. Now, everyone was a bit hungry. At the shop, Ji Luo ordered some favorite dishes for everyone and said, "Brother Chin, Bingqing, Jibin, after we finish eating, you all go back to the shop. Yen go, and I will go to the military family compound. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Ji Luo, you've traveled a lot today. Rest at home for an extra day," Qin Jifeng said. "Tomorrow is payday." "I need to come by then," she replied. Chun Jifeng forgot about that and said, "Oh, right. Tomorrow is payday. You should handle that. Everyone is waiting for their money." Jibin grinned and said, "Sister Luo, after payday, I'll treat you to a meal. Tomorrow I'll treat you all to a meal. You can treat me to lotus leaf sticky rice chicken," Ji Luo joked. Ji Luo loved lotus leaf sticky rice chicken, fragrant and sticky. She often bought one or two from the nearby market to satisfy her craving. "Okay, I'll buy it for you tomorrow," Chen Jibin promised. The food was served quickly. Zhou Rongyan first poured a bowl of fish soup for his wife. The rich, milky fish soup was her favorite. He also told Ji Bingqing, "Bingqing, help yourself to the dishes." "Okay, brother-in-law. You all eat too," Ji Bingqing said shyly. Chun Jifeng served her some rice, put 2 pieces of meat in her bowl, and chatted with her. "The taste of food here in the capital city is similar to home, spicy. We usually buy groceries and cook at the shop. Ji Luo works shifts, so everyone takes turns cooking lunch. Breakfast and dinner are up to us. I rent a 2-bedroom apartment outside. Jibin lives with us. We cook our own meals in the mornings and evenings." "Good. I'll cook and do housework in the future," Ji Bingqing said. She often did these chores at home before marriage. Her mother taught her that men earn money outside, and as a wife, she should help with household chores. "Sister Luo, you and brother-in-law live in the military family area. How far is it from the shop?" Ji Bingqing asked. "It's across the river in Jiang. We take a ferry. I commute daily by the military shuttle. It takes about half an hour." Ji Luo has been thinking about moving to the provincial city for 2 or 3 months, but hasn't invited them to visit her home yet. She says, "Once He Jia and Jiao Jiao come over, I'll arrange a time to introduce them to my family. Will that be troublesome?" Chun Jifeng asks. "I'll make arrangements in advance. When the time comes, you just need to register at the door, and then you can go in without wandering around," Zhou Rongyan replies. Chun Jibin, eating as he speaks, asks, "Brother Rongyan, can I come see your training someday? Every man has a dream of joining the army." Chun Jibin once wanted to enlist, but his parents disagreed. He only heard a few simple things about military life from Zhou Rongyan and longed to see the military camp himself. "Sure, I'll take you to see it later," Zhou Rongyan agrees. After dinner, they part ways. Since it's still before the scheduled bus departure time, Ji Luo and the others take a bus across the river to the nearest stop to their residential compound. The rest of the way is a slow walk home. "Captain Zhou, sister-in-law, you're back," Lin Wei greets them at the gate. She's dressed in a white coat, her hair neatly, holding a briefcase, looking fresh and intelligent. "Dr. Lin," they greet her with smiles. Ji Luo asks, "Dr. Lin, are you off work now?" "These past few days have been theory training classes. Once the lessons are over, I leave early," Lin Wei replies. She doesn't live in the same residential area as them but is passing by. She explains as they walk, "Sister-in-law, Deputy Group Leader Sue went on a mission a few days ago. He asked me to tell you that Aunt Sue wants to see you. When you return, give her a call. He left his phone number on the table at home, and Captain Joe can pick up the keys and open the door. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin. Aunt Sue had only stayed in Shacheng for 3 days before returning home. Before leaving, she came to discuss business at the shop with Ji Luo. The Sue family has influence and connections in Kyoto. Aunt Sue also supports the shop's products and plans to help open the Kyoto market. Ji Luo is waiting for her to return and arrange the supply. Dr. Lin, you're currently training at the hospital. Is this imaging equipment an ultrasound testing machine? Ji Luo asks her. Yes, it's an ultrasound machine. Lin Wei nods and smiles. It's the same as the machine you use for prenatal checkups, but this new equipment is much more advanced. The doctors haven't learned to use it yet. I'm here to train them. Has the new machine arrived at the military hospital yet? Ji Luo was thinking about going for a prenatal checkup these days to try out new equipment and earn some points. The application at the military hospital hasn't arrived yet. It will probably take about a week. The one at Xingyi Hospital has already arrived. Lin Wei guessed she wanted to do a checkup and smiled, saying, Sister-in-law, if you want to have a prenatal checkup, you should go to Xingyi Hospital tomorrow. I happen to have training there, and I can arrange for the new machine to check you. Thank you, Dr. Lin. I'll go with you tomorrow morning. All right, we'll meet at the main gate tomorrow morning. Lin Wei waved goodbye and headed back to her place with her bag. Luo, I'll go with you tomorrow. Zhou Rongyan had taken a week off earlier, and he still had 1 day off tomorrow. He always accompanied her to her checkups. Okay. After they got home, one went to the phone room to make a call, and the other went to water and fertilize the vegetables. After finishing, they cleaned the house and cooked dinner together. They finished early and went to the study to read. The next morning, Ji Luo went to the hospital first and asked Zheng Minfang and others to deliver a message to Qin Jifeng. Captain Zhou, please help my sister-in-law register first. After registering, wait at the imaging room door. I'll meet the doctors first, and we'll be there at exactly 8:05. Lin Wei hurriedly explained and left. Zhou Rongyan went to register, and Ji Luo found a bench to sit on, slowly drinking hot milk. Director Bai. A female doctor in a white coat came out of the office. The nurse called out to her, and she nodded in response, asking, Has Dr. Lin arrived? Yes, she's at room 106. The nurse answered. She nodded and, with her hands in her pockets, headed toward room 106. Ji Luo turned her head to watch her back. Her heart instinctively trembled. Her lips pressed together, and she reached to her chest, gently touching it. Only when her heartbeat calmed did she withdraw her hand. It seems I can't avoid this today. Zhou Rongyan quickly came over and sat beside her, looking at his watch and saying, Luo, in 5 minutes, finish your milk and have an egg. They had boiled eggs at home that morning, but she didn't want to eat them in the car, so she kept them in her bag. While he was peeling the egg, Ji Luo told him, Brother Yen, my mom is at this hospital. Zhou Rongyan paused his hand and asked hurriedly, Did you see her just now? I only saw her back. Ji Luo pointed toward the office where Lin Wei had just gone. She went to Dr. Lin's office. I didn't see her face clearly, but I had a feeling in my heart. Zhou Rongyan handed her an egg and said, Luo, if you don't want to meet her, I can tell Lin Wei, and we can choose another time.
No need to change the time.
I'll just pretend I don't know her. Ji Luo is not the original owner and has no expectations for her parents. Previously, her heart reacted, probably because of the lingering attachment left by the original owner. After today's meeting, it will be completely gone. Zhou Rongyan reached out and silently gave her warmth through a hug. Ji Luo smiled, broke the egg in half, and offered one piece to him. Brother Yen, eat. You eat, I don't want to. Zhou Rongyan pushed the egg toward her mouth and said, Dr. Lin said the new equipment is much clearer than before. I'll go in later and see what our baby looks like inside the belly. That's a bit exciting. In her previous life, she saw very clear 4-dimensional prenatal photos, where the fetus was quite distinct. The current equipment is far behind those of later generations, so she probably can only see a blurry shadow now. Soon, a group of doctors came out of the office and headed toward the imaging room. Sorry to keep you waiting, sister-in-law, Captain Zhou, Lin Wei said, glancing at Bai Xuemei. Director Bai, This pregnant woman looks a lot like you, said a female doctor among the crowd. Bai Shuamei stood beside Lin Wei, her eyes fixed on Ji Luo. Her normally well-maintained, rosy face suddenly turned pale, and her body tensed noticeably. All the doctor's eyes were on Ji Luo. She looked natural and met Bai Shuamei's gaze for a moment, then asked Lin Wei, "Dr. Lin, shall we go in now?"
Just a moment longer. We need to start the machine first.
Lin Wei had only met Bai Shuamei today. When she saw her in the office earlier, she guessed that Bai Shuamei might be related to Ji Luo. Seeing her change in expression confirmed her suspicion, but this was their private matter, so she didn't ask further. "Okay, I'll wait a bit longer." Ji Luo politely nodded to the doctors and slowly sat back down. Bai Shuamei had already regained her composure, her face returning to normal. She looked deeply at Ji Luo, her face tense, then entered the imaging room. In the room, Lin Wei was explaining how to operate the equipment. Bai Shuamei, standing at the innermost side, was distracted and not listening. Her mind was filled with memories sealed away for 17 or 18 years. "Sister-in-law, come in," Lin Wei called out loudly. Bai Shuamei suddenly snapped out of her trance. Zhou Rongyan helped his wife inside and asked, "Dr. Lin, can I stay nearby and keep her company?" "Of course." Lin Wei smiled and said to the assistant doctor nearby, "Dr. He, please record the patient's information first." Dr. He nodded, took a booklet and pen, and began asking a series of questions. "Comrade, what's your name?
How old are you?
Is this your first pregnancy? How many months along are you?" "My name is Ji Luo." As soon as she said her name, Bai Shuamei's body trembled, and her hands shook as she clenched into fists. "Which two characters?" Dr. He asked. "Ji for season, Luo for falling flowers and flowing water. I am 18 years old, pregnant for the first time, 6 months along." Ji Luo sat on the bed without glancing at Bai Shuamei, wearing a gentle smile, and asked Lin Wei, "Dr. Lin, should I lie down?" "Yes, lie down." Lin Wei stood by the bed and said to Commander Zhou, "Commander Zhou, help your wife lie down slowly. Lift her top to expose her abdomen." Another doctor operated the ultrasound machine, with Lin Wei guiding, while the other doctors stood by watching and learning. When the image appeared on the screen, Commander Zhou squinted to look. The baby inside was lying face up, with a particular part clearly visible. Lin Wei smiled and said, "Commander Zhou, can you see clearly?" Cough, cough. Commander Zhou coughed lightly, rarely showing a smile outside, and told Ji Luo, "I didn't see the face, but I saw the little thing."
Yiluo.
Haha, the other doctors all laughed. "Sister-in-law, it's a boy," Lin Wei happily told Ji Luo. Ji Luo gave a gentle, soft smile. "When I first got pregnant, my body was very delicate, weak and tired all the time, with no appetite. I thought it was a delicate girl." "Doctor, let me see his face," Zhou Rongyan said, staring at the screen. "The little guy is covering his face with his hands, probably not letting you see," the doctor in charge of the checkup said with a smile. Lin Wei looked at the data and continued, "Sister-in-law, the baby is growing well, with long arms and legs. He'll probably be quite tall when he grows up." The checkup lasted about 5 minutes. Ji Luo lay calmly and peacefully, accepting the examination without paying much attention to Bai Shuamei. Zhou Rongyan also didn't look at her, keeping his eyes fixed on the screen. Compared to their calmness, Bai Shuamei's emotions fluctuated wildly. Her gaze moved back and forth between them and the fetus on the screen, her mind a jumble. After the checkup, Ji Luo stood up and tidied her clothes. She politely thanked the doctor who examined her, then turned to Lin Wei and said, "Dr. Lin, thank you for today. We're going to the shop now. Don't go to the cafeteria for dinner tonight. Come to our house for a meal." "Okay, I'll come over tonight and bother Captain Zhou and his wife," Lin Wei replied cheerfully. After they left, a doctor asked, "Dr. Lin, is that your relative?" "No, I currently live in the military family compound in Shaw City. I have some contact with them," Lin Wei answered briefly. She didn't say much more, but her gaze briefly shifted from Bai Shuamei, and she noticed that Bai Shuamei seemed a bit out of sorts earlier. "Director Bai, that woman looked a lot like you." Could she be a distant relative of yours? The curious doctor asked.
No, bai sua maiden naive.
Linwei looked at her and said, people who look alike don't always have blood relations. Sister-in-law Ji Luo isn't from the provincial capital. Her hometown is a rural area in Nanxi County. Her husband is in the army and only recently came to join her. Her director Bai is from the provincial city, so she probably doesn't know sister-in-law Ji Luo. Bai Shuamei pressed her lips together and agreed. No, I don't know her, and I've never seen her. Ji Luo had already walked far away and didn't hear her words. Even if she had, she wouldn't have been upset. After divorcing Ji Sanlin and returning to the provincial city, she never visited her daughter at New Jiaobei again, nor did she send any letters or gifts. Ji Luo could tell from this that her biological mother didn't care about her and probably had long forgotten her. Of course, she might also hate Ji Sanlin so much that she disliked their daughter as well. After Ji Luo left the hospital, she held her belly with both hands, not mentioning Bai Shuamei at all. Instead, she happily talked with Zhou Rongyan about the baby. I was planning to knit a pink sweater and pants for the baby, but it looks like I should change the color now. Pink for a girl. We can have another girl later, Zhou Rongyan said. He also thought the baby might be a girl. Last time, when they went shopping for fabric to make little clothes, he specifically chose yellow and green, which are suitable for a girl. When they arrived at the shop, everyone was busy. Ji Bingqing was learning from Zheng Minfang. Seeing them, she asked Sister Luo, "You went to the hospital for a checkup. How is the baby?" "Very good," Ji Luo replied with a smile, but she didn't tell them the gender of the baby. In these times, the idea of valuing boys over girls is still common. If news about the baby's gender being revealed early spreads, many pregnant women might go to hospitals for early checks, which could cause negative problems. Of course, with scientific progress, people will eventually learn to tell the baby's gender early, leading to more social issues. The government will likely create laws to control this. I took a week off work earlier, and I haven't finished calculating attendance and wages. Ji Luo plans to organize everything before payday. Zhou Rongyan will go to the market to buy some vegetables. She plans to prepare a nice lunch at the shop. Qin Jifeng will deliver the good food from the warehouse early, so the small kitchen can start preparing. This is also a way to reward the hardworking staff, who worked all month. When Zhou Rongyan returned with a tricycle loaded with chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, Ji Luo had already finished calculating the wages, and everyone had been paid. "Ji Luo, give me the wage list and money. I'll distribute it at the warehouse." "You and Rongyan don't need to go," Qin Jifeng said.
Okay.
Ji Luo had already organized the money, adding an extra 500 yuan in a small cloth bag. She said to him, "Brother Qin, today go to the state-run store to buy a batch of military coats and wool hats, one set for each person. This is an extra reward I'm giving everyone this month. Winter is coming soon. In the south, winters are cold and damp. Military coats keep warm best. In this resource-scarce time, they are the most practical and popular reward. Not only the others, but military wives like Zheng Minfang are very happy. Their families are doing okay, but they are reluctant to spend their own money on new military coats. The coats their husbands get from the army are patched and worn. When the warehouse staff received their wages, they couldn't stop smiling. The pay from the shop was even higher than what they earned in the army, much better than farming in the countryside. Not only were the wages paid on time, but they also received a hearty meal today and military coats as rewards. Everyone was very happy, and they worked more diligently. "Luo Jia, do you need help?" Ji Luo and Zhou Rongyan were busy preparing lunch in the backyard when Ji Bingqing came over to ask. "No need, Bingqing. Just follow the sisters-in-law and help them out. Practice a bit so you can help at the counter soon. When Jiao Jiao and the others return, the sisters-in-law will go to the warehouse to help. Then you and Jiao Jiao and He Jia will be responsible for selling goods in the shop." Before coming to the provincial city, Ji Luo already arranged a job for her, paying her 45 yuan a month, just like Chen Jibin. "All right, I will learn faster. If you need help, just call me," Ji Bingqing said before rushing to help organize the goods. The lunch was prepared by the couple, with a big table full of delicious dishes, including everyone's favorites like braised pork and spicy twice-cooked pork, as well as nourishing herbal chicken stew, a large bowl of pickled fish, and 2 light, tasty vegetarian dishes. The warehouse had the same dishes, but because there were more people, the portions were larger than in the restaurant, with each person having a big bowl of rich chicken soup. The cooking was done by Heejie's sister and another sister-in-law. Their dishes tasted good, spicy, and flavorful, and were just as good as those from state-run factories and military canteens. In the hospital, Bai Shuamei worked busy all morning and finally finished seeing the last patient. A nurse came to knock on the door. "Director Bai, do you need me to help you get some food?" "Xiao Lu, thank you. I won't be eating in the cafeteria today. My daughter will bring me food later." "You should go eat now," Bai Shuamei replied. "Okay, I'll go eat first," the nurse said and closed the door casually. Bai Shuamei picked up her thermos, poured a full cup of warm water from the hot water bottle, took a few sips, then sat back down on the bench. She was feeling a bit tired and leaned back, closing her eyes and thinking about other things. Seeing Ji Luo unexpectedly this morning at the hospital was a big shock for her. She felt restless all morning, making multiple mistakes while seeing patients. If Ji Luo hadn't appeared in front of her, she might have almost forgotten about her memories. The name Ji Luo appeared in her mind, bringing back the humiliating and disgusting experience. Her hatred and resentment toward Ji Sanlin and the Ji family surged again. She had thought she would never see the Ji family again in her life, nor meet Ji Luo, the eldest daughter. But she didn't expect Ji Luo to come to the provincial city and that they would have a chance to meet someday. Today, when they met, Ji Luo seemed not to recognize her, but she felt that someday their lives would be connected again. Knock, knock. There was a knocking sound outside. Bai Shuamei quickly steadied her chaotic feelings, sat up straight, and called out, "Come in."
Mom.
The door opened, and Qin Jinju came in, carrying a thermos. She had come specially to bring food. Bai Shuamei stood up, took the thermos from her hands, and prepared to eat at the nearby table. She also asked her, "Jinju, have you eaten yet?" Last time, Qin Pearl went to the Four Seasons home textiles store to cause trouble, and the police took her away for a stern talk. Her elders also gave her a serious lecture. During this period, she hasn't been attending school and spends her days at home writing reflection reports. Bai Shuamei had taken 3 days off to stay home and help with her education. She only returned to work today. Qin Pearl sat nearby, looking gloomy, eating a lollipop. Bai Shuamei looked at her and suddenly remembered what she said after following Yang Xiaojie to cause trouble at a home textile shop. She asked casually, "Pearl, what was the name of the store where Yang Xiaojie took you guys to stand up for her cousin?" "Four Seasons Home Textiles." Qin Pearl's face darkened at this, and she asked back, "Mom, why do you ask?" "I was just asking. You mentioned before that there was a woman in that store who looked a lot like you. Do you remember where that store is?" Bai Shuamei had a faint suspicion. "It's on Wenzheng Street. The owner is a pregnant woman who looks quite a bit like me. We went there that day, and she was the one who called the police to call the authorities." Qin Pearl thought of Ji Luo and felt annoyed, pouting and complaining. "I heard her husband is and Yang Xiaojie was hurt by him and taken to the police station." When Qin Pearl previously mentioned this at home, Bai Shuamei didn't think much of it. After all, people who look alike but aren't related by blood do exist. But today, after seeing Ji Luo and hearing what she just said, it was confirmed that the owner of Four Seasons Home Textiles was Ji Luo. The two sisters had already met and even had a conflict before Qin Pearl knew the truth. "Pearl, don't associate with the Yang family anymore. Bai Shuamei's family and her husband's family are both well-known and respected in the provincial capital. Being part of the circle, she also pays attention to political power and influence." Qin Pearl was close to the younger members of the Yang family, especially Yang Xiaojie, who had been her childhood friend. She often followed Yang Xiaojie around excitedly. Yang Xiaojie was generous to them, often giving them small, interesting gifts. When Yang Xiaojie got into trouble and was taken away, they thought they were being loyal and went to stand up for her. After her parents brought her back from the police station, the old master of the Qin family strictly forbade her from having contact with the Yang family. He explained the current situation and set some rules for her. But Qin Pearl felt that the adults were selfish, cold, and heartless, and she became rebellious and resentful. Now her mother emphasized this again, and Qin Pearl looked impatient. "Mom, are you done? You won't let me have contact with the Yang family, but do you know what other classmates are saying behind my back? They're talking about how I'm not loyal, and they're spreading bad rumors about our family. Qin Jinju, is it really the time to stand by loyalty? Yang Xiaoka's actions are not just minor disputes or simple mistakes. They are crimes. Your eldest uncle told you about this the other night when he came home. You were there listening. He was involved in a murder and also mixed up with some gangsters. Anyone with a bit of sense would want to stay away from him and keep their distance from the Yang family. But you still foolishly defend loyalty. Do you think your life is too easy? The difficult times just passed, and you've already forgotten what happens to those involved with criminals? Do you want to end up in jail with him, be publicly criticized, or be sent to a farm for reform?" Bai Shuamei's tone was serious. Usually, she and her husband were busy with work and didn't spend every day nagging their children. Their son was obedient and sensible, but their daughter, entering her teenage years, became more rebellious and difficult to control. This time, she almost caused trouble. Seeing that her daughter still didn't realize how serious the matter was and was foolishly sticking to loyalty, Bai Shuamei was furious. Yang Xiaoka has been in custody for a long time. The Yang family has been trying hard to help him, but they haven't succeeded. Instead, the police are still investigating, and higher authorities have ordered a thorough inquiry. Your eldest uncle's words were clear. This is a matter the higher-ups are using to target Yang Xiaoka, and the Yang family is under strict investigation. Look at Meng Mei, Zhao Weiping, and others. After their parents took them back, do they still associate with the Yang family? Are they foolish enough to help Yang Xiaojia? Now is not the time to talk about loyalty and friendship. If you defend loyalty now, someone might jump out and attack you, dragging the Qin and Bai families into trouble. All relatives could be involved, and we might be sent for criticism, punishment, or even re-education. Qin Jinju grew up during a special period, witnessing the turmoil of the past 10 years firsthand. She saw many cases of people being overthrown and sent to reform through labor. Hearing this, she finally understood and was afraid of being criticized or sent away. Her face turned pale, and her lips trembled slightly. Is it really that serious? Pearl, I know Yang Xiaoka is quite kind to you and your friends. He often gives you small gifts. When you get into minor trouble, just find him, and he will help you settle it. He treats you well mainly because your families are pretty well off. He uses small favors to win you over, and by speaking for the Yang family, he gains support from your elders at work. At first, we thought he was just someone who didn't want to work hard and was wasting time. Now we see we were wrong. He's involved in bad activities outside to make money. Without support from the Yang elders, he couldn't do it. The money he makes from scams and shady deals is probably given to the Yang elders. You can guess what they do with it. Recently, there have been many actions from above. People are being caught every now and then. These cases are hard to hide, and you've heard about their outcomes. The Yang family has managed to hold on because Yang Xiaoka's grandfather is supporting them. Now, the authorities have finally found a lead and are targeting the Yang family. Do you think they will come out unscathed? Now, you're talking about loyalty and wanting to stand up for Yang Xiaoka. That's just foolish. You should be glad you're still young. Your elders have already apologized on your behalf, saying you don't understand the situation. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sit here peacefully eating with me. A year ago, our family was working on a remote farm. Qin Jinju was frightened by her words and seemed to realize she had made a mistake. She mumbled, "Mom, I understand." "Good, I'm glad you understand." Bai Shuamei felt relieved when she saw her listen. She picked up her chopsticks and took a few bites. Then, thinking about Ji Luo, she said, "From now on, don't go to Four Seasons Home Textiles anymore. Don't get into conflicts with them. That terrible place, I won't go there again, even if asked. I don't care about those country bumpkins." Qin Jinju felt disgusted whenever she thought of Ji Luo. Seeing her deep resentment, Bai Shuemei squinted and sighed as she advised, Jinju, you need to watch your words. Don't call people country bumpkins. You're educated and have higher learning. If outsiders hear that, they'll think you're rude and uncultured, which will hurt their impression of you. Also, this home textile shop isn't as simple as you think. The fact that they've grown so quickly and even got the agency for the wool factory isn't something just a few outsiders could do. The people working in the shop are from other places, but the owner behind the shop is definitely a high-level leader with influence in the provincial capital. Yang Xiaoka has hit a dead end this time. Probably, he thought that since the people in the shop are outsiders, he could bully them easily, but he ended up involving himself and the Yang family. You know the Yang family's status in the provincial capital. They must have used some effort to help Yang Xiaoka. However, the Four Seasons home textiles business was not affected at all. In fact, it is doing better and better. From these events, you should see that the forces behind the shop are too powerful for the Yang family to handle. Bai Shuemei patiently advises her daughter, mainly because she doesn't want her to get into trouble or have conflicts with Ji Luo again. Qin Jinju listened carefully this time and replied with a sullen face, Mom, I understand. I won't go there again.
Good.
Don't go anymore. If you need bedding or household items, just buy them from the state-run stores or overseas Chinese stores. Bai Shuemei quietly relaxed and then mentioned another matter. Jinju, the college entrance exams are back. The registration period is coming soon. You should review your lessons at home carefully. If you don't understand something, ask Dongshu. Your grandpa has been trying to get a transfer to Kyoto for years. With your great-grandpa's help, there's a good chance he'll be transferred this time. All of you siblings will take the exams. If you and Dongshu can get into university, it will bring honor to the Qin family. Your great-grandpa will definitely support and value you both in the future. Qin Jinju understood her mother's meaning, but her grades are only average and she doesn't study hard. Even if she works hard in these 2 months, she might not get into university. She didn't speak, and Bai Shuemei knew what she was thinking. She said, just your best. Dongshu studies well, so ask him for advice. You don't necessarily have to get a bachelor's degree. A diploma from a technical college is fine too. Qin Jinju had no confidence at all. Not to mention a college, she probably couldn't even get into a vocational school. She's not interested in studying but is quite interested in singing and dancing. She discussed with her mother, Mom, I don't want to go to university. I want to learn music and dance. Going to university and studying music and dance are not mutually exclusive. With a college entrance exam back, there's an art university in Kyoto that's recruiting students for its music college. This school is also a prestigious one, the only art university in our country. If you can get in, you'll have a stable job in the future, and the stage for performances won't just be in provincial theater groups. Snowmaid does not oppose her daughter studying art, and her husband Qin Xiao also agrees. In the past, he even suggested sending their daughter to the military arts troupe, but Qin Jinju refused because she couldn't handle the hardships of military life. Hearing this, Qin Jinju suddenly became interested. Mom, I will study hard and review my lessons. I will apply to this school soon. Seeing her confident attitude, Snowmaid did not discourage her, but advised, there will be many applicants this year. All the educated youths from the countryside will apply, so competition will be tough. You need to review quickly. There are only 2 months left for studying, so you should focus. Don't go out to play for now. Stay at home, read books, and relax after the exams. Got it, Qin Jinju replied. The food was starting to get cold, so Snowmay ate quickly and packed the food into a thermal container for her daughter to take home. Snowmay did not want her daughter to go to CG's textile factory again, hoping they wouldn't meet again. As for Ji Luo, she didn't want to inquire about her or have any contact. In the morning, she also heard Lin Wei say that Ji Luo usually checked her pregnancy at the military hospital. This time, she came to the first hospital invited by Lin Wei and probably wouldn't come again, so Snowmay wouldn't need to see her anymore. Since Ji Luo didn't recognize her, Snowmay decided not to seek her out. They were just strangers who looked alike. Thinking this through, Snowmay felt better and continued working and seeing patients in the afternoon. She thought she wouldn't meet Ji Luo again, but after work, When she went to the meat factory to buy groceries, she saw the couple again. Ji Luo invited Lin Wei to dinner at her house tonight. Since the weather had turned cold, she wanted hot pot. After work, they went to the meat factory to buy some meat. By late afternoon, there weren't many meat options left. Ji Luo picked some large marrow bones and ribs, along with some dried vegetables suitable for hot pot. After shopping, they hurried to catch the commuter bus home. While shopping, Snow May hid in a corner and didn't approach them. Ji Luo didn't notice her, but Zhou Rongyan saw her clearly. However, he didn't tell Ji Luo and simply left after buying the groceries. Lin Wei and they took the same bus back to the residential area. She first went home to tidy up briefly before coming to help. "Sister-in-law, I'll help you wash the vegetables," Lin Wei said. Ji Luo had just returned and started boiling the marrow bones and ribs, planning to use the broth for hot pot. When she saw Lin Wei helping, she didn't refuse and placed the vegetables she was about to pick on the table. Lin Wei usually helps her mother with chores at home. She can cook common home dishes and is not a spoiled rich girl who doesn't do anything. Older sister-in-law, whereas Captain Zhou, he went to chop firewood in the back mountain. At home, we cook and fry food and burn coal balls. We use firewood to boil water. I usually use hot water more, and since it's not cold yet, I plan to cut more firewood now to prepare for winter, when we will need it to boil water. In the army, each month, families can get coal balls and other supplies with a voucher, but the amount given each month is not enough. Every family uses a mix of firewood and coal balls for cooking and heating. Lin Wei smiled and said, "You and your husband are very loving and happy." Ji Luo was busy with something in his hands and asked her with a smile, "Dr. Lin, you're about our age. Are you seeing anyone?"
Not yet.
Lin Wei is a very ambitious woman. She comes from a good family background and looks attractive. Many men are interested in her, and many relatives and elders have come to matchmake her. But she has always politely declined, saying she's busy with work and studies. "Your parents must also be worried about you," Ji Luo asked with a smile. "My parents are quite open-minded about this. They haven't pressured me or arranged any blind dates. They hope I can find someone I like and who likes me, and we both agree on." Lin Wei lives in a happy and warm family. Her parents love each other very much. She has 4 siblings, she is the third. Her older brother and sister are married, and her younger brother is in high school. The family gets along very well. Having such caring and respectful parents makes you very lucky. In this era, parents like that are rare. Ji Luo guessed that her parents are probably well-educated intellectuals, with different ideas from ordinary families. Lin Wei is indeed very happy. Seeing Ji Luo's gentle and pure smile, she suddenly thought of Bai Xuemei. They both smile a lot and have dimples. She casually asked, "Sister-in-law, are your parents good to you?"
About my family.
Ji Luo's smile faded a little, but quickly returned to normal. He spoke in a calm tone. "My maternal family is a mess. My father is a drunkard and a lazy man, famous for being a scoundrel in my hometown. My mother left shortly after I was born and went back to her family. I don't even know where she's from. She never came back after she left. My father later married a stepmother who is a perfect match for him. She's full of negative traits, and I never had a good day under their care. Until I married Brother Yen, he helped me leave my family and cut ties with them, and my life only started to get better after that." After she finished speaking, Lin Wei had a guess in her mind. Her eyes flickered slightly. "Sister-in-law, have you ever gone to see your mother?"
No.
Ji Luo shook her head. She knew that with Lin Wei's intelligence, she must have already guessed something. She smiled normally. "I didn't plan to find her. She left me years ago and never came back to see me, never wrote a letter or sent anything. That already shows she doesn't want me as her daughter. If that's the case, I don't need to look for her or disturb her current life." She paused, then slightly tugged at the corner of her mouth. "My relatives on my father's side are not good. I grew up feeling very oppressed. As a child, I was always hoping to escape from home. Finally, I married and left that toxic family. I cherish my simple happy life now. I don't want to have anything to do with people who don't care about me. To my father, I was a burden he disliked. I think it was the same with my mother's side. When I was young, I needed a safe place to stay and enough food to grow. No matter how harsh they were, I had to endure it. Now that I am grown, married, and have my own home, Brother Yuan gave me a warm home. He also gives me support and strength. I don't need or want to be a burden that others don't want anymore. Although she didn't go into detail about her childhood, Lin Wei could tell her childhood was probably very hard. She felt sorry and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up these things. It's okay. The past is gone. I've already let it go." The original owner had long disappeared into the world, and her suffering was also gone. Ji Luo had taken over her body and helped her avenge her grievances. As for everything else, she would let go and not be as tangled up as she was in her previous life. Lin Wei now understood that when she saw Bai Shuemei at the hospital today, she probably recognized her. But she didn't want to acknowledge her, so she treated her like a stranger. Thinking about her behavior at that time, Lin Wei admired her resilience. If the situation had happened to her, she probably couldn't stay so calm and composed. At this moment, Lin Wei also realized that Ji Luo was very smart. She then asked sister-in-law, "Did you go to school?" "I graduated from high school." When she mentioned this, Ji Luo changed the subject. "Dr. Lin, did you study medicine?" "Actually, I also graduated from high school and did not attend university for medicine. Now, I am good at operating medical testing equipment, but I learned this not at school, rather from my aunt. My aunt is the director at Haiqing People's Hospital, responsible for the laboratory. After high school, I became her apprentice and assistant. Only after learning from her did I apply for a job at Kyoto Hospital."
I see.
"Are you planning to take the college entrance exam this time?" Ji Luo asked her. "Yes, I am. My high school grades were quite good, and I was among the top students. I will take the exam this year. My household registration is in Kyoto, so in a few days, I will take leave and go back to register there." "Yen Ge and I also plan to take the exam," Ji Luo told her with a smile. "Sister-in-law, let's review together later." "Sure." After they agreed, for the next 2 months, they mostly studied and reviewed together at night. Just as the hot pot was almost ready, Zhou Rongyan returned home, bringing a bag of wild mushrooms wrapped in clothes. He said as he entered, "Luo Luo, Guanglei is back. He said he'll come over tonight for dinner."
Okay.
Ji Luo took the mushrooms to wash, saying, "Yenge, could you go to the cafeteria and buy some rice? We have enough ingredients for the hot pot, but we need more staple food." "All right, I'll go buy some." Zhou Rongyan washed his hands in the kitchen, grabbed an aluminum box, and quickly went to the cafeteria to get rice. Tonight, they prepared many side dishes, including sweet potato noodles and dried vegetables from their hometown, as well as konjac tofu and fried tofu skin sent by Ji Erlin's family. They also cut and cooked radish, lotus root, potatoes, and a variety of other vegetables. "Sister-in-law, what's this wild mushroom called? Is it tasty?" Lin Wei asked, having never seen or eaten it before. "This mushroom is called pine mushroom. It's a common, non-toxic wild mushroom found in the southern mountain forests. It has a fresh flavor. There are 2 main types, one yellow, and the one we have here, the black pine mushroom. The black pine mushroom tastes better and is excellent when cooked with pork for soup." Lin Wei helped clean the mushrooms and noticed some green spots on them. She frowned and asked, "Sister-in-law, this green looks strange. Is it spoiled?" "No, it's not spoiled. The black pine mushroom is also called copper-green mushroom, named after its greenish color. We often pick these in the mountains when we go to the countryside. They are safe to eat and non-toxic, so don't worry." When Su Guanglei returned and saw them still cleaning the mushrooms, he said at the door, "Sister-in-law, Dr. Lin, I'll take a quick shower now." 5 minutes. "Vice Commander Su, I've boiled some water. Come and take a pot to wash up, please," Ji Luo called out. "Okay, I'll be right there." When he finished washing and came back, the coal stove had been moved into the living room. An iron pot was slowly boiling on it, and Ji Luo had prepared dipping sauces for everyone. "Dr. Lin, come have some ribs." Ji Luo used a ladle to serve her a spoonful of ribs.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Ji Luo had bought 5 or 6 ribs and 3 large marrow bones, all cooked in the pot. She also served 2 men large spoonfuls of ribs and filled her own bowl to enjoy with the broth. Lin Wei often cooked hot pot in Kyoto, but she had never experienced such a cozy, stovetop meal. She felt it was quite special. The ribs were tender and flavorful with the sauce. As she ate, she nodded and said, "Sister-in-law, your cooking is very good. It tastes great. If you like it, eat more. We prepared a lot of side dishes tonight, so we can really enjoy ourselves and finish everything." The 2 men ate quickly, not afraid of the heat. In just a few bites, they finished their bowls of soup. Delicious. Su Guanglei let out a long breath, stood up, and served himself a big bowl of rice. He grabbed a large marrow bone and started chewing. "This is like living in heaven, so wonderful." Ji Luo and Lin Wei both smiled, and Zhou Rongyan also slightly smiled, picking up a spoon to serve more ribs to the 2 women. "Rongyan, younger sister-in-law, are you planning to take the college entrance exam?"
Su Guanglei asked.
"Yes, I will." Zhou Rongyan nodded and asked back, "Are you planning to?"
Of course I am.
Su Guanglei is talented in both arts and sports. After graduating from high school at 16, he joined the army. Because of his education and abilities, he quickly rose through the ranks and became the youngest deputy commander in the entire military district. When the college entrance exam policy was restored, his parents called him and sent him review materials for high school. "I haven't touched a textbook in many years. I used to teach you, but now I think I'll need you to teach me." Zhou Rongyan mostly learned his high school coursework from Su Guanglei, but in the past 6 months, Ji Luo has been teaching him, so his foundation is now stronger than Su Guanglei's. He smiled and said, "No problem, I'll teach you. If I don't know something, Luo can help." She's very good at studying. She was the top student in her county's #1 middle school, and her goal is Peking University. "Young sister-in-law, that's impressive." Su Guanglei looked at her with new respect. Ji Luo modestly smiled and recommended another top teacher. "Here, Dr. Lin is also very smart. You can ask her for help too. She's taking the college entrance exam this time." Su Guanglei raised his eyebrows. "Dr. Lin, are you going to take the college entrance exam? Aren't you a graduate of medical school?" "I didn't go to university." Previously, Lin's parents wanted her to attend a workers', peasants', and soldiers' university, but she refused. She felt she wouldn't learn what she wanted there, so she stayed with relatives to study under a mentor. After she explained, Su Guanglei smiled. "I've asked others in the family compound. None of them are taking the exam, only the 4 of us. Let's review together later." "Sounds good.
Come to our place.
It's easier to serve tea and water there." Ji Luo invited them both. They're single and live alone, rarely cooking at home. When the food in the pot was almost finished, Ji Luo poured some wild mushrooms into the pot, added sweet potato starch, tofu, and cabbage to cook, and said to Lin Wei, "Dr. Lin, let the wild mushrooms and sweet potato starch cook a bit longer before eating. The rest can be eaten once the water boils." Tonight, Lin Wei had a good appetite. She didn't eat much rice but enjoyed many hot dishes and kept chatting with them. "By the way, Deputy Group Leader Su, I heard from my mom that you seem to be engaged to a daughter of the Qin family for quite a while. Are you married now?" Last time, Lin Wei came with Su's mother, and she didn't ask about Su Guanglei's private matters. They just talked about some personal things, so she asked now. "Called off the engagement," Su Guanglei answered calmly. "Really? You called it off? When did that happen?" Lin Wei hadn't heard anyone mention it before. "Before my mom came here." Seeing that the engagement was recent, Lin Wei quickly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't know. I didn't mean to bring it up." "It's okay." Su Guanglei smiled slightly. Lin Wei had only been living in Kyoto for a short time. She usually worked at the hospital and didn't participate much in social activities. She didn't know much about the families in the circle, but had some understanding of the Qin family. She asked him, "Which daughter of the Qin family did you break off the engagement with? Qin Wanli, Qin Wanling, or Qin Wanyun?" "Qin Wanyun." Seeing it was Qin Wanyun, Lin Wei's expression changed slightly. "How did you end up with that pretentious girl?" "Pretentious girl?" Hearing this, Su Guanglei smiled. The description was quite fitting. We matched through an introduction. At first, I had a good impression of her, but we didn't get to know each other well before getting engaged. Seeing that she seemed familiar with Qin Wanyun, Su Guanglei asked again, "Are you very close to her?" "Not really close. We've had some dealings at the hospital." Lin Wei scooped some vegetables onto a plate and let them cool, then continued speaking. "I work in the hospital imaging room. Qin Wanyun is very particular about cleanliness. If she has any health issue, she immediately sees a doctor. She doesn't trust ultrasound results and always doubts my professional skills. I've dealt with her a few times, so I understand her personality a bit." Afterward, she added, "You two are not on the same path." "Yes, we're on different paths, so we broke off the engagement." Since ending the engagement, Su Guanglei feels more relaxed than ever before. Now he regrets not ending it sooner. Sweet potato noodles and mushrooms are ready.
You can eat now.
Zhou Rongyan tried some first, then used a spoon to serve some pine mushrooms to the two women. He wasn't very interested in the mushrooms and, along with Su Guanglei, picked at the sweet potato noodles. "Wow, this is delicious." Ji Luo and Lin Wei spoke in unison, then smiled at each other and happily ate their bowls. These wild mushrooms are really fresh. The bone broth is so fragrant when cooked. Lin Wei was trying it for the first time. She liked this fresh, smooth food and said while eating, "This must be what the book calls mountain delicacies." Such mountain delicacies are abundant in the mountains. During the season, you can easily pick a basketful when going into the mountains. Since Su Guanglei joined the army in the southern region, he's eaten all kinds of mountain foods. The wild mushrooms taste okay, but there are many that taste even better, though they are harder to find. "Really? There are many in the mountains? Just pick them casually?" Lin Wei became interested. Zhou Rongyan pointed in the direction where they had chopped firewood earlier and told her, "There's a pine mushroom forest behind there. People are gathering mushrooms now. The forest behind belongs to the army." Recently, the women from the family compound have been working and earning money, so they haven't had time to pick mushrooms. Now is the season for black pine mushrooms, and they're growing everywhere. Seeing Lin Wei's interest, Ji Luo said, "Dr. Lin, we have a day off the day after tomorrow, Sunday. I'll go with you to pick mushrooms." Lin Wei wanted to experience it, but seeing her pregnant belly, she was a bit worried. "Sister-in-law, you're pregnant and quite far along. Climbing mountains might be tiring. The mountains behind are not high and the path is easy. It's not steep and I can walk," Ji Luo said confidently. She wasn't delicate. Zhou Rongyan also reassured her, "Luo, don't go alone. Call Min Fong and the others from next door. More people, more help if something happens." "Okay," Ji Luo agreed. Tonight's hot pot was very tasty, with many side dishes. The two women had much smaller appetites than us. By the middle of the meal, they couldn't eat any more and sat aside helping us serve the dishes. Zhou Rongyan and Su Guanglei are both very strong fighters. They didn't waste any food, finishing all the dishes prepared, even sharing the last bit of bone soup. After they finished eating, Ji Luo got up to brew tea for everyone. Zhou Rongyan took care of washing the dishes, not letting the guests do anything. Lin Wei sat down briefly, then went back to her place and quickly returned with a stack of books. Starting tonight, she would study with them here. On Sunday, after breakfast, Ji Luo invited Lin Wei and called over the sister-in-law and children from the community yard. Everyone carried baskets and went up the mountain. Picking mushrooms is a very happy activity. The original owner went to the mountains every year to pick mushrooms. Ji Luo was experiencing it for the first time, slowly searching through the pine forest with a small stick and quickly filling half a basket. Lin Wei was much more excited than her, running around with the children and picking only large, open mushrooms. When she returned with a full basket, she saw Ji Luo's basket was full of small mushrooms and smiled. "Sister-in-law, why are all your mushrooms small?" "I like to pick small ones." Ji Luo was slowly following behind, carefully searching through the leaves because many mushrooms were hidden underneath. Most of these were small. "Dr. Lin, small mushrooms are tastier and fresher." Zheng Minfang was also slowly picking behind them. Her basket was full of small mushrooms, some only as big as a fingernail. She said, "Big ones are usually older and have many worms."
Huh.
Lin Wei didn't understand. "It's okay. Both old and young mushrooms are edible. When we get back, we'll clean them. The worms can be removed by soaking in salt water," Ji Luo explained. They spent nearly 2 hours in the mountains, returning full of mushrooms. Once home, they started preparing lunch. This morning, Lin Wei went to a nearby market and bought pork ribs, pork, lotus roots, and other ingredients, planning to continue having hot pot today. Everyone else also bought meat after hearing how delicious hot pot is. They wanted to cook something nice to treat the family during the weekend. "Dr. Lin, you're going back home tomorrow. Do you want to take some mushrooms with you?" While washing the mushrooms, Lin Wei looked up at Ji Luo and asked, "Sister-in-law, I have to take the train for 2 days. Will the mushrooms spoil on the way? Don't pick the roots underneath. Be careful when packing them, choose tender ones. It should be fine for 2 days, but once you get home, you need to cook them immediately," Ji Luo said. Next door, Zheng Minfang was also sitting at the door cleaning mushrooms and added, "Dr. Lin, since the temperature is low now, as long as you don't shake the basket around, they should stay good for 2 days. Last year, I also returned to my hometown during the season, bringing some gifts for my in-laws and my family. I traveled for over a day on the train. Nothing was broken, but I felt a bit bored on the train, and the colors of the items weren't as fresh and bright as before. Then I will also bring some back for my parents to try," Lin Wei said with a smile. "Dr. Lin, please take the tender items from my basket. Today we will eat the older ones you picked," Ji Luo arranged. "Okay, thank you, sister-in-law." Lin Wei asked them about good local specialties in Sha City, planning to bring some home as souvenirs. At noon, when the men came back from work, the houses were filled with the rich smell of meat. Everyone, smelling this aroma, seemed energized and started shouting loudly, urging everyone to start eating. Su Guanglei was the last to return. He went to the cafeteria to get rice and bought a portion of meat and vegetables. He entered the house and said, "Rong Yan, sister-in-law, I just asked the political commissar. There is no college entrance exam registration point here in the army. We need to go to the city to register. I just asked for leave, borrowed a car. Rong Yan, you should also write a leave note. Let's go together this afternoon." "Okay," both nodded. After eating hot pot, they felt warm all over. The two men, feeling quite energetic, had also sweated a lot, so they took showers before heading to the city. When they arrived at the registration site, there was already a long line. Su Guanglei led the way, saying, "Rong Yan, sister-in-law, follow me. There's a priority lane for soldiers." "Hey, why are you cutting in line?" Before they reached the registration area, a familiar voice came from behind. It was Qin Jinju. Seeing Ji Luo turn to look at her, she deliberately raised her voice. "Everyone is in line here. You just cut in when you arrived. Even if you're from the countryside, you should understand basic rules." "Yes. How can you cut in line? Go to the back and line up properly. You can't just cut in because you're pregnant." "I'm pregnant too, and I'm lining up properly." As soon as Qin Jinju spoke, many people immediately agreed. Seeing everyone criticizing Ji Luo, she smirked with a sneer, her eyes flashing with a provocative, contemptuous look. Zhou Rongyan and the others weren't wearing military uniforms when they arrived. Both he and Su Guanglei were dressed in casual clothes, but they had their IDs with them. At this moment, both of their eyes were fixed on Qin Jinju. Su Guanglei was examining her carefully. They looked very similar. He also realized that this girl was deliberately causing trouble for Ji Luo. Zhou Rongyan guessed that she was Ji Luo's half-sister and quietly asked, Luo, is that her?" "Yes, the one who caused trouble at the shop last time." Zhou Rongyan understood and protected her behind him, helping her respond. He immediately slapped Qin Jinju's face to the ground. "Who do you think you are? Turns out, you're an accomplice of Yang Xiaoke, the criminal." Qin Jinju's confident expression instantly froze, her face changing color as she sharply and falteringly shouted, "What are you talking about? The police have conducted a detailed investigation. Yang Xiaoke is charged with 7 or 8 crimes, and a trial notice will be issued soon. You and a few others defended him, bullied ordinary people, and maliciously smeared legitimate state-owned shops. The police had already invited you for a talk and education. Even if you're not his accomplice, you still have some special connections with him, possibly involving interests. Since you've been recorded by the police and have a record, someone with questionable character like you, who can't tell right from wrong, probably doesn't meet the conditions for college entrance exam registration. After speaking, Zhou Rongyan pointed to the exam registration notice posted on the wall nearby and loudly read the first rule, clear about political history and supportive of. It seemed that she didn't meet this requirement. Last time, you went to the shop to belittle and humiliate workers, insulting rural laborers as country bumpkins. The police have documented this. Everyone's eyes turned to Qin Jinju, and someone shouted, someone like you, with questionable morals and bad thoughts, shouldn't be in line. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste everyone's time. Qin Jinju yelled angrily, I didn't do anything. The police have a record, Zhou Rongyan calmly reminded her. Qin Jinju's face was full of resentment. She wanted to say something else but was pulled back by a tall, slim boy behind her. Qin Jinju, shut up. Qin Dongxiu, why are you yelling at me? Don't you see they're bullying me? Qin Jinju directed her anger at him. Because you keep causing trouble for no reason. Qin Dongxiu pulled her back and stepped out of the line, his gaze falling on Ji Luo. His expression was complicated and somewhat scrutinizing. He humbly apologized, comrades, I'm sorry. My sister has a bad temper and speaks without thinking. I apologize on her behalf.
Sorry.
Ji Luo looked at him. This boy was about the same age as Qin Jinju. They looked somewhat alike, sharing about 30 to 40% of their features. Unlike Qin Jinju's fierce face, his eyes were clear and pure, and his expression was calm and peaceful. It seemed they were a pair of twins. While she was observing, Qin Dongxiu was also carefully watching her. When their eyes met, he awkwardly pressed his lips together. Qin Dongxiu, are you crazy? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Qin Jinju shouted from behind. Ji Luo glanced at her lightly and said to Qin Dongxiu, you're not crazy, but your sister might have some issues. You don't need to apologize for her. You should take her to see a doctor soon. You country bumpkin, you're the one who's sick. Qin Jinju couldn't explain why, but seeing Ji Luo made her inexplicably angry. She spoke without thinking, saying whatever came to mind. Qin Jinju. Not only Qin Dongxiu was shouting at her, but his companions also yelled. One young man in his 20s, with sharp eyes and a serious face, scolded, apologized to her. She trembled at his shout, seeming a little afraid of him. She kept her mouth shut, stubborn and not speaking. Since she wouldn't speak, Qin Dongxiu had to apologize again for her. Comrade, I'm sorry. Ji Luo looked at them calmly, but didn't say anything further. She tugged on the man's arm. Brother Yan, let's go. Zhou Rongyan withdrew his sharp gaze, took out his ID, and said to everyone, we didn't mean to cut in line. We saw the sign here, which says military personnel have priority, so we came to queue. Sorry for the trouble. You're a soldier? Please go ahead, said a girl nearby.
Thank you.
Zhou Rongyan nodded in thanks and protected Ji Luo as they went to register. They successfully registered, but Qin Jinju, who had been looking for trouble, was pushed around by others. She had a bad temper, was spoiled at home, and couldn't stand any unfair treatment. She argued with them on the spot, and was eventually dragged away by Qin Dongxiu and a few others. After getting in the car, Su Guanglei asked about what had just happened, sister-in-law, that girl just now. Half-sister from the same mother, Ji Luo didn't hide it from him. Su Guanglei was slightly surprised. Seeing Zhou Rongyan's calm expression, he clearly knew everything. He said, you two look very much alike. They probably recognized you. There are many people who look alike without blood relation. Ji Luo's words implied that Su Guanglei understood. He smiled and didn't ask more about her private life. He arranged, I have no other plans this afternoon. I only came to the shop on opening day and haven't been back since. I'll go see it today and visit the other brothers in the warehouse. Second boss, please, Ji Luo invited with a smile.
Ha.
Su Guanglei chuckled, started the car, and drove away. The Qin family members just took Qin Jinju away, but they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they scolded her from a nearby corner. Seeing them drive off in a jeep, Qin's eldest grandson, Qin Dongxian, continued to scold her with a stern face. Qin Jinju, after your last mistake, we told you everything you needed to know. Yet you still forget everything. The people behind the Four Seasons textile, the Yang family, are not to be messed with. But you still foolishly provoke them. Do you think life in the Qin family is too easy? Being spoiled and stubborn is fine, but there should be limits. You argue and fight at home, and we ignore it. But if you act like this outside, don't blame us for telling Grandpa. If you keep causing trouble, it will only make things worse. Another girl, a bit older than her, also scolded her. People came in a jeep. Even if you're not very observant, you should know that the person is a military officer. The military wife who is pregnant is right. You're just being foolish and picking fights for no reason. Qin Dongxiu also scolded her, showing impatience. Can't you stop causing trouble every day? Did your parents teach you nothing? You probably didn't listen at all, and just ignore everything they say. Qin Dongxiu, who do you think you are to scold me? Qin Jinju, relying on her older sister, often gave him cold looks at home. You think I care about scolding you? You caused trouble outside again today. I'll tell Grandpa about it later. If you want to embarrass yourself, go ahead. Just don't drag the rest of us down, or the Qin family. After saying this, Qin Dongxiu called out to the others. Xiange, Shijie, Yuan, let's go. Don't bother with her. The four of them didn't like Qin Jinju's spoiled attitude. Usually, they didn't get along well with her. Today, the elders ordered them to join the registration, and now they were divided by the conflict. Qin Jinju, with a bad temper and a narrow mind, had just been pushed around and scolded repeatedly. She turned around angrily and stormed off. The Qin family members noticed she left but didn't call her back. To them, her poor grades meant she was just there to fill the numbers during registration. Dongxiu, that pregnant military wife just now, she looks a lot like second aunt. Is she related to the Bai family? Qin Dongxian asked. Yeah, Dongxiu, she looks like your mom and also like Shinju. If you look closely, she even resembles you a little. Qin Dongxiu had already noticed this. He frowned slightly, thinking carefully, and said, I know all the relatives on my grandma's side. Even distant relatives. I've never seen her before, so she probably isn't related to the Bai family. If they are not related by blood, they look very much alike. Pearl is shorter than her, and if she were taller, everyone might think they are twins, even with the same clothes, Qin Shishir said. At this moment, Qin Dongxiu was thinking about Ji Luo's eyes. Those eyes are like her mother's, but with a different sparkle. Her eyes are bright and lively, like they are filled with stars, making it hard to forget her at first sight. Seeing him silent, Qin Shishir said again, Dongxiu, do you want to go back and tell your mom about this? No need. It's just a resemblance, he replied. Just then the soldier said, the store where Pearl and Yang Xiaojie caused trouble last time is probably theirs. Pearl told me at home that the owner looks like her. Later, my parents went to handle it and probably saw that person. My mom didn't say much when she came back, which means she doesn't know this person. This person isn't related to the Bai family, they just look alike. Qin Dongxian and the others didn't think much of it. He said if they're not relatives, then it's not a big deal. But Pearl's temper really needs to be fixed. You should talk to second uncle and second aunt about it. If she doesn't change, she might cause trouble for the family. Embarrassment is minor. If she makes foolish mistakes or provokes someone dangerous, it could bring real trouble to the family. Yes, I will go back and talk to them, Qin Dongxiu agreed. A few days ago, she confidently said she wanted to get into an art college. But with her inconsistent effort, she probably can't even get into a vocational school, let alone a university. Qin Shishir grew up with Pearl and knew her personality well. Besides talking nonsense and playing, she was useless. All right, her matters will be arranged by second uncle and second aunt. Let's not interfere, Qin Dongxian said, pulling her arm. After registering here, they all went home to review their studies. Qin Pearl played with classmates in the morning and came back in the afternoon to line up for registration. That evening, the elders scolded her and kept her at home, forcing her to study and read books. He Jie and Li Jiao finished registering in their hometown and took the train to the provincial capital the next day. When the shop was busy, they helped out. When it was quiet, they sat in the corner studying and practicing questions intensely. Ji Luo and the others also studied hard, especially Su Guanglei. He had taken his annual leave early and spent half a month at home reviewing. He hadn't touched a textbook in many years and had forgotten many topics. Luckily, 3 top students helped him, and he quickly relearned the forgotten knowledge. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Zhou Rongyan and the others received a wedding invitation from a comrade whose family is local in Shacheng. Everyone took leave and brought their families to attend the wedding banquet. This comrade is Ling Enyang, also a soldier brought out by Su Guanglei. He has a close relationship with Zhou Rongyan and Peng Jinsong. Early last year, he was injured during a mission and his injury was serious. He had to retire from the army. His family is influential in Shacheng, and his elders arranged for him to work at the Provincial Armed Forces Department. Today's wedding was lively, with many respected people from the provincial capital attending. The venue was full of guests. Because Zhou Rongyan and his group had training in the morning, they arrived a bit late. Captain Wang, Deputy Captain Su. The newlyweds were in the living room, talking with friends. When they saw Zhou Rongyan and the others, Ling Enyang rushed over happily, saluting excitedly. Captain Wang and the others were in uniform and returned his salute. After saluting, they warmly embraced him. Enyang, congratulations.
Thank you.
Ling Enyang has a good relationship with Zhou Rongyan. Seeing that his injury was fully healed, he still carried a sharp edge like a sword, smiling happily. Rongyan, congratulations to you too. Zhou Rongyan usually doesn't smile much, but today he had a deep smile. He put his arm around Ji Luo and introduced her. This is your sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Ling Enyang saluted her. Ji Luo slightly bowed, politely and graciously congratulated him with a bright smile. Comrade Ling, congratulations on your marriage. Wishing you a happy marriage, a harmonious life, and early blessings.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Ling Enyang also brought his new wife forward to introduce her to everyone. This is my wife, Zhao Lighting. Hello, brothers and sisters-in-law. I've heard Enyang talk about you all. Thank you for coming to our wedding banquet. If there's anything not well arranged later, please forgive us. Zhao Lighting comes from a family of officials. Her family is well matched with the Ling family. She is also an educated intellectual working in a government office, very polite in her manners. Don't be polite, sister-in-law, Captain Wang said with a smile. Captain Wang, Deputy Captain Su, everyone, please go in and have some drinks. The banquet will start later, and I'll join you then. Ling Enyang, feeling joyful, kept smiling happily. We have 2 things today. First, congratulations on your wedding. Second, we're here to have a good time with you. Su Guanglei confidently walks into the house, draping his arm over his friend's shoulder. Deputy Captain, I was prepared. Today I hired a drinking team to ensure you all have a good time. Ling Enyang has invited some strong drinking friends and relatives, and they are now waiting inside. When their group happily enters the house, they immediately catch the attention of other guests. Seeing their military uniforms, everyone guesses they are Ling Enyang's old comrades. Why did she come? Both the Qin and Bai families are here for the wedding banquet. Qin Jinju also came with her parents. When she sees Ji Luo, her smile instantly disappears. Shut up. They are here for the wedding, and it has nothing to do with you, Qin Dongshu quickly scolds. Mom, look at him. Qin Jinju has been confined at home for a month. Today, she finally got out, only to be scolded again by her brother, which made her very angry. Shut up, Bai Shuamei quietly reprimands her, frowning. Dongshu is right. They are guests from the Ling family, Ling Enyang's comrades. They are here for the wedding, and it has nothing to do with you. Just sit quietly and eat. Qin Jinju pouts, looking unhappy, but she doesn't say anything more. Bai Shuamei's husband, Qin Xiao, also disapproves of his daughter's behavior, but doesn't scold her here. Instead, He looks at Ji Luo and asks, Shuemei, do you know that pregnant woman? Met her once. She's the owner of Four Seasons Home Textiles. About a month ago, I saw her at the hospital during a checkup. Her surname is Ji. She's from out of town. Her husband is a military officer, and she's here to accompany him. Four Seasons Home Textiles is a military-led enterprise. She's just managing it publicly. She looks a bit like me. I even asked my parents later. She's not a distant relative of ours. The bi couple sitting at the next table also saw Ji Luo. Their faces changed noticeably, and they subtly looked toward Bai Shuemei. Bai Shuemei had previously mentioned Ji Luo to her parents and kept her story consistent. They didn't plan to acknowledge her, worried she might come to the house. Since she hadn't come to find them in the past month, they temporarily let it go. But today, seeing her at Ling's house, they brought up the matter again. Ji Luo didn't notice them. She had already sat down, enjoying wedding candies and chatting with other sisters-in-law about funny wedding stories. She didn't see it, but Zhou Rongyan, upon stepping into the living room, looked around professionally. He had already noticed Bai Shuemei and the others, and his gaze naturally swept over their family of four without pausing for even half a second. Just after having a cup of tea, Ling's parents came downstairs from the second floor and warmly greeted everyone. Captain Wang, Deputy Captain Su, Commander Zhou, Commander Li, Deputy Commander Zhao. We apologize for not hosting well today. We really feel sorry. Secretary Ling, Director He, today is Yong's wedding day. We are here to share in the joy with a toast, Captain Wang said, shaking hands with everyone on behalf of the group. Welcome, welcome. You are all busy people, and we truly appreciate you taking the time to come. Thank you for respecting our family Yong. Since you're here today, please eat and drink well. Later, Yong will join you and your friends for a good drink. Okay, we will toast after the meal, Captain Wang said with a smile. Ling's mother, holding a bag of festive candies, handed some to each of the wives and children who came. When she saw Ji Luo, a stranger, she asked with a smile, Madam, who is this young lady's wife? Hello, Auntie. I am Zhou Rongyan's partner. My name is Ji Luo. Ji Luo quickly stood up to greet her. Oh, Captain Zhou is so lucky. We haven't seen each other for over a year, and you've married a beautiful wife. You're also about to become a father. Yong is a bit slower, Ling's mother said with a big smile. Annie, we're a bit slow, but we can catch up in numbers. Yong, keep working hard, Zhou Rongyan joked.
Haha.
His words made Ling's parents laugh loudly. Ling's mother had met them many times before and was quite familiar with them. Now, like all elders in the world, she started urging marriage. Deputy Captain Su, look at your brothers around you. All settled down. Even Commander Zhou has picked up the pace. When will you invite us to your wedding? Very soon, very soon. I will definitely invite you all to celebrate, Su Guanglei said with a smile. That's good to hear. We're looking forward to your invitation. Ling's parents knew he was already engaged but didn't know about the breakup, thinking he was just planning to get married soon. After Ling's parents left, Captain Wang spoke. Guanglei, Dr. Lin is very good, excellent in every way. Your personalities should match well. You might want to consider it. She might not be interested in me, he replied. After a month of getting to know each other, Su Guanglei realized that Lin Wei is a very talented person. She is knowledgeable, experienced, cultured, and well-educated. She also has big dreams and ambitions, not just a pretty face. Hearing this, everyone understood that he had some thoughts of his own. Zhao Jinsong said, Why think so much? Just be bold and go for it.
Ha ha.
Everyone at the table laughed. Zhang Minfang playfully patted the man's back and said, You think everyone is as thick-skinned as you? Being thick-skinned isn't a bad thing. You need to be brave to marry your wife quickly, just like me. I got it done in one day. Zhao Jinsong fell in love with Zhang Minfang at first sight. After meeting her, he immediately asked around and found out she was a neighbor's niece. He then asked his parents to help set up a match, bringing gifts to ask the neighbors for help. The next day, everything was arranged, and within a week, they held a wedding and brought her home. Ji Luo leaned forward and smiled, saying, Deputy Group Leader Su, Do you want me to help you find a match? I am a very reliable matchmaker. I've successfully matched 2 couples before, so I have plenty of experience. The couples she introduced, Qin Jifeng and Ji Bingqing, as well as He Jia and Li Jiaojiao, are all happily married now. Cough cough, maybe later. Su Guanglei had some ideas but wanted to get to know more before making any hasty decisions like before. Today, many government officials and their families from Ling's family arrived. Most of them were trying to expand their networks and build connections. Although Captain Wang and his team are from a different system than politics, everyone could tell from Ling's parents' attitude that the people from the military were not just ordinary middle-level officials. Many approached with teacups, chatting casually. The men handled the socializing, while Ji Luo and the others sat quietly with the children, drinking tea and eating snacks. There were many guests coming and going. Ji Luo casually looked around and saw Bai Xuemei and the man and children beside her. She only glanced briefly before looking away. The wedding banquet started soon. The men toasted the groom and the guests, drinking several glasses. They finished a jar of white wine before allowing the groom to leave. Ji Luo served some dishes to the men and ate half a bowl of rice herself. She tried all the dishes and drank a large bowl of clear soup. Once she was full, she put down her chopsticks early. Brother Yen, take your time eating. I'm going outside for some fresh air. The smell of alcohol and smoke in a room is too strong, and I feel a bit dizzy. There were too many people in the room, and the smell of cigarettes, strong alcohol, and food mixed together, making Ji Luo feel very uncomfortable. After telling him, she stood up and left quickly, eager to breathe fresh air outside. Luo Luo, take it slow, don't go too far. We'll come out after we finish eating, Zhou Rongyan called after her, reminding her. Okay, I'll stay outside, not far away, Ji Luo replied. Outside in the open space, Ji Luo felt much better. She saw a notice board nearby, covered with newspapers and notices, and slowly walked over. After reading the notices, Ji Luo was about to explore the area around the government housing compound when she heard footsteps behind her. She thought Zhou Rongyan had come, so she turned around immediately. But it was Qin Jinju. She didn't want to bother with this spoiled, arrogant young lady who was spoiled by her family. She took one look and was about to leave. You country bumpkin, sycophant, you're so disgusting, Qin Jinju insulted her. Ji Luo ignored her, but Qin Jinju kept insulting her and looked at her with disgust.
Slap.
Ji Luo, who also had a temper, couldn't stand being insulted again and again. Without hesitation, she slapped her across the face. Big sister. Qin Dongxiu hurried out and saw Ji Luo slap her. Qin Jinju was caught off guard and reacted slowly. She was stunned for a moment after the loud slap, and only when she felt the pain on her face did she scream loudly, "You country bumpkin! You hit me! Are you trying to die?" She tried to rush over and hit Ji Luo, but Qin Dongxiu grabbed her firmly and warned her sternly, "Sister, shut up. Sister, she hit me," Qin Jinju shouted at him. Qin Dongxiu looked at the slap mark on her face and then at Ji Luo. Instead of immediately blaming her, he first asked what happened. "Comrade, what just happened? Why did you hit my sister?" Because she deserved it. Ji Luo's eyes were very cold now. The usual gentle expression was gone, replaced by a sharp, icy gaze that fell on Qin Jinju. That slap is a lesson for you. If you come at people like a mad dog again and insult them, one slap won't be enough next time. After speaking, she looked at Qin Dongxiu with the same cold attitude. If your family can't control her, the law of the country will take care of her in the future. Ji Luo wanted to look around more, but she lost her mood and went straight to where the jeep was parked. Qin Jinju angrily glared at her back, wishing she could rush forward and kick her. Covering her sore cheek, her eyes reddened with tears, and she gritted her teeth in anger. "Just wait. Someday I will pay you back for this slap." Ji Luo ignored her words and left without turning back. "Qin Jinju, what did you just say?" Sometimes Qin Dongxiu called her sister, but when he was angry, he would just call her by her name. "You saw her hit me, but you didn't help me fight back. Are you still my brother?" Qin Jinju angrily confronted him. "She wouldn't hit you without a reason. She must have said something rude first, and that's why she hit you." Qin Dongxiu knew her personality well. Sometimes he even wanted to hit her himself. He could guess that she probably caused trouble again, and that was why the other person slapped her. I'm telling the truth. She's just a country bumpkin. Today she's here to flatter the powerful. She's a disgusting little person, Qin Jinju said without feeling she was wrong. Are you crazy? You. Before Qin Dongxiu could finish, a cold voice came from behind. Say that again. The brother and sister from the Qin family were startled. Qin Dongxiu suddenly turned around and saw Zhou Rongyan standing behind them. He quickly apologized. Comrade, sorry my sister. Go call your parents. Zhou Rongyan didn't want to talk to them and planned to speak directly with their parents. At this moment, Bai Xuemei and her husband had finished eating. When Qin Jinju came out, she immediately told her son to follow her, worried she might cause trouble again. The brother and sister came out just moments apart. She didn't expect that in such a short time, she would have already caused trouble. The couple hurried over and saw a slap print on their daughter's face. Their expression darkened immediately, and they asked, Jinju, what happened? Dad, Mom, that woman hit me, Qin Jinju immediately complained, pointing at Ji Luo, who was walking over slowly. Ji Luo had just reached the parking lot and saw Zhou Rongyan come out, still looking for Qin's siblings to talk to. She had no choice but to turn around again. The slap on her face was for me. She deserved it. Ji Luo answered honestly, her expression cold as she looked directly at the couple. Her tone was firm and directed at Bai Xuemei. I saw you at the hospital last time. You seem to be an obstetrician. I guess you are also a highly educated person. The conflicts between you and your daughter, she probably already reported them to you long ago. Aside from that, I have to ask, do you often use insulting words like hillbilly around her, and do you teach her by example? The couple, Qin Xiao and his wife, seem to know everything now. They often educate her at home, but she doesn't remember or learn. It looks like today she started trouble again by insulting others. First, she caused a scene in the store and called someone a hillbilly. The next day, during college entrance exam registration, she insulted someone again. Today, she suddenly started insulting people without reason, calling them hillbillies. Both of you, as officials, should take some time to teach your daughter properly. She lacks basic manners and is worse than rural illiterates. Also, my husband and the groom are comrades and friends. We were invited to attend the wedding, but she calls it flattering and opportunistic. According to her, everyone at the wedding is just trying to curry favor. Among these opportunists, I suppose you are included too. Ji Luo didn't tolerate Qin Jinju. She slapped her sharply and spoke directly. Qin Jinju, apologize. Qin Xiao was angry. Qin Jinju was startled, covering her face with a stubborn look. She hit me. That slap was deserved. I think one isn't enough. Qin Xiao looked furious, regretting not teaching her properly, which led her to become so spoiled, stubborn, and foolish. No need to apologize. I won't accept her insincere apology. I only have one request. Control her. If she comes to bother me again without reason, it won't just be a slap, next time. After saying that, she pulled Zhou Rongyan and left. Brother Yan, let's go. In the end, Qin Jinju was pulled away crying. The Qin family lives nearby, and Qin Dongxiu took her home. Qin Xiao and his wife stayed at Ling's house for now. Qin Xiao works in an official organization. Today, he had a rare chance to meet a leader he rarely sees, so he wanted to seize the opportunity to expand his network. But thinking about his daughter's harsh words about Ji Luo, his face darkened. Before entering, he said gloomily, Jinju needs to correct her attitude. With her grades, registering for the college entrance exam is just a formality. If she doesn't pass, we need to prepare for other options. How do you plan to handle it? Bai Xuemei has been patiently giving her daughter advice lately. She has said everything she needed to say, and others have heard it so many times they are tired of it, but Qin Jinju hasn't listened much. Since she likes singing and dancing, just send her to the art troupe. She'll only learn to change by experiencing more hardships. Qin Xiao typically spoils her, but thinking about her recent troubles, he frowned and said, she's already 16. In 3 or 4 years, she'll need to think about marriage. If her personality doesn't change and she speaks without thinking, she'll be disliked by her in-laws and husband in the future. That will embarrass us, and others will criticize us for not raising her properly. Both he and Bai Xuemei are educated and care about their reputation. Naturally, they don't want others to talk behind their backs. Regarding his plan, Bai Xuemei agreed. The exams are in about a month. Let her take the test first. Once the results are out, if she passes, she can go to school. If not, it's a good chance to try again next spring with the arts recruitment policy. Qin Xiao nodded and remembered that a relative of Bai's was in the art troupe. He asked, "Your cousin's daughter is in which art troupe?" "She's in the Beijing military district." Since they needed to prepare for both options, Bai Xuemei thought ahead and said, "Let's wait until she finishes her exams. The results come out right after she answers the questions. If she has no hope, I'll contact my cousin and ask about her. Later, I'll think of ways to send her to the Beijing military district's art troupe. Having relatives to help is always better. Their family has connections in Shaocheng, and it would be easy to get her into the Shaocheng military art troupe. But since Ji Luo is there, Bai Xuemei doesn't want her and her sister to meet and cause conflicts. When she saw Ji Luo at the hospital last time, she thought she was gentle and soft, but after talking to her just now, she realized she was mistaken. Ji Luo's tone when criticizing was very commanding, like a high-ranking leader who has been in power for years. She seemed naturally confident and had a sharp look in her eyes. Bai Xuemei felt a bit intimidated. With Xinju's temper, if they met again, they would definitely clash again. She might even slap her. Qin Xiao also thought about this concern. He didn't want his daughter to go to the Shaocheng military troupe either. Luckily, the old master was thinking of ways to bring her to Beijing, so sending her to Kyoto was the best option. They had already planned a path for their daughter, but didn't discuss it with Qin Jinju in advance. When they later arranged everything, a fierce family conflict broke out. Ji Luo and the others took a slow walk around the area. When they returned, Su Guanglei and the others had finished eating. The men were all tipsy and red-faced. The group was saying goodbye to Ling Anyong and his wife. Zhou Rongyuan also approached the newlyweds to say a few words. Since many leaders and officials were still inside, they didn't stay long and left after finishing their greetings. At home, they immediately gathered to work on practice questions without delay. Meanwhile, Qin Jinju returned home and argued loudly with Qin Dongxiu. She stubbornly tore up his review materials out of temper. Qin Dongxiu was a diligent learner who valued his books. Seeing her unreasonable tantrum and tearing up his books, he lost his temper and slapped her hard across the face. After being slapped again, Qin Jinju, with 2 red marks on her face, cried and ran to her maternal grandparents' house to complain. The White family elders had just left Ling's house, accompanied by Bai Xuemei and her husband, along with other officials' families. Qin Jinju rushed over to complain, creating a lively scene for outsiders to see. The Qin couple was furious at her impulsiveness and foolishness, their faces darkening. The White elders also looked displeased. Both sides cared about their reputation. They quickly scolded her for her childish behavior and pulled her back home. When they returned, Qin Dongxiu was carefully gluing the torn books back together. Qin Xiao and Bai Xuemei knew their son's personality well. Even when very angry before, he would not hit anyone. This time, he slapped her because her tearing the books had upset him. He couldn't hold back his anger and struck her. Qin Dongxiu, knowing his sister had complained again, didn't bother explaining. He simply said coldly, "Dad, Mom, before the exam, I moved to my grandparents' house to study with Xian Go and the others. I'll come back after the exam."
Okay.
"Pack your things, and I'll take you there," Qin Xiao agreed. Seeing him return without scolding his brother, Qin Jinju pouted and complained, "Dad, you favor boys over girls. I hate you."
Slap.
Qin Xiao turned and slapped her again. The man's strength was great, and Qin Jinju staggered several steps before stabilizing herself. "Qin Xiao." The White elders and Bai Xuemei were both shocked. Mother Bai quickly stepped forward to support her granddaughter and frowned, criticizing, "Why did you hit the child? You should just talk and teach her." Hitting her won't solve anything. I've said what I needed to say, and I've taught her what I should. Does she listen? Qin Xiao, furious for the first time, scolded sharply, Qin Jinju, you're already 16, not 6 years old. If you don't study and don't try to improve, that's one thing. But you don't even understand basic manners and decency. In the past, I spoiled and pampered you. I gave you everything you wanted. Now you clearly did something wrong. Instead of apologizing to Dongxiu, you even said you hated me. Fine, since you dislike me. You can leave this home. Starting today, don't use the money I earn, don't live in my house, and don't use anything in the family. You have to fend for yourself. After saying this, he turned to his son and said, Dongxiu, go pack her things. She can go wherever she wants. Stay home and focus on studying. Don't go to your grandparents' house anymore.
Qin Xiao, wait a moment.
Bai Shuemei tried to persuade him, but Qin Xiao interrupted. You heard what she said. She hates me and complains that I favor boys over girls. If that's the case from now on, I will truly favor boys over girls. I only want Dongxiu now, and I don't want her.
Sniff. Sniff.
Qin Jinju had never seen him lose his temper before.
Today was the first time.
He seemed serious, not joking, and she started crying, full of regret. Seeing her cry, Qin Dongxiu felt annoyed. He quickly packed a few clothes, grabbed a stack of books, and came out with a gloomy face. I'm going to my grandparents' house. Before I finish my exams, don't let her appear in front of me. Seeing her makes me upset. Old Qin's house wasn't far away. Qin Dongxiu moved in there. When Grandpa Qin asked why, he learned that Qin Jinju had caused trouble again, and without hesitation, he rushed over. Qin Jinju was most afraid of Grandpa Qin. When he arrived, she immediately stood respectfully, not daring to cry. Dear father-in-law. The Bai family's elders saw him come. One stepped forward to greet politely, while the others secretly signaled to Qin Jinju. Grandpa Qin exchanged a few words with them and sat on the sofa, looking stern. Why did that military wife hit you? In front of him, Qin Jinju didn't dare to act out and lowered her head, saying nothing.
Speak.
Grandpa Qin shouted loudly, scaring her into trembling. Seeing she wouldn't answer, Grandpa Qin turned to his son and said, Bring the measuring tape. Qin Xiao hesitated, but then went inside to get the tape. Grandpa Qin was rarely angry, but when he would discipline with strict family rules. Qin Jinju saw her grandpa was about to hit her and hurried to hide behind Bai Shuemei, tears in her eyes.
Mom.
Bai Shuemei wanted to plead for her daughter, but seeing Grandpa Qin's cold, serious expression, she hesitated and didn't speak. Softly, she told her behind her, Jinju, if I speak for you, your grandpa will punish you even more severely, 3 times worse. You'd better kneel and honestly apologize. Bring her over. Old Master Qin's face darkened noticeably. Father-in-law, let's speak calmly. Pearl is a young lady now. If she keeps getting scolded and beaten, people will laugh at us, Lady Bai advised gently. Let them laugh. She deserves it, Old Master Qin replied coldly. Recently, he had sternly scolded her, but she showed no change. In fact, she became more rebellious. This finally angered him. Qin Xiao, bring her here. Qin Xiao dared not disobey. He had planned to teach her a lesson and stepped forward to pull her. Get down on your knees. Qin Pearl was dragged in front of the old master and knelt down. As her knees touched the ground, a hard ruler was slammed onto her arm, making her cry out in pain. Her tears just started flowing again. Smack, smack. 2 more heavy hits landed on her, causing her to scream loudly. While hitting her, the Bai family elders felt heartache. Bai Shuemei looked tense. After the old master finished hitting her 3 times, she quickly stepped forward to persuade him. Pearl, the old master is asking you something. Be honest and answer.
Say it.
The ruler pointed at her, frightening Qin Pearl so much she collapsed to the ground, trembling and stammering. I said she's a country bumpkin, and I scolded her. She's a sycophant and a petty person.
Bang!
Another loud slap struck her back, making everyone nearby tremble at the sound.
Ah!
Qin Pearl yelled loudly, scared and panicked, trying to dodge to the side. Today, these 3 slaps are light punishment. Old Master Qin slammed the ruler onto the ground, stood up angrily, and sternly ordered his son and daughter-in-law, send her to the Shijiao farm for a month. If you secretly support her or spoil her like before, her labor reform period will be extended. Father, the college entrance exam is coming soon, maybe. Lady Bai Shui Mei wanted to lessen her daughter's punishment, but old Master Qin cut her off. Your daughter? You don't know how capable she is. If she could get into college, I'd chop off my head and make her a stool. At the Qin family, the old master's words were like an imperial decree. No one dared to speak back, not even the Bai elders. They didn't dare to oppose his decision or plead for her. In the end, Qin Pearl was sent to the Shijiao farm at dusk. No matter how much she cried or fussed, it was useless. She only took 2 sets of clothes and some daily necessities, with no food in her bag and only 3 yuan pocket money. Her grandfather punished her by sending her away. Besides Qin Shao and his wife feeling a little pity, the rest of the Qin family showed no concern.
They all thought she deserved it.
The events behind the Qin family are unknown to Ji Luo. At this moment, she is at home preparing hotpot. Recently, everyone has become addicted to hotpot. Not only do they often cook it themselves, but other families also make hotpot on weekends to improve their meals. Today, Prung Jinsong's family is joining them for dinner. Zheng Minfang brought a set of pig offal, including pig intestines and stomach, which she cleaned thoroughly at home before bringing over. The 3 women are busy in the kitchen. Dinner is ready, Zheng Minfang called out, then went next door to call the men and children. Jinsong, Kongzi, dinner time. Bring your bowls and chopsticks. For tonight's hot pot, Prung Jinsong's family brought pig intestines, Su Guanglei brought pig trotters, and Ji Luo's family contributed vegetables, vermicelli, tofu, and other side dishes. Another pot of pig stomach stew is simmering, and Lin Wei brought some tianma, lotus seeds, and red dates to share. Let's drink the soup first. Lin Wei carried out a ceramic pot and saw Peng Kong running around inside, saying, Kongzi, stop running.
Sit down.
This is hot soup. Be careful not to get scalded. Come here. Peng Jinsong grabbed him and sat him down beside him. The boy is lively, playful, and mischievous, unable to sit still. He kept twisting his hips and kept urging, Mom, hurry up.
I'm hungry.
Give your bowl to Auntie Lin first and drink the pig stomach soup called Zheng Minfang. I don't eat pig stomach.
It's full of, he said.
When he said that, everyone laughed. Zhou Rongyan teased him, Kongzi, tonight's hot pot has pig intestines, which also used to contain. You probably won't eat that either. I won't eat it. I want pig's feet. Peng Kong pointed at the meat in the pot. Pig's feet have been in pig. Your dad didn't clean it properly. You shouldn't eat it either. Just eat some vegetables, said Su Guanglei softly. Don't want that. I want to eat meat, Peng Kong insisted. Zheng Minfang served each of them a bowl of pig stomach soup, speaking loudly, Eat quickly. The pig stomach is very clean. I washed it for an hour. No smell at all. Auntie Lin added many nourishing herbs, very expensive. Others wouldn't buy such good ingredients. Ji Luo sat by the stove with a large bowl, took a sip, and nodded in approval. It's delicious. Zhou Rongyan scooped some red dates and ginseng into her bowl, and also shared half of the pig stomach with her.
There's still soup in the pot.
After eating, you can have another bowl. She is pregnant, so everyone is careful with her diet. Every time they stew soup, they make her drink an extra bowl or 2. It really is delicious. Zheng Minfang rarely makes soup to drink. She told the man, I just asked Dr. Lin, red dates, lotus seeds, and ginseng are not expensive. You can buy them for 3 or 5 yuan and make soup many times. In the future, our family can also make soup every 10 or 15 days. Now, we don't lack money at home.
If we want to buy something, we can.
Expensive things like gastrodia, ginseng, and cuttlefish are also okay to buy and eat. Peng Jinsong is very good to his wife. Like Zhou Rongyan, he only has a few yuan in pocket money. All allowances and bonuses are kept by his wife. The money from profit-sharing investments is also managed by her. He basically doesn't interfere with household expenses. Everyone first ate a bowl of pig stomach soup. After drinking the soup, they served rice and hot pot. The pig intestines, after being marinated, were boiled in the pot to eat, which had a special flavor. The men loved this dish very much. Even Kongzi, who previously said he wouldn't eat it, was happily eating. Take your time eating. I'm full. Ji Luo put down her chopsticks and leaned back in her chair, gently rubbing her round belly. Auntie Ji Luo, your belly looks like it's going to explode, Peng Kong said, thinking her belly looked like a balloon that might burst if he blew air into it again. Zhang Minfang chuckled softly, scooping some vegetables into his bowl, and said, Auntie Ji Luo is only 7 months pregnant. The baby will be born in 3 more months. Will the belly burst open and the baby fly out? Peng Kong asked with sparkling eyes. Ji Luo, Kongzi, don't scare me. Zhang Minfang gently patted her son's head and told him to continue eating. Then she turned to talk about serious matters. Captain Zhou, Ji Luo. The due date is next February. The university starts in March or April. If Ji Luo gets into university, will she still go? Yes, Ji Luo replied early, having checked this. She said, this year's college entrance exam policies are special. For students like me with special circumstances, we can keep our student status and delay attending classes until later. That's good. Zhang Minfang thought that going to university wasn't easy. If she got in but couldn't attend because of childbirth, it would be a real pity. This year, the age range of people taking the college entrance exam is wide. Many are probably married, and some might bring their children to study. Ji Luo had watched related documentaries. She looked down at her bulging belly and said, if no one can help take care of the baby in the future, we might have to bring the baby to class. Sister-in-law, then when the time comes, rent a house near the school and hire someone trustworthy to help take care of the baby. Lin Wei suddenly spoke up with a suggestion. Seeing everyone look at her, she continued, now that things are gradually opening up, last time I went back to Beijing to register, both my neighbors hired help for chores and childcare. They told others it was distant relatives helping, but everyone knows that's not true. Since Beijing has relaxed restrictions, Zhou Rongyan planned, Luo, let's go to Beijing early and buy a house near the school. Good, Ji Luo agreed with the idea. Rongyan, younger brother and sister-in-law, I'll handle the house for you, Su Guanglei offered. He also planned to buy a house because it would be inconvenient to live with his parents after marriage. It was time to prepare. Great, try to find a place near the school, a bigger size, preferably move-in ready. Luo is about to have a baby and doesn't have the energy or time to renovate. First, settle in, then plan for renovations later, Zhou Rongyan arranged. Su Guanglei nodded, eating as he said, I'll ask my cousin to look into some listings. You can choose later. Thinking they would leave for Beijing to develop their careers, Peng Jinsong felt reluctant. You're all leaving me here alone. That's not fair. We'll wait for you in Beijing, they promised. They had already discussed this before. Su Guanglei and Zhou Rongyan were likely to go to military school, even if they didn't take the college entrance exam this year. They could still enter the military command college through other channels and would eventually leave. Their departure was also an opportunity for Peng Jinsong, who had accumulated enough military merit over the years to be promoted. 3 years. I'll try to meet you in Beijing in 3 years, Peng Jinsong said with ambition. Having worked closely with them for years, they had developed a good understanding and shared the hope of continuing to move forward together. After making this plan, Zhou Rongyan and Su Guanglei continued to study hard, racing against time. Peng Jinsong took a big step forward and led a small team out on a mission the next day. In the following month, besides Ji Luo going to bed promptly at 10 p.m. every night, Lin Wei and the 2 men studied until dawn every evening. During the day, they each went to work busy. Lin Wei returned to Beijing 3 days before the college entrance exam. Su Guanglei drove her to the train station. During this time together, an unspoken feeling grew between them, but neither had spoken about it. Ji Luo and the others had already noticed this, but they all chose not to mention it, waiting for them to take the initiative and share the good news. The weather on the day of the exam was not good. Cold winds howled, and continuous rain caused great inconvenience for students going to the city to take the exam. There were 8 students from the military unit, including Ji Luo and 2 others, plus 5 staff members from the hospital and school. The military district approved a large military truck to take everyone to the exam. On the way to the city, many students walked there. Su Guanglei pressed the brakes and called out to them to get in the car, giving them a ride. Ji Luo and the other 2 students were in the same exam room, along with a school teacher. Su Guanglei first took everyone to their respective exam rooms, only arriving at their room last. The 4 of them were not in the same classroom. Once inside, they separated. Zhou Rongyan protected Ji Luo and led her to her exam room first. Ji Luo was dressed very warmly today. Her cotton coat and pants were new last month. She also wore a sweater and pants underneath, a hat knitted by Ji Bingqing, and wool gloves, fully bundled up for warmth. Luo Luo, over here. When they arrived, many students were already inside the classroom, and almost all their eyes were on her, because she was heavily pregnant. Although her belly was very prominent, her face was fair and round, not fat or swollen, with a unique beauty. Number 15. Ji Luo held her student ID card and read out her number. A girl with 2 braids in the middle of her head raised her hand and said, "Comrade, number 15 is in front of me." "Thank you." Ji Luo slowly walked over, checked the number on the desk, and sat down carefully. After Zhou Rongyan handed her the exam tools, she urged, "Brother Yen, go to your exam room quickly. Come pick me up after the exam." "Okay." Zhou Rongyan took out all her things, including a thermos, and placed it in front of her. Before leaving, he reminded her, "Luo Luo, I'm in exam room 201. If anything happens, ask the proctor to call me." Just as he was about to leave, a harsh voice came from the door. Such bad luck. The person was Qin Jinju. She entered and saw Ji Luo and her husband. Thinking about the hardships she endured at the farm this month, her face was full of resentment and anger. Her eyes looked at them like poisoned ice blades. Zhou Rongyan squinted his eyes, wanting to say something, but Ji Luo held his hand and softly advised, "Don't pay attention to her. Luo Luo, stay away from her. After my exam, I'll come over. If you need to go to the bathroom, wait for me to come." Zhou Rongyan was a bit worried. "Okay." Ji Luo agreed and thought that Qin Jinju, being stubborn and willful, probably wouldn't cause trouble in the exam room. Qin Jinju was also in this exam room, sitting in the last row, right under the watchful eyes of the proctor. As soon as she sat on the bench, she felt nervous and uncomfortable, glancing around anxiously. Behind Ji Luo was a girl, while in front and on both sides were men. It wasn't exam time yet, so everyone was chatting casually. Qin Jinju saw Ji Luo joking and laughing with others. Her jealousy twisted her heart, and her eyes were full of malice. It was clear that her efforts this past month hadn't helped her improve. Instead, her personality had become darker and more extreme, leading her down a wrong path. Her gaze was obvious. Ji Luo casually glanced around and happened to see her. Instinct told her that this exam might cause trouble, so she became more alert. Ding, ding, ding. When the exam bell rang, everyone immediately stopped talking, sat properly, and waited quietly for the exam to start. 2 proctors arrived, 1 man and 1 woman. They looked very serious. After a brief introduction, they started handing out the exam papers. Ji Luo was confident about this exam. She looked at the paper, then quickly wrote her name and student ID. The questions that followed were easy to answer, and she wrote smoothly. In less than half the time, Ji Luo finished. She carefully checked her answers, confirmed everything was correct, then put down her pen, put on her gloves, and sat quietly, waiting for the bell signaling the end of the exam. The female proctor stood at the back, watching. When she saw Ji Luo put down her pen, she came over to check. Seeing that the front was filled with answers and the back was densely written, she nodded slightly. The students nearby saw that Ji Luo had finished and became anxious. They hurried to answer their questions. The female proctor glanced at her watch and reminded everyone, 43 minutes remaining. This exam was on politics. Over the years, everyone had studied this subject the most, so it wasn't difficult. They quickly wrote answers, filling their papers fast. Qin Jinju had been writing self-criticisms and reports lately, so she wasn't unfamiliar with the subject. As soon as she received her paper, she started working on it, though she was a bit slow. Ji Luo had only finished about a third of her paper when she saw the others finish so quickly. She secretly glared at them and muttered softly, showing off. This morning's exam was only on politics. In the afternoon, they would take the physics and chemistry test. When the bell rang, the proctors called time, quickly collected the papers, and the exam ended. After the exam, everyone looked pretty relaxed, indicating they did well and felt confident. Luo Luo, let's go, time to eat. Zhou Rongyan quickly came over, placing her exam tools into his backpack and carefully helping her get up. Qin Jinju left a bit later than them. At this moment, a pair of dark, sinister eyes fixed on their backs and a sly, proud smile appeared on her face as she seemed to think of something. Su Guanglei and his friend Zhao Weiping had already been waiting at the agreed spot. When they met, they shared a knowing smile and then went to a state-run restaurant outside to eat. The four of them ordered 4 dishes, with Zhou Rongyan paying the bill. They agreed to come back tomorrow to eat again, with Su Guanglei and the others paying. After eating their fill, they didn't wander in the cold wind but returned to the classroom early to stay warm. As the two approached the classroom door, a shadow suddenly rushed out from inside. Zhou Rongyan quickly pulled Ji Luo aside to avoid it. Are you blind? The one rushing out was Qin Jinju. She hadn't even seen clearly who it was and instinctively started scolding and blaming. Who's the one without eyes? Zhou Rongyan already found her very annoying. Qin Jinju's hair was messy, and her hat was pulled down low. When she rushed out, she was looking down and hadn't seen who they were. Now, when her eyes met Zhou Rongyan's sharp, icy gaze, she probably felt guilty and shivered, dropping her backpack on the ground. Ji Luo, taller than her, saw her panic and glanced inside the classroom. Seeing no one there, it seemed she had been causing trouble inside. Forget it, let's go. Ji Luo didn't want to talk to her anymore and just wanted to check the classroom. If only Ji Luo had been there, Qin Jinju would have definitely said a few harsh words. But with Zhou Rongyan present, she didn't dare to cause trouble, fearing he might hit her. So she picked up her backpack and ran away quickly. She walked so fast that she didn't notice a small notebook falling on the ground. Zhou Rongyan waited until her figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, then bent down to pick up the notebook. He casually flipped through it and handed it to Ji Luo. Ji Luo looked at it briefly and saw it was a diary Qin Jinju had written over the past month, which was actually a self-criticism letter. She sneered. Her family sent her to work a farm for a month, but I don't think she's made any progress. Luo Luo. She looked nervous just now, clearly guilty of doing something bad. Zhou Rongyan also noticed. This bad thing is definitely aimed at me. Let's go inside and see what tricks she has. A suspicion arose in Ji Luo's mind. After all, in exams, the most common trick to cheat is to secretly hide answers or cheat sheets beforehand. As she guessed, her desk drawer contained a small cheat sheet for the upcoming afternoon exam. When Zhou Rongyan took it out, Ji Luo smiled. I don't know how their family educates them, but they've raised such a stupid and wicked person. Luo Luo, what should we do? Zhou Rongyan didn't want to let Qin Jinju go. If he hadn't happened to discover her today, Ji Luo's entire life could have been ruined by her. Just play along. Ji Luo had no feelings for this blood-related sister. If she wanted to harm her, she wouldn't be kind-hearted and forgive her. Since this was her own trap, let her jump into it willingly. Zhou Rongyan had no objection to her plan. He stayed with her until the other students returned, then got up and left for his exam. In the afternoon, it was chemistry. When the exam paper was handed out, many students looked worried. Ji Luo had spent a lot of time reviewing chemistry recently, filling in the gaps in her knowledge, so she answered as smoothly as she did in the morning. Report. Qin Jinju raised her hand and stood up. Ji Luo paused slightly, a small smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, waiting for her to perform. What's the matter? The invigilator at the back stepped forward. Teacher, I want to report her for cheating. Qin Jinju pointed to Ji Luo's back and shouted loudly. I saw her with a cheat sheet in her drawer. She was secretly flipping through it. Ji Luo put down her pen. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, she slowly stood up, leaning on the desk with a calm expression. Teacher, I didn't cheat, nor did I look at anything in the drawer.
Please check.
Stand aside first. Two invigilators approached simultaneously. One took her exam paper, the other checked her drawer. The male teacher found a small notebook in her drawer. Seeing that she really had a cheat sheet, the students nearby immediately changed their expressions. Ji Luo didn't care about their looks. She stood there confidently, appearing unbothered. Is this yours? The male teacher asked first. Ji Luo shook her head.
No.
I only brought my exam tools and water bottle. The other things in the drawer aren't mine. Ji Luo, if not yours, then whose could it be? I saw you flipping through the notebook in your drawer. You're clearly cheating. Qin Jinju deliberately raised her voice so everyone in the classroom could hear, her eyes full of smug satisfaction. The teacher had already opened the booklet and was quickly flipping through its contents. She then handed it to the female teacher nearby. After reading, the female teacher looked at Ji Luo without saying a word and asked, Who is Qin Jinju? I am. Qin Jinju answered without thinking, raising her hand. Both invigilators looked at her simultaneously. The female teacher, with a serious face, asked, Why is your reflection journal in Ji Luo's exam desk drawer?
What?
Qin Jinju's face changed instantly. She jumped up and said, Impossible. It's not my journal. It's her cheat sheet. Look for yourself. The female teacher threw the booklet to her. Qin Jinju was a bit far away and didn't see clearly. When the teacher threw it over, she quickly recognized it as her small diary. Her face changed drastically, and she stammered, Impossible. How could this happen? She must have a cheat sheet in her drawer too. How do you know I definitely have a cheat sheet in my drawer? Ji Luo calmly asked back, her beautiful, shining eyes filled with coldness. She then questioned, Why would my diary be in your drawer? Everyone else is busy answering questions. Why do you have time to watch me during the exam? Qin Jinju naturally couldn't answer these questions. After all, the cheat sheet in her desk drawer was indeed placed there by her. Now she realized that she must have been caught earlier when she hurried out, and her diary fell on the ground. It was then discovered by Ji Luo and the others, who deliberately swapped it to trap her. Ji Luo, you're setting me up. Qin Jinju understood this and was furious, her face turning pale. Ji Luo didn't bother to explain further and told the two invigilators, Teacher, the cheat sheet she previously put in my desk is now in the teacher's desk drawer. Please check. Qin Jinju has had personal conflicts with me before.
It wasn't just a small fight.
Her parents, elders, and siblings all know about it and have registered it with the police. Previously, I tolerated her behavior a few times because she was young and naive. I only asked the police and her family to give her moral education. This time, I will not tolerate or compromise. I request the invigilation team to investigate this matter thoroughly and impose the strictest punishment on those responsible. After speaking, I apologize to the other students. Sorry, everyone, for delaying your exam. When such an incident happened in the exam room, the two invigilators did not take it lightly. One went to call the supervisor, and the other resumed the exam. Continue with the test. The exam time is extended by 5 minutes. At that moment, Qin Jinju felt a cold shiver down her spine, and her hands trembled with fear. She never expected things to turn out like this. If she was taken away for investigation, her grandfather would definitely be furious. Ji Luo didn't care about what happened afterward. She sat back in her seat, picked up her pen, and continued working on her exam as if nothing had happened. Soon, the invigilation team arrived. After confirming the full story, 2 security officers took Qin Jinju away. You can't just take me, you should also take Ji Luo, Qin Jinju shouted loudly. Qin Jinju was a poor student, especially weak in physical education. She only knew how to answer 2 or 3 questions on the exam paper. She knew she was going to fail this test and had little hope of getting into college. Since that was the case, she didn't want Ji Luo to continue taking the exam, so she yelled loudly. Ji Luo clearly understood her malicious plan. She looked up and told the invigilation team, "Everyone, Qin Jinju's parents and elders are all officials. Her mother is director by Shui Mei of the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department at Provincial First Hospital. Her father seems to be a leader in the health department. Please notify her family to handle this. Children do not blame their parents for their mistakes." Qin Jinju's malicious nature was closely related to her family's upbringing. Ji Luo didn't want any contact with Bai Shuemei, but since Qin Jinju repeatedly targeted and harmed her, she wouldn't mind showing them their place. When she mentioned her parents' identities, Qin Jinju's face changed dramatically. "Ji Luo, why are you bringing my family into this? Without your parents' indulgence and protection, would you dare to act out and bully others? Without their backing, could you have easily left the police station last time? Today, you're trying to trap and harm me again, disrupting the exam. Do you think you're only losing face? I am just an ordinary student, but I am also a military spouse. If you maliciously frame a military spouse, you don't understand. Go ask your parents about it. It is exam time now. I won't waste words with you. Go back and tell your parents to come and give me an explanation." Ji Luo clearly expressed her stance. The invigilators won't take this lightly either, since Qin Jinju disrupted the exam and affected everyone. The negative impact is serious, and it must be handled strictly. Qin Jinju was quickly taken away. The exam room returned to silence. The head of the invigilation team spoke again. "You may extend the exam by 3 more minutes." Because of the special situation in this exam room, 2 additional teachers were brought in to supervise. They monitored from the front and back of the classroom, with 2 others watching from outside the window. Ji Luo felt confident and calm. She had genuine skills. Even if 10 or 8 more invigilators stared at her, she wouldn't care. She quickly answered questions with her pen. After finishing, she carefully checked her answers twice. When she was sure there were no mistakes, she gently raised her hand and submitted her paper early, leaving the classroom. At this moment, Qin Xiao and Bai Shuemei both received calls from the head of the invigilation team, informing them that Qin Jinju caused trouble again. They were very angry and immediately stopped their work, took leave, and hurried over to handle the situation. Ding, ding, ding. After the exam bell rang, students gradually left the exam room. Zhou Rongyan also quickly came over to meet Ji Luo. Luo, why did you leave early?" Ji Luo told him what happened in the exam room. She saw Qin Dongxiu was also at this test site in the morning. She planned to wait for him here and have him bring a few words back to the Qin family. "How did you do?" Su Guanglei approached with a big smile. "Not bad." Ji Luo had already estimated her score. This subject was likely a full score without surprises. Zhou Rongyan was best at science and engineering subjects. The questions today he had done many times at home, so he was very confident. Su Guanglei also did well and was full of confidence. "I think I did well in both subjects today. The one I'm least sure about is Chinese tomorrow morning." He had spent a lot of time reviewing Chinese recently. Ji Luo and Lin Wei also helped him, even creating a perfect review plan. All the memorization points were in his mind, but he was worried he wouldn't perform well in the exam. The 3 of them felt relaxed about the exam. Zhao Weiping also did fairly well, but not as good as them. Qin Dongxiu came out a bit late, together with Qin Dongxian. The brothers were smiling and talking about the exam content just now, looking like they did well. "Are you the brothers of Qin Jinju?" Ji Luo stepped forward to block their way. She was sure that Qin Dongxiu and Qin Jinju were siblings. The older man beside them was probably also from the Qin family, as they looked somewhat alike. "Yes, I am her younger brother. This is our eldest cousin. Do you need something?" Qin Dongxiu was not surprised to see her here. He was curious about what she wanted, since they had no prior contact. "My name is Ji Luo. Ji for the season, Luo for falling flowers and flowing water. I am the owner of 4 Seasons Home Textiles." Ji Luo introduced herself first and explained what happened earlier that afternoon. "Qin Jinju and I were in the same exam room. During the exam, she played tricks to trap me, and the proctors took her away.
What?
The Qin brothers looked shocked. Ji Luo recounted the whole story. When they heard it, their faces darkened and turned pale. She continued, I already told you before, if your family can't control her, only the law can. Tell your parents that I never started any trouble with her. She always provokes me first. Neglecting to teach her properly is the parents' responsibility. Her reckless and malicious behavior is related to how she was raised. I want them to give me an explanation later. And don't try to use your power to interfere with the proctor's punishment. If I find out Qin Jinju was not punished properly because your family is protecting her, I will report it to the education authorities in the provincial capital and even Kyoto.
I mean what I say. Take my stance and words back to them.
After saying that, she turned and left. When the brothers returned home angrily, Qin Xiao and his wife, along with Qin Jinju, were not back yet. They immediately called their grandfather and other elders. The old Qin man was furious. He dropped everything and told his driver to take him there right away. Qin Xiao and his wife, to protect Qin Jinju's reputation, were negotiating with the proctors. They apologized and even hit Qin Jinju, forcing her to admit fault and apologize. This was the first year of the resumption of the college entrance exam. The exam supervisors and proctors were carefully chosen. They all agreed to punish Qin Jinju strictly. While they were discussing, the old Qin man arrived. After greeting the leaders of the proctor team, he made a decision on the spot. Sorry, everyone. I didn't educate my younger generation well, which disrupted the exam. On behalf of the Qin family, I apologize. Qin Pearl made a mistake. How to handle it is how it should be handled, all according to the rules. I will first take her back to the Qin family, and after the college entrance exam, I will bring her here to face punishment.
Dad.
Bai Xuemei initially thought he was here to help, but it turned out to be, shut up. For the first time, old Master Qin lost his temper with her, his face dark and full of anger. You raised such a worthless child, and the shame she brought to the Qin family is beyond measure. Qin Pearl had already expected her grandfather to lose his temper. When he pushed the door open, she hid behind Qin Xiao. Now she was so scared that she was sweating and trembling all over. Take this brat back with me. Old Master Qin's eyes were blazing with fire. His anger was not only directed at Qin Pearl but also at Qin Xiao and his wife. When they returned home, the incident that happened in the exam hall that day was already spreading in the community. Outside the Qin house, many people had gathered to watch. There was a relative of a student in the exam hall who was a government official, living nearby the Qin family. After the exam, she immediately went to find her relative and told him about the incident. When Qin Dongxiu and the others returned home, the news was already out and the Qin family couldn't suppress it. Back home, seeing many neighbors gathered outside, Qin Xiao and Bai Xuemei were so angry that their hearts pounded. They slapped Qin Pearl twice in the car. Kneel here. Before old Master Qin even got out of the car, he issued the order and also told the driver, Xiao Lu, go get a stick for me. Other members of the Qin family came out, including the elderly Bai family members who had hurried over after hearing the news. Old Lady Bai rushed over. Old Qin, has the investigation been completed? Pearl wouldn't do something wrong without reason. There must be a good explanation. Let's investigate first before punishing her. Your grandmother says you have a reason. Now tell her. I'll give you a chance to explain. Old Master Qin didn't hide from others and wasn't afraid of being laughed at. Pearl, speak, the elderly Bai immediately urged.
Speak.
Old Master Qin took the stick Xiao Lu handed him, pointed at her, and asked sternly, his face dark and cold, I'll give you a chance to explain. As long as you have a valid reason and everyone agrees that what you did was right, I'll risk everything, even the reputation of the Qin family, to help you get justice. I won't let you suffer any unfairness. Qin Pearl was already acting out of malice. She couldn't come up with a reason and cried, she hit me last time. I hate her. I want revenge, to get back at her. She hit you last time, and that was your fault. Qin Dongxiu was the first to step forward and confront her. Dongxiu. The two elders of the Bai family frowned, feeling somewhat displeased that he was criticizing her at this moment. Grandpa, Grandma, please don't spoil her anymore. Your indulgence isn't good for her. You're actually harming her. She is an adult now. She speaks rudely to others, curses constantly, and doesn't distinguish right from wrong. She makes mistakes, but doesn't reflect on them. No one has any grudge against our family. They never provoke trouble first. It's always her who inexplicably causes problems. She throws tantrums and acts out, but does that mean others have no temper? She keeps picking fights again and again. Why should others tolerate her, or let her get away with it? There's a saying that's true. If we don't teach her properly now, the law of the country will eventually teach her how to behave. By protecting and indulging her now, you're actually harming her. She relies on your love and acts recklessly outside, always causing trouble and leaving you to clean up after her. She's never worried about taking responsibility. If this continues, she'll end up like Yang Xiaoke. If she's not disciplined now, she'll end up in jail someday, and then it will be too late to teach her a lesson. Qin Dongxiu and Qin Jinju are twins. Although he is the younger brother, he has always been calm and steady, very different in personality from his sister. He has never needed the elders to worry about him. He has long been annoyed by his sister's behavior and has often criticized her. However, the family elders always spoil her, thinking her childish antics are harmless, not realizing that this subtle influence has shaped her current personality. When he spoke these words, Grandpa Qin felt very pleased. But seeing Qin Jinju's face change again, he shouted at her, "I don't expect you to behave as well as Dongxiu. My expectations for you are never high. Just stay out of trouble outside and don't cause problems for the family. If you don't want to study, then don't. If you're not ambitious, I won't force you. Do what you like. I've never had high hopes for the future of the Qin family because of you. All your siblings are working hard to move forward. They don't need us to watch over them constantly. They study diligently on their own. But you keep causing trouble, embarrassing yourself outside, and now you're dragging the whole family down with you. You're not eager to improve or make a name for yourself, nor do you want to bring honor to the family. I don't care about that. The Qin family has more than just you as a grandchild. You really shouldn't have caused trouble outside, especially not to affect your brother and other siblings' future." After old Master Qin finished shouting, a respected former leader sighed and said, "Qin Xiao, you and your wife really need to discipline Jinju. If you keep spoiling her like this, it will not only harm her but also hurt you and your family, especially Dongxiu. Dongxiu is a good student and has the best chance among his peers to get into college. His future is very promising. Today, Jinju made a mistake, and if her record gets stained, it will greatly affect him. You should understand this." Qin Xiao looked regretful and nodded, saying, "Uncle Wu, you're right. We didn't discipline her well. Does Jinju have a personal issue with that exam candidate?" The leader named Wu asked. Qin Xiao felt ashamed to answer, since they had conflicts many times, all caused by Jinju. After hesitating a few seconds, he said, "The other person is a military wife. She is the official in charge of that store Yang Xiaoke used to target. Jinju followed Yang Xiaojia and others to cause trouble, and that's how they became enemies." Hearing this, old Wu frowned and said, "Yang family matters. You should have known better. You should have explained the pros and cons to Jinju clearly back then. Grandpa Wu, we've said everything we could. My parents even tried to talk to her seriously, but she's too stubborn to listen. Instead, she scolded us and said we're not loyal." Qin Dongxiu really wanted to open her head and see if there was anything inside but dirt. "Stupid." That was old Wu's harsh comment about Jinju. The Qin family really raised a fool. She's willing to risk her life just to stand up for her friends. Does she think dying early is fun? I can see now the Qin family has raised a real idiot. Qin Xiao and Bai Xuemei are both smart, high-level intellectuals. How did they end up with such a fool? Jinju is just a pretty face with no real depth or culture, a useless ornament. An ornament is nice to look at, but she's more like a blackened pickle jar inside. Children in the family should be well-educated. You can't just raise them. You must teach them properly. If not, it will only harm themselves in the future. If Shinju isn't taught properly now, the ones who will suffer later are Qin Xiao, his wife, and Dongxiu. The others' voices were soft, but Shinju heard every word. She felt angry and upset, but dared not lash out in front of the elders. She lowered her head, tears of grievance streaming down her face. Seeing her feeling wronged, old Master Qin, already angry, became even more furious. He grabbed a stick and gave her several harsh whacks, not holding back any strength, causing her to scream loudly. In the end, Qin Jinju was beaten and ordered to kneel on the cold floor to reflect on her actions. The White family's elders felt sorry for their granddaughter, but recalling what her older cousin and old Wu had said earlier, they had to harden their hearts and let her learn a lesson. Qin Jinju knelt in the cold wind for 3 hours and was not allowed to eat dinner. She almost fainted from the cold and a high fever until old Master Qin finally allowed her to go home and asked Qin Dongxiu to supervise his son and daughter-in-law from doing foolish things. The next day, Qin Jinju missed her exams, but the 2 exams that day went smoothly. Zhou Rongyan and Ji Luo performed steadily, and Su Guanglei did fairly well in Chinese, better than expected. Zhao Weiping's math score was not very good, and after comparing answers with Ji Luo and the others, he felt a bit down. Ji Luo was enrolled in a foreign language major. She still had an extra foreign language test scheduled for the 3rd morning. There were only a few students in the foreign language program. When the exam papers were handed out, everyone looked worried except Ji Luo, who calmly worked through the questions. The multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions were manageable, but the subjective questions were very difficult, and many had no idea how to start. After the exam, the proctor collected the papers and told Ji Luo, "You did well." "Thank you, teacher." "You worked hard," Ji Luo replied. She was very confident in herself. The foreign language exam was not difficult. Compared to modern foreign language proficiency tests, it was a piece of cake. Since she decided to study foreign languages, Ji Luo asked Su Guanglei and Lin Wei to help her gather review materials. She also told a small lie, saying she had previously learned from a foreign professor who was exiled to a rural village, and she secretly consulted him, giving her some basic foreign language skills. No one doubted her current level. When Ji Luo left the exam room, Zhou Rongyan, waiting outside, immediately approached her with concern. "Luo, how did it go?" "Not bad," Ji Luo replied with a bright smile, feeling a little proud. "The invigilator should be proficient in foreign languages." When I was answering questions, he kept watching beside me. After I finished, he even praised me for doing well. Seeing that she also did very well in the foreign language test, Zhou Rongyan's deep eyes were filled with a smile. "Is it in the bag?" "Definitely." This year, the college entrance exam allowed students to fill in their preferred universities early. Ji Luo decisively chose her dream school, the top university in the country, Jing University, and selected the English major. Zhou Rongyan and Su Guanglei applied to the Military Command College. Yesterday, after their final exam, they were called to the office by the military district leaders. After estimating their scores, the leaders immediately contacted friends at the Military Command College to inquire about their results. Finally, the leaders gave them reassurance, and their scores were secure. Both of them felt confident and happy, but they are modest and reserved by nature. Instead of celebrating openly, they quietly kept their joy in their hearts. As they walked to the playground, a group approached them, including Bai Xuemei and 2 older elders. One was a middle-aged man, not Qin Xiao, but about the same age, with features somewhat similar to the older man they saw earlier. Bai Xuemei and her companions came looking for Ji Luo. They heard she had applied for a foreign language major and was taking an extra foreign language test today. Once she finished, they planned to find her immediately. "Ji Luo, let's find a place to talk," Bai Xuemei said for the first time, calling her by name. Ji Luo understood. She was there for Qin Jinju. She carefully compared the appearances of the 4 people and was fairly sure that the 2 elders were her grandparents, and the man was probably her uncle. "Arrange it," Ji Luo replied coldly, without greeting anyone else. Seeing her agree, Bai Xuemei pressed her lips and said, "Let's go to the decommittee office next door." Her older brother works there, so it would be more convenient and safer to talk at his office. Ji Luo nodded, then linked her arm with Zhou Rongyan's, and they went ahead. Ji Luo, Sister Luo. Just outside the exam site, Chen Jifeng, Ji Bingqing, He Jie, and Jiao Jiao ran over with smiles. He Jie, Jiao Jiao, didn't you stay at home for a few more days? Why are you here right after the exam? Ji Luo asked with a smile. We brought our parents to visit the provincial city, Jiao Jiao said happily. Ji Luo didn't see her parents from the Ji family and asked quickly, where are they? They're at the shop. We came specifically to pick you up, Jiao Jiao replied excitedly, not noticing Bai Xuemei and the others. She asked her eagerly, Ji Luo, how did you do? Guess, Ji Luo teased her. It must be great, Jiao Jiao said confidently, knowing her well. And He Jie also did well, but probably not as well as you and Brother Zhou, she added with a smile. I believe in you. College is definitely not a problem, Ji Luo said confidently. They had been trained by Ji Luo herself, so she trusted them. As long as they performed normally, getting into the university they wanted was not difficult. They too were talking about the exam, but Chen Jifeng and Ji Bingqing's attention was on Bai Xuemei and her group. Their expressions looked a bit strange. After they finished speaking, Ji Bingqing immediately came over, holding Ji Luo's hand and frowned, saying Luo Jie, they. Let's talk about it later. Ji Luo gave her a look and said to the others, Brother Chen, He Jie, Jiao Jiao, I have something to do at noon and can't go back to eat with you. Please apologize to Uncle and Auntie for me. I'll come back to the shop after I finish. We can have dinner together tomorrow. Okay, go ahead and do your thing. Ji Bingqing's brows remained furrowed as she didn't let go. She looked at Bai Xuemei, already guessing her identity. Bai Xuemei also guessed that she was Ji Erlin's eldest daughter. She looked like Li Shufan. When Ji Sanlin divorced, Ji Bingqing was already born, but she was only 2 or 3 months old then. After watching them leave, Li Jiao Jiao softly asked, Bingqing, that woman looks like Ji Luo. Do you know who she is? Jiao Jiao. Can't you guess?
Yi Bingqing replied.
Li Jiao Jiao had some guesses, but didn't expect them to meet so soon. She frowned and said, they didn't come to find Ji Luo before. Now that she'd just finished her exams, they came looking for her. Do they know she did very well and suddenly want to meet her? Not necessarily. They are dressed quite well, not like ordinary people. Something must have happened that we don't know. After He Jie arrived in the provincial city, his eyesight and abilities improved. He stopped guessing randomly and said, let's go. Let's go back first. If Ji Luo wants to talk to us, she will tell us. If she doesn't want to say anything, don't ask too much. We should respect her. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they reached Bai Zhenghao's office, where he personally brought everyone a cup of hot tea. 6 people sat around the desk. Bai Zhenghao looked at Zhou Rongyan and spoke first. Comrade, please introduce yourself. Zhou Rongyan, commander of the 1st Battalion, Sand City Military District. They sat side by side. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was gentle and beautiful. From their appearance and demeanor, they looked like a perfect match. Bai Zhenghao carefully observed them for several seconds and then introduced himself. My name is Bai Zhenghao. I am the deputy director of the D Committee office. The 2 on my left are my parents, and the one on my right is my sister. Her name is Bai Xuemei, and she is the director of the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department at the 1st Provincial Hospital. Ji Luo listened expressionlessly, her gaze calm as she looked at him. After he finished speaking, she didn't exchange greetings or make any moves, just waited quietly for him to continue. Bai Zhenghao has been involved in official circles for many years and has seen many people. When he looked into her eyes, he felt as if she could see through his thoughts. After a brief pause, he asked directly, you should know who we are, right? Yes, Ji Luo replied with 2 words. Seeing that she indeed knew, Bai Zhenghao glanced at Bai Xuemei. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Luo added, the mother and uncle of Qin Jinju, and the grandparents, you came to see me today because of her. Bai Zhenghao looked into her clear, deep eyes and pressed his lips together, saying, I'm talking about a different identity. Different identity? I don't need to know, and I don't want to know. In my heart, you are just Qin Jinju's elders, Ji Luo answered, giving him the response he wanted. Jinju and you are. Bai Zhenghao had only spoken halfway when Ji Luo interrupted. We are just strangers who look alike, nothing more. Seeing that she had recognized him long ago but hadn't spoken out, Bai Xuemei felt complicated. Ji Luo, you don't know what happened back then and you don't understand what's in my heart. Director Bai, what happened back then and what's in your heart have nothing to do with me. You called me here today. If it's just to talk about old gossip, there's no need. I don't want to waste any more time on these matters, Ji Luo said coldly. Ji Luo, Xuemei is your mother. How can you speak to her with this attitude? Bai's mother interrupted, her tone filled with blame. Ji Luo turned her head, her gaze falling on her, and a sharp mockery appeared on her face. She is your mother. Do you dare to say those 4 words in front of your current son-in-law? Bai's mother stiffened, pursing her lips without replying. Having a mother who is a director at a provincial hospital and relatives who are high-level officials, I want to tell the whole world if you're willing. If your family truly wants to acknowledge her, then it would be easy to talk. Ji Luo's words carried 2 parts of sarcasm and 2 parts of ridicule. If the Bai family truly wanted to be known and to acknowledge her, they would have come to her voluntarily after their first meeting at the hospital. But months have passed, and besides Qin Jinju constantly causing trouble, Bai Xuemei and the Bai family have never taken the initiative to find her. This clearly shows they don't want to acknowledge her or let her interfere with Bai Xuemei's family life. No matter what, your mother did give you life, and you are related by blood. Why do you speak so harshly? White Mother frowned and said, How? Do you want me to acknowledge her, be close to her, and deepen our feelings? Do you want me to call you grandparents and uncle now? Ji Luo sneered, glancing at their empty hands, and then asked, Are you ready with the greeting gift? The White family members looked uncomfortable under her gaze. They were well-educated and couldn't say harsh words, but she insulted and mocked them, making their faces very dark. You should have heard about what happened back then. Xuemei was also a victim, all because of your father's bad behavior, White Mother said, getting emotional about the past. Ji Sanlin is a terrible person. I never deny that. I even scolded him to his face. I heard about what happened to your daughter. She was bullied by Ji Sanlin when she was young. She is a victim and deserves sympathy. But do you think I should sympathize with her suffering and unfair treatment? Ji Luo's question made White Mother speechless. The White father and son looked tense and didn't speak. Seeing they said nothing, Ji Luo's voice suddenly became very serious. She's a victim, and so am I. Her expression was cold now. A sharp chill filled the air, making the White family tremble. Ji Sanlin's bad behavior and the White family's mess. You don't understand. Your daughter stayed there for a year or 2. She should know what's going on. She gave birth to me, but didn't raise me, leaving me in that wolf's den, ignoring me ever since. Can't she imagine the suffering I endured? She is a victim, and Ji Sanlin's unilateral harm destroyed her. And I, the victim, was hurt not only by Ji Sanlin and the White family, but also by her and you. The harm you caused me is no different from what the White family did. You are all my executioners. You have no right to talk about blood ties. You have never been family to me, only strangers with no connection. You should be glad my personality is different from Qin Jinju. I hate the White family and you, but I don't want revenge. I just want to never have anything to do with you again. If I were as narrow-minded as Qin Jinju, blaming all my suffering on you, I would today stay at your daughter's house, enjoying good food and drink, letting the whole world know she is a daughter, and revealing the family's secrets you wish to hide. She said a lot, and I don't know which sentence triggered Bai Xuemei. Suddenly, she spoke out. Enough. She was quite emotional, but Ji Luo remained calm and indifferent, maintaining her usual cold attitude. I have no intention of bringing up your past or letting others know about our relationship. I never wanted to ruin your current life, nor do I want outsiders to disturb my hard-earned, peaceful life. This is my stance, and it will never change. I will have no contact with you or the Bai family. Please control your family members. You should understand that only by never having contact can some secrets stay hidden forever. If that fool you raised keeps causing trouble, becoming more obsessive and crazy, and exposing the secrets you want to hide, the consequences will be yours to bear." Her words were clear and direct. The Bai family saw her attitude clearly. From her current expression, they could tell she was not simple. Aside from her abilities, her temperament and demeanor are unmatched by others her age. At this point, there was no need to talk about blood relations anymore. Bai Fu, who had been silent, finally spoke. "I heard you run CG Textile. Now you're considered a business person. Business people care about profit. Regarding Jinju, are you willing to negotiate like a business person?" Ji Luo smiled slightly. "Yang Xiaoka is targeting CG Textile because my shop's business is good and profitable. Not to brag, but my shop's monthly net profit is equal to what Director Bai earns in 50 years. So, I'm not short of money, and you can't offer me enough." Her small shop earns such high income, which surprised the Bai family and disrupted their previous plan. Bai Fu pressed his lips and said, "Besides money, there are other things. I heard your shop is affiliated with a state-owned factory, which is legal now, but policies are changing constantly. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. You just took the college entrance exam and probably want to change careers. We can help you find a job in an official government agency." A government job is indeed hard to come by, and the Bai family showed sincerity. However, Ji Luo did not need to say more. "Once again, I won't boast, but I applied to Jing University. When I just came out of the exam room, the invigilator told me I did very well. So, it's not surprising that I will get into Jing University. After graduation, I will be assigned a good job, not just a regular government position." When she said this, the 4 members of the Bai family all changed their expressions at the same time, their eyes showing the same shock. After the shock, their eyes were filled with deep, complicated feelings. Ji Luo sipped her warm tea, not waiting for them to make more demands, and said, "I don't need anything you can give. I already have some, and for what I don't have now, I will earn it with my own hands and mind. I have my own principles and bottom line, and I have pride. What I want, I will work hard to get. I refuse to use this kind of deal. Instead of wasting time here, you should focus that energy and time on helping Qin Jinju improve. To be honest, your way of protecting her isn't really caring for her, it's harming her. You are the ones pushing her toward the edge of a deep abyss. If you want to push her in further, just keep trying." After speaking, she slowly stood up from the table and gently addressed Zhou Rongyan. "Brother Yan, let's go." They left hand in hand, and the Bai family members didn't try to stop them. They were all thinking about what she had just said. Her words were similar to what Qin Dongshu had said. They didn't agree with this way of education. They believed the Bai family's overprotectiveness was what spoiled Qin Jinju. They thought it was their excessive indulgence that made her like this. A few minutes later, after Ji Luo and the others had gone far away, Bai Zhenghao finally spoke. "Shuemei, Dongshu was right. Jinju has indeed been spoiled by you all. If we don't change now, she might do even more extreme things in the future, and then it will be too late. She's an adult now, not a 3 or 5-year-old child. If she makes mistakes, she must face the consequences. Only then can she slowly change and grow. The recent disruption of the exam and the framing with clear evidence will definitely result in her being expelled and banned from taking exams. Jinju isn't cut out for studying. With her grades, she can't get into university. Don't blame me for being blunt. Studying requires effort and talent. With her talent, even repeating school 3 or 5 times won't help. There's a saying, all roads lead to Rome. Since studying is not suitable for her, we should find another path. As long as she doesn't go down the wrong road, any suitable option is fine. Big Brother said this, and Bai Shuemei agrees. She looks worried and says she has no other hobbies, only wants to sing and dance. Our original plan was that after the college entrance exams, if her scores were good, she would go to university. If not, she would join the Army's art troupe. Now, things have changed. University is no longer an option, and the Army's art troupe is also out. Although she won't be sentenced this time, her record will show a warning or perhaps a major reprimand. The military will not pass her security check, and both paths are closed because of her actions. Moreover, this warning will stay with her for life, and she won't be able to pursue a career in politics in the future. It was her own stubbornness that caused this result. No one else is to blame. Handling it according to the rules isn't a bad thing. It's a good lesson for her, making her realize that being spoiled and stubborn has consequences. Now, don't think about the future. First, you need to set her straight. We can't let her keep walking down this destructive path. As long as she corrects her attitude and behavior, even if she can't find a job later, you can support her. Later, you can find her a suitable husband from a good family, and she will be able to live a decent life. Also, policies are changing all the time. Besides politics and the military, there should be other options for her in the future. At this point, Bai Xuemei has no other options. Last night, she talked with Qin Xiao for a long time. He said nearly the same thing as Bai Zhenghao. The most urgent thing is to correct her conduct. Seeing that she seemed to listen, Bai Zhenghao brought up Ji Luo. That girl is only 2 or 3 years older than Pearl. She grew up in a rough family in the countryside, but has become so outstanding, beyond our expectations. You saw her just now. Her speech, manners, and calm confidence are far above Pearl's. Pearl can't learn that even if she studies for 10 more years. She's like a newly polished pearl, shining brightly. Her future and prospects are limitless. Let me say something you might not like. Pearl, although she has lived a wealthy and comfortable life since childhood, has been raised to be narrow-minded and petty. She's rude and domineering when speaking to others, selfish and narrow in her views, short-sighted, and only cares about herself. Her cultural knowledge is low, and she seems more like she grew up in the countryside. She keeps causing trouble over and over again, and everyone knows about it. Her reputation is very bad now. If she doesn't change, it will be hard for her to find a good marriage in the future. You are very busy with work, but no matter how busy you are, you must find time to educate her. The most important thing is to be firm and not indulge her as you did before. His words stayed in Bai Xuemei's mind. She rubbed her aching temples and looked worried, saying, I understand. All right, you've been tired these days. Don't think too much for now. Since your parents are here rarely, and we usually don't have many family dinners, it's time to eat now. Let's go and have a meal together. After eating, go home and rest well to regain your energy. As for the punishment from the exam supervision team, just wait for the notice at home. Don't waste effort or give anyone a reason to catch you. The Bai family went to a state-owned restaurant to eat. Ji Luo and Zhou Rongyan were also there. Their food had already been served. They glanced casually at the Bai family and then started eating. Oh, Captain Zhou, Ji Luo, what a coincidence. Hearing the familiar voice, Ji Luo turned to look at the door and smiled brightly. Busy person, it's been a while since we last saw each other. The visitor was Lin Shizong, about the same age as Su Guanglei. He had a slightly overweight belly, slicked back hair, and a bureaucratic look. He approached them with a smile. Just eating? I'll join your table. Welcome. Zhou Rongyan stood up and invited him sit down. I'll order 2 more dishes. Lin Shizong sat down happily, poured himself some tea, and asked with a smile, You've been preparing for the exam recently. I heard Lao Su has dark circles under his eyes. How's the studying going? It has to go well, Ji Luo said happily, her lips curling into a relaxed, playful smile. Get ready for a big red flower. I'll give Lao Su one later. Oh, that's a must, Lin Shizong's eyes lit up. Then he asked her, What about you and your husband? Prepare 2 more, and we'll also benefit from Lao Su's good luck. Wow, you're quite something. Lin Shizong didn't sign up for the college entrance exam. He wasn't interested in studying but liked making friends with scholars. Seeing Zhou Rongyan come over, he took out a cigarette and lighter. Captain Zhou, want one? No, thank you. I don't smoke. Zhou Rongyan politely declined. He used to smoke but quit after marriage. Lin Shizong didn't insist. He smiled and looked at Ji Luo, saying, You really keep your man on a tight leash. Don't let my wife learn that kind of controlling skill. Ji Luo smiled softly and replied, Brother Yan is just respecting me. It's also to protect my and the children's health and well-being. Seeing the two of them happily and affectionately together, Lin Shizong smiled. Old Su spends every day with you guys, always in pairs, happy and loving. He's all alone and looks quite pitiful. Has he been affected by your relationship? You're behind the times, Ji Luo reminded him with a smile. Lin Shizong, being young but already a deputy factory director, was sharp and clever. He immediately straightened up and his eyes lit up. Does he have good news? The Lin family is also from the capital city. Lin Shizong and Su Guanglei have known each other since they were young, growing up together. Su Guanglei and Qin Wanyun's breakup was something he already knew about, but he didn't expect that Su Guanglei had already found someone new. We're also waiting for him to announce it. It should be soon, Ji Luo revealed a little in advance. Tell me more. Do I know the girl? Lin Shizong asked curiously. You probably don't know her, but her mother works with Aunt Su. The girl is very talented and outstanding in every way, and they seem very compatible. She also took the college entrance exam this time and went back to her hometown to take it. Lin Shizong raised his thick eyebrows and asked again, Is old Su at the army base today?
Yes.
I'll visit him at the family compound this afternoon, then come to your place for dinner. I'll stay overnight at his place and head back to the city tomorrow morning, Lin Shizong said eagerly, eager to find out who the girl was. Okay, Ji Luo nodded with a smile.
How about hotpot?
Is that all right? Definitely. I've been here for 2 or 3 years and haven't had hotpot yet. It's cold outside and I've been craving it, Lin Shizong said. He had been working with her for half a year now, and their cooperation was very smooth. He didn't hold back or be polite with her. The three of them chatted at the table. Meanwhile, the Bai family was also talking. Bai Zhenghao knew Lin Shizong and quietly told them, that guy is the deputy factory director of the wool factory. His surname is Lin. He was transferred from Kyoto. I heard his family background is very deep, and the elders sent him here to train and gain experience. He's quite capable. When he arrived, the wool factory was losing a lot of money. They were barely keeping it afloat with government subsidies. Once he came, he made big reforms. He's decisive and efficient. In half a year, he caught 7 or 8 high-level officials involved in corruption and bribery, and he also removed 20 or so middle managers connected to various interests. He cleaned up the entire factory from top to bottom. The current factory director was promoted by him. He's a practical man. Now, he basically runs the wool factory. They had just learned that Ji Luo was connected to him. With power, influence, and financial support, as long as he's smart, the business will definitely thrive. Bai Zhenghao glanced again at Ji Luo, who was chatting happily with Lin Shizong, and said, The Yang family really hit a dead end. His attention was on Ji Luo and Lin Shizong, but Bai's father focused on Zhou Rongyan, sipping his hot tea and saying her husband has a good gaze and a fine demeanor. He's in his early 20s and already a company commander. If he also gets into university, his future will be very bright. They spoke softly. Bai Shuimei remained silent, her face showing complex emotions as she looked at Ji Luo. Unconsciously, her mind recalled those humiliating past experiences, and her suppressed resentment threatened to spill out. She knew that what happened back then had nothing to do with Ji Luo. Her anger should not be directed at her, but at Ji Sanlin, the despicable man. Actually, some things Ji Luo said earlier, she had taken to heart. The pain she suffered was caused solely by Ji Sanlin, but the suffering Ji Luo endured was inflicted by both her parents. Bai Shuimei was aware of the true nature of the Ji family. Ji Luo had probably never had a good day in the Ji household over the years. The hardships she faced were unimaginable. She didn't even know how Ji Luo managed to persist until today and grow into such an outstanding person. Seeing her silent and lost in thought, Bai Zhenghao didn't bring up Ji Luo anymore. Instead, he started talking about Qin Jinju. The 2 dishes Zhou Rongyan ordered later arrived, and Ji Luo's table had already started eating. They weren't discussing business at the table, but talking about the college entrance exams. Lin Shizong was a busy man. After finishing his meal, He arranged to meet them at the residential area that evening and hurried back to the factory to work. Ji Luo and the others didn't say goodbye to the Bai family. After leaving the state-owned restaurant, they drove to the meat factory, buying more meat dishes in one go. They kept some for hotpot at home and also sent some to the shop. When they arrived, the shop was busy with customers. As they entered, they greeted Uncle Andy, Captain Joe, Ji Luo. Both of Lee's parents put down their bowls and stood up. Seeing her pregnant belly, Lee's mother smiled and said, "Your belly is so big now. It looks even larger than most 10-month pregnancies. It must be a healthy baby. It's a bit bigger than normal. With the current growth, it's estimated to weigh about 7 or 8 Jin, around 3.5 bis 4 Kilogramm." Ji Luo had already asked Lin Wei to check. 7 or 8 Jin. That's a big baby, Lee's mother said happily. "Uncle, Auntie, please sit down and continue eating." Zhou Rongyan brought her a stool. Seeing fish and meat on the table, he commented, "Uncle Lee, Auntie, it's rare for you to come to the provincial capital. Stay longer and have more fun before going back. Maybe the day after tomorrow, you can visit our military family housing area." Captain Zhou, "Will that cause you any trouble?" Father Lee had never been to the military, but knew that the military had strict rules, and outsiders might find it inconvenient to enter. "I'll report it in advance. Just register at the gate later." After Ji Bingqing came over, they also visited the military family housing area once. Li Jiao liked it there and said, "Dad, Mom, the military family housing is pretty good. The houses are better than ours back home. The military has schools, hospitals, and service centers. They even have a vegetable plot where they grow a lot of vegetables. Ji Luo often brings us some." "Really? Then we should visit them too," Motherly said with a smile. "Jia Luo, do you want to eat something?" Ji Bingqing poured her a cup of hot tea. "I'm full. I just ate at the state-run restaurant." Thinking of Bai Xuemei, Ji Luo asked, "Did you eat with them?" "No, I just talked to them about some things. I just had a meal with Vice Director Lin from the wool factory." Seeing everyone looking at her, clearly wanting to ask questions but not speaking, Ji Luo smiled and said, "The girls who caused trouble at our shop that time, one who looks like me, is my mother's daughter with her current husband, Qin Jinju. Later, she had a pair of twins. Her family is well off, and they spoil her a lot. My biological mother works at the Provincial First Hospital as the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department. I met her once during a checkup, but we pretended not to know each other. Later, Yan Ge and I went to his comrade's wedding. At the banquet, we saw them again. Qin Jinju was really spoiled. She had a bad temper and personality. She came up and insulted us, calling us country bumpkins, and I slapped her. The Qin family sent her to a farm in the suburbs to do hard labor for a month to educate her. But this punishment didn't make her reflect or change. Instead, she resented me. This time, during the college entrance exam, she was in the same exam room as me. Before the exam on the first afternoon, she secretly put her homemade cheat sheet answers into my drawer. I caught her early, played along, and then the exam supervisors took her away and called her parents. The invigilator team will strictly deal with her, but the final punishment has not been announced yet. My mother's family has probably tried many ways, but nothing worked, so they came to negotiate with me. Despite so many things happening, she simply mentioned it casually." Li Jiao looked worried and asked, "Ji Luo, did they threaten you?" "No, they didn't. They are high-level officials from the provincial city, very smart. They wouldn't do things that look like threats on the surface. They just want to use money and jobs to make a deal with me. I didn't agree, and I took this chance to show my stance. They are smart people, not like Qin Jinju, who is foolish. As long as she doesn't cause trouble or look for conflicts, I think we can leave each other alone in the future." Ji Bingqing saw that when she mentioned her biological mother's attitude, she didn't seem as sad or upset as she had expected. She admired her strong character. When Ji Luo had a falling out with the Ji family and wanted to cut ties, Ji Bingqing even advised her to come to the provincial city and find her biological mother. But she didn't choose that then. Instead, she married Zhou Rongyan. Now, thinking about it, Ji Bingqing admired her decision at that time. Her biological mother didn't love her, and didn't want to acknowledge her. Luckily, she didn't rush to the provincial city to find her, or she might be wandering around now. You, child, are smart, talented, and capable. If your parents don't love you or want you, they will regret it someday. Lee's mother had heard about her situation and felt some sympathy. She also believed her parents would regret their choices. I don't care whether they regret it or not. I only want them not to come looking for me. I don't want any contact with them. I'm happy with my current life and hope they won't bother me. It's best if we live our own lives and never cross paths. Ji Luo has always been indifferent to family ties in both her past and present lives. She has seen through it. These blood-related parents and relatives should be cut off if they cause trouble later. Compared to her previous life, she is much happier now. At least her husband loves her, and her son, who shares her blood, is about to be born. In the future, she plans to have 1 or 2 more children. Her family will be warm and happy, and that's enough for her. All right, you guys eat. I've been busy reviewing recently, and I haven't looked at the accounts for many days. I'll handle this matter this afternoon. After drinking the hot tea, Ji Luo got up to deal with work at the shop and casually assigned Zhou Rongyan the task of inventory checking. That afternoon, the invigilation team publicly announced several typical violations from the exam, posting the punishment results outside each test center. Qin Jinju's name was at the top of the list. Qin Jinju's malicious act of framing other students was very bad. The exam supervision team expelled her from school, canceled her college entrance exam registration, invalidated her exam scores, and gave her a serious warning. The provincial education department also sent her family the official punishment decision. The Qin family has a good reputation and status in the city. Old Master Qin is well respected in the community. But because of Qin Jinju, the whole family is now embarrassed. Qin Jinju knew she had caused trouble, but she didn't reflect on her actions. Before the elders could punish her again, she packed her bags and ran to the Bai family to hide. The Bai couple had just returned home. Bai Jinhao's eldest son, Bai Kai, told them, "Grandpa, Grandma, Jinju came here. She said she wants to stay for a while." When did she arrive? Old Master Bai felt a headache just thinking about his granddaughter. Her sudden visit at this time was just causing trouble for them. She just arrived a little while ago in Lulu's room. Bai Kai, who just turned 20, used to work at a government office. He took a month off to take the college entrance exam. Now that the exam was over, he hadn't gone back to work and planned to rest at home for a few more days. He had just come back from outside and heard about the punishment decision. He frowned and said, "Grandpa, you should talk to her. Tell her to go back quickly. It's not good for her to hide here. It just makes Grandpa Qin angrier. If she honestly admits her mistake and behaves well, her punishment will be lighter." "Did you try to persuade her?" Old Madam Bai asked him. "She won't listen to me." Bai Kai didn't have a close relationship with her, but he was very good friends with his cousin Qin Dongxiu. When the Bai couple went to persuade her, Qin Jinju cried and complained about how harsh Grandpa Qin was, saying he hit and scolded her. She also criticized her parents and younger brother, crying so much that she had tears and snot all over her face. She refused to go back. The elders had no choice but to let her stay at home for now. After work, Qin Xiao and his wife came to pick her up. Qin Jinju didn't want to go back with them. She hid in her cousin's room, refused to come out, and stubbornly threw a tantrum, saying she wouldn't recognize them anymore. In the end, they didn't take her back. They left some living expenses for her older sister-in-law and asked her to take care of her for a few days. So, Qin Jinju stayed at the Bai family house. She probably cared about her reputation. Besides eating and using the bathroom, she stayed in her room most of the time. Before Ji Luo and the others returned to their neighborhood in the afternoon, they heard about the punishment from the exam supervision team. Qin Jinju was expelled from school, banned from taking the college entrance exam again, and received a major demerit on her record. This meant she couldn't pursue a military or political career in the future. She was satisfied with this punishment. In the evening, Lin Shizong was coming over for dinner. As soon as he and his wife arrived home, they started preparing a simple pig's hoof hot pot with various side dishes, filling 2 large basins. Lin Shizong arrived driving the factory's transport truck, bringing a bag of pears and half a kilogram of rice cakes for Ji Luo. He also brought some good news for her. Ji Luo, the towel factory wants to work with you. They want to quickly recover their funds before the new year and add new equipment. They're willing to offer you a price that's 10% lower than wholesale. Did they approach you first? Ji Luo asked. Yes, the sales manager from the towel factory knows me. He's been watching Four Seasons Home Textiles and asked me to help connect you. Lin Shizong had just finished meeting with them and discussed everything carefully. He hurried over and brought some samples for her. Take a look at these samples. The quality is good, similar to Kyoto Towel Factory. I think the price is okay too. Their only condition is large volume cooperation. They urgently need funds. What's the price? What's the minimum order? Ji Luo asked, focusing on the key details. Wholesale price is 3.2 cents per piece, with a minimum order of 100,000 pieces. Ji Luo quickly did the math. The profit looked good, and the quality of the towels was fine. She also wanted to add more products before the new year. She asked for his help. Arrange a meeting with them. I'll meet with them and see if I can buy more at once. We can negotiate the price and I'll choose the colors and styles. Okay, I'll call them now. Tomorrow morning, they'll come to your shop, Lin Shizong said before leaving. When Su Guanglei returned from work, he saw Lin Shizong sitting cross-legged, chatting enthusiastically. He raised an eyebrow. What wind blew you over today? A spring breeze, Lin Shizong replied. Ji Luo smiled at the comment, but didn't join their conversation. She got up to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks for dinner. Zhou Rongyan took a bottle of wine and 3 small glasses from inside. The 3 men poured drinks and gathered around the warm stove, eating, drinking, and chatting. After a toast, Lin Shizong got straight to the point, pressing Su Guanglei about the good news. Naturally, he also revealed Lin Wei's identity. Lin Shizong didn't know Lin Wei personally, but had heard of her family's reputation. The Lin family status wasn't as high as the Su family's, but they were a scholarly family in Haicheng. The Lin family members were highly educated intellectuals, and the head of the family was knowledgeable and respected in the cultural and educational circles. Once you agree, act quickly. Everyone's waiting to celebrate your wedding, Lin Shizong urged him. I will return to Beijing in a few days. Hopefully, I will finalize everything without any issues, Su Guanglei assured him confidently. Good. I like your quickness, Lin Shizong said as he raised his glass to toast with the others. Come on, let's drink. The men drank slowly, chatting and eating. Ji Luo ate until he was about 80% full, then put down his utensils. While they continued talking, he visited other neighbors nearby, discussing the new towel products with each family. Wang Tuanzheng's family had no objections. She handled all the business matters and regularly sent the ledgers to each family. They trusted her skills and knew she was capable. Everything was arranged by her, and they believed it was the right choice. The next morning, Ji Luo met the director of the towel factory at the shop. His last name was Qi. He was a young man in his mid-20s. Because Lin Shizong introduced him, the negotiations went smoothly. Ji Luo ordered 20,000 towels for the first time. They had many colors and styles. Director Qi even offered to give a 2-cent discount per towel. The total order was worth 60,000 yuan. The towel factory quickly prepared the shipment after receiving the big order. By the afternoon, they delivered nearly a quarter of the goods. The rest promised to arrive gradually within a week. After a busy day outside, Ji Luo finished the remaining work and told Qin Jifeng everything. Before going home, he stopped by the shop to invite Li's parents. Uncle Li, Auntie, come to our house tomorrow morning, he said. Okay, they replied happily. Today, they spent the whole day outside without their daughter and son-in-law, taking the bus to explore the town. Hijie, Jiao Jiao, you two should come too. The shop's business will be managed by Jibin and Bingqing. Come help us in the afternoon, Ji Luo added. The shop needed at least 2 salespeople and 2 security guards to stay open. The 4 of them could handle the workload. Li's mother was looking at the new towels delivered from the warehouse. These weren't available in their hometown's county store, and the prices were reasonable. She was tempted and asked, Ji Luo, will you send these goods to Nanxi County? Yes, the state-run stores and supply cooperatives will get some. Also, Chen's cousins in the county are setting up a stall, so they will probably want to order some too, Ji Luo replied. Jiao Jiao was helping arrange the goods on the shelves. Seeing her mother ask, she questioned, Mom, why do you ask about this? It's because your sister finally got her head straight. Now she's living with her 2 kids, without a job or income. She needs to find ways to make money. My husband and I can help a little, but long-term support isn't sustainable, her mother explained. I think these should sell well. If possible, give her some stock to sell, so she can earn some money to get by. Li Jiao thought for a moment and said, take 100 or 2 pieces back first. If she still can't let go of her silly pride and doesn't want to sell at the stall, you and your sister-in-law can sell them. The amount isn't large, so it won't be a big burden. Okay, 100 or 2 pieces should sell well. Our relatives and friends can finish them quickly. Li's mother agreed with her suggestion. They are busy adding new stock. Moving goods is hard work. Li's father is not resting either. He's helping his son-in-law unload and carry the goods. Ji Luo can't do this kind of physical work. She still has to catch her commute bus. After telling Li Jiao 2 things, she hurriedly carried the fresh meat she just bought and rushed to catch her bus.
Yiluo.
Just as she reached the bus stop, she suddenly heard Qin Jinju's hoarse voice. Ji Luo stopped and saw Qin Jinju standing across the street, glaring at her with anger, like she hated her, her eyes blazing. She was wearing the same cotton clothes from the exam day, but they were wrinkled and crumpled. Her hair was messy, and her expression looked a bit wild. Ji Luo frowned but ignored her and got on the bus directly. Qin Jinju, seeing that she was ignored, was so angry she picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the bus. Why are you doing this? The driver was a soldier from the army. He immediately got out of the bus to open the door. Qin Jinju was a typical coward who was afraid of the strong and bullied the weak. Seeing the tall, strong soldier driver get out, she was so scared her face changed. She quickly ran away in panic. Qin Jinju, what are you crazy again? Behind her, Qin Dongshu's voice scolded. He was carrying some things, looked at Ji Luo sitting on the bus, and apologized to the driver. Comrade soldier, sorry. My sister's mental state isn't good. Did she damage the bus just now? The driver checked where the stone hit. There was a mark, but it wasn't serious. He said it didn't damage the bus.
Sorry.
Qin Dongshu apologized again. He didn't speak to Ji Luo and hurried after her with his things. The brother and sister came to the hospital, not to bring things to Bai Shuemei, but to visit Bai Zhenghao's young son. Qin Jinju had been quietly staying at the Bai family for 2 days, but this afternoon she caused trouble again, which resulted in her little cousin being hospitalized. She usually was lazy at home and didn't do chores. She stayed at her maternal grandparents' house the same way, wishing the elders would bring her meals. But Bai Zhenghao and his wife didn't spoil her. In the past 2 days, they have been forcing her to learn how to do housework. She was not asked to cook or do complicated chores, only simple tasks like cleaning and boiling water. After boiling water and pouring it into the thermos, Qin Jinju forgot to put the lid on and left the thermos casually on the ground. Bai Ming, Bai Zhenhao's youngest son, came home from school. The boy was lively and restless and didn't notice the thermos on the ground. He accidentally tripped over it, causing the hot water to spill and the thermos to explode. The boiling water splashed onto his foot. Fortunately, it was winter, and he was wearing cotton shoes with socks inside. His foot was only mildly burned, with blisters on his ankle and the top of his foot. She had only been there for 2 or 3 days when she caused trouble again. Bai Zhenhao's wife felt sorry for her son and scolded her angrily. She then threw a tantrum and cried, refusing to admit her mistake. She blamed Bai Ming for everything and argued with her sister-in-law before leaving. The next day, He Jie and the others took a commuter bus to the family compound. Ji Luo waited at the bus stop on time and led them to register at the gate guard post once they arrived. Li's parents, new to the military area, looked around in the accessible areas and then helped prepare meals. He Jie, Jiao Jiao, The large vegetable patch behind us belongs to our family. I grow winter vegetables like cabbage, radishes, and spinach. You can take a few bags to the store to eat. Ego and I plan to go to Kyoto in a few days, and it will take about 10 days to return. We won't be able to finish all these vegetables. You're going to Kyoto? Jiao Jiao and the others hadn't heard about this before. Yes, we plan to buy a house in Kyoto. Vice Commander Sue's cousin helped us find a suitable place. He called us last night, and we're going to check it out. If it's good, we'll handle the paperwork and buy furniture now. Once we get the notice, we'll go to Kyoto to prepare for the baby. Seeing they were going to Kyoto, Hijie sighed. I regret not applying to a school in Kyoto. He and Jiao Jiao had applied to universities in the provincial capital. Their grades weren't as good as Ji Luo's. They discussed carefully before applying and decided to play it safe by choosing the best university in the province. I'll go to Kyoto first to explore the area. Later, we can meet there. They had previously decided to study in the provincial capital, and Ji Luo supported this. Their shop needed someone to manage it, and Hijie and Jiao Jiao were suitable choices. They could trust them completely. Li Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "Okay, since university has summer and winter vacations, the summer break is quite long. After the holiday, we'll go to Kyoto to find you and visit your family for some good food." Do we need to say such things? Ji Luo rolled her eyes at her. Hihi.
Li Jiao Jiao shuklat.
She carried a big vegetable basket at the back door and called out to her family, Dad, Mom, Hijie, let's go harvest vegetables. Brother Zhou has planted a lot, so we can pick some for the shop. Li's parents and Hijie are city folks. They've never farmed before and usually buy vegetables in the city. They've never experienced the joy of harvesting vegetables. Ji Luo also went along with them. She stood nearby, pregnant, giving guidance, and picked a basket of vegetables for lunch. Zhou Rongyan had gone for morning exercise. After training, he hurried home and saw them harvesting vegetables. He smiled and asked, "Do you want me to help?" Captain Zhou. Li's parents had just dug up a bunch of radishes and lettuce. Dad smiled and said, "Jiao Jiao, and the others will take some to the shop. We've picked enough for 3 or 4 days. Take more over. Usually Li Luo and I don't eat much, and we'll go to Kyoto soon. The vegetables in the field might freeze." Zhou Rongyan stepped forward to help. He quickly pulled out a few small carrots, saying, "Hijie, you and the others can take some to the shop. Let Jifeng send some to the warehouse. There are many people there, and they use a lot of vegetables every day."
Okay.
Hijie responded, took 2 large bags to pack the vegetables. Today, they didn't have hotpot for lunch. Ji Luo had prepared the dishes last night. She steamed 3 big bowls of braised pork, marinated pig's trotters, and pig's head meat. These dishes just needed reheating and mixing to eat. She also made a big bone and lotus root soup, cooked pickled fish slices, and stir-fried 2 vegetables before sitting down to eat. Wow, such good food. Su Guanglei often came here to eat for free. He had his monthly grain and coal supplies sent over and often bought meat to share. They only steamed 1 bowl of braised pork, kept the other 2 in the cupboard. 1 for tomorrow, and the other for Hijie, and the others to take to the shop. Uncle Li, Auntie, eat some meat. Ji Luo took chopsticks and first served them each a piece of the fatty and lean braised pork. She also told the others, help yourselves. Each person can have 2 pieces. Ji Luo, don't go to Kyoto. Stay here in the provincial capital with us. Li Jiao Jiao didn't want her to leave, especially not for her good cooking. Ji Luo smiled and said, learn how to make it yourself. Jiao Jiao, you should learn to cook. Next time, when Ji Luo makes these delicious dishes, you can watch and learn. Mother Li only knows how to make braised pork, but it's not as tasty as this. She doesn't know how to make other marinated dishes either. Today is the first time we've tried these delicious foods. Ji Luo loves eating marinated dishes. Right now, she's gnawing on a marinated pig's hoof and says, Jiao Jiao, making marinated dishes isn't hard. I saw it in a book last time. The marinade pack contains Chinese medicinal herbs. I'll give you 2 packs later and teach you how to make it. You can take it back to the shop to marinate. Okay, I'll try it when I get home. Today's marinated dishes are very popular. The men especially love them because they are fragrant and spicy, which makes the rice taste better. They all ate 2 or 3 bowls of rice, and everyone's mouths turned red from the spice. Because Ji Luo cooked some delicious dishes, the whole neighborhood was filled with a lovely aroma. When Wang and the others came back from the cafeteria, they couldn't enjoy their food properly. That night, each family's sister-in-law came over and bought the remaining marinated pigs had meat. Ji Luo spent the whole day organizing the shop's business. She paid everyone's wages and bonuses 3 days early and also gave each person 2 towels as a reward. Su Guanglei bought the train tickets to Kyoto. These days, only the old-style trains run. It takes 2.5 days from Shaoqing to Kyoto. To take care of Ji Luo, who is pregnant, he bought 3 sleeper tickets. Ji Luo knew how boring a 2 or 3-day train trip could be. She bought a set of Go, Wei Qi, and took turns playing with 3 people, which made the journey less dull. The passengers in the sleeper car were people of some status and behaved well. They stayed quiet while playing Go, and some got interested and exchanged skills with each other. Ji Luo played 2 games with them and spent the rest of the time knitting a sweater. She chatted with the female passengers on the train. They all got along very happily. When the train finally stopped at Kyoto Station, Ji Luo had finished knitting her vest. It was a deep blue color, the one she made for Zhou Rongyan. It had a simple crew neck style, perfect to match with a military jacket. Kyoto was much colder than Shaoqing, and it had already snowed. When Ji Luo got off the train, she was wrapped in a thick military coat, holding a thermos. The other luggage was carried by 2 men. Rongyan, Ji Luo, come with me. Su Guanglei called home before returning. His father had arranged for a guard to drive to the train station to pick them up. The guard was already waiting at the exit, saluting when he saw them. Deputy Commander Su, Captain S, asked me to pick up Captain Zhou and his wife. The wife is waiting at home, and everything has been arranged. Xiao Lu, thank you for your trouble, Su Guanglei replied. Captain Zhou and his wife also thanked him. Xiao Lu, thank you. Certainly, please. The car is parked outside. Xiao Lu helped carry some luggage and led the way confidently. Ji Luo had built a large business in Kyoto in his previous life. Now, visiting for the first time, he found Kyoto less bustling than in later years, but still rich in unique cultural atmosphere. On both sides of the street, red banners were posted everywhere. Bicycle groups moved constantly, and the people walking outside looked energetic and cheerful. They were much more lively and friendly than in later times, greeting everyone warmly and showing a strong sense of community. The jeep drove straight into the military compound. Ji Luo subtly touched Zhou Rongyan's palm and exchanged a silent look with him. Zhou Rongyan wasn't exactly sure about Su's father's official position, only that he was a high-ranking officer. He had never asked Su Guanglei before. Now, entering this heavily guarded place, he began to guess. He tightly held Ji Luo's hand to silently comfort her. We're here. Get ready to get out, the driver announced. Su Guanglei had been chatting with Xiao Lu on the way. He turned to look at them and smiled, saying, Don't overthink it. My old man is just an ordinary elder. Zhou Rongyan and the others smiled but said nothing. They slowly opened the door and got out. Mom, we're back, Su Guanglei called out as he opened the trunk and helped carry the luggage. Su's mother came out smiling. Finally back. Rongyan, Xiao Luo, welcome. Hello, Auntie, they greeted politely. Su's mother opened the big gate in the yard and saw her pregnant belly. She quickly pulled her inside. Xiao Luo, traveling by train is tiring. Come in and rest. Thank you, Auntie. Sorry for the trouble, Ji Luo politely replied.
Don't say that.
My boys are all living outside and rarely come home. The house is quiet and lonely. I'm happy you came to visit. The military compound had heating, and as soon as they entered, warm air greeted them. Ji Luo immediately took off her coat, pretending not to notice, and asked, Auntie, why is it so warm inside when it's cold outside? Our house has central heating, powered by a boiler, Su's mother explained, helping her with her coat. In the north, winters are very cold. often below 0, 10, or 20 degrees. We used to rely on coal stoves for warmth, but now the military compound has heating, so the rooms are warm and comfortable. However, ordinary families still haven't heated their homes. The central heating project has been mentioned above, but it will probably take several more years to implement. In the South, there's no such thing as central heating. Winters are cold and damp, and people just tough it out, Ji Luo said with a smile. They were talking in the living room. Su Guanglei helped move the luggage into the guest room and brought out the gifts prepared by Zhou Rongyan and others. Mom, sister-in-law prepared gifts for you and Dad. Rongyan, Xiao Luo, just come to visit. No need to bring gifts. Auntie, since it's our first visit, we brought a small token to show our sincerity. The gifts Ji Luo prepared were not very expensive. She bought some cigarettes and alcohol, which men like, for Su's father, and a wool sweater for Su's mother, bought from the overseas Chinese store in Sha City. To find suitable yet high-quality gifts, she also exchanged some overseas Chinese notes with Lin Shizong. The couple's sincere intentions were accepted by Su's mother, who then brought out the already prepared cakes and fruits for everyone to enjoy. After lunch at home, Ji Luo rested at the Su family house. Su Guanglei arranged to meet his cousin, Zhou Rongyan, and they went to look at houses together. Ji Luo slept until nearly 4 in the afternoon before waking up. When she came out of her room, Su's mother was on the phone, looking upset. After a few words, she hung up. Annie, did something happen? Su's mother stood up, helped her sit down, and quickly poured her a cup of hot tea. She said, my sister just called. I told relatives and friends in advance that Guanglei is returning to Beijing. They're all very concerned about Guanglei's personal affairs and have been asking around for suitable unmarried girls in the circle. I wanted to talk to Guanglei and have him meet the girls introduced by the elders. I don't know how the Qin family found out about Guanglei's return, but they're scheming behind the scenes, making things difficult. 2 girls who had agreed to meet just now refused. Seeing that the elders in the Su family were worried and making arrangements behind the scenes, clearly unaware that Guanglei was close to good news, Ji Luo thought for a moment and told her, Annie, don't let relatives and friends introduce girls for now. After Deputy Commander Su returns, you and he haven't had a chance to talk yet. Maybe he has good news to tell you. Su's mother's eyes lit up immediately. She grabbed her hand and said, Xiao Luo, are you saying? Ji Luo winked playfully and hinted, before Deputy Commander Su returns, he gave us some news. He said, barring any accidents, he will handle everything this time. Just give him 2 or 3 days. Seeing that her son might have good news, Su's mother was very excited and asked eagerly, Xiao Luo, tell me, who is it? Guess, Ji Luo replied with a deep smile. Mother Su is a smart person who quickly guessed the situation and smiled happily. She asked, Xiao Luo, when did they start dating? They've been preparing for exams and reviewing lessons recently. They work during the day and study together at night. They haven't officially confessed yet, but everyone can see some signs. Mother Su, experienced and understanding, smiled and said, we'll talk to him tonight and give him some support to help settle things sooner. Dr. Lin has a good personality and temperament. She's very ambitious, smart, eager to learn, and hardworking. During this time, while reviewing, she also helped Deputy Commander Su with lessons. They often study until late at night. Most importantly, Dr. Lin supports his work, understands him well, and even admires him. Whenever Zhou Rongyan and his brothers talk about past achievements, especially about Su Guanglei's bravery, Ji Luo always notices Lin Wei's eyes shining. Both spouses respect and appreciate each other. Their family and marriage will be happy. Mother Su already liked Lin Wei. Now that she knew they were dating, she immediately made arrangements. Xiao Luo, have some tea and snacks first. I'll call relatives and friends. Right after the call, Su Guanglei and others returned. As soon as he entered the house, he said, Mom, cook 2 more dishes tonight. I'm bringing a friend to dinner. Mother Su's eyes flickered, and she deliberately asked which friend. Cough, cough, you'll see later. Su Guanglei kept the surprise, and then turned to leave. Rongyan, younger sister-in-law, you 2 rest at home. I'm going to pick someone up. Seeing him rush out, Mother Su and Ji Luo exchanged glances, and both smiled. Mother Su got up to make hot tea and asked, "Rongyan, is the house suitable?" "Quite suitable." Zhou Rongyan took the teacup, thanked her, and continued, "2 courtyard houses, both with 2 entrances and separated by a wall. We just looked at both. One is well maintained, the other is quite damaged, with furniture and windows unusable. We've already discussed the price, 5,600 for the good one and 4,800 for the old one." Su Guanglei had planned to buy a house and asked his cousin to keep an eye out for nearby properties, planning to live close to Zhou Rongyan and his family. These 2 small courtyard houses suited them well. The price was right, the main structure was fine, and the damaged one could be repaired easily and cheaply. "Have the procedures been completed?" Ji Luo asked him. "No, not yet. I've talked with the landlord and we will go see the place together tomorrow morning. Guanglei probably also wants to invite Dr. Lin to see it. If you 2 ladies are satisfied, we will handle the paperwork tomorrow." Mother Su saw her son preparing the wedding house and couldn't stop smiling. This naughty boy has always kept secrets. He won't tell us until the very end. Zhou Rongyan smiled and said, "Guanglei planned to register the marriage directly and then surprise you later. I just advised him to confirm his relationship with Dr. Lin first, then bring her home for a quick visit to give you some time to prepare." "This kid always does things like this," Mother Su scolded, but she was very happy. She picked up the phone and smiled happily. "I'll call his dad and ask him to come home early today." Father Su was also worried about his son's marriage. When he heard the good news from home, he immediately finished his work, took a 1-hour leave, and hurried back early. When he arrived, Guanglei hadn't come back yet. Zhou Rongyan and his wife were in the kitchen preparing dinner.
"Unso Su. Hey, Rongyan, Xiaoyi, welcome."
Father Su strode into the house confidently, with a strong and commanding presence. As soon as he entered, he asked, "Where's that kid?" "He went to pick someone up." "He probably won't be back for a while," they replied. Mother Su was busy in the kitchen instructing, "Hurry up and change your clothes. Come help me prepare the meal." "Okay." Father Su usually helped her with chores at home. Seeing Ji Luo sorting vegetables, he said, "Xiao Ji, I'll do these chores. You're pregnant, so sit in the living room and rest. Uncle, I'll just do some simple tasks. Auntie is handling most of it. I'll chat with her." Ji Luo smiled gently. Father Su had heard from his wife that her family was not very good and her upbringing was difficult, but she behaved politely and gracefully. Most children of officials didn't compare to her. Today, after meeting her, he agreed that she was impressive. Her demeanor outshined her peers. Half an hour later, Guanglei brought Lin Wei home. As soon as he entered, he saw Father Su in the living room and raised an eyebrow. "Old man, why are you back so early today?" "Just came back to help with dinner," Father Su said, tying an apron around his waist. Seeing him bring someone in, he wiped his hands and smiled warmly. "Xiaolin, please come in and sit." "Hello, Uncle." Lin Wei was meeting him for the first time and felt a bit nervous. When she saw Mother Su come out of the kitchen, she also looked a little shy. "Auntie, long time no see." "Xiao Wei, long time no see. Please come in." Mother Su smiled so broadly her eyes squinted. She came over and patted her son's arm, teasing him, "You have good news, but you didn't tell us earlier. Don't you like this big surprise?" Su Guanglei asked with a smile. "Yes, I like it very much." Mother Su took Lin Wei into the house, noticing she was still holding gifts, and said with a smile, "Xiao Wei, next time, don't bring things over." Today was quite sudden. Lin Wei didn't know Su Guanglei had returned to Beijing, nor did she expect him to come to confess and propose marriage so suddenly. On the way here, she felt dizzy and floating. When they reached the gate of the courtyard, she finally snapped out of her daze and asked him to turn the car around to the state-run store to buy some gifts for the elders. At first, Lin Wei was a bit nervous, but with Ji Luo and the others there, she quickly relaxed. During dinner that evening, she also chatted happily with Su's parents. Mother Su knew about the Su family situation. Their background was no worse than the Qin families, and most importantly, they were an educated family with good family values, which made them very satisfied. Lin Wei was also quite happy with Su Guanglei. She was not a shy or pretentious person. Once she approved of him, she was quick to express her feelings. Both young people made their intentions clear, and the matter was settled. The Su family was efficient. The next morning, the 4 young people went to view the house and handle the paperwork. Mother Su prepared all the gifts for the proposal, and everything was arranged in a day. They bought 2 adjacent courtyard houses, close to Ji Luo and Lin Wei's university, about 10 minutes walk away. The price was reasonable. After looking around, they went with the owner to the housing bureau to complete the formalities. Ji Luo and the others wanted to move in quickly. They chose the house costing 56,000 yuan. It was clean and tidy, most furniture usable, with only a few doors and windows needing repairs. After completing the paperwork, Zhou Rongyan took the tools from the house and started working. Ji Luo went nearby to buy daily necessities. Today, Su Guanglei was going to meet Lin's parents. Once the house was settled, they drove to Lin's home. "Comrade, bring me a pair of size 37 leather shoes. And show me that red scarf." As Ji Luo was about to leave after shopping, she heard a familiar voice. She turned slowly and saw that the speaker was Qin Wanyun, who was alone. She didn't know Qin Wanyun well and had no intention of greeting her, so she simply turned and left, carrying her things. "Hey, Brother Yan, why are you here? You don't need to pick me up. I bought some things and can go back on my own. I remember the way," Ji Luo said, and then walked toward the man who was turned away from her, handing him a net bag with a gentle smile. "Since you're here, you can carry this." The man was standing by the roadside smoking, looking down at the item in his hand, then glancing sideways at her. "Comrade, I think you have the wrong person." The man's face appeared in her view. Ji Luo's smile suddenly froze, her eyes fixed on his face. Her pupils shrank sharply. "Yan, know you are? Comrade, I don't know you. You have the wrong person." Seeing she was pregnant, he put out his cigarette. Ji Luo looked at the face before her, which resembled Zhou Rongyan about 80%. A tense string in her heart tightened. Her voice was a little excited. "Comrade, what's your name? Why are you asking that?" he asked coldly. Before Ji Luo could speak, Qin Wanyun's voice came from behind. "Brother Rongjie, I've bought it." "Rongjie? Who is this?" Qin Wanyun carried her things over. Seeing a woman standing in front of him, very close, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and she quickened her pace. When she was 2 or 3 steps behind, Ji Luo turned her head to look at her. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone was a bit cold. "Comrade Qin, long time no see." "You." Qin Wanyun recognized her face, suddenly stopping in her tracks. Her eyes and expression looked a little panicked. "Ji Luo, what are you doing here?" Ji Luo didn't answer her question. She turned her head to look at the silent man beside her. Her words were directed at Qin Wanyun. "Is this your new partner?" She emphasized the word new heavily. Before Qin Wanyun could answer, the man spoke first. "She's not my partner. I'm just here to buy some things with her." He directly denied it. Qin Wanyun's face visibly darkened quickly, showing some embarrassment and anger. "Rongjie, what do you mean? Let's finish buying the stuff and go." The man looked impatient and cold. After speaking, he was about to turn and leave.
"Wait."
Ji Luo immediately stepped forward to block his way, speaking quickly. "Comrade, can I trouble you for 2 minutes? What's your matter?" The man stopped. "Ji Luo, what are you doing? If you have something, go find your man. Why are you stopping him? We have other things to do. Don't waste our time." Qin Wanyun hurried over, looking anxious. "Rongjie, let's go." "I'm in a hurry." The more anxious Qin Wanyun appeared, the more Ji Luo was certain of her suspicion. She quickly turned around and stood between them, looking at Qin Wanyun with a cold gaze. "Qin Wanyun, I give you 2 choices. First, you leave now, and I will talk privately with this gentleman. Second, our couple will ask the military leaders for help, and the police will come to visit the Qin family." "Ji Luo, what do you mean?" Qin Wanyun raised her voice. "My meaning is clear, you know what I mean. This man looked very much like Zhou Rongyan, almost identical in height, build, and silhouette. Even her own husband, who shared her bed, almost mistook him. There are many people in this world who look alike without blood relation, but this man resembled Zhou Rongyan too much. His natural aura was very similar, and at a glance, it was obvious he was a soldier. Ji Luo's sixth sense told her he was probably related to her husband by blood. Qin Wanyun wasn't blind. She had seen Zhou Rongyan before. She couldn't have missed how similar they looked. Considering her recent actions, Ji Luo had already formed an idea. She was almost certain her guess was right. Her attitude toward Qin Wanyun became sharp. The words you told Su Guanglei about making him regret someday. I thought you were just angry talk. Now, it seems you weren't just talking out of anger. You had a plan back then. I don't know what you're talking about, Qin Wanyun said, feeling guilty after her thoughts were exposed. Her eyes showed some panic, and she spoke quickly. Brother Rongjie, let's go. Don't listen to her nonsense. Do you think if you leave today, we won't find out? Ji Luo looked at her coldly. Were you trying to find out? Suddenly, the man behind them spoke. His voice was very similar to Zhou Rongyan's. Ji Luo turned to look at him, her attitude less aggressive, her eyes a bit deeper. I just mistook you for my husband because you look very much alike, almost like twins. As she finished speaking, the man's serious, firm face tensed up. His expression changed drastically, and his voice trembled with a dark, hoarse tone. Where is your husband? At home, Ji Luo replied. Take me to him quickly, the man said excitedly. Sure, I was just about to go home. Seasonal Luo smiled at him and looked back at Qin Wanyun. Seeing her face was very pale and she looked very anxious, she turned to ask the man, Qin Wanyun met my husband. My husband and her ex-fiancé Su Guanglei are comrades and brothers in arms. Didn't she tell you that my husband looks a lot like you? The man's expression immediately turned cold. His sharp eyes fixed on Qin Wanyun and he gritted his teeth. Qin Wanyun, you really are something. Brother Rongjie, I didn't hide it from you. I wanted to surprise you all. I planned to take you to Sha City to see him. Qin Wanyun quickly made an excuse. Get out. The man only said one word. Brother Rongjie, you. Qin Wanyun wanted to explain further, but his cold gaze made her speechless. She glared fiercely at Ji Luo, then hurriedly left with her things. As she left, the man immediately took the items from Ji Luo and introduced himself. My name is Run Rongjie, with Run meaning task, Rong meaning honor, and Jie meaning outstanding. Hearing his name, Ji Luo's eyes flickered, and she asked, Is your twin brother named Rongyan? Yes, his name is Rongyan, with Rong meaning honor and Yan meaning peaceful and beautiful. Our grandfather gave us these names. Run Rongjie was overjoyed inside. He had truly found his brother, the brother he had lost for over 20 years, and now he had finally found him. He is now called Zhou Rongyan, with Rong meaning easy and Yan meaning talented. Ji Luo remembered Zhou Rongyan had told her that his name was based on the Zhou family's naming tradition, using the Rong character. Zhou Dezhu didn't choose the name himself. He just recited a similar-sounding word to Yan, and the team leader at that time helped him pick the name. Let's go. We're going now. Ji Luo slowly walked forward, pointing to a nearby residential area, and said, We just bought a house in front. Brother Yan is fixing the doors and windows at home. I'll take you there to surprise him. Wait a moment. Ren Rongjie suddenly called her, looked around and saw a phone booth across the street, and spoke quickly. Ji Luo, wait for me. I need to call my family. Okay, I'll wait here. Ji Luo could tell he was very excited and eager to share the good news with his parents. Ren Rongjie put the things back in her hands, then quickly dashed across the street, dialed 3 or 4 calls, and then hurried back, took the items from her and left. Brother Yan. As soon as I arrived at the door, Ji Luo loudly called out to the house. Hearing the knocking inside, she shouted again, Brother Yan, come out quickly. We have guests. Who is it? A similar voice came from inside. Run Rongjie's heart tightened. His hands, holding something, clenched into fists as he watched the man stride out of the house with intense focus. Luo who? Zhou Rongyan hurried out in 2 steps, and as he looked up, He saw another version of himself. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Brother Yen, I found your family," Ji Luo said with a smile as she stepped forward to hold his arm. "Rong Yen." At that moment, Run Rongjie felt his whole body become excited and thrilled. He was very sure in an instant that this was his twin brother, Run Rongyen, who had been missing for over 20 years. Zhou Rongyen was very young when he was kidnapped, so he had no memory of him. But family ties are connected by an invisible thread, pulling them together. When they saw each other, there was an indescribable feeling of familiarity and warmth. Brother Yen, his name is Run Rongjie. He lost a twin brother. He should be your real older brother, Ji Luo said with a smile, linking her arm with him. Zhou Rongyen had already asked his superiors to investigate his kidnapping, but there had been no news. Now, suddenly seeing a family member, he was unprepared emotionally. His mood stirred, but with his calm nature, he quickly settled down. He stepped forward to shake hands with Run Rongjie. "I don't remember much from when I was young, nor my old name." Run Rongjie put down what he was holding, reached out, and clasped his hand tightly, his eyes reddening. "I just spoke with my younger sister. Your original name was also Rong Yen, but with different characters. It's Rong, meaning honor, and Yen, as in peaceful waters. Our family surname is Ren, and the first character is the same." Zhou Rongyen also had no memory of this name. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I don't remember." "No need to apologize. We didn't protect you well." Run Rongjie looked more excited than him, his face and lips trembling slightly. "I just called my family. Grandpa's 70th birthday is tomorrow. My parents are in Kyoto right now on their way here." Seeing guests arriving soon, Ji Luo hurried to tidy up the house. "Brother Yen, you two chat first. I'll prepare a room for us to sit." Luo, I'll do it. You rest nearby." Zhou Rongyen didn't want her to work hard, picked up the things on the ground, and said to Run Rongjie, "We bought this house just half an hour ago. It's simple, and we haven't bought much yet. There's no hot tea to drink. Sorry to have you stand outside." Seeing that he recognized him as his brother, Run Rongjie smiled brightly. "I'll help you tidy up." The two brothers worked quickly, one fetching water, the other wiping with an old cloth. Ji Luo also grabbed a broom to sweep away the dust. In just 10 minutes, they had tidied up the living room to welcome guests. "Rong Yan, younger sister-in-law, I didn't tell our parents the exact house number earlier. I only arranged to meet them at the street corner outside. They should be here soon." "I'll go and meet them now," Zhou Rongyen said, setting down his cloth. "Let's go together," said Run Rongjie, smiling and also caring for Ji Luo. "Sister-in-law, the road outside is slippery. Walk carefully." The Ren family arrived sooner than expected. When they came over, 4 jeeps were parked at the street corner, and a group of people in military coats looked around, searching for Run Rongjie. "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom." Here, Run Rongjie led the way, with Zhou Rongyen holding Ji Luo's hand behind him. As the 3 of them stepped out of the alley, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Zhou Rongyen. "Rongyen!" From the crowd, a woman with short hair suddenly cried out loudly. She staggered forward but only took 2 steps before falling to the ground. She then scrambled up, crying loudly, "Rongyen, my Rongyen, Rongyen." "Mom." Run Rongjie quickly stepped forward to support her, holding her and leading her to Zhou Rongyen. His eyes reddened as he introduced, "Rongyen, this is our mom." Rongyen. The son she had lost for over 20 years suddenly appeared before her eyes. Overcome with emotion, Yuan Danzhong couldn't speak properly, her vision blurred, and she fainted into her son's arms.
"Mom." "Danqiong."
Her sudden fainting startled everyone. Run Rongjie and Zhou Rongyen, the brothers, each held her, and one immediately began giving first aid. Ji Luo quickly took out some essential balm from her bag and gently applied it to Yuan Danzhong's nose, pressing softly. After a few seconds, she regained consciousness. Opening her eyes, she shouted, "Rongyen! Rongyen! Where is my son Rongyen?" "Danqiong, Rongyen is here," Zhou Rongyen reassured her. Nearby, a tall, strong middle-aged man placed his hands on Zhou Rongyen's shoulders. His expression was serious, but his eyes were filled with turbulent emotion. His hands trembled, and his voice shook. Zhou Rongyan looked back at him, and the two made eye contact. An emotion, driven by blood ties and family love, surged within him. Instinctively, he called out, "Dad." "Rongyan, do you remember your dad?" At that moment, Runny broke down emotionally. Tears welled up in his sharp eyes. Zhou Rongyan's mind just flashed with a faint shadow, overlapping with his own, and he smiled at him. There is a familiar feeling. Seeing his familiar impression of her husband, Yuan Donxiong excitedly touched his face, tears streaming down her face. "Rongyan, do you remember your mother?" Zhou Rongyan couldn't remember. He had no impression in his mind. But from her white hair at the temples and her previous behavior, it was clear she was the mother who loved her son. He told a kind lie, "I don't remember what my mother looks like, but I have some memory of your voice." He lost his memory when he was only 2 years old. Not remembering was normal. Seeing that he felt familiar with them both, Yuan Donxiong held him and cried loudly, "Rongyan, I'm sorry. It's Mom's fault. I didn't take good care of you. My neglect let someone steal you away."
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
"Mom, you just fainted. Don't get too emotional. You can't faint again." Zhou Rongyan held her with both hands, trying to comfort her. "Mom, I'm doing quite well now, feeling happy. Don't blame yourself. Also, my kidnapping involved some other matters. We'll talk about it slowly later. Mom, get up first. Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, and aunts are all here. Let Rongyan meet and get to know them first. We can talk about other things later." Ren Rongjie stepped forward and helped her up. "Okay." Yuan Donxiong stood up with her eldest son's strength, but she kept her hands tightly holding Zhou Rongyan, afraid that she might lose him again if she wasn't careful. This time, the Rin family had almost all the grandchildren and children back to Beijing to celebrate the old master's 70th birthday, except for those with special tasks. Everyone who was at home had come, and now there were nearly 20 people standing on the street. At the front stood a pair of elderly people with white hair. They dressed simply and plainly, their weathered faces showing the marks of time. Both were holding back their emotions, their eyes full of age and moisture, all gazing intensely at Zhou Rongyan. "Grandpa, Grandma." No need for others to introduce him. Zhou Rongyan called out naturally.
"Ah."
The elderly were so excited their faces trembled. Old Madame Rin was crying openly. "Rongyan, at last, we found you." Old Master Rin was tall, thin, and slightly stooped. He slowly stepped forward, examining Zhou Rongyan from head to toe, with a look of relief. "I knew Rongyan was doing well. Our descendants of the Rin family, no matter where they are, will always be outstanding." Although he was not raised in the Rin family and did not receive the best education, he stood in front of Ren Rongjie and was not at all inferior. The brothers' temperaments were almost identical, both like sharp swords ready to be drawn. With just one glance, old Master Ren immediately knew this boy was outstanding. "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, I've met Rongyan now. We can talk more later," Ren Rongjie quickly spoke, drawing their attention. He then introduced them. "Rongyan is married. This is his wife, Ji Luo. I just met her on the road today, which is how I found Rongyan." Apart from Yuan Donxiong, everyone else noticed Ji Luo, including her prominent belly. But earlier, their attention was on Zhou Rongyan, and they hadn't had a chance to speak to her yet. "Rongyan, is this your wife?" Yuan Donxiong hurriedly wiped her tears. "Yes, my wife, Ji Luo." Faced with everyone's gaze, Ji Luo smiled gently, appearing confident and polite. She respectfully greeted Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, "Hello. You're such a good girl. Today, it's thanks to you, or we wouldn't have found Rongyan." Old Madame Rin stepped forward warmly, holding her hand. She looked at Ji Luo's belly with satisfaction and kindness. "How many months along?" "Grandma, 8 months. In 2 more months, I'll give birth," Ji Luo replied with a gentle smile. Good. Old Master Ren was very happy to have a great-grandchild and looked excited. Rongyan is the 3rd son at home, but He's the earliest to marry among the Ren grandchildren and also the first to have a child. He's very lucky. His son was back and married with a child now. Ren-yi and his wife were also very excited and happy. Wan Donxiong released her son's arm and went to hold Ji Luo, choking up as she said, "Child, we left in such a hurry today. We didn't even prepare a gift.
We're sorry.
Mom and Dad will make it up to you later." "Thank you in advance, Mom and Dad," Ji Luo responded graciously. Seeing her beautiful and sensible daughter-in-law, Wan Donxiong was so happy she cried and laughed at the same time. Our Rong Yan married a good wife. He'll definitely be happy. Due to his profession, Ren-yi usually spoke seriously and was very stern. But today he smiled and said, "Rong Yan, Rong Jie told me on the phone that you live nearby. The wind outside is strong, and your wife is pregnant. Don't let her catch cold. Let's go to your house and sit down, and we can talk slowly." "Okay." Rong Yan agreed. He stepped forward, holding Ji Luo's hand, leading the way. After arriving home, Zhou Rongyan and others moved all the chairs into the house, but there still weren't enough seats. Ji Luo arranged for the elders to sit down and apologized to the peers. "Brothers and sisters, I'm sorry. We just bought this house an hour ago, and it hasn't been cleaned inside or outside. The furniture isn't enough, and there's nowhere to sit, so you'll have to stand." "That's okay, sister-in-law. We can stand." A girl with a neat braid and a strong look, who looks like Wan Donxiong, responded. Ji Luo guessed something and asked her mother, standing nearby, "Mom, is this sister?"
"Yes."
Wan Donxiong smiled and nodded, then said to the couple, "Rongyan Luo Luo, let me introduce you. Get to know them properly." Today, besides the two sisters-in-law busy preparing for tomorrow's birthday banquet, everyone from the Wan family came. Wan Donxiong started with the elders and introduced each of them to the couple. The older couple of the Wan family had 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. Wan-yi was the second son, with an older brother Wan-chin and a younger brother Wan-ju. The youngest was a sister, Wan-pan. The Wan family was thriving. Wan-yi and his siblings each had 3 or 4 children. Wan-chin had 2 sons and a daughter. Wan-yi had a son and a daughter. Twins Wan Rongjie and Wan Rongyan were the 3rd and 4th children. The 3rd was daughter Wan Rongrong, and the 4th was Wan Rongshi. Wan Ju and his wife also had 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. The youngest, Wan Pan, married in Kyoto. Her husband's family was well matched with the Wan family. She also had 2 daughters and a son. Since the old master's birthday was tomorrow, her 3 children were at their grandparents' house and had just come along. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Wani asked, "Rongyan Luoluo, you said you bought this house this morning. Where did you live before? Have you been living in Kyoto all along?" "Dad, we only arrived in Kyoto yesterday morning. We stayed at Su Deguang's house," Zhou Rongyan replied. "What? You stayed at Su Xiling's house?" Wan Qin spoke up. He also belonged to the Kyoto military district and had some contact with Su Deguang, but he had never heard about Zhou Rongyan. "Big uncle, I am in the Shacheng unit, and I am comrades and brothers with Su Guanglei, Su Xiling's son. We came to Kyoto together this time. We took the college entrance exam recently and did well. Luoluo applied to the Foreign Languages Department at Jingdai University, and I applied to the Military Command College. If everything goes well, we should both get into university. Luoluo is about to give birth in 2 months, so I came early to buy a house and prepare." After hearing this, the family members all smiled happily. Old Master Ren was so pleased he stood up. "Rongyan, really? You all did so well on the exam?" "Just okay." Zhou Rongyan chuckled, casually putting an arm around Ji Luo, and told them with a smile, "I didn't study much before. I didn't attend school for many years. Later, I joined the army and Guanglei taught me to read. I taught myself and finished middle school and some high school textbooks. After marrying Luo Luo, she helped me review high school courses early, almost half a year ahead of schedule.
So I did pretty well this time."
Wan Donxiong was so happy she started crying again, tears in her eyes as she said, "My son and daughter-in-law are amazing. Our family is finally going to have a college student." Old Masterin squinted happily, then his smile faded when he looked at the other grandchildren. He looked at them with dislike. Look at you all. Even with more than 10 of you, you can't compare to Rongyan. He didn't even attend school for many years and still got into the military command academy. At least you all went to middle school. Taking the college entrance exam is like risking your life. Luckily, Rongyan saved my face. Cough, cough. The tall young men were scolded publicly, and they all smiled awkwardly. Grandpa, didn't you hear what second brother said? He has a sister-in-law teaching him. We have no one. We're all the same, so no one teaches anyone. Luckily, we didn't sign up. If our combined scores were lower than second brother and sister-in-law, that would be embarrassing. Rongshiren raised his chin and said. Everyone else shrugged and chuckled quietly. They knew their own scores well. These two were competing for spots at Jing University and the Military Command Academy. The dozen or so of them couldn't beat those two. If Rongyan can find such a good wife, that's his talent. You yourself didn't do well in school and couldn't find a wife with good grades to help you.
How dare you argue with me?
Old Masterin scolded him with a glance. The older couple of the Rin family had survived gunfire and danger. All three of their sons served in the army. Their grandchildren grew up in the military. Each one was a brave fighter, but none showed a love for reading. Seeing that other families' children signed up for the college entrance exam and did well, only their families' children didn't participate or even register, Old Masterin was very angry with them before. Old Madame Rin listened and smiled. Since her grandchildren didn't like studying, she didn't force them. Everyone has their own dreams. As long as they shine in their chosen fields, that's enough. Ren-yi was too tired to argue with them and continued talking to his son. Rongyan, where did you live when you were a child? At that time, when he was kidnapped, he and his wife nearly went crazy. They mobilized people from the military to search the entire city. They also reported it to the police, who cooperated in the search, but after nearly a month, they still couldn't find him. For over 20 years, they never gave up looking. Because he was a twin, they had their eldest son, Rin Rongjia, take photos every year and ask trusted friends to help watch for him. Military personnel in the army came from all over the country. Over the years, many people provided clues, but none turned out to be him. They spent a lot of effort and money trying to find him, with help from the older members of the Rin family and other siblings. Dad, do you know someone named Zhou Dezhu? Zhou, Rongyan asked him. Zhou Dezhu? The name was very common, and Ren-yi had little impression of him. I was taken by Zhou Dezhu. He wasn't a kidnapper or trafficker. He used to be in the army but was discharged for unknown reasons. When he left the army and went back home, he took me with him and lied to others that I was his son. When I was young, I didn't know he wasn't my biological father. It was only when I returned home from the army that I overheard him say I was stolen, as a way to get revenge on my real father. Ren-yi's brow furrowed deeply, and he suddenly stood up. Revenge on me? Zhou Rongyan nodded and said, Earlier this year, I took him to the police. But he kept silent and refused to reveal your identities. The police found limited clues. They traced his military unit from back then but lost the trail because the unit was reorganized multiple times and many records were destroyed. I can only guess that his biological parents were in the military. Maybe his reason for stealing me is related to his discharge. Ren-yi had always thought he was kidnapped by traffickers and never considered that it might be one of his soldiers seeking revenge by deliberately stealing his son. He had no memory of Zhou Dezhu. When he was young, Zhou was strict and cold, almost harsh in training soldiers. He was an honest, tough man who didn't tolerate any nonsense. He was quick to discipline soldiers with poor conduct. Now, he realized Zhou Dezhu must have committed a serious mistake that couldn't be overlooked, leading to his discharge, and a grudge that festered into revenge. Rongyan, did you find out if it was the 3rd Division of Guinan? Zhou, Rongyan nodded. Yes, I only found the unit number from back then. It was the 3rd Division of Guinan, near the minority-populated Anchuan County. Yes, we were in Anchuan County at that time. Yuan Danqiong started crying again, her voice choked with emotion. Your father was working in this unit, a regiment commander. I took you and your brother to follow the army, and we only lived in the family housing for 3 months before you were taken away. The area around Anshuan County is full of mountains, endless and hard to see across. Your father called soldiers from the army to help searching every inch of the mountains. All the roads were blocked, but we couldn't find you. Old Mr. N frowned and said that Zhou Deju was from the army. He knows the local environment and terrain well. It's unlikely he acted on impulse to revenge against heir. He must have prepared carefully before making a move. Elder Run gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes cold. Rong Yan, where is that scoundrel now?
He's dead.
The case isn't finished yet. He was fighting in the detention center, hit his head on the corner of a table, broke his skull, and didn't survive. Just like that, he's dead. He got what he deserved, Wan Danqiong said angrily. Ji Luo added, he really got what he deserved. His whole family is full of bad people, not a good one among them. Brother Yan was treated like beaten and abused since he was a child. Before joining the army, he never had a good day. Zhou Rongyan's childhood was similar to hers, beaten and bullied from a young age. Although Zhou Rongyan never told her, she heard quite a bit from Chen Yiki and his wife. Zhou Deju was only stealing from Rongyan to get revenge on Rini. Everyone could guess the hardships he suffered as a child. That scoundrel would definitely have hurt him badly. Thinking about her son's tragic childhood, Wan Danqiong burst into tears, holding Zhou Rongyan and crying, Rongyan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't watch over you properly, and that scoundrel took advantage. It's my fault. Yen was seriously injured while on a mission earlier this year. His leg was nearly severed, and he almost became disabled. To avoid burdening the army and his brothers, he chose to return home to recover. The Zhou family scoundrels took money and supplies from his comrades, but they didn't care for him properly. They even threw him into a shed to live, only bringing him some porridge and water each day. They didn't clean his wounds or give him medicine, and they didn't even wash his dirty clothes. That family was lazy and good for nothing, known in the village as troublemakers and thieves, despised by everyone from top to bottom. Su Guanglei and his friends ate all the nutritional supplements they gave to Brother Yan, taking hundreds of yuan for themselves. They eat well at home every day, completely ignoring Brother Yan's life or death. Luckily, good friends who have a close relationship often help and support him. Although Zhou Rongyan has already taken strong revenge on the Zhou family, Ji Luo still took the opportunity to properly file a complaint. They talked inside the house for nearly an hour. Ren Yi and his wife asked about everything from Zhou Rongyan's childhood. He briefly mentioned his early experiences, then talked more about his time in the army and his marriage to Ji Luo, explaining in detail. While he was speaking, Ji Luo also added some information, mainly about his growth in Zaihago and the things Chen Yikue and his wife had told her. Wan Danqiong listened to her son's story and had already cried so much her eyes were swollen like walnuts. She hugged Ji Luo tightly, thanking her repeatedly. Luo, thank you. Mom thanks you. Thank you for being with Rongyan when he needed help most. Thank you for caring for him. Thank you for saving him. Mom, Brother Yen saved my life when I was young. Later, I married him, and he saved me again. Otherwise, I would have been homeless and wandering around. Wan Danqiong cried so hard she could hardly speak. Good children, you are all good children. Rongyan is lucky to marry such a kind and excellent wife like you. Zhou Rongyan's eyes sparkled with a smile, agreeing with her words. Seeing her crying until her voice was hoarse, he gently patted her back and said, Mom, don't cry anymore. Now that we've found Rongyan, your worries can be eased. I have no regrets in this life. Everything is moving in a good direction. I believe it will get better and happier in the future. Yes, it will be better and happier. Wan Danqiong nodded repeatedly. The two young people had experienced a lot and were very calm. Old Master Ren felt very pleased. He slowly stood up and said, Danqiong, don't cry anymore. Now that you've found Rongyan, your worries are gone. I have no regrets in this life. It's late now. Let's take Rongyan and Luo home. We can talk about everything else at home. Okay. Yuan Donxiong quickly wiped her tears, her voice hoarse as she asked, Rongyan, Luo, are your luggage here, or at the Su family's place? At the Su family's house. We came here mainly to settle the house matters and don't plan to stay here, Zhou Rongyan replied. Everyone else from the Rin family stood up. Rin Qin arranged things and said, Dad, Mom, you go back first. I'll go with the second brother and them to the Su family to get the luggage and bring Rongyan and the others back. Good. The two elders of the Ren family nodded. As Madame Ren was leaving, she reminded them, Elder brother, drive slowly on the way. Luo is pregnant, so be careful not to bump into anything. Mom, I got it. The group walked into the outer courtyard. Suddenly, Ren Rongrong stopped and looked back, asking, Big brother, where is Qin Wanyun? Weren't you coming to see her today? Yes, Rongjia. Didn't you go to see her? Madame Ren also remembered this matter. Qin Wanyun? Hearing the name, Zhou Rongyan frowned and looked at his older brother. Brother, do you have any contact with Qin Wanyun? Regarding Qin Wanyun, Ren Rongjia looked unhappy and said, I have no close relationship with her. We've only met 4 times. The first time was about 5 years ago, when I came back to visit my grandparents. I saw her at a social event, but didn't even greet her. The second time was a year ago, when Grandpa was hospitalized for the first time. I was back visiting family and met her and her mother at the hospital. They knew I was from the Rin family and greeted me politely. They even visited Grandpa in his ward. The third time was half a month ago. Aunt Xiao from the Qiao family asked me to meet her daughter. She said she couldn't refuse and asked me to see her. I didn't want to make things difficult for Aunt Xiao, so I agreed to meet her briefly. The woman introduced by Aunt Xiao was Qin Wanyun. I had a neutral impression of her before. When I returned to Beijing this time, I heard some things about her. We only exchanged a few words before I decided to leave. When I was about to leave, she suddenly said she thought she had seen someone who looked like me somewhere, but she couldn't remember exactly. Over the years, to find Rongyan, I've checked anyone who looked like me. I didn't miss any useful clues, so I gave her my contact info, hoping she'd contact me if she remembered anything. Today, Shi Dudong contacted me, saying she remembered something but didn't say it directly. She kept mentioning going shopping here and there. After meeting with my younger sister, I realized Qin Wanyun wasn't forgetful. She probably had some scheme. Her ex-fiancé is the son of Socializing. They're good friends with Rongyan. Qin Wanyun had already visited Rongyan at the Sha City Military District. The whole circle knows Rongyan lost something. Since my brother and Rongyan look so much alike, even my younger sister almost mistook him for Rongyan. When she first saw Rongyan, she must have guessed our connection. Almost everyone in the Rin family frowned. Yuan Donxiong looked serious and asked, What exactly does she want to do? Mom, is Rin family status equal to or higher than Su families? Ji Luo asked straightforwardly. Luo, what do you mean? Old Master and squinted. She was rejected by the Su family for marriage, and there are still disagreements between the Su and Qin families. Recently, the Qin family's position is unstable, and they urgently need to align with a powerful and influential family to leverage support. Qin Wanyun has many flaws. She's selfish and vain. Her reputation in the circle is probably not good. She doesn't want the Su family to look down on her. When she was in Han City, she even told Su Guanglei that he would regret it. She doesn't have any real skills, so she can only focus on marrying into a good family. At this point, Ji Luo glanced at Ren Rongjia and said, I heard from Aunt Su that the Qin family's way of doing things is calculating. When my eldest brother was set up on a blind date with her, it was probably her family's idea. Today, she invited my brother out again, not to discuss serious matters but to wander around, creating a scene of them together. If I'm not mistaken, the Qin family must have sent someone to follow them or arranged for someone to meet them by chance. The circle should already be talking about my brother and Qin Wanyun being a couple. If I hadn't stepped in today, this news might have spread more slowly. But I interfered, ruining the Qin family's plan and stopping Qin Wanyun's scheme to repay kindness with future benefits. They have to act fast now, spreading the news of their relationship quickly, using gossip and public opinion to pressure the Rin family to achieve their goal. After finishing her analysis, everyone present, including Zhou Rongyan, looked at her with shining eyes, brighter than light bulbs. Seeing everyone's gaze, Ji Luo's face turned awkward. "Grandpa, did I say something wrong?"
Ah,
Old Master Ren suddenly laughed and clapped for her. "Luo, Grandpa is very happy. At last, we have a clever daughter-in-law to save the Ren family."
Yiluo.
After praising her, Old Master Ren mocked others, who among you woodenheads thought as deeply as Luo. "Grandpa, stop criticizing us. You probably didn't expect it either." Ren Qin's eldest son, also the eldest grandson of the Ren family, Ren Rongjun, didn't hold back from the old man.
Ah,
Others chuckled quietly.
get out of here.
Old Master Ren glared at him and scolded his second grandson. "Rongjia, I praised you a few days ago, and now you're as stubborn as a piece of wood, being led around by that dirty trick from the Qin family."
Grandpa, I'm sorry.
"I've let you down," Ren Rongjia said, patting his head. "Go handle this immediately. The Qin family is targeting the Ren family now. Hit them hard back. They are shameless, so don't show them any face. Don't hold back like with the Su family," Old Master Ren said, and then left. Half an hour later, a jeep drove into the courtyard. The Ren and Su families don't live in the same big yard, but they are nearby. Su's couple had just finished shopping and were tidying up in the living room. When they saw a jeep parked at the gate, Su's father immediately came out. Seeing who was driving, he raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what wind blew old brother Ren here today?" Zhou Rongyan sat in the back seat, pushed the door open, and called out Uncle. "Hey, Rongyan, why are you sitting in the Ren family's car?" Su's father looked a bit surprised. Ren Qin had already gotten out of the car and rushed over to punch him, deliberately grinding his teeth. "Su Deguang, I came here to cause trouble." "What's wrong?" Su's mother hurried out and quickly separated them. "What are you doing? If there's something to discuss, do it nicely. No need to fight. We're all grown-ups, can't fight like when we were young." Su's father didn't mind the punch and looked confused. "Ren Qin, what happened?" Ren Qin pulled Zhou Rongyan to his side and pointed at him, asking, "Don't you see Rongyan and I look somewhat alike?" The Su couple was stunned. Their eyes moved back and forth between their faces, and Su's father said, "Eyes, nose, mouth. None of them look alike." "Eyebrows do," Ren Qin reminded him. Su's father, "That eyebrows do look similar. What's going on?" Su's mother was also confused. Seeing the two middle-aged men standing in a row with Ji Luo, the man who looked somewhat like Ren Qin, she asked uncertainly, "Mr. Ren, is this your second son and his wife?" Among Ren's 3 sons, only the eldest, Ren Qin, works at the military headquarters in Kyoto. The second son is a senior commander in a southern unit, and the third is in the northeast. They don't often return to Beijing, and their circle is small, but they are well known and respected in the military district. The Su couple had never seen Ren Yi and his wife before, but they heard that old Master Ren was not in good health. For his 70th birthday, all the children and grandchildren made time to come and celebrate. "Hello, Brother Su, sister-in-law. I am Ren Yi, the second son of the Ren family. This is my wife, Wan Danqiong." Ren Yi stepped forward and shook hands with them. So it's Brother Ren Jie and his wife. Welcome, esteemed guests. Sorry for not greeting you properly." Father Su also stepped forward, shook hands with the couple one by one, and warmly invited them. "Please come inside and sit. Let's sit down and chat." Everyone followed into the house. Mother Su asked them to sit on the sofa in the living room. Father Su, still confused, sat down and said, "Brother Ren, stop with the riddles. Just tell me what's going on. I don't like guessing. Yuan Yan is my nephew. He is the twin younger son of my second son, who went missing."
What?
The Su parents were surprised. Mother Su was about to make tea, but turned around and looked at Zhou Rongyan with a surprised face. "Rongyan, are you the grandson of the Ren family?" Zhou Rongyan smiled and asked, "Andy, haven't you seen my older brother?"
No.
Mother Su shook her head and looked at Ren Yi and his wife. Brother Ren Jie and his wife are in the Southern Army. Today is the first time I've seen them. I haven't seen the children at home either. Yuan stood up, stepped forward, and held her hand. Her eyes were moist, and her voice was a little hoarse. Sister-in-law, our oldest and second children are twins. Rongyan is the twin younger son. He looks a lot like the oldest. His name at home is also Rongyan, chosen by the old master. It means glorious honor and peaceful waters. When the old master chose this name, he also asked a calligraphy master to write it, hoping they would become outstanding and talented, and wishing for peace and prosperity for the country. Father Su thought that the Ren family wouldn't mistake the person. They must have confirmed it already. He looked back and forth at Ren Yi, his wife, and Zhou Rongyan, then said, Rongyan does resemble you two a bit. Our oldest, Rongjie and Rongyan, look like my father-in-law and brother-in-law. Our daughter looks like my wife. Fourth son Rongxi looks like me, Rennie said with a smile.
I see.
Mother Su pulled Yuan to sit on a stool, feeling guilty. Oh, it's my fault. I visited the Ren family twice, and the living room wall had many photos, but I never looked at them. Rongjie and Rongyan are twins. If I had looked once, I could have recognized them and helped find your son sooner. Sister-in-law, on our way back just now, Rongyan also told us many things. I really appreciate Guang Lei taking care of him all these years, Yuan Danqiong said, holding her hand tightly. Little sister, don't say that. Rongyan is our Guang Lei's lifesaver. If he hadn't risked his life to save him at the beginning of the year, Guang Lei would have lost his life. We almost lost our son and gained a black-haired child. Yongyan was badly injured while saving my son, nearly left with severe disabilities. This kindness is something Liang will never forget in his lifetime. They all come from military families, full of deep loyalty and friendship. Yuan Danqiong understands their strong brotherly bond and tearfully says, they are not biological brothers, but they are like brothers. Helping and supporting each other is natural. Yes, they are more like brothers than family. Mother Su nods repeatedly and smiles. Yongyan is a very outstanding and honest boy, full of integrity, hardworking, brave in the face of difficulties, and has the resilience of the Ren family. You're flattering me, sister-in-law. I heard Liang is also a very talented young man, and it's thanks to his constant help and guidance that Yongyan has improved so much. The two women praise each other, while the three men talk about Zhou Yongyan. Seeing they are deeply engaged, Ji Luo stands up to serve tea and water. After bringing them hot tea, she goes back to her room to pack her luggage. The elders chat for nearly half an hour. During this time, Mother Su makes a call to Lin Wei's house, arranging for Zhou Yongyan and Su Guanglei to speak on the phone and acknowledge their relationship. When Su Guanglei learns that he is a grandson of the Rin family, he is surprised. He knows Rin Qin's children and that the Rin family had lost a grandson, but he never expected that the boy was right here, and he was his best brother. When Rin Qin drove back home, the family was already lined up at the door to welcome him, with several strings of firecrackers hanging in front. As soon as his car stopped, the firecrackers were ignited, and they crackled loudly. Suddenly, firecrackers went off in the courtyard, and neighbors on the left almost all came out of their houses. Seeing that the Rin family was setting off firecrackers, everyone knew that Grandpa Ren's birthday was tomorrow. Even if they wanted a big celebration, it should be tomorrow. Setting off firecrackers early today indicated something special was happening. Now everyone gathered around. An elderly man with white hair, from a distance, raised his voice. Old man, what happy event is happening at your house? Our grandson has been found. Grandpa Ren's health had been poor these past 2 years, and he usually spoke with difficulty, but now he was shouting with full voice to share the good news. What grandson has been found? An elderly lady nearby didn't quite understand. Our Rongyan, the twin younger son of the second family, has been found. Really? Now neighbors all gathered around. The old leader who had spoken earlier pushed through the crowd and asked, Old man Ren, the grandson who was lost, has he been found? Was it today? Yes, he was found today. Zhou Yongyan happened to be getting out of his car at this moment. Grandpa Ren smiled warmly and called out to him, Rongyan, come here, come to Grandpa. Zhou Rongyan strode forward, stood at attention, and saluted the leaders with a straight posture. Is that really the young grandson? Not Rongjie?
Someone nearby asked.
Rongjie just left for work. This is Rongyan. He is also a soldier, currently in the Sha City Army, in the same unit as Uncle Su Guanglei from the Su family. The grandson was back, and old Master Ren was very happy. Seeing his daughter-in-law helping his granddaughter out of the car, he waved to them. Luo, come over too. Ji Luo slowly walked over, confidently greeting the neighbors. Hello everyone, I am Ji Luo, Zhou Rongyan's wife. The leaders living in the courtyard were all well-mannered and greeted her kindly, but most of their attention was on Zhou Rongyan. Donqiong, it's cold outside. You should bring Luo inside to sit and have some hot tea to warm up. The daughter-in-law was heavily pregnant and had been running around, which was tiring. Madame Ren carefully arranged everything, while the others stayed outside to entertain the neighbors. The main wife of the Ren family, Gu Wanrong, had already tidied up the house. When Ji Luo entered, she first thanked the elders and exchanged a few words with Aunt Da and Aunt Xiao. After sending the neighbors away, the Ren family all came inside. Wan Donqiong immediately introduced her two sisters-in-law to her son. When they first met, the Ren family hadn't prepared any gifts, but now everyone had made up for it. The couple each received a thick stack of red envelopes. News that the grandson had returned spread quickly in the courtyard, but in the ordinary staff family compound outside, there was gossip about Qin Wanyun and Ren Rongjie dating. With the Qin family pushing the story behind the scenes, the news spread very fast. Even the Su family received the news at this time. Qin Wanyun come out. Ren Rongjie had just ridden his bike home and heard many people discussing him and Qin Wanyun on the way, and his face darkened like a pot lid. The Ren family was very strict about their reputation, and he was the same. He despised people who played tricks behind others' backs. He looked down on Qin Wanyun's family and didn't like their behavior, nor would he do as they wished. Qin Wanyun had already returned home. As soon as she arrived, she told her grandparents and parents what happened that morning. Now, the news was spreading rapidly outside, and it was clearly the work of the four elders of the Qin family. Seeing how quickly Ren Rongjie came home, Qin Wanyun, feeling guilty, dared not go outside and hid in the house, leaving her grandparents and parents to handle the matter. Rongjie, you're here. Mother Qin came out to open the door, her tone very warm. Rongjie, come in and sit. I won't go into the Qin family's house. Ren Rongjie sat on his bicycle, his sharp gaze fixed on the Qin couple with a stern attitude. Deputy Director Qin, the rumors outside, I want you to give me a clear explanation now. Ren Rongjie, what do you mean by that? Father Qin narrowed his eyes. That's enough, no need to explain anymore. Ren Rongjie got off his bike. Seeing many neighbors had come out of the apartment building, he took a few big steps forward and spoke loudly. Everyone, I am Ren Rongjie, grandson of General Ren Bingxin and eldest son of Ren Yizhang. Today, I want to clarify something. I am not dating Qin Wanyun. I, Ren Rongjie, do not like her. I would rather stay single than marry a woman full of bad intentions like her. Ren Rongjie. Father and Mother Qin were angry on the spot, and the elderly Qin couple also rushed out. Ren Rongjie looked at them coldly, his voice sharp. This is my stance, and it's also the stance of the Ren family. Qin Wanyun will never be allowed into the Ren family's door. The Ren family is not something you can manipulate. Ren Rongjie, you're going too far, old Qin said, his beard bristling with anger. Those who are overstepping are your Qin family. Right now, rumors are spreading everywhere that I am dating Qin Wanyun. Who started these rumors? We both know the answer. Half a month ago, I met her at a blind date. I made it clear then that she wasn't my type, but she kept dangling my brother's name in front of me. Today, she asked to meet me again, claiming she wanted to talk about my brother. But when we met, she didn't mention him. She wandered around the street on purpose. Mother Qin quickly interrupted. Wanyun didn't remember everything clearly at the time. Our brother and sister are twins. We look alike. She saw me 4 or 5 months ago. I didn't just meet her recently. When she saw my brother, she must have realized he was the brother I'd been searching for. But she didn't say anything then. When I returned to Beijing, your family arranged for someone to set up a blind date between us, using this as a way to lure me out. It was all part of your plan. Now I tell you clearly, women like Qin Wanyun, with a heart full of darkness, neither Guanglei nor I like her. Qin Wanyun had been hiding inside, but Ren Rongjia's loud voice and words reached her ears. She stormed out, her eyes red. Ren Rongjia, you're going too far. Who is the one overstepping? You know it yourself. You know very well that the Ren family has been searching for my lost younger brother for over 20 years. You have seen him before, yet you didn't tell us directly. Instead, you wanted to use his news to threaten me and the Ren family to get back at Su Guanglei and the Su family. You think that spreading rumors outside that I am dating you will make me marry you under pressure, and that the Ren family will accept you? That they will approve of this relationship? You're dreaming. I don't like women like you. I would rather stay single than have any connection with you. He spoke very bluntly. The Qin family members were furious, their faces turning pale. Qin's mother shouted hysterically, Ren Rongjia, are you trying to push Wanyun to her death? Even if she tries to hurt herself today, it's not me who forces her. It's you. It's your Qin family.
Don't blame me.
Ren Rongjia jumped onto his bike with a cold look. With parents like you who are full of schemes and bad intentions, it's no wonder that Su family and Su Guanglei had a falling out and cancelled the engagement. Ren Rongjia, you. Qin Wanyun screamed wildly. Usually, she paid attention to her image, but at this moment, she was so angry she lost control. Your family's schemes have led to this, and you should be prepared for your reputation to be crushed. This is your own fault. After saying that, Ren Rongjia pedaled away on his bike. Qin Wanyun roared with anger. Seeing everyone looking at her with strange eyes, she stormed into the house to hide. The Qin family's residential compound is filled with middle and senior managers as neighbors. When Ren Rongjia came out like this, it was like trampling directly on Qin family's reputation. As for Qin Wanyun, after Su Guanglei cancelled the engagement and Ren Rongjia publicly disapproved of her, her reputation naturally plummeted. The news about Qin family's actions had just spread, and with neighbors stirring the pot, the story of Ren Rongjia's words also spread quickly. Qin family's reputation was severely damaged. At first, people admired Qin Wanyun. After Su Guanglei cancelled the engagement, she was about to marry into the Ren family. The Ren family was no less impressive than the Su family. Some even said she was lucky. But as soon as those words left, the incident of Ren Rongjia publicly embarrassing her spread, and now everyone looked at Qin family and Qin Wanyun with disdain. Not long after, people close to the Ren family went to ask for news. Yuan Danxiong personally explained everything, revealing how the Qin family and Qin Wanyun plotted against her son. She didn't hold back and openly exposed all their sneaky tricks. Afterwards, many people looked down on and mocked the Qin family. They had a good hand but ruined it because of their excessive pride. If Qin Wanyun had returned from Shacheng, she would have immediately told Ren Ziang about Zhou Rongyan. Maybe when the Su family broke off the engagement, the Ren family would step in to protect her reputation. Even if the Ren family's grandson wouldn't marry her, they might still help her, because she helped find their grandson. But she chose the stupidest path. She not only wanted the Ren family to remember her kindness, but also aimed to marry into the Ren family to get revenge on the Su family. She was too scheming and had bad intentions, which led to her failure. The Ren family handles things differently from the Su family. The Su family often left the Qin family some face, but the Ren family was very firm and didn't care about appearances. They directly tore down Qin's reputation, making Qin and Qin Wanyun the jokes of the community. Qin Wanyun knew she was finished and that her reputation was ruined. She spent the whole afternoon crying at home, blaming her parents and grandparents for ruining her. Su Guanglei returned home in the afternoon and heard his parents talk about what happened to the Qin family. He only said, I was really blind back then. Luckily, the engagement was broken off. Su's mother was especially glad the engagement was called off. Su's father didn't mention the upsetting matter and asked about something more important. Guanglei, how did your meeting with Lin Wei's parents go today? Did they like you? Did you discuss the engagement?
We talked.
Their parents respect us. I've invited them to come over the day after tomorrow to visit. Both sides' parents will meet and discuss things. Sue's mother understood and smiled. Everything is ready at home. Your parents won't hold you back. I'll call your grandparents later and ask them to come over the day after tomorrow. We want to settle everything then. You should also go get the marriage license early. Your parents will handle the wedding arrangements. Okay. Su Guanglei felt a bit excited. He looked at his watch and saw it was already 3 p.m. He said, Dad, Mom, I'm going to visit the Rin family tonight. We'll go with you, his father replied. His father then told him another thing. Old Rin isn't in good health. He's had problems since last year and has been hospitalized several times. For his 70th birthday, his children and grandchildren all came to Beijing to celebrate. They're probably preparing for his passing. I heard it's a serious intestinal tumor. As he gets older, surgery is very risky. He's stubborn and doesn't want to have the operation, so he hasn't gone to the hospital for treatment. It seems there isn't much time left. Fortunately, Rong Yan found his way back, which is one less regret for him. Xiao Luo is about to give birth. I hope the hospital can give medicine to help him hold on until Zheng Chongsun is born. They're talking about this matter, and the Wrens are also discussing the old man's condition. At lunch, the old man only drank a bowl of porridge and some soup. He didn't eat any solid food. After eating, he felt tired and went back to rest in his room. Zhou Rongyan and others also learned about the grandfather's condition from their parents. If he has surgery, there is some hope. Without surgery or medication, he might only have 2 months left. The old man is very stubborn. He has been to the hospital 5 or 6 times, but his condition didn't improve. His health got worse with treatment. He has lost hope and doesn't want to waste more resources. He plans to spend his remaining time quietly at home. If there were any regrets before, now that his grandson is back and a great-grandson is about to be born, he has no regrets at all. Today, he feels very happy. Dad, the doctor said, what are the chances of success for the surgery? Zhou Rongyan asked. The tumor is large, and there are several. It's not clear if they are malignant or benign yet. The doctor estimates about a 50% chance. The Wrens hired the best doctors and specialists in the country to treat the old man. But they said there was only a 50% chance. When they met the doctor, the old man sat nearby. When he heard only a 50% chance, he immediately decided to leave. He didn't want to die on the operating table. He packed his belongings and went home. For now, let's not talk about the surgery. The medication the hospital prescribed must not be stopped. He needs to keep taking it, Zhou Rongyan advised. Rongyan, your grandfather's temper is terrible. He's stubborn. We can't get through to him. Old Lady Ren tried to persuade him, but it was no use. Seeing him uncomfortable and in pain made her feel uneasy. She worried and couldn't sleep well at night. Grandma, when Grandpa wakes up, we'll go and talk to him, Ji Luo said softly, gently touching her belly with a faint smile. I have a good idea. Grandpa will listen and take the medicine. Old Lady Ren smiled upon hearing this. She took her hand and looked at her with love. Good child, the baby in your belly is truly the best treasure. This is our family's Zheng Chong Sunday. He definitely wants to see his great-grandson and hold him in his arms while he's still alive. In the afternoon, Zhou Rongyan and Ji Luo, along with their in-laws, went to the Public Security Bureau. They changed his name back to Ren Rongyan, and the family applied for a new household registration booklet. After finishing this, Wan Donqiong asked her husband to drive to the overseas Chinese store. They started a shopping spree, buying several sets of clothes for the couple, including warm wool sweaters and other winter wear. Mom, I just want to buy this black coat, Ji Luo said. Clothes at the overseas Chinese store are quite expensive, so Ji Luo didn't want her mother-in-law to spend too much. One piece isn't enough. Take these two, Wan Donqiong said, selecting mostly medium-length cotton and wool coats and jackets. Besides the black coat she chose herself, the others were bright colors. Mom, these clothes are too big for me. After I have the baby, I won't be able to wear them, Ji Luo smiled. To avoid rejecting her mother-in-law's kindness, she added, after I give birth and lose weight, we can buy more clothes. Wan Donqiong thought for a moment and agreed. That's fine. The clothes fit you now, but after you have the baby, they won't fit anymore. Altering them might not look good, so it's better to wait until after you give birth to buy new ones. Linglong, don't buy that black one. Get this purple one instead. Jirongping, who usually doesn't go shopping with his wife and daughter, was helping pick out clothes today. He had just been happily choosing outfits for his son and daughter-in-law, but now helped her pick bright-colored clothes. Yes, I don't want the black one. Either purple or green is fine, Yuan Doncheong agreed, sharing his opinion. The black coat was chosen by Ji Luo herself. She liked it because it was versatile and suitable for young people. Seeing that her parents-in-law disapproved, she smiled slightly and was about to speak when her younger sister-in-law, Run Rongrong, interrupted. Dad, Mom, your taste isn't right. Purple and green are perfect for women in their 30s, but not for my sister-in-law. She is fair skin, tall stature, and good temperament. I think she looks very nice in that black coat. It's hard to describe, but... She paused, then remembered a word. Elegant. Yes, elegant. She looks so elegant, like those wealthy young ladies from Harbor City. Luo Luo is only 18 or 19. Isn't black a bit too dull for her? Yuan Doncheong disagreed. She added, Luo Luo has fair skin and is pretty. She should wear bright colors like pink, yellow, or green, something lively and youthful. She made a good point, but Ren Rongrong stepped closer and whispered, Mom, you chose deep purple and dark green, not the light green and light purple that suit young women. Those colors look a bit old-fashioned. Women in their 30s and 40s would look good in them. Is black not old-fashioned? Runny asked. Black can be old-fashioned too, but I think sister-in-law looks very nice in this black coat. Ren Rongrong usually doesn't buy black clothes. She grew up in the army and prefers olive green. She is still working as a clerk in the military, mostly wearing military uniforms. Ren Rongyan could see that his wife liked the black coat, so he said, Mom, Luo Luo looks good in black. Just buy this one. When spring clothes come out, there will be more colors and styles, then we can buy brighter ones.
Okay.
His son agreed, and Yuan Doncheong also nodded without hesitation, telling her daughter-in-law, Luo Luo, clothes in Yangcheng are much prettier. Later, I'll pick some bright, youthful dresses for you, and buy more for you to wear. Mom, your taste isn't very good. Next time you buy clothes for sister-in-law, take me along. I'll help her choose, and you just pay. Ren Rongrong added. You little brat. Yuan Doncheong reached out and patted her, smiling as she asked, Luo Luo, do you think I have bad taste? You don't like the clothes I picked? No, Mom, your choices are good. The clothes you pick are very high quality and look elegant and rich, Ji Luo praised with high emotional intelligence. Yuan Doncheong smiled and patted her daughter again, full of happiness. See how good my sister-in-law is at talking. You should learn from her and stop always criticizing me. Ren Rongrong chuckled happily. Yes, I understand. Ren Yi also smiled nearby. Seeing that his daughter-in-law only wanted this one piece of clothing, he pointed to the shoes on the counter and said, Luo Luo, buy a few more pairs of shoes. Some leather shoes, boots, and warm shoes. Winters in Jingdu are cold, and your shoes are a bit thin. Right, buy 2 or 3 pairs of insulated boots to change and wear. Yuan Doncheong returned the clothes she didn't want to the clerk and went to choose boots at the counter. She picked 3 pairs in her size and asked Zhou Rongyan to help her try them on. While they shopped in front, Ren Rongjie and Ren Rongxi, the brothers, worked as laborers behind, carrying a lot of things on their shoulders. When everyone returned home, old Master Ren had woken up from his nap and was resting on the sofa. A middle-aged couple sat beside him chatting, and a woman was giving him a massage on his hands and feet. Back already? Seeing them enter the house, old Master Ren smiled and waved at them. Rongyan Luo Luo, come here. Your aunt and uncle are here, waiting for you to come back. Ren Pan stood up quickly and excitedly approached. Rongyan, I am your aunt.
Aunt.
Rongyan had previously seen the family photo. His aunt looks like grandma. His uncle is a high-ranking official, often seen in newspapers. After greeting his aunt, Rongyan took the initiative to say hello. Hello, uncle. Rongyan, welcome home. His uncle shook hands with him kindly and said with a warm smile, This morning, My wife and I went to a celebration, and only in the afternoon did we hear you were back. We also heard from old master about what you've been through. You've suffered a lot these years. Aunt, uncle, you've both put in a lot of effort to find me over the years.
Thank you.
Rongyan expressed his gratitude. Rongyan, we are family. There's no need to be formal. As long as you come back safe and healthy, that's what matters. Tears welled up in Renpan's eyes. He wiped them and then looked at Ji Luo beside him. Rongyan, this is Luo Luo, right? Aunt, uncle, hello. I am Ji Luo. Seeing her poised, graceful, and calm, with confident manners, both Renpan and his wife had a good impression of her. They smiled and praised her a few words, then gave her each a generous red envelope as a gift. Old Master Ren was in a very good mood. Seeing the names of his grandson and granddaughter-in-law on the new household register they brought back, his smile never faded. Old Madame Ren also looked at the household register, then went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of Tangyuan, sweet rice balls. Luo Luo, these are freshly cooked. Your mom brought them back from Yangcheng. Some are filled with peanuts, others with black sesame. They're all sweet. Have a bowl.
Thank you, Grandma.
Ji Luo stood up to take the bowl and said to old Master Ren, Grandpa, you didn't eat much at noon. Have some now. Grandpa just had a bowl of porridge and a boiled egg. His stomach is full. You should eat. After waking up, old Master Ren took his medicine voluntarily, without needing to be urged. He smiled broadly. Rongyan is back. I feel less regret in my heart. I slept well during the nap. Now I feel better and hungry. I just told Annie to cook braised pork for tonight. Grandpa, eat more and get some extra nutrition. Your health will gradually improve. I heard my parents say that you were diagnosed with an intestinal tumor a year or two ago. The tumor has been growing, but it hasn't worsened rapidly. This suggests that the tumor is likely benign. As long as it's not malignant, treatment is easier. Surgery to remove the affected area can cure it. Don't worry about other things. Eat well, drink plenty of water, sleep well, and keep your body in the best condition. Stay positive and optimistic. This will also increase the chances of a successful surgery. In the future, you can live a long and healthy life. Renpan listened nearby, smiling and agreeing. Dad, Luo Luo is right. Don't overthink things, and don't start planning your funeral now. There are still many days ahead. Right now, don't worry about other matters. Eat well, sleep well, and go out to play chess with other old men, take walks, watch birds, or plant some vegetables. After Luo Luo has her baby, you can hold your great-grandchild. Maybe one day, this illness will heal on its own. Old Mr. Ren rolled his eyes at her. If this illness was so easy to treat, hospitals wouldn't even need to exist. Seriously ill people would just go for walks, watch birds, and plant vegetables. Nian Pan laughed helplessly. I'm talking about your mindset. Like Luo Luo said, stay positive and optimistic. You've been through gunfire and bombs. You're not afraid of guns or bullets. What's a small tumor? Just cut it out. You're just talking without feeling it, old Mr. Ren retorted. Dad, surgery only involves a small cut on the stomach, similar to a C-section. Pregnant women aren't afraid of that. What are you afraid of? Old Mr. Ren. Who said I'm afraid? When the doctor said to operate and remove the tumor, who sneaked back quietly. Nian Pan teased him. I'm not using public resources. Old Mr. Ren justified himself. Yes, you're selfless and considerate, not wanting to burden the country. Nian Pan continued, not arguing with him. Again, don't overthink. You don't need to worry about the future. After your birthday, go to the hospital. The whole family will be there to support you. Get the surgery done early, recover well, rest for a month or two, and happily welcome your great-grandchild. Run Rongyan listened nearby and smiled. He could see that Grandpa cared deeply for Andy. The father and daughter had a very good relationship. He also added, Grandpa, I was seriously injured earlier this year and was diagnosed as disabled by all the doctors.
I was pretty upset at the time.
However, later on, Luo Luo kept supporting and encouraging me, taking my medication on time, massaging me every day, eating well at every meal, and guiding me to shift my attention to other things. Gradually, I started to get better. When I went for follow-up at the city hospital, the doctor didn't believe I could still stand. After returning to the army, the leaders and the chief doctor were also very surprised. They checked again and confirmed I had truly recovered, and only then did they believe that miracles can happen. Yuan didn't mention any special medicine, but this didn't stop him from using this event to motivate the old man. He also believed that a positive attitude is the most important during illness. Optimism is the best medicine for healing. Seeing the old man relax a bit, Ji Luo continued to persuade him. Grandpa, don't always think about using up the country's resources. You've made great contributions to the country in your life, and now you're injured and sick. It's only right that you enjoy some resources in your old age. Revolutionary leaders say that health is the foundation of everything. You're only 70, far from retiring. You can't give up now. There's still a lot of revolutionary work waiting for you in the future. Grandpa is getting old. The future belongs to you young people. It's your turn to step forward, Ren Lao Yezi said with a smile. Grandpa, the future is for the young, but now is a key moment for the old to pass the baton. You are the pillar of the Rin family. Our generation and the next are still waiting for your guidance and teaching, Ji Luo said. Hearing this, Lao Yezi kept smiling and praised Ren Rongyan. Rongyan, you have good judgment. You picked a good wife. Grandpa is very happy. Auntie also looked at the other children in the family with admiration and said, You kids should learn from Luo Luo. Good speaking skills and communication are very important in social life. Luo Luo, I just got back and haven't had a chance to ask about your family. What do your parents do for work? Run Pan asked instinctively. He thought she probably came from a good family because, from her appearance, she didn't seem like someone from an ordinary family. Regarding her difficult family background, Ji Luo didn't hide anything from the Rin family and told everyone in the morning. Now, when Annie asked, she honestly explained, Annie, I grew up in the countryside.
My family is a mess.
My dad is an alcoholic and a bad person. My mom is from a high-ranking family in the provincial capital. She was a medical university student. When she went to do an internship in my hometown's county, she was bullied by my dad. She had no choice but to marry him. After I was born, my grandparents took my mom away, leaving me behind in the hometown without caring for me. My dad remarried later and found a stepmother for me. She's mean, sharp-tongued, and vicious, just like my dad. They're both terrible people. Ji Luo openly shared everything about her family and parents, even revealing Tao Lan's past issues without hiding anything. Even if she hadn't spoken, the Ren family could find out everything with just a phone call. It was better to be honest than to hide it, and it would leave a good impression on them. Ren Pan didn't expect her family situation to be so different from what she imagined. She asked, You're now in Shaw City. Do you keep in touch with your mother? My mother remarried later and had a pair of twins. She now works at the provincial first hospital. When I went to the city for a checkup, I met her, but we didn't recognize each other. She now has her own family and seems happy and peaceful. Her current husband probably doesn't know about her past or that she has a daughter. I've met her 2 or 3 times. I can tell she doesn't want me to be part of her life, and she doesn't want her life to be disturbed. Before coming to Jingdu, we met with her and her biological grandparents and uncle. She has her worries and I have my stance. I don't want to have any contact with them. Since I married Brother Yen, we've left the Ji family behind and handled the Zhou family. Without selfish and malicious relatives pulling us in different directions, life has become simple, comfortable, and happy. Our backgrounds weren't good, and it was hard to escape from the mud. I don't want to fall into another trap of so-called family ties. So, I made it clear to her that we are strangers, only similar in appearance, and have no other relationship. Luo Luo, having such parents isn't your fault. It's right that you cut ties with them. Madame Rin felt sorry for her and held her cool hand, continuing, Bad parents only bring suffering to children. Your father is terrible, and your mother also has her struggles. Not recognizing each other now is actually good for both of you. Ji Luo nodded. agreeing that it was best for everyone. Not having relatives from your maternal side around is also good. In the future, Grandpa and Grandma will love you, and Rongyan will care for you. Your second uncle and his wife value family too, and they will love you. After the mother-in-law finished speaking, Wan Doncheong added, Luo, all those bad childhood experiences, you should let them go. From now on, your stepmother isn't just a mother-in-law, but also a real mother. Your father isn't just a father-in-law, but also your real father. You will be our wife and also our daughter, the most important family member in our home. Ren Rongrong also smiled and said, Sister-in-law, we are close sisters-in-law and also close sisters. If anyone bullies you in the future, I will help you fight back. Ji Luo rarely experienced the warmth of family love in her past and present life, but today she felt it at the Ren family. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice became a little hoarse. She nodded heavily. All right, let's not talk about unhappy things. Wan Doncheong, caring for her emotions, quickly changed the subject. Rongyan Luo, I haven't asked yet, the house you bought, do you plan to renovate it? Mom, the house doesn't need renovation. Only the doors and windows need fixing. I can handle it myself. Later, I will add some furniture and daily necessities. Wan Doncheong had been focused on her son and hadn't looked closely at the house. She said, Grandpa's birthday is tomorrow. You should stay at home to celebrate with him. The day after tomorrow, Rongjie and Rongshi can go help you with things. Let them buy what you need. Mom, we can buy it ourselves, Ren Rongyan said, not wanting them to spend too much. Rongyan, these expenses will be covered by Mom and Dad. Your salary and allowances paid for the house. Luo will soon have the baby. With a child, household expenses will increase a lot. You should save more money for daily use. Mom, we are not short of money. The money for the house was earned by Luo. I haven't touched her salary or allowances. Wan Doncheong was surprised. Luo, you earned the money? Weren't you not working? Mom, Brother Yen, and some comrades invested in a business. We opened a shop in the provincial city, affiliated with the wool factory. I manage the shop. Business is good. My husband and I invested the most, and we get high monthly dividends. Yongcheng had already relaxed restrictions. Many shops like this, affiliated with state-owned enterprises, were common. Wan Doncheong had heard that these shops did well. She asked, Are all the procedures complete? Yes, complete. Ren Rongyan nodded and added, Qinghua handled everything. Wan Doncheong understood. Su Guanglei also invested in this shop and had connections with the Su family. The business was legal and compliant, so there was no risk of problems. Sister-in-law, what do you sell in your shop? Ren Rongrong asked. Yarn, bedding, and towels. For now, those are the only 3 products. I have become the general agent for 3 factories. The goods are now available in major government stores and supply cooperatives in nearby cities and counties. And you helped open up the channels in Kyoto as well. Today, I saw that even the supply cooperatives carry the sheets supplied by our shop. Grandma Gu Wanrong was nearby making dumplings. When she heard this, she interrupted, Luo, I went to a government store last week and bought 5 or 6 sets of sheets and pillowcases. They are all matching sets and look nice. Could these be the products you supply? After saying that, she told her daughter, Rong Min, the set in your room hasn't been unpacked yet. Go get it so your sister-in-law can see. Okay. When my cousin Ren Rongmin came out holding the sheets, Ji Luo smiled and said, Yes, these are from our shop. They are the new designs I made last month. The factory just shipped the first batch to Kyoto. Wow, sister-in-law, you designed these? Ren Rongmin looked a little surprised. The 5 or 6 sets my mom bought this time are really pretty, much nicer than what we used to buy in the shop. The fabric quality is good, and the prices are about the same as before. I told my classmates and friends about this yesterday, and they all want to buy from the shop. So, the new sheets we made last night were all designed by Luo? Wan Doncheong asked. This time, the second and third families came back together. Their bedding was not enough, so Gu Wanrong bought new quilts for them. Besides the ones Rongjie's family is using, all the others are new. I bought the same batch of goods, and they should all be from Luo's shop. Oh, my daughter-in-law is really capable, Wan Doncheong praised with a smile. then pulled her aside and said, "Luo Luo, your parents will be returning to Yangcheng in a few days. I'll help you open up the channels there too. You can prepare stock in advance, and I'll help sell whatever you have." Mom, Yangcheng's light industry is well developed, and prices there are lower. If I ship goods there, the profit might be thin. Ji Luo thanked her mother-in-law for her support but also considered the product's profit, so as not to waste her kindness. Yuan Donxiong had been in Yangcheng for over 10 years and knew the place well. Her point was reasonable. The light industry there is the best in the country, and wholesale prices are much lower than in inland cities. She planned to ask friends for help with sales. These friends would likely help once or twice out of politeness, but wouldn't cooperate long-term. Mom, don't stock goods in Yangcheng. I'll call my uncle and aunt later and ask them to help, Ren Rongjie arranged. Okay. Yuan Donxiong nodded in agreement and said to her daughter-in-law, "Luo Luo, your uncle is in Nancheng, your aunt is in Guiqing, and Sandow City isn't too far away. The train routes are convenient. I'll ask them to help open the way." Mom, will it bother uncle and aunt? Ji Luo didn't want to trouble relatives, especially at this critical time. Don't worry about other things, Luo Luo. They will arrange everything well. Yuan Donxiong patted her shoulder and then spoke to her son Rong Yan. Your grandparents are now in Nancheng, living at your uncle's house. They aren't home during the day, so call them at night. Your grandparents and uncle and aunt have worked hard over the years. When Mom was looking for you, she almost went crazy. She couldn't sleep day or night, was in a daze, and stayed in the hospital for over a month. It was your grandma who stayed with me every day, constantly comforting me. Only then did I come out of that dark time. In those years, our family went bankrupt trying to find you. Your dad's salary and allowances weren't enough for daily expenses, and we owed a lot of debt. Your grandparents send me half of their salary every month. Most of your uncle's earnings before he got married also went to me. They even took Rong Rong to live with them to take care of her, never asking for a single cent from us. Your aunt is also very kind to me. When I was unwell and couldn't stop taking medicine, she stayed with me to see the doctor, bought medicine for me, took me to see famous doctors, and kept me company to relax. As she spoke, Yuan Donxiong started to cry, tears streaming down her face. If it weren't for your grandparents and your grandparents' strong support over the years, our family. Mom, don't cry. We will be even more filial to the elders in the future and repay them well. Ren Rongyan comforted her, holding her. Ji Luo took out a tissue to wipe her mother-in-law's tears and said, "Mom, when we go back to Sandow City, we'll pass through Nancheng. Later, tell us the address of your uncle's house, and we'll visit the elders. Luo Luo, we also need to pass through Yangcheng to go there. Let's go together. I haven't visited your grandparents in 2 or 3 years. This time, our whole family will go together. They'll be very happy to see you all. Your aunt and them are in Guiqing. When there's a chance in the future, I'll go with you to visit." Yuan Donxiong made a phone call to her parents at 6:30 in the evening. Her parents had already arrived home. When they learned that their grandson had been found, they didn't speak for a long time. After realizing it, they repeatedly confirmed with her. Once they confirmed it was true, both of them burst into tears with joy. Run Rongyan also spoke with his grandparents on the phone for nearly 10 minutes. Later, after the son and daughter-in-law of their Yuan family returned, they had another call and agreed on a meeting time in Nancheng. At 7 p.m., the Su family came to visit, and Su Guanglei brought many gifts. Just in time, dinner is about to start. Rin Qin opened the door for them, smiling as he patted Su Guanglei on the shoulder. "Guanglei, it's been many years. You have your father's style now. Uncle Qin." Su Guanglei saluted him seriously and strode into the house, asking concernedly, "Uncle Qin, how is Grandpa Ren's health?" Rongyan has returned, like a shot of energy. He's much more lively now, has a good appetite, and can eat again, Ren Qin said with a smile. "That's good. As long as he can eat, he can live a long life," said Su's mother. Old Master Ren had already sat at the table. Seeing they brought many things, he said, "It's enough that you're here. You can take the stuff back." "Grandpa Ren." Su Guanglei stood at attention and gave a serious military salute. Old Master Ren returned the salute, smiling as he said, "Guanglei, why didn't you bring your fiancée? She'll come tomorrow to wish you a happy birthday," Su Guanglei replied with a smile. "Good, I'll wait for her." Old Master Ren happily invited the family of 3 to sit down and told his son, "Elder brother, go to the room and bring out the Maotai." The 3 brothers will have a few drinks with De Guang and his father. The Su family has many grandchildren, but only Su's parents and Su Guanglei knew Ren Qin's children. Seeing Ren Rongjie, who looks exactly like Ren Rongyan, they all felt emotional. Both families are military people with similar personalities, loud and straightforward. They don't follow many formal rules, and as soon as the meal started, they began chatting enthusiastically. Ren Rongyan usually doesn't drink alcohol, but today, happy to see his parents and relatives, he toasted several elders and drank a couple of glasses with his siblings. After dinner, the men moved to the living room to continue talking about military affairs. Ji Luo couldn't join the conversation and stayed with her mother-in-law, aunt, and other women making dumplings. Tomorrow, they will hold a birthday banquet at home, with about 10 tables expected. They need to prepare the dishes tonight. "Older sister-in-law, your dumplings look so good." Ren Rongrong was also helping nearby, but her dumplings were not as beautiful as Ji Luo's. Ji Luo really makes good dumplings. Gu Wanrong was rolling dough nearby and saw Ji Luo making dumplings quickly and skillfully, so she asked with a smile, "Ji Luo, you grew up in the South. I heard that people in the South don't eat dumplings. How come you know how to make them?" "Auntie, when I was in high school in the county town, the master chef in the cafeteria was from the North. He could make noodles and often made dumplings. I watched him a few times and learned how to do it myself. After I married Brother Yen, we rented a house in the county town. Sitting around doing nothing and wasting time wasn't good, so I tried making and selling steamed buns and bread. In a small southern county, few people know how to make noodles. Our noodle business was very good. We sold over 1,000 buns and rolls each day. Sometimes at home, we made dumplings and sweet rice balls to eat. Over time, I got better at it." Gu Wanrong smiled and said, "I see. Your buns are just as good as those made by master chefs in government stores in the capital. Sister-in-law, you're very brave. The policies just relaxed and you dared to start your own business."
Ren Rongrong mit meget her.
"I was afraid of being poor when I was a child. Not having money made me feel unsafe. Your second brother's leg was badly injured. He needed medicine every day. Relying on Guanglei and others for help wasn't enough. I never had a good day in the Ji family. I never ate a full meal. I was very malnourished. When I was hit on the head, I also needed medicine to recover. The family's expenses were high. Your second brother has some savings, but daily costs are high. Neither of you has a job or income. We don't have land to farm. Even buying a green onion costs money. Long term, we'd run out of our savings. I saw others selling things on the street. I didn't see anyone from the reform committee being caught. Your second brother's childhood friend also sold vegetables. He said, I could set up a stall. So we decided to work together and start a noodle business." Gu Wanrong felt a bit emotional and said, Luo, enduring hardship makes a person stronger. You and Rongyan have both suffered. Your characters are calmer than your peers, and you're both smart. Better days are still ahead. Happy days started when I married Brother Yen. Truly happy days begin today. The Ren family values family bonds. Even though the couple just joined, they already felt the warm family atmosphere and everyone's love for them. Her own family was less close, but her in-laws' family was warm and caring. Ji Luo looked forward to the future. You're such a kind child, speaking so warmly. Gu Wanrong liked her too, and sighed. You're such a good kid. Your parents don't treat you well, and they don't want you. They'll regret it someday. Whether they regret it or not doesn't matter to me, Ji Luo said, not caring much. The next day, Old Master Ren celebrated his 70th birthday, and the Ren family was lively early in the morning. After breakfast, the women began preparing the banquet. The strong young men in the family were sent out to borrow tables, chairs, and dishes. A large tent was set up outside the house to hold the feast. Ji Luo, who couldn't sit still, helped in the kitchen. She sat by the big stove, adding firewood and tending the fire. Near 11 o'clock, guests started arriving to wish him well. Yuan Doncheong immediately came to the kitchen. Luo Luo, let Rongrong handle the fire. You go inside and change your clothes, then sit with Grandpa Rongyan in front. Okay. Ji Luo quickly went back to her room, washed her face, combed her hair, clipped a small hairpin, applied some face cream, lightly drew her eyebrows, and put on faint lipstick. She took off her clothes that smelled of smoke and changed into a black coat she bought yesterday, paired with a light yellow scarf and her new cotton boots. She looked in the mirror, turned around a few times to check her outfit, and only went out after she was satisfied it was suitable. When she opened the door, Yuan Doncheong greeted her with a big smile. I tried on this outfit at the shop yesterday. It looked good, and today's matching is really nice. You young people have good taste in clothes. Rongyan, who had just finished talking with some guests, saw her and smiled. Looking good. Luo Luo is naturally beautiful, with dimples when she smiles, fair skin, like a fairy. Yuan Doncheong liked her daughter-in-law more and more. Today's guests were all high-ranking officials and their families. Rongyan and his wife followed Grandpa to greet the guests, both performing very well. Especially Ji Luo, who responded with high emotional intelligence, remained calm and respectful in front of these powerful leaders, leaving a good impression on everyone. Rongyi and his wife stayed nearby, watching their son and daughter-in-law perform even better than expected. They were very pleased. At exactly 12 o'clock, the birthday banquet began. Today's feast was simple and there were 4 meat dishes and the rest were vegetarian. They added some variety, with more noodles and pastries prepared. Old Master Ren originally didn't plan to hold a birthday banquet, but his children and grandchildren's filial piety moved him. He thought he didn't have many days left and wanted to gather with old friends and have a drink. So he finally agreed. During the banquet, he drank a glass of wine and happily made a toast. He smiled throughout the event until all the guests left, and his smile never faded. After sending off the last guest, Ren Rongyan took his wife inside the house. Luo Luo, you don't need to do any more chores. Rest inside and take a nap. Okay. Ji Luo was feeling a bit tired. She took off her coat and said, It's lively at home today. The little one seems to sense it. He kicked me a lot today and my belly is a little sore. Luo Luo, should we see a doctor? Ren Rongyan asked with concern. No need. Things have quieted down now. As the months go by, he becomes more active and I feel more movement. I just need to rest more. Ji Luo thought there was still a lot to do outside. She lay down on the bed and urged him, Brother Yen, go ahead and get busy. I'll sleep for a while. If I still feel uncomfortable when I wake up, I'll go to the clinic. All right, call me if you're not feeling well. Ren Rongyan covered her with a blanket before leaving. Yuan Doncheong brought them 2 cups of tea. When she saw her son come out and close the door, she quietly asked him, Rongyan, is Luo Luo asleep? Yes, she is. Ren Rongyan took a cup of tea and told her about the baby's movements. Yuan Doncheong remembered and shared her experience. We're almost 9 months now. The baby moves a lot. If he stops moving, that's not good. When Luo Luo wakes up, if she feels uncomfortable, I'll call the doctor to check on her. The entire Ren family was hardworking and didn't need elders to tell them what to do. Everyone naturally divided the chores, and within half an hour, the house was clean and tidy. After finishing his work, Ren Rongyan went inside and saw Ji Luo sleeping deeply. He didn't wake her, but quietly left the room and told Yuan Doncheong, Mom, I'll go to the house to fix the doors and windows and clear out any unwanted furniture. Luo Luo is still sleeping. When she wakes up, please help take care of her. Go ahead. Your dad and Rongjia are free this afternoon. Let them help out. We'll finish everything at the house today, Yuan Doncheong said before calling the men and children to gather. The father and sons all went together. While they arranged the car, she went back to her room, took a stack of money, and put it in her husband's pocket, warning him, buy a full set of new things for the house. Furniture, bedding, everything. Choose the best and thickest. Also, buy extra coal and firewood. When they come next time, it will be the coldest and Luo Luo will be postpartum. She can't be cold. Okay, I understand. Ren-yi put the money in his pocket, told his parents, and went out with his children. When the father and his 5 sons arrived, Su Guanglei and Lin Wei were also there. They were accompanied by Su's mother and Lin's parents. Everyone was there to look at the house, and they also arranged for a renovation worker to come over. Mr. In, we just finished the old master's birthday banquet and brought the kids here, Su's mother said as she approached to chat. Rani stepped forward and shook her hand, smiling. Rongyan's house hasn't been renovated yet. We're going back south in a few days, so we're here to help out while we have time. Today, the Su family went to the Rin family to attend the birthday banquet. Su's couple, Su Guanglei and Lin Wei, all went. Lin's parents didn't go, but Lin's grandfather did go to celebrate his birthday. After exchanging greetings with Lin's parents and looking at their house, Rennie asked, "Is Guanglei planning a big renovation?" "No major changes, just some big modifications." Su Guanglei's house has the same size as Rongyan's, but his previous owner was a businessman who was suppressed during a difficult time. The house was confiscated by the government and given to others, so it was in a mess, and all the household items were unusable. The renovation worker Su contacted was quite professional. He quickly finalized a renovation plan in an hour and promised to finish within 2 months. After tidying up his home, Rongyan came over and asked, "Masterly, can you spare some time this month to help paint my house? I don't need to change anything, just paint all the walls white. Painting quickly is no problem. I'll bring some people over, and we can finish it in 2 days," Masterly replied. "Masterly, I've bought the materials you need. It will take 3 days. First, help my brother paint the walls, and then fix this decorative archway," Su Guanglei arranged. "All right, I'll prepare the materials this afternoon and start tomorrow morning." Rongyan scheduled a time with him, then asked about furniture procurement, said goodbye to the Su family, and went shopping with his brothers. When the father and his 5 sons returned, it was almost dark. There were about 10 large bowls on the dining table in the living room, and as they entered, they smelled a delicious aroma. "Smells so good. What did you cook tonight?" Ren Rongxi asked as he entered. Luo was in the kitchen and replied, "She's cooking a lot of good dishes. You'll all have a feast tonight." Ruan Danxiong just came out of the kitchen and asked, "Rongyan, is everything ready?" "Almost done. The furniture is ordered and will be delivered in 3 days. I also arranged for a master to help with painting the walls. The work starts tomorrow and will only take 2 days." Ji Luo was cooking in the kitchen when she heard sounds outside. She immediately came out and saw they had returned. She smiled happily and said, "Dad, Brother Yan, you're back. Luo, you're pregnant. Don't overwork yourself. There are some leftovers for lunch, and just a simple meal tonight is fine," Rennie said. "Dad, I only made a few home-cooked dishes. The rest are leftovers," she replied. After the banquet, there were many ingredients at home that could be used. Ji Luo started cooking 2 bowls of braised pork, a pot of braised pig's trotters, a large bowl of sauerkraut with pork intestines, a pot of meatball, tofu, and mushroom soup, a big bowl of garlic shrimp, and reheated some leftovers from lunch to stir-fry again. Old Master Rin took a nap in the afternoon and went out for a walk after waking up. He played 2 rounds of chess with his old friend before returning home. As soon as he entered, he smelled the delicious aroma and called out, "Who's cooking tonight? These dishes smell so good, they're making my mouth water." "Grandpa, sister-in-law is cooking. Her dishes smell so fragrant," Ren Rongrong said, already salivating. "Is it Luo's doing?" Old Master Ren walked to the table with his hands behind his back, looked at the colorful, fragrant dishes, and smiled happily. "Bring me a big bowl. I want to eat more tonight." Just then, old Madam Rin came out with some soup and said, Luo's specially steamed medicinal chicken soup for you. It's steamed with water for 2 hours until very tender. You should try this first. Let's eat together." Old Master Ren sat down first, but didn't start eating immediately. Soon, all the dishes were served. Ji Luo and the others were called to sit at the elders' table. Ren Rongyan served rice for everyone, first giving Grandpa a piece of braised pork that was a bit fatty but tender. "Grandpa, try this." "Good, you eat too." Old Master Ren smiled happily and picked up his chopsticks to serve Ji Luo some pig's trotters. Luo, you've worked hard.
Eat up. Thank you, Grandpa.
All the meat dishes tonight are very tender and easy to digest. Please eat more. Grandpa's appetite was quite good that night. After finishing a small bowl of chicken soup, he slowly chewed and ate the chicken leg and also had some pig's trotters, braised pork, and shrimp. However, he only ate half a bowl of rice. He was able to eat well, and his 3 sons took turns serving him dishes and refilling his soup. After he was full and satisfied, they even went outside for a walk to aid digestion. Over the next 2 days, Run Rongyen was busy with house matters, while the men of the Rin family accompanied Grandpa to see the doctor. Ji Luo, her mother-in-law, and sister-in-law traveled around Kyoto, visiting various attractions, riding the subway and buses, and even saw retired helicopters and transport planes from the military. During these 2 days out, system points increased rapidly, quickly surpassing 200,000 points. When I returned home in the evening, my family was discussing the old man's test results. The doctor advised surgery as soon as possible, warning that delaying would lower the chances of success. Everyone was talking about this matter. Brother Yen, come with me to the room. I have something to tell you. Ji Luo quietly tugged on the man's sleeve. The couple went into the room and closed the door. Run Rongyen asked first, Luo, what do you want to say? Brother Yen, here you go, Ji Luo said. Today, after earning over 200,000 points, Ji Luo immediately applied for a reward and successfully received a special life-saving medicine from a higher realm. Seeing the bottle, Run Rongyen knew it wasn't something available here. He quickly asked Luo, did you get another reward? Yes, today I looked into things like helicopters and transport planes. My points are adding up quickly. This medicine has no instructions. It looks like a simple porcelain bottle. Ji Luo whispered to him about how to use it and its effects. I asked the system carefully. Given Grandpa's current health, he only needs to drink 1 drop 2 days before the surgery to ensure he passes safely. After the surgery, he can take another drop, and in half a month, he will recover fully and won't get sick for the next 20 years. The bottle is small, holding about 15 milliliters. It is a true miracle drug. Just 1 drop can save an ordinary person's life. Brother Yen, this medicine tastes very bitter, even more bitter than bile, and has a strong fishy smell. If Grandpa isn't told about it, he probably won't take it, Ji Luo warned. Run Rongyen held the bottle and nodded slightly. I'll talk to Grandpa about it later. Whatever story you want to tell, arrange it as you see fit, Ji Luo smiled. Run Rongyen smiled and hugged her, kissing her forehead and temple. Luo, thank you. Brother Yen, we're married. Spouses shouldn't say thank you like that. Grandpa is our family's anchor. As long as he's here, the Rin family is stable. You will also have a bright future, and with us and the children protected by you, we can live happily and smoothly. This is a real society. Our whole family shares the same prosperity. Grandpa's protective shield can't fall now. He's healthy and standing tall, which is a blessing and honor for all of us younger generations. Although the 3 brothers in the Rin family now hold important positions, and the daughters and sons-in-law also work in key roles in the city, the 3rd generation has just started out, and the best successors haven't been trained yet. If the old man were to fall at this moment, it might not affect the Rin family much in the next year or 2. But over time, the family would be pushed out. Once pushed around, it will take a very long time to return to the position the old man once held. Although Run Rongyen didn't grow up in this circle, he understands the complex web of power and knows that what she says is correct. After dinner, Run Rongyen brewed tea for the elders and voluntarily invited them. Grandpa, Dad, Uncle, Little Uncle, I want to talk to you about something. Can we go to the room to discuss?
Sure.
Old Master Ren stood up and called him over. Rongyen, come to my study. Old Master Ren was an ordinary farmer who only attended school for a few years. He joined the army to have enough to eat, and later on the battlefield, he relied on his fearless spirit to push forward, which earned him his current honor. The study was simple, with only a few books on the shelf. The rest were trophies from the battlefield, all treasures to him. Rongyen, sit down. The study was small, with a long table in the middle. Old Master Ren sat at the head, smiling kindly. Rongyen, just say what you want to say. Ren Rongyan pulled out a chair, sat down, smiled, and straightforwardly said, "Grandpa, I have a bottle of a miraculous medicine that can help you get through this difficult time. Are you willing to try it?" The four people who had just sat down looked at him all at once. First, Father Ren spoke. "Rongyan, this medicine." "Dad, I was seriously injured at the beginning of the year. My leg was almost cut off. Not only was the bone broken, but the nerves and tendons were also damaged. The best doctors in the country treated me, but they all thought I would be disabled. After 2 or 3 months, I was able to stand again, with no aftereffects. Do you really think it was just luck that helped me recover?" Father and son Ren were both smart people. His full recovery wasn't just luck, but was aided by good medicine. However, this must be kept secret from outsiders, so they concealed it. "Rongyan, can you tell us where this medicine comes from?" Old Master Ren asked. "Grandpa, I can't say where it comes from, but I can assure you that the source of this medicine is legitimate. I haven't made any illegal or harmful agreements with the person who provided it. They gave me this bottle because we share a special connection." Ren Rongyan didn't plan to make up stories or lie. He believed that his elders would respect his wishes and wouldn't press for details. He had already clearly said he couldn't share the details, and Old Man Ren and the others all understood not to ask further. Ren Qin asked, "Rongyan, is this medicine sure to help Dad safely get through the surgery?"
Yes.
Rongyan answered firmly, "Just 2 drops are needed, one before the surgery and one after. Not only will it ensure Grandpa's recovery this time, but it can also keep him healthy for the next 20 years. "Wow, that's amazing." Little Uncle Renju's eyes lit up. "I also took 2 drops at the time." As the other person said, "I recovered completely in a month," Rongyan replied, half-truthfully. The 3 brothers of the Ren family looked at their father, waiting for his decision. Ren Qin asked him, "Dad, what do you think?" Rongyan is very filial. Old man, will naturally not disappoint him." Old Man Ren didn't doubt the medicine. When Su Diguang and others visited their home earlier, they carefully discussed how Rongyan saved Su Guanglei. Given his injuries at the time, being able to stand up again was truly a miracle. They also thought it was good luck, but now they know he used a divine medicine. Old Man Ren didn't doubt the medicine's effects and believed his grandson sincerely cared for him. "Rongyan, do you have this medicine with you?" Ren Yi asked.
Yes.
Rongyan took the bottle out of his pocket and showed them. "This medicine tastes bitter and fishy, hard to swallow. After taking it, you'll feel your body react quickly. Pain at the injury site will sting, lasting a day. The next day, the pain will be gone, and you'll feel much better, full of energy, just like eating a nourishing soup." Just now, Ji Luo had carefully told him some details about the reactions, and he shared the important ones. The medicine looked very ordinary on the outside, but those who knew about such things could tell it was unusual. After a closer look, they realized it was a rare and valuable treasure. Old Man Ren looked at the bottle for a few moments and asked, "Rongyan, when will you use it?" "After setting the surgery date, take 1 drop 2 days in advance. After waking up from the surgery, take another drop. Half a month later, you'll recover fully." Old Man Ren nodded and handed the bottle back. "Keep this medicine for now. Tomorrow, go and confirm the surgery date with the doctor. Once it's set, start using the medicine. Dad, it's better to do it early. Since Rongyan has good medicine, let's plan ahead. I'll go find Dr. Liao now and set the surgery for the day after tomorrow. Tonight, I'll take the medicine to prepare," Ren Qin said.
All right, as you say.
Old Master Ren agreed, and then told his 3 sons, "Tonight, Rongyan will come and talk to you, and about the good medicine he has. Besides us 5, no one else should know about it." "Father, we understand." The 3 brothers of the Ren family knew how important this special medicine was, and that it must not be leaked. "Regarding the aftermath of the surgery, you should plan and cover it up in advance. I will cooperate. For the next 2 months, I will stay quietly at home to recover. Big brother, you handle the outside matters," Old Master Ren arranged in advance. "Father, don't worry about these things. I will take care of it," said Ren Qin, standing up and patting his nephew's shoulder heavily. "Rongyan, on behalf of the whole family, thank you. Big uncle, I am also a member of the Rin family. It's my duty, Rongyan replied humbly. He didn't dare take credit. Most of the credit belonged to his wife. He kept the truth from the elders as a precaution. If it were discovered later, all the risks and storms would fall on him. Rin Qin went out to call Dr. Liao to confirm the surgery time and then came back to tell old Master Ren. Grandpa, since it's set for the day after tomorrow, take the medicine now, Rongyan said, taking out the medicine bottle again. All right, old Master Ren agreed. He got up and went outside to get some boiled water and a spoon. Rongyan poured a drop of the medicine into the water. The strong, fishy smell made him frown, and he reminded, Grandpa, this medicine is very bitter and fishy, even more bitter than bile.
Just swallow it all at once.
Second brother, go get some sweet preserved fruit and make a cup of sugar water for Grandpa, arranged Rin Qin. No need. Old Master Ren waved his hand and took the medicine from his grandson, swallowing it all in one go. The bitter, fishy taste filled his mouth and nose. Old Master Ren almost vomited but clenched his mouth tightly and held back, then quickly drank several cups of water. After the taste subsided, his body shivered. That one dose almost took me away, he said. Rongyan's face twitched, and he smiled with pursed lips. Good medicine tastes bitter. Yi brought him a piece of preserved fruit to help mask the taste. He looked at his watch and said, Dad, the medicine should start working soon. You should go take a bath now. After washing, go back to your room. I'll stay with you tonight. All right, I'll go take a bath first, old Master Ren said, getting up and reminding his children and grandchildren, don't tell your wife. Don't let her worry. Tomorrow, if I feel too unwell to get up, just tell everyone I took the medicine prescribed by the doctor and need to rest early for a day to regain my strength. Okay. The four of them replied. Old Master Ren quickly went to take a shower, but halfway through, he started to feel abdominal pain. He hurriedly asked his son to speed up, quickly rinsed himself, and then went straight back to his room to lie down. Old Master Ren had been in pain all day and lying in his room. The pain wasn't sharp or tearing but felt like tiny ants biting and itching on a wound, many small pains that made him feel dizzy. His 3 sons took turns caring for him, not allowing anyone else to visit. Only Ren Rongyan and his wife stayed, assuming Grandpa was resting after taking his medicine. By nearly 8 p.m. the next evening, the pain gradually eased. Old Master Ren felt like he was alive again. As his grandson said, all his body cells seemed full of energy. At that moment, Renju was nearby watching over him. He saw the changes in his grandfather's body and asked, Dad, is it about time? Is the pain less now? It doesn't hurt anymore and I don't feel dizzy. I feel alive again. When he tried to struggle up, Renju immediately held him down. Dad, don't rush to move. Lie down and rest a bit. I'll call Rongyan to come in. Okay, go ahead. Bring me a cup of warm water. I'm thirsty. Rongyan quickly entered and asked Grandpa, how do you feel? Just as you said, it doesn't hurt anymore. I feel warm inside and very comfortable. Old Master Ren took the water his son handed him and drank it in a few sips. He touched his stomach and asked, Rongyan, can I eat now? I'm really hungry. Dr. Liao said to fast a day early and no food after 10 o'clock. But now you can eat. There's warm porridge on the stove. Drink some to warm your stomach. All right, ask your aunt to cook me a bowl of noodles, something light like egg and vegetable noodles. The old man woke up and also wanted to eat. Old Lady Ren felt more at ease. She asked her daughter-in-law to prepare food, and she brought in hot water to wash him personally. Old Lady Ren thought he had taken the medicine prescribed by Dr. Liao. Seeing that he looked quite good now, she said, You slept all day today. Your complexion looks better. It seems Dr. Liao's medicine is effective. Yes, I slept all day and I feel much better now. Old Master Ren sat on the bed, drinking a large bowl of porridge. After feeling much better and lighter, he got up and walked around the living room. He also ate a big bowl of noodles and watched TV with his grandchildren and children for a while. On the day of the surgery, the whole family was present. Everyone went to the hospital with old Master Ren and accompanied him into the operating room. He entered the operating room at 8:30 a.m., and it wasn't until 1 p.m. that the door finally opened from inside. "Dr. Liao, how is it?" The three brothers of the Ren family asked almost at the same time. The surgery went smoothly. The tumor has been completely removed. The pathology report will take some time, but there's a high chance it's benign. Old Master's vital signs are stable. He's still under anesthesia and in a coma. He should wake up by evening. Hearing this, everyone's worries eased. Old Lady Ren sincerely thanked the medical team, saying, "Dr. Liao, other doctors and nurses, thank you for your hard work." "You're welcome, old lady," the doctors replied. About 10 minutes later, Old Master Ren was taken out of the operating room. Everyone immediately escorted him to a special ward. After settling him in, Iren said, "Mom, Dad is fine now. We'll stay here to take care of him. You and the younger generation go back and have dinner. Romjia will bring us food." Okay. Take good care of him. Call the family if anything happens," Old Lady Ren replied. Old Master Ren was also quite old and worried about his health these days. He looked a bit tired. He woke up around 7 p.m. that night. The doctor checked his blood pressure and heart rate, which were normal. Because it was intestinal surgery, he couldn't eat for now. For the next few days, he received nutrients through 4. In the following days, Iren and Ju's families took turns visiting and caring for him. Qin's family went to work on schedule. Rongyan and his wife visited their grandfather every day, but Iren didn't let him stay overnight to keep him focused on caring for Ji Luo. The couple went out every day, exploring different places in Kyoto. Once Old Master's health was fully stable, Iren and Ju's brothers' vacations arrived. One had to return to the south, and the other to the northeast. Old Master needed to stay in the hospital for 10 days after the surgery. Iren and Ju couldn't wait for his discharge, so they entrusted the main caregiving to their older brother and sister-in-law. Ji Luo and her in-laws traveled south with her parents-in-law. Su Guanglei and Lin Wei also returned to Sha City. During that week, they confirmed their marriage directly, skipping the engagement process, and quickly registered their marriage. After discussion, both families scheduled their wedding for the 6th day of the first lunar month next year. Lin Wei's parents are very happy with Su Guanglei as their son-in-law. When discussing the wedding, they didn't mention any bride price or material demands. They only asked him to treat Lin Wei sincerely. Although her parents didn't bring it up, Su Guanglei carefully prepared the bride price himself and was involved in all arrangements, not leaving everything to his parents. The day after they registered their marriage, good news spread quickly in their circle, and the Qin family also heard about it. Since Ren Rongjia publicly embarrassed the Qin family, they became the subject of jokes in their community. Although it didn't affect their work, their reputation was damaged. People shook their heads when mentioning them, and even other branches of the Qin family were affected. After that, the elderly in the Qin family stopped seeing visitors and claimed to be ill. Qin Wenyan took a month off work and stayed inside all day. When the news of Su Guanglei and Lin Wei's marriage reached the Qin family, they learned that the Su family gave a bride price of 1,288 yuan, and the new house bought by Su Guanglei was registered in Lin Wei's name. The wedding was grand with 3 gold rings and other accessories. The Su grandparents kept praising Lin Wei publicly, which made the Qin family members very angry. Qin Wanyan's mother was the one who told her about the news when she returned home. Hearing this, Qin Wanyan felt very depressed, as if she was soaked in bitter regret, and she couldn't even cry. The Qin family paid no attention to what happened afterward, as they were now on a train heading south. They planned to visit their grandparents' and uncle's family in Nancheng, staying there for 2 days before returning to Shacheng. Su Guanglei and Lin Wei went back to the army before their trip to Nancheng. Lin Wei's work was almost finished, and she still had to work in Shacheng for half a month. After completing her last tasks, she would return to Beijing to prepare for the wedding. Su Guanglei would wait a little longer until he received his admission letter, then handle the formalities and go back to Beijing with Ren Rongyan and others. In Nancheng, everyone got off the train carrying big bags. Ruan Danxiong helped her daughter-in-law all the way, saying, "Luo, Luo, walk slowly. It's raining outside, and it's wet and icy. Be careful not to slip." Run Rongyen carried her luggage and protected her on each side as they slowly left the station. Second sister, second brother-in-law, over here, Wan Yuje personally came to pick them up at the station. He had been waiting in the cold wind for half an hour. Uncle, Rong Jia, and the others hurried over carrying their luggage. They have a very close relationship with their uncle. As they rushed forward, they all warmly embraced him. You two naughty boys, uncle's back can't handle your weight anymore. It's about to break, Wan Yuzha said with a look of annoyance, but he held them tightly. Walking last, Wan Donxiong called out, Rongjia, Rongshi, your uncle's back isn't good.
Don't press on him.
Wan Yuzha released his young nephew, poked his niece's face, but his gaze was fixed warmly on Ren Rongyen, who was walking slowly toward him. He strode over to him.
Rongyen.
Uncle. Ren Rongyen quickened his steps, threw his luggage on the ground, and naturally hugged him. I want to hug Uncle too.
Good boy.
Wan Yuzha hugged him tightly, his face full of emotion. Finally, you're back. Our whole family can be together again. The last time he saw his nephew was when they were both 1 year old. At that time, he was studying at school and had taken half a day off to attend their first birthdays. Not long after, his second sister took her sons to join the military. Since that first birthday farewell, he hadn't seen them for over 20 years. Now seeing him again, he had grown into a tall, strong man. Wan Yuzha's eyes welled with tears, and his voice choked up. Grandpa and Grandma are waiting at home. Let's go back first, and we'll talk more when we get there. Okay, Rong Yen replied. After their reunion, Wan Donxiong helped her daughter-in-law forward and introduced him. Ji Yuzha, this is Rong Yan's wife, Ji Luo. Luo, welcome, welcome, Wan Yuzha said with a big smile. Hello, uncle, Ji Luo politely greeted, her eyes fixed on the elegant, handsome elder. She smiled and said, Brother Yen and Big Brother look like uncle. Yes, they do. The brothers resemble me more. Wan Yuzha looked at his nephew with a smile, patting his shoulder, full of pride. Rong Yen didn't grow up under the Rensher family's influence or with his parents, but he still followed the path of our ancestors. I like this path. Rong Yen admired and looked up to the army, naturally drawn to that shade of olive green, which he considered the most sacred color in his heart. They exchanged a few words briefly, then headed outside to catch a ride. Wan Yuzha borrowed 2 official cars from his workplace and also brought along an assistant to help pick up some people. Wan Yuzha works at a government agency in Nancheng in a senior office position. His wife's family is also from Nancheng. She works at a bank. The couple has a son and a daughter. The son is the same age as Ji Luo and took the college entrance exam half a month ago. Their younger daughter is still in middle school. The car just stopped at the front door. The 2 elders of the Wan family both came out together. Ren Yi was the first to open the door and get out.
Dad, Mom.
Ren Yi, has Rongyan arrived? Mrs. Wan asked her grandson. Yes, he's on the car behind. Rongyan had already pushed the door open and called out happily, Grandpa, Grandma. Is that Rongyan? The older couple of the Wan family stared intently at him. Grandpa, Grandma, I am Rongyan. Rongjia stepped forward and said. The elders looked back and forth between the two. After recognizing him, Mrs. Wan smiled and patted him. You're Rongjia. You little rascal, trying to fool Grandma. Seeing Rongyan helping the heavily pregnant Ji Luo out of the car, the Wan couple immediately pushed aside their son-in-law and the eldest grandson and hurried over to help. Daqiong, Rongyan, slow down. The ground is slippery. Be careful. Once Ji Luo steadied herself, she politely called out, Grandpa, Grandma. Our good granddaughter-in-law, you've been running around pregnant. You've worked hard. Mrs. Wan immediately stepped forward to support her. Mr. Wan looked at his grandson, who was taller than him by half a head, with a warm smile.
Rongyan, Grandpa.
Rongyan reached out and embraced him. Although it was their first meeting, the bond of blood made him feel very familiar. Good boy. Mr. Ruan's eyes welled up with emotion. He reached out and hugged him. You've suffered these years. They had spoken on the phone last time, and both elders of the Wan family already knew about his growth and experiences. Grandpa, it's all in the past now. Rongyan had long let go of the past with the Zhou family. After releasing him, he also hugged the kind and gentle Mrs. Yuan, who was crying with tears streaming down her face.
Grandma.
Sniff, Rongyan, our Rongyan is finally back. The elders were very emotional. Tears flowed like a flood, and they held him tightly, trembling with emotion. Mom, your heart isn't good. Don't get too emotional. Stop crying, Yuan Xiong, with red eyes, gently advised and stepped forward to pull her away. She then said to her son, Rongyan, hold Luo Luo. It's cold outside. Let's go inside and talk. You should also say hello to Auntie and your cousin. Rongyan, Luo Luo, come inside and sit. Meng Jingya, their Yuan family's daughter-in-law, came over to invite them. Auntie. Without needing any introductions from elders, both of them immediately called out to her. Welcome to our home. Please come in and sit, Meng Jingya said gracefully and kindly, her voice gentle as water. Everyone carried their luggage inside. The house was already prepared with a fireplace, and the blazing fire was burning brightly. The coldness on their bodies quickly dissipated. Once everyone was seated, Wan Yujie introduced his children. Minghui, Mingzhu, this is our second cousin Rongyan and his wife Jilua. The Yuan family's two elders had 3 children, Yuan Danxiong, who is the second oldest, Wan Yujie, the youngest, and an older sister, Yuan Danhong. Yuan Danhong and her husband also have 3 children. Their eldest daughter is 2 years older than brothers Rinrongjia and Rinrongyan and is already married. The second and third children are sons, younger than their brothers, making them the older cousins among the second generation. Hello, second cousin Rongyan and his wife. Wan Minghui, the eldest son, resembles his father, bright, handsome, polite. His daughter, Wan Mingzhu, looks like her mother, very pretty and charming. Hello, Minghui and Mingzhu. Nice to meet you, they said politely. Rongyan and his wife shook hands with them. Jilua also handed them gifts she bought in Kyoto. Minghui, Mingzhu, I don't know your preferences, so I bought 2 harmonicas. I hope you like them.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
We like them very much, the siblings replied politely. Rongyan Luoluo, you've been too kind. Meng Jingya brewed hot tea and handed it to them. Here, have some tea to warm up. Thank you, Auntie, Jilua politely responded. The Yuan family had prepared gifts for the occasion. The elders gave thick red envelopes and bought wool sweaters for the young couple. Wan Yujie and his wife also prepared red envelopes and shoes. Minghui and his sister brought gifts for their first time meeting cousins and sister-in-law. The Yuan family is a warm, loving extended family. The elders are kind and friendly, and Wan Yujie and his wife have a good relationship. They are easy to get along with, and everyone gathers around the stove, chatting happily, feeling very joyful. Lunch was prepared by Ruan's mother and her daughter-in-law, with lighter dishes to suit Renee's family's taste. Luo Luo, this abalone chicken soup, drink more. This abalone was sent from Yangcheng by your mother, good for health and nourishment. Since you're pregnant, eat more, Ruan's mother said, filling her bowl with chicken and abalone.
Thank you, Grandma.
You should eat too, Jilua smiled. Ruan's father also called the children and grandchildren to eat. Seeing Rongyan serve Jilua some chili, he said, Rongyan, serve more dishes to Luoluo. Don't eat too much chili. Grandpa, we grew up in Province X, where we love spicy food. Rongyan and I both enjoy spicy dishes, they replied. Recently, I went to Kyoto. The food there is not spicy, and we can't find spicy dishes at outside restaurants. Now, we just want to eat some chili to satisfy our craving, Ren Rongyan said with a smile. That's right, you're in Shacheng, where people like very strong flavors, even spicier than in our Nancheng. Father Wan happily moved the spicy dishes in front of them to their side, with a kind smile. Rongyan Luoluo, your parents, older brother, and younger siblings prefer light food. Now we're in Guangzhou, where the taste is different. They can't handle spicy dishes, but you can. Ji Luo was already eating the spicy food, and after swallowing, she said, Grandma and Auntie cook delicious food that suits our taste. Eat more if you like, Meng Jingyao said with a smile. Suddenly, Ruan Mingzhu, sitting with Ren Rongrong, asked, second sister-in-law. Do you get pimples on your face from eating chili?
No, I don't. Ji Luo shook her head.
I like strong flavors and can't do without spice, but I've never had pimples.
Wow, I envy that, Wan Mingzhu said.
Wan Mingzhu is at an age where she cares about beauty. She envies Ji Luo's smooth, white skin like a freshly peeled egg, but she tends to get heat rash and pimples if she eats too much spicy food. Ji Luo smiled and said, that's just teenage acne. When you get older, it won't happen anymore. Our Luo Luo is pretty and charming, even more beautiful than the actresses in the art troupe, Ruan's mother said with a smile. Run Rongyan's lips curled up, feeling happy, and joked, when a wife as beautiful as a fairy is right in front of you, you naturally want to grab her quickly. If you miss it, you might not find another. Everyone chuckled. Rongjie, you're the oldest brother. Rongyan is already married and has children. You need to work harder. Ruan's mother also started encouraging him to find a partner. Grandma, don't worry or rush. When I meet the right person, I'll definitely seize the chance. I'll come to collect the big red envelope from you, Grandpa, Uncle, and Auntie. The elders of the Yuan family treat their grandchildren and great-grandchildren equally. They love the younger generation very much. The children are all sensible and filial. Seeing that he has intentions, they stop urging him. After all, marriage is about fate. It can't be forced just by words. The lunch was very to Ji Luo's taste. She ate 2 bowls of rice, focusing on the spicy dishes, constantly stuffing spicy peppers into her mouth, making Wan Rongrong shiver. Luo Luo, drink the chicken soup. Rongyan put down his chopsticks earlier than her and helped the soup cool. Grandma and Auntie cooked such delicious dishes. Chio's mouth was red and spicy, and she enjoyed it very much. Seeing everyone put down their chopsticks, she smiled gently and said, I have a little foodie inside me, so I ate a bit too much. Luo Luo, take your time eating. We have 2 mouths to eat with, so we should eat more. Meng Jingya usually enjoys cooking. Tonight's dishes received praise, and she was happy as a hard-working person. Everyone else was drinking tea. Ren Yi held his teacup, relaxed in front of his family, and said kindly, Minghui, your second aunt said your college entrance exam didn't go very smoothly. One subject wasn't very good. Do you think you have a chance? Second uncle, it's hard to say now. Compared to my usual performance, that subject wasn't great, but after comparing with other students, I think it's okay. Since this is the first year of the new college entrance exam system, I don't know the admission rates or cutoff scores, so I'm not confident. Ren Yi understood and gave them a clear answer. The admission rate this time is at most 5%. That's so low. Meng Jingya's heart tightened, and she frowned. Minghui usually does well in school and prepared for half a year in advance.
I was pretty confident about this exam.
When I filled out my application, I didn't consider other schools much. If I had known it would be so competitive, I would have been more conservative. Minghui, Luo Luo is applying to the same school as you. She's also going to Peking University, Wan Danqiong told him. Oh, sister-in-law also took the exam? Wan Minghui looked at her with a smile. Luo Luo smiled at him and said, I graduated from high school last year. My grades are okay. I applied to the foreign language department at Peking University. Luo Luo, are you confident? The foreign language department is very difficult. You need to take an extra exam in foreign languages. Did you study foreign languages before? Wan Yujie asked quickly. Uncle, I did pretty well. If everything goes smoothly, I should be able to get into Peking University. I grew up in the countryside. During school, there were no foreign language classes. I learned languages secretly from a university professor who was assigned to my hometown. I have a talent for languages, so that teacher risked teaching me. This time, I did very well in the foreign language exam. The proctor watched me the whole time, and after the exam, he said I did very well. Seeing her confidence, Wan Minghui immediately stood up. Sister-in-law, I also took the art stream. I'm not confident about my math. Can you help me check my scores and estimate my grade? Sure. Both your second cousin and I did very well in math. We probably got full marks. Second cousin, you also took the exam? Wan Minghui's eyes lit up. I took the exam. I applied for the military academy's command department, a science program, very stable. The Yuan family only just found out about their college entrance exam results. When the parents saw they did well, they were very happy. Wow, Rongyan and Luoluo gave us a big surprise. Yes, it's really a big surprise. Ren Yi was also looking forward to the results. This year's college entrance exam was not the same across the country. Each province had different papers, but neighboring provinces had similar difficulty levels. Wan Minghui brought out his retaken exam paper at home. Ren Rongyan and his wife graded it together, without needing to use a pen for calculations, pointing out each mistake. Ji Luo finally estimated his score, 86 to 88 points. Ren Rongyan handed the paper back and said, "If you do well in the other subjects, you should get in." They estimated the scores. Wan Minghui felt reassured and smiled, saying, "I estimated my score myself. I got around 82. That's about 4 to 6 points higher, so it should be safe, right?" Wan Donxiong hoped her nephew would succeed in getting in. Since the official cutoff scores hadn't been released yet, everything was uncertain. Wan Yujie was cautious. "Let's wait for the results first. If I don't make it, I still have a chance next year in the first half of the year, and I can retake the exam." That was their plan before. Since this attempt didn't go well, he would study harder for the next one. With half a year of extra preparation, his chances of passing would be high. Ji Luo finished drinking the remaining chicken soup and asked again, "Minghui, what major did you choose?"
Law.
Wan Minghui was interested in this major. The elders in the Wan family were all in government, so they supported him studying law. Ji Luo nodded and invited him. "Minghui, if you get in, we'll be schoolmates. But my due date is in February, so I can't go to school right after giving birth. I'll have to take a leave this semester. We bought a small courtyard near Beijing University. If you get in, you don't have to live on campus, just stay at our house. We have many rooms, so pick one and stay as you like. Sister-in-law, if I really get in, staying in the dorms is fine. I don't want to trouble you," Minghui said with a smile. Ren Rongyan added, "Minghui, the dorms aren't very good, and there are a lot of students. Also, many of this year's students are older, some are already married, and many stayed in the countryside as educated youth. When we went to Kyoto, the elders from Ren's family told us that new students are now allowed to bring their children to stay in the dorms. They had to bring their child to stay, which was not ideal. The school should understand and help more, but for other roommates, the study and living environment might be affected. We bought a house very close to Jingda, only a 6 or 7-minute walk. It has now been repaired and renovated. When your sister-in-law has her baby and is resting, my mother will go to take care of her. You can also come and stay, having 3 meals at home." Seeing that their son and daughter-in-law are thoughtful about caring for their cousin, Wan Donxiong said, "Minghui, if you get into Jingda, come to stay at your cousin's house. My second aunt is quitting her job when she returns to Yangcheng and will come to stay with you and your wife during her maternity leave. I will go to Kyoto to take care of her and the baby. You should also come and stay at home. My second aunt will cook for you." Second sister, Rongyan Luoluo, "If Minghui really gets in, it might cause some trouble for you all." With their second sister's family helping to take care of the son, Meng Jingya felt at ease. "Auntie, it's no trouble at all. I went to a military school which is different from a regular university. I only get 2 days off each month, and I'm rarely at home. Minghui will need to help take care of them more than." Rongyan also considered this. Since he wasn't at home, only women and children were there. If Minghui stayed at home, he could help out when needed. Since it had come to this, Wan Minghui readily agreed, "All right, second cousin, if I get in, I'll move to your house." Then, Wan Donxiong told her brother and sister-in-law about her daughter-in-law's shop, hoping they could help open some channels. Meng Jingya's family was well-respected in Nanchang, with relatives and friends working in government and state-owned enterprises. She agreed without hesitation. After discussing with Ji Luo and finding out the wholesale prices, she immediately called her relatives. Luo asked the shop to send some samples. "It's the end of the year now, and wool is in short supply. Whatever quantity they send, it will sell. My cousin wants to see the quality first. If it's good, she'll place an order immediately."
Okay.
Auntie, may I borrow the phone to call the shop and ask them to send samples now, so they can be shipped on the earliest train? Shacheng and Nancheng are not far apart, with multiple trains running daily, and it only takes 3 hours to get here. The samples should arrive this afternoon, and the business can be finalized. Li Jiao received her call and was very happy to hear about the samples. Ji Luo, your skill in expanding business is amazing. You've managed to secure Nancheng so quickly. It's thanks to Uncle and Auntie's help. Uncle and Auntie? Li Jiao paused. Your real uncle and aunt? No, this time we went to Kyoto and found Brother Yan's family. I will tell you the details when I return. We are now visiting Uncle and Aunt in Nancheng. Please help me send the products. Send a list of all styles and colors. Have He Jia send the earliest train, and once the delivery is done, call me at this number. We'll pick up the goods this afternoon. Okay. When you come back, come to the shop. Li Jiao is eager to know about Zhou Rongyan's private affairs. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon. My parents-in-law, older brother, and younger siblings will come over. Please buy some good dishes in the morning and put them in the shop. We'll come after the train. All right. Li Jiao kept responding. After hanging up, she shouted loudly, Brother Chen Bingqing, Ji Luo, just called. She said they found Brother Zhou's family in Kyoto. They'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Brother Zhou's parents and siblings will come over. Really? Chen Jifeng was happy. Found them in Kyoto? Yes, she just said they found them in Kyoto. They are now in Nancheng, at Brother Zhou's uncle and aunt's house. They are also doing business and asked us to send samples immediately. She didn't know the details, and Chen Jifeng didn't ask. He quickly packed the samples and, after preparing everything, took them with He Jia to the train station. Coincidentally, a train was passing through Nancheng in 5 minutes. They immediately shipped the items onto the train. Half an hour later, Ji Luo received a call from Chen Jifeng. After noting the train number, she smiled and said, You guys are so fast. Eat less, but don't delay business. Chen Jifeng rarely joked with her and then asked on the phone, Ji Luo, did Rongyan really find his family? Yes, we were very lucky this time in Kyoto. I even met Brother Yan's twin brother on the way. Is Rongyan originally from Kyoto? Chen Jifeng asked again. My parents-in-law are in Yangcheng and my grandparents are in Kyoto. This time, Grandpa was celebrating his birthday and my parents-in-law went back to Kyoto to visit family. That's how we met by chance. Good. Glad they found them. When you return, we'll talk more. Chen Jifeng thought about their family reunion and figured they had things to discuss, so he didn't say much more on the phone. Just as he was about to hang up, he cheerfully shared good news. Ji Luo, Bingqing is pregnant. Over a month now. Really? Ji Luo's smile was bright. She congratulated him. Congratulations. I'm about to become an aunt.
Hee.
Chen Jifeng was also very happy. Bingqing is pregnant. You should tell her to rest more and not tire herself out. If she is too busy, we can hire a few more people. Ji Luo arranged this.
Okay.
After Ji Luo finished the call, Ron Donqiong asked, Luo, do any relatives work at the shop? My older cousin sister. Relatives from the Ji family. I only keep in touch with my second uncle's family. My second uncle has 3 daughters. They are from a rural family without sons, so they are looked down upon both by outsiders and their own family. When I was at my parents' home, I felt sorry for my 3 cousins. Yan Ji's childhood friend Xin Jifeng's parents died in an accident when he was very young. He was raised by his grandparents and great-uncle. He is a hard-working and honest young man. Earlier this year, while Yan Go was recovering at home, I worked with him in the county town making noodles. Later, we introduced him to my older cousin sister for matchmaking, and they got married in October. I opened a shop in the provincial capital and brought Chen Jifeng and 2 high school friends along. I mainly handle business negotiations, and they help me manage the store and warehouse. They are all very capable assistants. Around 3 p.m., Run Rongyan borrowed his uncle's car and took his cousin to the train station. They delivered samples from Shacheng to his aunt and cousin's workplace. The other side was satisfied with the quality and price of the goods. They ordered 30,000 items, mostly yarn 70%, sheets 20%, and towels 10%. Upon receiving this large order, Ji Luo immediately called the shop to arrange for delivery. The warehouse was efficient and managed to send out the goods before closing time. Chun Jifeng personally supervised the delivery onto the train and called Ji Luo afterward. Ji Luo and his team stayed at a guest house that night. Since many people were staying there, the Yuan family's home was too small, so they stayed at a nearby guest house. Ren Rongyan woke early and, with his two brothers, went to the train station to meet with people from his aunt and cousin's workplace. They exchanged money and goods. They were busy until 7:30 p.m. before returning to the guest house. When they returned, Ren Rongyan carried 2 heavy bags. These were the sheets and yarn for his grandfather's house. Meng Jingya woke early to buy rice noodles. When they arrived, she was cooking noodles at home. Perfect timing. We can have breakfast now. Jingya, thank you for your hard work. Yuan Donxiong went to the kitchen to help. Seeing that she had prepared a hearty breakfast with the noodles she cooked, she quickly said, Jingya, just keep it simple. Second sister, you all are rare guests. It's hard to come here once, and today afternoon you'll leave again. Next time, it might be several years later. I must prepare a good meal for you all. The Yuan sisters get along well with their younger brother's wife. Although they live in different places because of work, they often call and write letters, and they send gifts during festivals. Yuan Donxiong helps with the chores and says, Rongyan and the others are going to Kyoto to study. I will go soon too. When Minghui goes to university, you all should take a break and come to Kyoto to visit. I will cook for you then. Okay. If Minghui gets into Kyoto University, you should, and I will take leave to send him there. We can bother you for a few days then. No bother at all. We are family. Yuan Donxiong smiles and then says to her mother nearby, Mom, you and Dad should come too. My in-laws have been talking about it recently. They said they haven't seen you in many years and are hoping you can visit their home.
All right.
Your father-in-law just had surgery and is not in good health. We should visit him. No matter whether Minghui gets into the university or not, we plan to go to Kyoto soon. We'll set a date with you then. The shredded pork noodle soup is quickly ready, with each person having a big bowl. Meng Jingya specially added chili oil for Ren Rongyan and Ji Luo, making it look very tempting with its bright red color. Ji Luo looks at the bowl of noodles and feels hungry. He takes a sip and praises, Auntie's cooking is amazing, much better than the chefs at state-run restaurants. If you open a restaurant, it would be very popular. Meng Jingya laughs and says, Luo, you're exaggerating. Auntie's dishes are just simple home cooking, not as good as professional chefs. Jingya, don't be modest. Your cooking is really delicious. Yuan Donxiong picks a fried egg from her bowl and gives it to her daughter-in-law. Luo, eat more eggs.
Mom, you eat.
I have one here. One is enough. Eat one more. Yuan Donxiong insists on giving her another egg and also invites Dad, Mom, Yuzhe, Jingya. We'll go for a walk around Nanxing in the morning. Let's eat out at a restaurant for lunch. It's busy at home, and Jingya's cooking is hard work. We'll have a meal outside. Okay, I'll book a table in advance, says Yuan Yuzhe. I'll treat everyone for lunch, says Rini. Before his brother-in-law and his wife speak, he jokes, before going back to Beijing, your second sister gave me some private money. It's enough to treat you all to a meal. Next time we meet, I might not have that extra money to treat you.
Haha.
Yuan Yuzhe and everyone else all laughed and nodded in agreement. All right, second sister-in-law will treat us. Yuan Danyong also smiled. Indeed, she holds the family's financial power. The men's monthly wages and allowances are all collected by her. They don't know their exact annual income and never ask her for money. Ren Rongyan listened and also smiled slightly, saying to Rennie, Dad, you still have some secret savings for a meal. I only have 5 yuan in my pocket, the same as when I married Lola, so I can't treat you all.
Haha. Haha.
Everyone at the table burst into laughter. Even the elderly couldn't stop smiling. Ren Rongjie ate and laughed, saying, Is this what marriage is about? Dad and second brother are so unlucky. Ren Rongxi, feeling pleased, took out his savings from his pocket. I have about 20 yuan. You guys earn money every day but are so poor.
It's really sad. Poor you, you ghost.
Yuan Danyum playfully slapped him and said, "Your dad and second brother are respecting and trusting their wives.
You don't understand anything."
Ji Luo also laughed so hard she almost doubled over, pulling the man's arm and saying, "Starting next month, my allowance will be increased to 10 yuan.
No need.
I've used 5 yuan for 10 months without running out, so no need to add more."
Ren Rongyan was joking. He usually has no expenses. He doesn't smoke or drink, and his daily necessities are bought by her. Social expenses are also handled by her, and clothes and shoes are provided by the army. When on missions outside, he gets reimbursements. He has no personal spending. Respecting and caring for your wife. You're both good comrades. Yuan's mother praised them with a smile. After breakfast, everyone went out together to visit a famous red-themed site in Nanjing, taking many photos to remember the trip. At noon, Rennie treated everyone to a meal at the best state-run restaurant in Nanjing, ordering a table of local specialties. After eating and drinking enough, Ren Rongjie and the others went to the guest house to pick up their luggage, said goodbye to their Yuan family, and headed to the train station to go to Shacheng. They arrived at Shacheng train station at 4:30 p.m. Xu Guanglei and Peng Jinsong drove to pick them up and first took them to the shop. The car stopped at the shop's entrance, and Chen Jifeng immediately came out to greet them, saying, "Rongyan, you're back. Brother, I am Ren Rongjie, Rongyan's older brother." Seeing that he also mistook someone else, Ren Rongjie smiled and pointed to the car behind. Rongyan and his wife are in the back car. Ren Rongyan then pushed the door open and saw Chen Jifeng had mistaken the person. He smiled and said, "Zifeng, this is my brother." Chen Jifeng replied, "Sorry, I mistook him." Ji Luo got out of the car and smiled, saying, "Brother Chen, just like you, I also mistook someone when I first saw my older brother." He Jia and Li Jiao Jiao also came out. Their eyes moved back and forth between the two brothers, but they only looked briefly before looking away. Li Jiao Jiao politely greeted, "Uncle, Aunt, everyone, please come inside and sit." "Hello, young comrade. Are you Luo Luo's cousin?" Yuan Danxiong asked her. "Aunt, I am Ji Luo's classmate. My name is Li Jiao Jiao. This is Ji Luo's cousin, Ji Bingqing." Li Jiao Jiao politely introduced her. Ji Bingqing used to be very shy, but after working here for a while, she became more confident and polite, and immediately greeted respectfully, "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Hello, we came as a big family, so we might have disturbed your business," Yuan Danxiong said kindly. "It's okay. It's not busy at this time," they replied. Because they knew in advance that they would come, Li Jiao Jiao and the others prepared early. The shop's counters and floors were cleaned, the tables for customers were tidy, and they had placed nuts and candies for guests. Hot tea was quickly served. Yuan Danxiong came as a guest. In the morning, she specially bought gifts for Chen Jifeng and others in Nanjing, including milk powder and malt extract for the pregnant Ji Bingqing. Ji Bingqing and the others accepted the gifts and thanked her. She then pulled Ji Luo aside to the back kitchen. "Luo, Jia, we bought 2 chickens this morning. The chickens are cleaned, and we also bought 5 jin of meat, 4 or 5 jin of ribs, as well as pig stomach and intestines and a large fish." "Is that enough?" "That's enough. My in-laws are only here for 2 days, and if needed, I can buy more from the military service station," Ji Luo replied. Ji Bingqing had already prepared everything for her in advance. Now she asked, "Luo Jia, are your in-laws from Yangqing? Or do they work in Yangqing?" "They work in Yangqing. They are a military family, all in the Yangqing military unit," Ji Luo answered. Ji Luo didn't tell her the full details, not because he didn't trust her, but because his father-in-law's position was special, and it was better if fewer people knew. Ji Bingqing was not very curious, and knew not to ask too much about military matters. She carefully inquired about their trip to Beijing this time. After sitting for about 10 minutes and finishing their hot tea, Ji Luo explained a few things to Chen Jifeng and others, then carried her luggage and vegetables and headed back to the military family compound. After watching them leave, He Jia took a deep breath and said, "Phew. What's wrong?" Li Jiao Jiao asked, confused. "Are you nervous? Didn't you notice how strong Brother Zhou's father's presence is?" Jia had just been talking with Ren's family, but when he looked into Ren's eyes, he felt naturally nervous and scared. 2 security guards were nearby. Brother Wang was holding a cup of hot tea and said, Brother Zhou's father is probably a high-ranking military leader. Very important. Brother Wang, can you tell? Jia asked back. Brother Wang smiled and said, we all come from the army, so I can tell. Today, Ren and his family were dressed casually, but some of their commanding aura was deeply in their bones. Even if they appeared friendly and kind, their expressions still showed a sense of authority. Rongyan was originally the son of a high official's family, but he was stolen away by that bad guy Zhou Dezhu. He suffered in the countryside for many years. If Zhou Dezhu hadn't died, Rongyan's parents might have torn him apart. Chun Jifeng said, that bad guy just died, so he's lucky. Li Jiao also said, Zhou Dezhu is dead now, he's really lucky. Ji Bingqing asked him, Jifeng, do you want to call your uncle about finding your family? Yes, I will call back. Chun Jifeng nodded and asked her, Bingqing, what did Ji Luo just tell you? They were talking about Kyoto. Ji Bingqing told them everything Ji Luo had said. It's so lucky to meet on the street, he just sighed. Everything is predestined, Li Jiao smiled, thinking about Zhou Rongyan and his brother's faces. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. Ji Luo even mistook her own husband. It's so funny. Cough cough, I also mistook him at first, Qin Jifeng, who knew Zhou Rongyan well, admitted. If you look carefully, their faces are a bit different, but their body shape, height, and back view are very similar. At 5:30 p.m., 2 jeeps entered the military base. Su Guanglei directly took Ren's family to the guest house entrance. High-ranking military leaders who had been waiting outside immediately came out to greet them. After a brief chat with the leaders, Wan Donxiong instructed, Rongjie, your dad, and I will stay here. You and Rongyan go back and help with the cooking. We'll come over later for dinner. Okay. The house was cleaned in advance by Su Guanglei and Peng Jinsong. As soon as they arrived, they divided tasks and started preparing dinner. The parents-in-law prefer light meals and like to drink soup. Ji Luo used an old hen and pig stomach to make soup, borrowing a coal stove from Su Guanglei's side, and cooked a large pot of simple pig stomach chicken soup. Older sister-in-law, can I have more vegetables? Run Rongrong had just gone to the vegetable garden with her second brother. She loved the fresh green vegetables they grew and picked some to bring back. Of course, plenty of vegetables. Ji Luo was chopping vegetables in the kitchen, smiling and saying, Rongrong, pick whatever you want. We grow a lot of vegetables, just take a little of each. Sister-in-law, I want to eat this red mustard greens. They're so tasty. I've never had them before. They're not available in Yangcheng or Kyoto. Today at noon, Run Rongrong ate red mustard greens at Nanqing restaurant. She thought they were delicious, and since her second brother's family also had some, she picked half a basket to bring home. I also love eating these greens. Ji Luo liked these greens too. She had planted a small patch, and it was the season to eat them. She said, Rongrong, pick all the ones in the basket. I'll stir-fry them later. When Ren and his wife returned, it was already dark outside. The kitchen was filled with a rich aroma, and the children in the living room were eating candies. Dad, Mom, we're back. Ren Rongyan came out of the kitchen, patted Kongzi's head, and said, Okay, you can take your candies home to eat. Come back tomorrow to play. Wan Donxiong smiled as she watched them and said, the kids really like coming over to play. Every day after work, Luo and the others all gather around. The children all liked Ji Luo. She always bought snacks for them and told stories or read books. As long as she was home, they would all run over to visit. Dad, Mom, you can sit down first. The food will be ready in 5 minutes. Ji Luo was cooking in the kitchen. Luo, just cook a few simple dishes, Mr. N said from the doorway. Dad, they're all just home-style dishes. To suit their tastes, tonight's menu was light. Only spicy twice-cooked pork and garlic ribs were spicy. The other dishes had no chili. Wan Donxiong looked around the house, seeing it was clean and tidy, and the vegetable garden behind was well-maintained. She smiled happily. Our Rongyan married a hard-working and kind wife. Ren Rongyan went next door to borrow tables and chairs.
then invited everyone to sit down, and also called Su Guanglei and Peng Jinsong to join them for dinner. 2 tables are pushed together, with a pot of rich, milky fish soup in the middle. There are also 2 large bowls of pork stomach chicken soup, 2 bowls of red vegetable greens that Renrongrong loves, a bowl of twice-cooked pork, a bowl of garlic-flavored ribs, all filled to the brim and piled high. Additionally, there is a big bowl of minced meat with vermicelli and stir-fried cabbage, and a large bowl of shredded lettuce. Luo Luo, you've worked hard. Come sit and eat, Yuan Donxiong said as she handed her a bowl of rice. Dad, Mom, simple food, please don't mind. Ren Rongyan smiled. Both Mr. and Mrs. Ren smiled too. This meal was made with love from their son and daughter-in-law. No matter what they ate, as long as the whole family was together, they were very happy. Dad, Mom, eat the chicken drumsticks. Ji Luoluo deliberately didn't cut the 2 drumsticks into pieces and placed them in her parents-in-law's bowls. Luoluo, you eat, her father-in-law said. Ren Yi didn't take the drumsticks. He held his bowl away and said, You're pregnant. You eat the chicken drumsticks. Dad will eat other dishes. Dad, Mom, you eat. Brother Yen often buys chicken for me, and I always eat the drumsticks, Luoluo said. Ren Rongyan was also serving dishes and said, Dad, Mom, you eat. We just bought 2 chickens. The other one can be used for Luoluo to stew. The elders could only accept the chicken drumsticks offered by their daughter-in-law and also asked her to eat some vegetables. Ren Rongrong was happily eating the red vegetable greens, pointing at the dishes in her bowl and saying, Dad, Mom, these vegetables are grown by second brother and second sister-in-law. The red vegetable greens are so tasty. You should try them too. They usually ate at the army canteen, mostly radishes, winter pumpkins, cabbage, and other common vegetables. They were tired of those, so now eating the red greens and lettuce felt like a taste of heaven. Your sister-in-law's cooking is just as good as auntie's. Ren Rongxi quickly finished a bowl of rice, and then served herself another. Brani liked the fish in the middle and took a big piece to eat, asking her, Luoluo, do you like eating sea fish? There are many in Yangcheng. If you like, we can send you some dried sea fish. Dad, no need to mail them. When the baby is a bit older next year, we will bring the child to Yangcheng, and then we can eat fresh seafood, Luoluo replied. Rani nodded with a smile. Good. Fresh seafood is the best. When summer vacation comes and Rongyan has time off, you all come to Yangcheng. I'll take you to eat. Yuan Donxiong served some dishes to her daughter-in-law and said, Luoluo, you should also buy some dried cuttlefish and abalone. I can send them to Grandpa and Grandma in Kyoto. When you're postpartum, you can use them to make soup. They're good for nourishing and boosting milk. These are indeed good supplements during postpartum recovery. Luoluo didn't refuse her in-laws and agreed. Okay, please help me buy some. The next day, Ren Yi quietly inspected the Sand City troops. The different regiments exchanged combat skills. The 1st Regiment, where Ren Rongyan and his team were, was slightly stronger overall. Especially the iron triangle formed by Su Guanglei, Zhou Rongyan, and Peng Jinsong. They performed with great coordination and bravery, showing off their skills to the leaders. Ren Yi was very pleased with his son's performance. Afterwards, he checked his son's file with the military leaders. When he saw that his son had received praise for weapon improvements, he was surprised. Luo, has Rongyan come back yet? Rani asked as he entered the house, eager to ask about important matters. Dad, he went to the bathhouse to wash up. Is there something urgent? Ji Luo was preparing dinner at home. I'm just asking about his work, Rani replied. He didn't tell her about the weapon improvements because it was a military secret. He planned to ask his son more about it when he returned. Rongyan came back quickly. As soon as he arrived home, Rani called him to the small study. The father and son went into the room to talk. Yuan Donxiong asked the other children to help with cooking. She carried her son's dirty clothes and went to the laundry area in the small square in front to wash them. The father and son talked in the room for nearly half an hour. When they came out, lunch was already on the table. The others didn't ask much and started eating right away. Ren Yi and the family bought train tickets for around 4 p.m. After lunch, everyone sat together at home to rest and chat. Around 3 p.m., Ji Luo prepared 3 dishes: braised pork, marinated fatty intestines, and salty, spicy bacon to take on the train. They didn't prepare rice, so they planned to buy food on the train. When they left, Yuan Donxiong and the others were reluctant. They didn't want Ji Luo to see them off at the train station, so only Rongyan drove them there. After the family left, Ji Luo returned to her normal routine and went to work at the shop the next day. When she arrived at the shop, Li Jiaojiao asked, "Ji Luo, did your in-laws leave?" "They left yesterday afternoon around 4. They arrived before dawn today," Ji Luo replied. She arrived early today, just after the shop opened. Everyone was still having breakfast, each holding a big bowl of noodles. Ji Luo poured herself a cup of tea and asked, "How's the business these days?" "About the same as before," Li Jiaojiao said while eating. "Winter is selling wool yarn very well. Director Lin's supply is fast and stock is steady, enough for half a month. The new partnership in Nancheng just started. If sales are good, they should increase the supply soon." After the first batch of goods arrived in Nancheng, they were put on shelves the same day. When they passed by the state-run store, many customers were buying items. The prices there were slightly higher than in Shacheng. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Just as she finished speaking, the phone rang. Ji Luo was having breakfast with them, so she answered it. "Hello, CG Home Textiles. May I ask who is speaking?" "It's Ji Luo, right?" Cousin Meng Jingya's voice came from the other end.
"Hello, Aunt Su.
"This is Ji Luo," she said, signaling to Li Jiaojiao and the others that she was on the phone. Aunt Su was calling to place an order. The batch they sent 3 days ago was almost sold out with only 20% remaining. It sold faster than she expected, so she called the office this morning to order more. Last time, they ordered 30,000 units. Today, they doubled it to 60,000, including 40,000 yarns, 15,000 bedding sets, and 5,000 towels.
Okay, Aunt Su.
I'll arrange for the warehouse to ship immediately. We have enough stock, and everything will be sent this morning. I'll call you later." After hanging up, Ji Luo quickly shared the good news. "We've ordered 60,000 units. Ji Luo, you really are a money magnet," Li Jiaojiao said with a smile. Chun Jifeng had already finished eating quickly, returned the bowl to the kitchen, and came out with the order sheet she had written, saying, "The store is in your hands. I'll go to the warehouse to arrange the shipment. Go ahead. Call me once the shipment is sent." There were 5 tractors at the warehouse now, and last month, 5 more people were added. They all worked under military-style management, with high efficiency. They finished shipping everything within 2 hours. Chun Jifeng checked the quantities and reported back to Ji Luo. She had contacted 3 factories in the morning and reserved a batch of goods. After lunch at the shop, Li Jiaojiao found a moment to talk to her. "Ji Luo, do you have any urgent matters this afternoon?" "What's wrong?" Ji Luo asked. "I want to go to the hospital for a checkup," Li Jiaojiao whispered. "Are you feeling unwell?" Ji Luo looked at her stomach and raised an eyebrow. "You might be pregnant too, right?"
"No."
Because she hadn't gotten pregnant yet, Li Jiaojiao wanted to check. Her face looked a bit anxious. "Bingqing is already pregnant, and I haven't had any signs. I want to get checked to see if there's a problem with my health." "Are you silly? Stop overthinking. You and Bingqing got married around the same time, but that doesn't mean pregnancy times have to match." Ji Luo gently tapped her head and asked with concern, "Are your periods usually on time?" "Yes," Li Jiaojiao replied, feeling a bit shy when talking about these things. "Do you have any other health issues?" Ji Luo asked again. "No. Everything's the same as before marriage." Ji Luo thought for a moment and arranged. "I'll go with you this afternoon to get checked. Dr. Lin can do an ultrasound to make sure everything's fine, so you can relax." Li Jiaojiao also thought so and asked her, "Is Dr. Lin at the First Provincial Hospital now?" "Yes, she's finishing up some work and will be here for another week." Ji Luo finished her important tasks, handed over the shop's affairs to He Jia and others, then accompanied Li Jiaojiao to the hospital to find Lin Wei. They first registered and queued normally for their checkup. When Lin Wei saw them, she smiled and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you here for a checkup?" "Dr. Lin, I'm here for the checkup," Li Jiaojiao said nervously. "Li Jiaojiao, what's bothering you?" Lin Wei stood up and pointed to the bed nearby.
Lie down first, and tell me what's going on. Li Jiao, usually carefree, became a bit nervous and shy when talking about pregnancy. She hesitated for a while before explaining everything. You haven't been married long. Only about 3 months. It's normal not to get pregnant so quickly. Hearing this, Li Jiao relaxed and smiled, saying, I saw Bingqing got pregnant, so I got a bit anxious. Pregnancy depends on individual body types. Some women are naturally fertile and get pregnant quickly, while others are healthy but take longer. It all depends on luck. While speaking, Lin Wei was also working, using an instrument probe to check her. The check was quick, only about 3 minutes. Your health is good, no minor issues at all, Lin Wei said with the diagnosis. That's a relief. Li Jiao felt reassured and immediately stood up, returning to her usual cheerful self. You're overthinking it, Ji Luo said with a smile, patting her. Lin Wei also smiled and reminded her, being in a good mood and relaxed helps with pregnancy. Dr. Lin, I understand. Thank you. Since she was working, Ji Luo didn't want to disturb her further. She exchanged a few casual words and then left. After leaving the examination room, Li Jiao was so happy she was practically floating, walking with a bounce and humming a tune. Ji Luo couldn't help but laugh, took her arm, and led her to a corner near the nurse's station. She lowered her voice and quietly shared some tips about pregnancy. After listening, Li Jiao's face, ears, and neck turned bright red with embarrassment. She nervously grabbed her and asked, Ji Luo, how do you know all this? I learned it in health class. Ji Luo is the wise soul from the previous life. She is very calm when talking about these topics. Seeing Li Jiao blushing and shy, she couldn't help but laugh inside and deliberately said, You didn't pay attention in class and didn't understand the key points. Yes, she had studied health class, but back then she didn't listen carefully, and it wasn't a subject on the college entrance exam. She had long forgotten those bits of knowledge. Li Jiao smiled foolishly. I don't remember. I just memorized it without thinking much. Alright, remember the time I just mentioned. The chances of pregnancy are higher during that period. Ji Luo just shared some experience with her.
Got it.
Li Jiao felt embarrassed and shy, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Let's go. First. Ji Luo was about to lead her away, but before she could lift her foot, a figure suddenly ran past quickly and elbowed her hard in the back. The force was strong, and Ji Luo lost her balance, falling forward.
Yi Luo.
Li Jiao immediately reached out to hold her. The two staggered and fell to the side. Luckily, there was a wall nearby, and their shoulders hit it. Ji Luo, are you okay? Li Jiao was startled.
I'm fine.
Ji Luo steadied herself, her face showing panic and unease. She tightly gripped her shoulders and instinctively looked toward the person who bumped into her. At that moment, the other person also turned around. Qin Jinju. Ji Luo's angry voice echoed through the corridor, startling the doctors, nurses, and patients in the nearby clinics and wards. Bai Xuemei quickly came out of her room. Seeing her daughter standing nearby with a worried look, Ji Luo standing not far from her, her face full of anger and her gaze icy and frightening, her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly asked, Jinju, what's wrong? I don't know. She suddenly called my name out of nowhere. Qin Jinju looked a bit guilty. While answering, she also gave a warning look to the two nurses at the nurses' station. Lin Wei also came over quickly to support her. Did you bump your belly just now? Ji Luo cupped her stomach with trembling fingers, her sharp, cold eyes fixed on Qin Jinju. Her teeth clenched as she said, Qin Jinju, I'll give you one more chance to speak. I didn't bump into you. You just didn't stand steady and almost fell. Qin Jinju refused to admit it. No one saw what happened just now, and even if the two nurses did, they wouldn't side with Ji Luo. We were talking in this corner, and you deliberately bumped into us, Li Jiao shouted loudly. Yes, you say so. Who saw it? Qin Jinju raised her chin arrogantly and gave them a contemptuous look. Two nurse colleagues, you were right there just now, standing facing Qin Jinju. What exactly did you see? Ji Luo's tone was calmer than Li Jiao's. She stood straight and looked directly at the two witnesses. The two nurses hesitated for a second, looked at Bai Shuemei, then exchanged glances. The older one, spoke first. I was organizing files and didn't notice. The other nodded in agreement. I didn't see anything either. Did you hear that? They didn't see anything. You can't just say I bumped into someone without proof, Qin Jinju said proudly. Li Jiao was so angry she jumped up. You! Jiao! Ji Luo pulled her back, slightly shifting her position. Her cold eyes turned to Bai Shuemei. Director Bai, do you have anything to say? Bai Shuemei looked into her eyes. Her gaze flickered briefly, hesitated for half a second, then said, Comrade, since no one saw her bump into you, and you're fine, let's just let this go. Her words clearly aimed to defend Qin Jinju. Her attitude was expected by Ji Luo, and she wasn't surprised. She felt no coldness in her heart. But Li Jiao was furious and just about to speak. Ji Luo held her hand and addressed Bai Shuemei, malicious harm is not a small matter to me. Director Bai, if you want to protect your daughter, go ahead. I will find my own way to seek justice. After speaking, she said to Lin Wei, Dr. Lin, you go ahead and do your work. I'll head back first. Do you want me to call Captain Rin? Lin Wei asked. No need. I'll call him myself, Ji Luo replied. She walked past Bai Shuemei, then glanced at the two nurses in front of her, reading their badges. She named them. Hong Na, Wang Yuan. I remember your names. What do you mean? Hong Na looked a bit nervous. If you are honest and upright, why are you panicking now? Li Jiao looked at them with disdain and spoke loudly. It's a shame you're still wearing white coats as nurses, yet you're lying with your eyes open. With your behavior, you don't deserve to wear this uniform. Don't insult the color white, and don't insult the purest color in the world. Her words made Hong Na and Wang Yuan tremble with embarrassment. Faced with others' scrutinizing eyes, they felt nervous and looked toward Qin Jinju. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, Qin Jinju also felt a bit anxious, especially when she saw her mother's angry eyes. Her heart trembled, and she quickly turned away. Mom, I'm going back now. After they left, the people in the corridor gradually dispersed. Bai Shuemei turned to return to the consultation room, but saw Lin Wei still there. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Wei spoke first. Director Bai, you've made a choice. The unexpected consequences are yours to bear. Dr. Lin, what do you mean? Bai Shuemei had a bad feeling. Lin Wei slightly smiled, her eyes meaningful. You should be glad nothing serious happened today. The child in her belly is safe. Ji Luo and Li Jiao had already left the hospital. Ji Luo remained calm on the way, but Li Jiao was very angry, grinding her teeth. Ji Luo, your mom. She's not my mom, Ji Luo interrupted her. Right, she's not your mom. She doesn't deserve to be a mother. Compared to Qin Jinju's viciousness, Li Jiao now disliked Bai Shuemei even more. Ji Luo is also her daughter. She gave birth to her but never raised her, never showed her any care. She knew Qin Jinju pushed someone and refused to admit it, yet she still protected her. She's a director. So disgusting. Not recognizing her is right. She doesn't deserve you to call her mom. Ji Luo, after you go back, call Brother Zhou and tell him everything clearly. Just thinking about Qin Jinju's arrogant face makes me want to slap her. Their family is supposed to be educated, but they don't know how to teach their children. They raised such a malicious, sneaky devil. Ji Luo didn't want to let her go. The child was her bottom line. If Li Jiao hadn't held her in time today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ji Luo saw Qin Jinju's threatening look at the two nurses. Since she liked to use power to intimidate others, Ji Luo decided to let her experience what it's like to be oppressed by authority. Ji Luo is not someone who bullies others with power. Even though she now has the support of the Ren family background, she has never thought of using any privileges. However, today Qin Jinju's deliberate act of pushing her and causing harm angered her and crossed her bottom line. She doesn't mind standing up for herself and using her strength this time. As soon as she returned to the shop, she called Run Rongyan. Li Jiao helped by recounting every word spoken by Bai Shuamei and her daughter at that time. Bai Shuamei was also busy. She knew Ji Luo could find friends with connections to help her. Seeing her attitude, it was clear she wanted to teach Shinju a lesson. So, she immediately called Qin Xiao's office. After making the call, she thought for a moment and then called her father-in-law and her parents to inform them. It wasn't yet time to leave work. 2 patients were waiting for her to see them. After hanging up, she hurried back to the consultation room to treat the patients. Just after sending off the last patient, Bai Shuamei wanted to ask for leave and go home early, but then the hospital leader arrived. Director Bai, I heard about what happened half an hour ago. I also asked Hong Na and Wang Yuan to investigate. It was indeed your daughter Qin Jinju who intentionally bumped into that pregnant woman, almost causing her to fall. Your daughter Qin Jinju has malicious intent. I've heard about her behavior over the past half year. You and your husband should properly educate her. You are suspended for a month to reflect and teach your daughter well. Bai Shuamei's face turned pale. Director Zhao, what do you mean? Director Zhao waved his hand, signaling her not to continue. He frowned and reminded her, the call from the old leader in Kyoto has also reached your father-in-law and husband's offices. That pregnant woman is carrying the long-awaited grandson for him. The old leader was furious on the phone. You can only temporarily suspend yourself to calm his anger. After saying this, he turned and left.
Bang!
Bai Shuamei's legs went weak, and she sat down heavily on a bench. After 2 or 3 minutes, she finally regained her composure. She hurriedly packed her bag and rushed home. As soon as she reached the nurse's station, she saw Hong Na and Wang Yuan, with red eyes, packing up their things. Hong Na, Wang Yuan, what are you doing? Director Bai, we have been fired. Hong Na was crying, her eyes full of resentment as she accused. Wang Yuan didn't speak. She packed her belongings with a serious face. She had few personal items, just enough to fill a bag. Once packed, she carried her bag and left.
Wang Yuan, Honk Na, I'm sorry.
White Snowmay lowered her head to apologize to them, but neither of the two paid attention. After packing up her things, she left according to the hospital's instructions. Old Master Qin and Qin Xiao both work at government offices. Their offices are close to home, and they arrive home 10 minutes earlier than White Snowmay. They had already gone ahead and brought Qin Jinju back home. When White Snowmay stormed back in, her face full of anger, the house was crowded with people. Qin Jinju was kneeling in the middle of the living room, her cheeks red with clear slap marks, still crying loudly.
Mom.
Qin Dongxiu had seen his mother angry before, but never seen her face as dark as ink. White Snowmay threw her briefcase onto a nearby cabinet, then rushed over and snatched the short stick from Qin Xiao's hand, hitting Qin Jinju's elbow with it.
Ah!
This strike, fueled by anger, was full of force, causing Qin Jinju to scream and jump up immediately. When she dared to try to dodge, White Snowmay struck her harshly on the back 5 or 6 times in a row. Shuemei, don't hit her. You should teach her. White Mother, feeling sorry for her granddaughter, finally pulled her away with force. But White Snowmay, now furious, shouted at her. Mom, I'm teaching the child. Don't interfere, okay? Teaching her is fine, but hitting her like this won't help. Hitting and scolding won't solve anything. White Mother frowned. Will she listen if we teach her? She deserves to be disciplined, to be given a good beating. I should have used the stick on her long ago. I was too kind to her before, which made her spoiled and lawless. White Snowmay was so angry she was trembling with rage, not even glancing at Qin Jinju. She ordered her son, Dongxiu, pack 2 sets of clothes for her and kick her out. Her life is just too good, eating too well, sleeping too comfortably. She's bored every day because she doesn't cause trouble at home. She's just relying on our love, which makes her lawless. Let her go. Don't bother with her anymore. If she has no food, she can beg. If she has no clothes, she shouldn't wear any. If she has nowhere to sleep, she can sleep in a cave or under a bridge. Go and inform all relatives, friends, and her classmates. Anyone who helps her will take her back. I raised this daughter for nothing, and I'll give her away for free. Qin Dongxiu didn't move. His mother was angry now, and her words didn't count when she was upset. He glanced sideways at his grandfather and father. Qin Xiao, with a stern face, said, "Listen to your mother. Pack your things.
Go."
Old Master Qin has a stern attitude. He looks up at the White family members and says to the two elders of the White family, "In-laws, I have an honest word to say. If the White family softens and helps her, you should listen to Shuemei and take her back to the White family. Qin family no longer wants this granddaughter. I will publish a notice to cut ties with her. From now on, her upbringing will be entirely managed by you, the White family." "Old Master, Shuemei is angry right now, you shouldn't." White mother begins to speak, but White Zhenghao interrupts with a displeased look. "Mom, shut up." Seeing her son also scold her, White mother feels uncomfortable. She frowns and says, "She's just a girl. Now it's winter, and if you kick her out, no one will take her in. How can she survive like this? She's just living too well. It's your overindulgence that has made her personality so bad and extreme. Now she should experience life's hardships and be harshly taught by the real world to wake her up." White Zhenghao has long suggested that his sister and brother-in-law discipline her strictly, but their patient advice has had no effect. Instead, they even dared to harm her maliciously. If they don't act decisively now, it will be too late. Seeing everyone planning to kick her out, Qin Jinju is full of resentment and yells angrily, "I want to push her out. I regret not having more strength. I should have let them both die. That wicked girl, she slapped me and caused my record to be marked. I will hate her for life. Next time I see her, I won't let her go. And also, if she wants to leave, fine. I don't care about you relatives. I want to cut ties with you. I will never associate with you again, even if I die. I hate you."
Ah.
Qin Jinju screams wildly, her eyes bloodshot, her face twisted like a madwoman. After her hysterical outburst, she rushes back to her room, packs a few clothes, takes her savings, and leaves angrily. Jinju. Everyone else stays still, except White Mother, who chases after her, shouting loudly. White Shuemei covers her aching chest, her mind repeatedly replaying Qin Jinju's words. She feels she has failed terribly in her parenting. She doesn't understand how a good child could turn out like this.
Mom.
Qin Dongxiu sees she's distressed and quickly helps her sit on the sofa, patting her back to soothe her and comfort her. "Mom, she needs to experience some hardship. You know her temper. She's just making threats. She'll come back on her own in a few days." Mother Bai chased after her, but couldn't catch her. When she returned, she saw her daughter crying with her head in her arms. She wanted to scold her, but didn't say anything. The living room was quiet and serious. No one spoke. After Bai Shuemei cried for a while and her crying slowed, Bai's father finally spoke. "Shuemei, tell us everything about what happened at the hospital today. Why did Pearl suddenly go and provoke that person? She deliberately pushed someone just because she was angry that he slapped her outside the Ling family house, and she still remembers the trouble during the college entrance exam. She took the chance to get back at him. She intentionally bumped into someone from behind, then ran away. When caught, she refused to admit it and even threatened 2 nurses not to testify." Now Bai Shuemei deeply regretted not insisting that her daughter apologize to Ji Luo at the time. She shouldn't have sided with her when Ji Luo asked. If she had shown a clear attitude then, Ji Luo might not have asked her relatives to pressure them. "Did the pregnant woman's family call the hospital?" Old Qin asked again. Bai Shuemei closed her eyes, looking very distressed. "Yes, they did.
I was suspended from my job." "What?"
Mother Bai finally realized how serious the situation was. She looked panicked. "What? You were suspended too?" "I was also suspended." Qin Xiao hadn't mentioned this before, but now he spoke up. His face was complicated, and he looked very disappointed. "Our daughter is doing well. Without surprises, next year we could move up a level. But because of her, not only that, it's good if we can keep our jobs and food. That's a big win." "No, it's not."
"Gee."
Mother Bai's lips trembled. The name she almost said was twisted around. Xueme, where does her family get the influence to interfere with your work? Her in-laws. Bai Xueme opened her eyes, feeling bitter and sad. Director Zhao said it was a call from her grandfather-in-law. She's pregnant with the family's hoped-for great-grandson. That old man is a senior leader in Kyoto. Bai's parents never expected Ji Luo to marry so well. They couldn't understand how a family from the top of Kyoto's hierarchy would choose her as their daughter-in-law. With a family like Ji's, not only would ordinary people dislike them, but even leaders' families would look down on her. They had hated the Ji family very much back then, especially Ji Sanlin, the troublemaker. That's why they personally took their daughter away. They still dislike the Ji family and don't want to mention Ji Sanlin, this useless scoundrel. But it's true that Ji Luo is very beautiful and performs better than her peers. Still, girls from her background are rarely chosen as daughters-in-law by families with some status. However, she married into a wealthy family and married a good man. Now, she's pregnant with the beloved great-grandson of the old leader. She's like a sparrow that suddenly soars into the sky and becomes a phoenix. With such a supportive family and her pregnancy, as long as she's smart and behaves well, she will enjoy endless wealth and happiness in her life. Mrs. Bai never expected that this granddaughter she once abandoned would become so successful, much better than her granddaughter, who grew up with her. Now she regrets not maintaining a better relationship earlier. If she had known Ji Luo married into a noble family, she would have tried to keep in touch secretly. But now, things are so complicated that it's too late to fix it. Ji Luo didn't pay attention to what happened later with the Qin family. She was already on the bus heading home, where Renrongyan was waiting early at the stop. When the bus stopped, Renrongyan immediately helped her off and asked, Luo, did you get hurt today? No, I didn't fall. Jiao held me, Ji Luo replied. She had told him on the phone that she was okay. Seeing his worried face, she smiled and took his hand. Brother Yan, if you don't believe me, asked Dr. Lin. She was there too. Lin Wei, who was riding with her, had just finished talking and stood up smiling. Captain Ren, Ji Luo didn't fall. She only staggered a few steps. She's fine. Renrongyan nodded but looked unhappy. I called my grandfather. He already contacted her parents' workplace. They raised a daughter who's rude and arrogant, and they have to bear the consequences of her actions. Director Bai has been suspended from the hospital for a month. I heard 2 nurses were fired, Lin Wei said after work, based on what other doctors told her. Later, old Master Ren called him. Renrongyan knew the punishment for Qin Xiao and his wife. They are suspended for a month, and they won't be promoted in their next job. As for Qin Jinju, that troublemaker, he plans to deal with her privately and make her understand the consequences of harming others. But he doesn't plan to tell Ji Luo or anyone else about this. When they returned home, Su Guanglei, who was cooking in the kitchen, immediately came out to greet them and asked with concern, Ji Luo, are you okay today? I'm fine, just a little startled at the time. Ji Luo smiled warmly, noticing him cooking. The kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma, which was very encouraging. Your cooking skills are good. It smells so nice. Just some simple home-cooked dishes. Let's eat casually tonight. Su Guanglei's family didn't start a fire, and they still shared meals here. They brought rice, vegetables, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. He hurried into the kitchen to stir-fry the dishes in the pot, calling out, Vivi, you have a letter. I left it on the bedroom cabinet. The thermos has tea brewed. Read the letter, and then come to eat. Okay, I'll come right away. The 2 of them had already registered their marriage, and Lin Wei had moved in with him. The newlyweds were very happy and sweet together. Lin Wei quickly came over and said as she entered, Ji Luo, I have a middle school classmate who is a sent-down youth and wants some wool yarn, 20 jean. Can you supply it at the usual wholesale price from the shop? Yes. Where should I send it? I'll write the address for you. Lin Wei borrowed paper and a pen, and while writing, she said, she was a good friend of mine in middle school. Her mother passed away early, and her father remarried and had 2 sons and a daughter. She was considered a burden at home, and the elders didn't pay much attention to her. When she was sent to the countryside, it was also at the instigation of her stepmother. She had no choice but to go. Later, her family didn't try to get her back to the city. This year's college entrance exam was her only chance to return to the city. She wrote to me that she did well and should at least get into a vocational college. She doesn't plan to go back to her family anymore and wants to cut all ties. Now she hopes to earn some money on her own. She has some savings, so no matter where she goes in the future, she will have some confidence. She wants 20 jean of wool yarn to sell, hoping to resell for a profit. She has already contacted people who need wool yarn. Ji Luo looked at the address, calculated the time, and said it can be delivered to her within 3 days at the earliest, and at most 5 days. Next time she needs more, she can contact the shop, send a letter, telegram, or call. Good. I'll write a letter later and ask you to send it back with the yarn. Lin Wei also sent the money by mail, settling the payment with Ji Luo on the spot and choosing the yarn colors. After they finished discussing this, Su Guanglei called from the kitchen, "Rongyan, come here to serve the dishes. Dinner is ready." A big bowl of dried green beans with cured meat, a bowl of braised tofu, a bowl of egg drop soup, and a bowl of bok choy, simple, everyday home dishes prepared by different people, each with a unique flavor, surprisingly delicious beyond everyone's expectations. Deputy Commander Su, your cooking is very tasty. Next time, keep it up, Lin Wei praised with a smile. Men need praise and compliments, and sometimes a little flattery to boost their confidence. Su Guanglei was very happy and enjoyed the feeling of being appreciated. He waved grandly and said, "Dr. Lin, order the dishes. I'll arrange everything for tomorrow night. Just one compliment, and you're floating high." "I can hardly tell east from west," Ren Rongyan said softly.
Haha.
The two women laughed loudly. Su Guanglei also chuckled, amused. When Ji Luo usually praises you, you can't even keep your mouth shut. After dinner, Lin Wei washed the dishes. The couple finished their chores and went back home. Ren Rongyan saw Ji Luo about to handle the financial reports and said, Luo, you stay at home busy. I need to go out for a bit and might come back late. Don't wait for me. Go to bed on time. Okay, stay safe." Ji Luo never asked much about his affairs. She poured hot tea into a thermos for him to take on the road. After leaving, Ren Rongyan borrowed a car from the army and headed to the city before dark. He was out tonight to see Qin Jinju. He had already asked Ling and Yang to help check what happened earlier when Qin's family kicked her out, and he knew where Qin Jinju was staying tonight. Qin Xiao and his wife were really angry and wanted to teach her a lesson. They also informed relatives, friends, and Qin Jinju's classmates not to take her in or give her money. The relatives and friends who received the notice agreed. The classmates who used to be close to Qin Jinju heard she caused trouble again and didn't dare defend her. Now they're afraid to associate with her. With no help, Qin Jinju had nowhere to go. She wandered the streets in the afternoon until Bai Mu found her and secretly arranged a place for her to stay. Knock, knock. Qin Jinju curled up in the cold house. She hadn't eaten all day and was waiting for her grandmother to bring her food. When she heard the sound, she immediately got up to open the door.
"Grandma."
Before she could finish calling, a dirty sack was thrown over her head.
"Who?"
Qin Jinju instinctively screamed in fear and struggled to pull off the sack. But before she could get it off, someone forcefully dragged her up and, like trash, carried her outside and threw her onto the cold, damp ground.
"Ah!"
As she let out another scream, a strong fist struck her back, hitting her so hard, she cried out in pain. In the quiet night, the sound was especially sharp and piercing. Heavy punches like raindrops landed all over her body, causing her to scream loudly in pain. 2 cracking sounds followed, indicating her bones had dislocated. Qin Jinju's scream was like a loud, frightening noise that made nearby neighbors tremble, even those just stepping outside. When neighbors quickly came over, Ren Rongyan had already run away. Qin Jinju collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, too hurt to stay conscious. Neither neighbor knew Qin Jinju, and her house was empty, so they immediately called the street workers to handle her situation. The street workers arranged for her to be taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. Meanwhile, the police were notified. It took half an hour to confirm her identity, and the hospital then called Bai Xiume. Although Bai Xiume and her family initially said they didn't care, they rushed to the hospital when they learned she was badly injured, with both arms dislocated. Qin Jinju soon woke up. She was covered in injuries but had no fatal wounds or broken bones. Only her arms were dislocated. Her skin was badly bruised and scratched. For someone used to a pampered life, this was a harsh lesson. The police came to investigate and take statements, but Qin Jinju couldn't provide any clues because she hadn't seen who attacked her. Instead, she accidentally revealed Bai Mu, who had been secretly helping her. Bai Mu and her family suspected that Ji Luo's family was retaliating and that her husband might be the attacker, but they dared not tell the police. Bai Mu wanted to speak to the police, but was stopped by Qin Xiao and was sent back to the Bai family, told not to interfere with her daughter's education. Ren Rongyan was specially trained to attack targeted pain points, and Qin Jinju spent many days trembling from pain, often having nightmares and waking up in pain. She lost about 10 pounds in just a few days. Ji Luo didn't know that the man had beaten Qin Jinju. She continued working at the shop as usual, with Lin Wei and Zheng Minfeng taking turns to accompany her during work and off hours. Ren Rongyan was reassured and didn't interfere. Luo Jie, Director Su, called last night, saying he wanted to talk to you. He asked you to call him back. When Ji Luo arrived at the shop, Ji Bingqing told her about the call. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Did he call last night? Yes, around 7:30 p.m. He didn't say exactly what it was about, but his voice sounded less cheerful than usual, a bit down, Ji Bingqing explained. Okay, I'll call him now. Old Sister Luo, he told you not to call his office, but to call nearby homes, Ji Bingqing said as she approached and opened her notebook to show her. This is the phone number. Ji Luo frowned slightly, sensing that her previous worries might come true. She immediately dialed the number. It was the phone below Director Su's house. He quickly came down to answer. After a brief greeting, he got to the point. Little G, I need to apologize. Something has happened on my side. Director Su, is someone trying to pick the peaches? Ji Luo asked directly. Seeing that she guessed correctly, Director Su sighed and looked upset. Yes, since I took over the blanket factory, someone is eager to pick the peaches. This was something Ji Luo expected. She had seen similar situations many times in her past life. She remained calm and asked, Can you send the shipment for the order I placed last week? I've already arranged that batch. About 70% is produced, and the rest will be shipped over the next few days. This order won't be affected. If Ji Luo hadn't helped, the blanket factory wouldn't have survived. Now that they finally got things running smoothly, they might be replaced, which could hurt her business. Director Su felt guilty. Little G, I really owe you. After they replace the leadership at the blanket factory, they probably will raise wholesale prices, which could directly affect your business.
I'm really sorry.
Director Su, it's not your fault. No need to apologize. Changing leadership at the blanket factory would affect her business, but she wouldn't blame Director Su. She asked him an important question. Director Su, when they came to pick the peaches, did you get transferred or demoted? I was transferred. Director Su chuckled bitterly. I was transferred from the textile factory because my management style didn't match theirs. I was pushed out. Now that I've helped the blanket factory, they're claiming I'm capable and want to promote me back to the textile factory, sending someone who only talks but can't do the work to take over the blanket factory. Director Su, what do you think? Do you want to go back? Ji Luo asked. I don't get along with those people. I've seen through them. Going back wouldn't give me a chance to do much. I don't want to go back, but I have no other place to go. My whole family depends on my salary. I'm really stuck, Su said helplessly, feeling frustrated and unable to vent. Director Su, are you willing to work with me? Season Luo recognized his character and abilities. She had already considered this in her mind, but the right time had not yet come. Work with you? Director Su was slightly surprised. Come to the provincial city to work at my shop. Sir, for a factory director of your stature to come work at my shop. Aren't you worried about losing face? Season Luo smiled. Hearing her words, Director Su also smiled. Little G, there's no need to say such things. Although we are not the same age, we have become good friends across the years. I really appreciate your help whenever my career hits a low point. If you ever need anything, just say the word, and I will do my best to help. Director Sue, I am just waiting for you to say that. She had found a capable helper, but she wasn't quite ready yet. She said to him, Director Sue, I actually expected some trouble on your side, but I didn't think it would come so quickly. I thought they would let you stay for a full year, but it turns out they won't even let you finish the year peacefully. Don't worry about work for now. I will put pressure on them to let you stay at the factory for another 6 months. After 6 months, you can come to the provincial city and work with me. Right now, policies are easing up. I am waiting and preparing. We plan to build a factory in the provincial city. When the time comes, you can help me manage it. Director Sue's eyes lit up. Little G, do you mean that we can start soon? Not yet. But the procedures are not our concern. We just need to do what we are already doing. Season Luo smiled playfully. Director Sue understood. He had guessed that Season Luo had many connections. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to establish sales channels across the province and in the southern city of the capital within just half a year. Director Sue, leave the rest to me. You focus on production and ensure timely supplies here. Stay there for another 6 months. Once everything is ready on my side, you can come immediately. Besides your regular salary and bonuses, I will also give you shares and dividends. We can discuss these details when we meet. Little G, I really appreciate the opportunity and your confidence in my abilities. No need for shares or dividends. Just pay me a salary based on my position. Director Sue felt grateful to her. He hadn't expected to share in profits. He just wanted a steady income to support his family. Director Sue, your skills are valuable. We can talk about the other details when we meet in person. Is that okay? Sure. We'll discuss it when we meet. Knowing that discussing these matters over the phone wasn't ideal and that phone calls were expensive, Director Sue simply exchanged a few words and then hung up. That morning, Ji Luo called the fabric factory but didn't let Director Sue answer. Instead, the deputy director took the call and directly discussed the supply and agency contracts. When Ji Luo signed the contract with the fabric factory, she added a few special clauses to prevent incidents like today. The contract was for 1 year, signed by Director Sue. She was firm and only recognized Director Sue. If during the contract period the factory didn't cooperate with the supply, she would claim the factory violated the contract, demand double penalty fees as stated, and immediately end the partnership. The fabric factory relies heavily on Ji Luo for most of its business. They didn't want to lose this important partner, so they held a meeting right away. Her call stabilized Director Sue's work, and for the next 6 months, he wouldn't be transferred. The person originally assigned to take over the fabric factory was recalled to their original position. The factories saw the crisis coming. Many leaders suggested they could no longer depend on Ji Luo. They guessed that after 6 months, there might be big changes. If Director Sue left, the factory might change its way of working or stop cooperating altogether, which would cause their business to drop sharply and return to their old state. So, they started to adjust internally. They formed a new department to expand their business outside. Because Ji Luo signed a provincial agency contract with the factory, they couldn't violate the agreement or compete with her within the province. They had to send people to expand in neighboring provinces, but the results were limited. Chun Jifeng learned about Director Sue's situation and admired Ji Luo's foresight. He asked her, Ji Luo, we probably don't have enough funds right now, and we haven't secured the factory's approval or permits. How can you be sure you'll build the new factory within 6 months? They knew their plan was still insufficient, mainly due to policy restrictions. But Ji Luo had a plan. She said meaningfully, bring in a partner. Who do you have in mind? Chun Jifeng asked. Lin Shizong. Ji Luo had recently asked Su Guanglei about him. The Lin family was very influential in Kyoto. Most of the family members were involved in politics or the military. Only Lin Shizong, in this generation, was an exception, working in business. Lin Shizong was the youngest grandson of the Lin family. He was not irresponsible. The family head didn't expect him to follow the traditional path of the elders. They allowed him to choose his own way. Sending him to Sha City was also an opportunity for him to gain experience. Lin Shizong was sent here by his family's elders to train. Maybe after a year or two, he will leave to start his own business. He needs initial funds to do so. He can gain experience at the wool factory but cannot raise large amounts of money. As soon as I invite him, he will surely agree. As I expected, when I invited him to tea in the afternoon to discuss building a factory together, Lin Shizong quickly agreed. He is a straightforward person. We have had a good partnership recently, built on mutual trust and respect. We didn't test or hide anything. We directly discussed our roles and share ratios over tea. Lin Shizong is efficient and well-connected. Within 2 weeks, he identified a nearly bankrupt textile factory. Ji Luo went with him to investigate the factory. They found it was losing money. Workers hadn't been paid in 2 months. The machines were old and inefficient. Management was chaotic, and the factory owed money to suppliers, with debt collectors coming daily. Seeing such a factory, Ji Luo was overwhelmed. However, the factory had a large piece of land. Most of the buildings were new, and the government was considering reforms. With Lin Shizong negotiating the price, they could buy it at the lowest cost. After returning from the textile factory, Ji Luo called a meeting with the Wang Group leaders and everyone who invested in her support. She shared her plans for the new factory and showed all the profit data, asking for their opinions. Everyone voted unanimously to support her. They all raised their hands, ready to continue working with her. Thus, the Four Seasons cotton spinning factory was initially established. The transfer of the textile factory was handled by Lin Shizong, as policies were not fully relaxed yet. Many procedures and connections were needed, which took a lot of time and effort. The internal liquidation of the factory was estimated to take nearly 3 months. Hey, attention, everyone. Attention, all families in the residential area. Good news just announced. Ji Luo was having breakfast with Lin Wei at the dining table. The men had already gone to training. When they heard the broadcast, they both carried their bowls into the corridor, and neighbors also came out, all listening carefully. We just received good news from the Provincial Education Bureau. The college entrance exam results are announced today. The students from Sha City Military District performed very well. The good news was announced by the highest leader of the military district. His voice was loud and passionate as he said, "We are pleased to announce that Commander Ren Rongyan of the 1st Battalion has been named the top scorer in the science section of the college entrance exam. His wife, Ji Luo, also from the same battalion, is the top scorer in the art section. Both scored perfect marks in all 5 subjects and in the foreign language test. They are the only students to achieve full marks this year."
Wow.
The entire military district erupted in excitement. Shouts and cheers echoed across the training grounds and the family's area. Ji Luo was also stunned by her results. Surrounded by congratulatory friends, she was a bit slow to respond. "Really? Both of us are top scorers? I got a perfect score?" "Yes, Ji Luo. You are amazing. Both of you are top scorers." A group of military wives gathered around, all looking excited and happier than even the perfect scorer herself. At the training ground, Ren Rongyan was also surrounded by his brothers. They lifted him up and threw him into the air, and the whole battalion cheered loudly in celebration. Congratulations to comrades Ren Rongyan and Ji Luo. Also, 3 other comrades from our military district scored very well. Deputy Battalion Commander Su Guanglei ranked 16th in the province in science, surpassing the college admission cutoff by nearly 40 points.
Oh wow.
The training ground erupted again with cheers. Over in the family's area, Lin Wei accepted all the congratulations on behalf of her husband. Everyone there was clapping and celebrating warmly. Congratulations also to comrades Zhao Weiping and Xiaomin. Zhao Weiping made the undergraduate cutoff, and Xiaomin reached the college diploma line. The detailed exam scores will be posted this morning. Please check them when they're available. Only 8 people from the unit took the exam this year, and most of them passed. The top scorers in arts and sciences were both from Shacheng Military District, which made the commanders and political leaders very happy. Everyone in the battalion was very excited. After getting approval from their superior, Commander Wang announced that the morning drill would be shortened today, and after dismissal, they would return to the camp to celebrate. Ren Rongyan and Su Guanglei were the first to rush back. They both smiled so broadly their faces lit up, almost synchronized in their actions. They each carried their wives back to the room to give them a loving kiss. Top scorer, congratulations. Perfect score, top scorer, congratulations. The couple congratulated each other happily in a room, their eyes full of joy and affection, so intense it seemed almost sticky. Luo Luo, my lucky wife, I love you. Ren Rongyan embraced her, lowering his head to gently and passionately kiss her, expressing his love with his deepest and most sincere actions. Lin Wei also called back to Kyoto in time and checked her results. Although she wasn't the top scorer, she ranked in the top 5 in all of Beijing and performed very well. All 4 of them did better than expected and successfully got into their dream schools. Today is a day worth celebrating for them. The military unit also arranged a special way to celebrate. After the internal celebration at the military district, they received a call from the Education Bureau. The troops quickly sent a car to take them to the city. The 2 top scorers rode in a large truck decorated with bright red flowers, following the arrangements to celebrate by touring the city. The military also sent their cultural troupe to join in. They sang together, beat drums, and celebrated loudly, making the streets lively and noisy. They worked hard all morning, and by noon, they happily took the prizes given by the education department and went to the store. Just as they arrived at the street corner, fireworks exploded loudly, lighting up the entire street at the same time. While the city was celebrating, Chen Jifeng and others also went to watch. After watching, they immediately returned to prepare. Everyone in the street knew that several students from their shop had passed university exams, and they all came to congratulate and celebrate. Ji Luo, Brother Zhou, Deputy Group Leader Su, Dr. Lin, congratulations. As soon as the 4 of them entered the shop, they received a wave of congratulations. Su Guanglei and others threw candies into the crowd, saying, "Everyone celebrate together." Ji Luo, tired after standing all morning, sat down as soon as they entered the shop to rest. He asked loudly, "Jiao Jiao, Hejia, have you checked your results?"
We did.
We all did pretty well and passed. They thought they would have to wait a few days to see the results, but it was Ji Luo who called them this morning, so they knew the results were out and checked immediately by phone. Their scores weren't as high as Ji Luo's, but they still did very well and successfully got into the provincial university they applied for. When they filled out their applications, they specifically chose the same school and major, finance and accounting. If all goes well, they will be classmates and work in the same industry in the future. Ji Luo, thank you so much. Li Jiao Jiao was very grateful and hugged her, tears of emotion in her eyes. Ji Luo, if it weren't for your help with our review and small improvements, we wouldn't have passed. Thank you so much.
You 2 worked hard yourselves.
Today's results are thanks to your own effort and progress, Ji Luo said with a smile, praising them. She is not an emotional person and cannot bear to see friends cry. She quickly changes the subject. I was very busy this morning. I haven't even had a chance to tell the teacher the good news.
Let's go call Teacher Zhao.
All 3 of us got in, so she can be happy too. Ji Luo called her parents-in-law and Ren's family from the military family compound in the morning, but she hadn't yet shared the good news with her hometown. She didn't plan to tell her own family either, just wanted to share the joy with the teacher. Oh no, we only remembered to call our parents and forgot to tell the teacher the good news. Li Jiao Jiao quickly followed. Ji Luo stood up and went to the phone, took out the phone book from the drawer, and happily called Nanjing No. 1 High School. All 3 of them shared the good news with the teacher over the phone. Teacher Zhao was so happy she danced in the school leader's office, kept congratulating them, and talked with them for nearly 10 minutes before hanging up. Soon after, the Nanjing County Education Bureau and Nanjing No. 1 High School posted the good news, announcing it to the entire county, including the communes and production teams below. Although they had already graduated from the high school, and Ren Rongyan hadn't attended middle or high school there, they were all from Nanjing County. Their achievements and honors were also the county's pride. The good news reached Nujiawan that afternoon.
County education officials personally announced the news at the commune and then visited Yuan and Zyhago production teams with local leaders. Team leader, what did you say? Ji Luo is the top scorer? When the Ji family received the news, they were all stunned. Old Ji was so shocked that his favorite pipe dropped to the ground. The deputy director of the County Education Bureau came to deliver the good news himself, accompanied by the commune's secretary Li Shu. Ji Luo is the top scorer in the arts, with full marks in all subjects, the only one in the country. Her husband, Zhou Rongyan. Oh, no. Zhou Rongyan has now found his biological parents and changed his name to Ren Rongyan. He is the top science scorer. The team leader was also shocked when he received the news. After seeing off the officials, he immediately went to report the good news to the Ji family. Seeing their faces full of shock, the team leader shook his head and sighed, pointing at Ji Sanlin with disappointment. Ji Sanlin, look at what you've done. Your family could have been so glorious, but because your head is full of pig dung, such a happy event. How could this happen? How could she be like this? Ji's wife was still in disbelief, her legs trembling as she collapsed at the door, looking lost and distracted. Top scorer in the province? Is it true? The deputy director of the County Education Bureau personally brought the good news. Do you think it's fake? The team leader rolled her eyes at him. No, Mrs. Ji honestly couldn't believe it. She didn't believe Ji Luo had become the top scorer in the province. Old Mr. Ji was also shocked. Now he finally found his nearly lost spirit and shouted to the crowd, Second son. Dad, what's the matter? Ji Erlin stood behind the crowd. Go, call Bingqing and Chen Jifeng and ask them about the situation. Old Mr. Ji wanted to confirm. Ji Erlin nodded and said, Team leader, may I use the phone? Sure, come here. Everyone rushed to the production team office. Ji Erlin asked the team leader to help dial the phone. He nervously held the receiver, waiting for someone to answer. Hello, who is this? Ji Luo's voice came from the other end. Ji Erlin was excited. Ji Luo, this is second uncle. Are you the top scorer in the province? He spoke quickly. Ji Luo was stunned for a moment, then reacted with a smile. Second uncle, did you hear the news? Just now, the team leader said the county brought good news. They said you are the top scorer in the arts, full marks, and Yan Rong is also a top scorer. Is it true? Yes, it's true. Yan Rong is the top science scorer, and I am the top art scorer. I applied for a foreign language major, and I scored full marks in all 6 subjects. Ji Luo was very happy now. He smiled and told him, we checked the scores this morning. We participated in a celebration organized by the Provincial Education Bureau. We wore big red flowers and rode a big truck around the city 3 times. The Education Bureau rewarded us with 200 yuan each, along with pens and a full set of leadership quotes. The army also gave us money. Seeing that it was true, Ji Erlin was so happy he didn't know what to say. Li Shufan asked nearby, Erlin asked Ji Luo where he plans to study. Which school did he choose? Ji Erlin immediately relayed his wife's question. Second uncle, I applied to Beijing University's Foreign Languages Department. Yan Rong applied to a military academy, the College of Military Command. We've already been accepted. We're just waiting for the acceptance letters to arrive by mail. And I also have 2 classmates, Jiao and Jiehe, who got into a local university in the provincial capital. Ji Luo was very happy. He shared his joy happily over the phone, chatting with him for 5 or 6 minutes. He even asked Ji Bingqing to take this opportunity to talk with her parents. After hanging up the phone, Ji Erlin told his parents, there's no mistake. Ji Luo is the top art student, the top scorer in the province. Zhou and Ren Rongyan are the top science students. Both are top scholars. They celebrated by touring the entire city in the morning. Ji Luo got into the best university, Jing University, majoring in foreign languages. I don't even remember which foreign language. Ren Rongyan was admitted to the Military Command College, majoring in military command. After graduation, he will be a high-ranking officer, at least a regiment or division commander. Thanks to the recent calm, Ji's family has relaxed and fully believes that Ji Luo is the top scorer in the province. Except for Ji Erlin and his wife. Everyone else looks complicated. This call cost nearly 10 yuan, but Ji Erlin and his wife didn't mind. They happily paid the phone bill to the team leader. Top scorer in the province? Our Nanxi County hasn't had one in 100 years, but your Ji family swept them all away. Those two old folks in the Ji family and Ji Samlin are really blind. Look at how they look now, probably regretting it so much they're turning green inside. Finally, their ancestor's grave was steaming, but Ji Samlin, that fool, extinguished it. He treats that woman Tao Lan and her illegitimate child as treasures, while kicking out their sensible, hard-working, and talented daughter. They're just plain stupid. Don't forget, I only heard Ji Luo was doing well in school, but I didn't expect her to be the national top scorer, full marks across the country. Her grades are not just good, they're outstanding. Since she started school, she's been first every year. From elementary to high school, she didn't pay tuition or fees. That's why Tao Lan, that wicked woman, agreed to let her study. The high school teacher, who taught Ji Luo, was very kind to her. She always protected Ji Luo and came to the Ji family several times. Otherwise, she would have dropped out early and been forced to do farm work at home. The two old folks in the Ji family are also fools. They only care about their grandson. They ignore their granddaughters. Except for that wild girl Ji Mani, who's a troublemaker, the other granddaughters are pretty good. They're hardworking and honest, even if they're not as bright as Ji Luo.
Exactly.
Ji Daling's family's Anning is very sensible. Ji Erlin's 3 daughters are well-educated. Ji Bingqing is now living a good life thanks to Ji Luo's help and connections. In the future, Ji Yujia and Ji Panfan will probably have good lives too. As for their grandsons, only Ji Xingli's brothers seem promising. As for Ji Wenwu and Ji Shuangchuan, forget it. They'll probably end up like Ji Samlin, just fools. Ji Samlin is a fool, and Tao Lan is also a worthless person. These two are naturally crooked. Li Hongwan is now focused on education, but I guess she can't change her temper either. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix to a phoenix, and a mouse's son will dig holes. The neighbors in the village always speak openly about others, never behind their backs. They all talk in front of the Ji family, and the 2 elders and Ji Samlin hear everything. If it had been before, they might have argued back a few words, but now they can't reply at all. Each of them feels a deep regret and sadness in their hearts. On the way home, their legs feel heavy as if filled with lead, and they can't move easily. Li Hongwan was watering the fields when she heard the neighbors talking about Ji Luo being the top scorer in the college entrance exam. When she got home, she saw the 2 elders and Ji Samlin sitting in the yard with worried faces. The father and son were smoking, and the wife was sighing. "What are you all so gloomy for?" Seeing their expressions, Li Hongwan knew they were regretful. She put the water bucket in the corner and said loudly, "I told you long ago that you were blind and would regret it someday. Now, the day of regret has come. I don't know if your eyes were blinded by pig dung back then. I'm just a simple rural woman with no education, but I only looked at Ji Luo once and knew this girl would surely succeed in the future. You have to judge a person by their face. Ji Luo looks lucky, her eyes are clear, and she seems honest and kind-hearted. On the other hand, Ji Mani, who you like, looks petty and small, and her appearance is not as good as Ji Luo's. Ji Luo is honest and sharp-eyed. She even liked the disabled person you all looked down on. As for Zhou Rongyan, you've heard from people in Zaihago. His father is a high-ranking officer's son. Now he himself scored the top in the exam. When he graduates, he'll be a high-ranking officer, and Ji Luo will become the wife of a high-ranking officer. Our Nanxi County will be proud of you. If you had been kind to her before and treated her better, your Ji family would be soaring now. The whole Nanxi County would be supporting you." Li Hongwan kept praising Ji Luo and her husband. The 2 elders of the Ji family didn't say a word. Lu Hongyu, who was listening nearby, felt uncomfortable inside. Ji Xingli also took the college entrance exam this time, but he didn't do well and didn't reach the college threshold. Luckily, not passing didn't affect his job. He still had a decent, enviable job. But compared to Ji Luo,
He was far behind. Lee Hongyu now feels very regretful. She regrets not treating Ji Luo better at that time, as she might have asked her to help take care of the other children. The Ji family is very quiet and dull. Far away in Yangcheng, Ren Yi and his wife are very happy. Today, Ren Yi went out for a meeting. When he returned to the army, he learned from his wife that their son and daughter-in-law both scored top marks. He immediately rushed home to call them. Yuan Donxiong bought nearly 20 pounds of candies at the service station during the day. After her husband finished his call, the couple went door to door in the residential area to hand out candies and share the good news. Old Master Ren in Kyoto is also very happy. Recently, he has kept to himself, claiming he was resting due to illness, and other old leaders and friends knew he had undergone major surgery and needed to recover quietly. Most did not bother him until today, when he finally went out. Old Master Ren has fully recovered. Before going out, he deliberately tidied himself up, slightly darkened his face, and pretended to be weak and tired when talking to others. Even his close friends didn't notice anything unusual. He went out specifically to promote the big family celebration. Only Ren Rongyan and his wife from the Ren family signed up for the college entrance exam. The young couple both scored top marks in the province, so they had to go out and show off. He visited 7 or 8 families in one day, sharing the good news with everyone. Now, the entire residential area knows that the Ren family has a pair of top scorers. Meanwhile, the Bai family and Bai Shui may also receive news that Ji Luo scored full marks and was the top student. Their feelings were very complicated. Qin Dongxiu also did very well this time. He was accepted into Kyoto Medical University, which he wanted to attend. He was the best among the Qin family's grandchildren and the only one to get into a key university. Qin's eldest grandson, Qin Dongxian, also got into college, but it was a regular university in the provincial capital. 2 other grandchildren got into vocational colleges. The Qin family has 4 new college students. After the trouble caused by Qin Jinju earlier, the family was in a gloomy mood. Today, Old Master Qin bought many firecrackers and celebrated at home. They also held a small celebration dinner, quietly rejoicing. Except for Qin Jinju, who was hospitalized, everyone else from the Qin family attended. During the celebration, no one mentioned Qin Jinju, who was not well liked. Ji Luo and the others also hosted a dinner at the residential area tonight to thank everyone. They bought chicken, duck, fish, and meat. The military wives are helping with cooking now. Ji Luo, heavily pregnant, didn't go to the kitchen but sat in the living room reading stories to the children. After dinner at home, Bai Shuemei delivered food to Qin Jinju at the hospital. Their mother-daughter relationship has been tense lately, and they didn't speak when they met. She placed the food on the table, then went to wash her dirty clothes. The elderly couple from the Bai family came by that evening. After Bai Shuemei finished washing clothes, they called her to a quiet corner to talk. Shuemei, you've heard about Ji Luo scoring full marks and becoming top scholar, right? Bai mother asked first. I've heard, Bai Shuemei replied. Today, she saw a parade celebrating on the street, and her mood was very complicated all day. Do you have any thoughts about it? Bai mother asked. Not really, Bai Shuemei said. She understood her mother's hidden meaning and frowned as she emphasized, Mom, whether she becomes top scholar or not doesn't matter to us. All right, I understand, her mother replied. Actually, Bai mother felt a bit regretful and was somewhat snobbish, but she also cared about face. She knew that after her granddaughter caused trouble, the Bai family could no longer be associated with Ji Luo. Let's not mention her anymore. She lives her life, and we live ours. Bai father had already advised his wife not to interfere and change the subject. Shuemei, what plans do you have for Jinju? She was young and naive before, caused trouble, and now got a good lesson. Maybe she's learned her lesson and can be saved. Don't give up on her. We should think of ways to settle her and find her a way out. Send her to the south. Qin Xiao had already discussed this with her. Bai Shuemei hadn't told her family yet, and now she announced her grades aren't good, and she doesn't have other skills. She can sing and dance, which is her only talent. Qin's relative works at the art school in Yangcheng. Her father plans to send her there to study. We're not expecting her to become famous, just to get away from the trouble. Qin Jinju's reputation is now completely ruined. In everyone's eyes, she is no longer a spoiled, naive girl, but a malicious person inside. Not only outsiders, but even relatives of the Qin family don't want to associate with her and dislike her intensely. The circle Qin family belongs to is small. With her bad reputation, no one in the circle will like her, and no one will marry her in the future. Staying here is no good for her at all. Qin Xiao and Bai Shui made a firm decision. The next day, they arranged for Qin Jinju to leave the hospital, packed her a few belongings, and strongly sent her to the south. They left without informing their elders at home, only telling Qin Dongxiu. By the time the Bai family's elderly discovered it, they were already on the train heading south. Mother Bai returned home and started scolding and complaining, worried about her granddaughter. Bai Zhenghao's wife was already unhappy with Qin Jinju and also upset about her mother-in-law's endless pampering. Seeing everyone off, her mother-in-law still worried and cared, which made her very angry. She had a big argument with the elderly couple. Other grandchildren of the Bai family also disliked their grandmother's attitude. They criticized her for spoiling Qin Jinju too much, and the younger ones accused her of favoritism. Qin Xiao and his wife traveled all day to take Qin Jinju to school and handled her enrollment. The school was a closed environment, only allowing students to go out during holidays. It had dormitories and a cafeteria, and all teachers and students lived on campus. They bought her a full set of daily supplies and paid half a year's tuition up front. They also gave Qin Jinju 30 yuan as pocket money and told the school leaders and teachers to teach her strictly. After a brief instruction, they left the school. Qin Jinju, left here to reform, was not protected or spoiled by elders. In this unfamiliar place, she began a life that made her shiver every time she thought about it. 1 week later, Ren Rongyan and Su Guanglei finished the handover procedures. Ji Luo handed over all her work to Qin Jifeng. As for the financial reports, they were given to He Jia and Li Jiao, who were about to start college studying finance and accounting. They would handle the store's bookkeeping as a form of early practice. The school they attended was not far from the store, with a direct bus route. They could come help on weekends, so Ji Luo felt confident leaving the work to them. Ren Rongyan and his team spent a day shipping their luggage. The furniture they couldn't take was divided among Peng Jinsong's families. On the last night before leaving, the men drank and talked late into the night before going to rest. Rongyan Luo. Yuan Donqiong arrived in Kyoto 2 days earlier than them, having already cleaned and tidied the house. She also arranged for a security guard from the Rin family to drive to the train station to pick them up.
Mom.
After 2 exhausting days on the train, they were both very tired. Ji Luo was so heavy she could barely walk, relying entirely on Ren Rongyan to support her. Luo, you've worked hard. Yuan Donqiong immediately went to help her, looking at her prominently swollen belly with concern. It's only been a little over a month and your belly has grown a lot. Yes, I have grown quite a bit over the past month. Now, I am so heavy that I can't even get up while lying down. Ji Luo supported her waist with one hand and slowly walked outside. Seeing the snow falling outside, she asked, Mom, should we go home or visit Grandpa and Grandma first? Let's go home. I've already packed everything. You all rest at home first, and we'll visit Grandpa and Grandma at the big yard tomorrow. Okay. The Su family also sent a car to pick up Su Guanglei. They parted ways at the station exit. Back home, Yuan Donqiong immediately brought hot food to the table, letting them eat first to fill their stomachs. After eating, she poured hot water for them to wash their hair and take a shower, and helped them wash their dirty clothes. Ji Luo was very tired. After her shower, she went to bed and lay down. She fell asleep within a few minutes. Their original plan was to visit Grandpa and Grandma at the big yard the next day. The elderly couple from Ren's family thought that Ji Luo, being pregnant, would find traveling very tiring, so they came to visit them at the courtyard that evening. Ji Luo took a good nap in the afternoon and felt very comfortable. She only woke up near dusk. Ren Rongyan helped her get dressed and supported her as she slowly walked to the living room. Seeing the elders helping to make dumplings, Ji Luo smiled and called out Grandpa, Grandma. Ah, Luo Luo, you're awake. Old Madame Rin saw that her granddaughter-in-law looked energetic, with a healthy complexion and a glow on her face. Her belly was much bigger than the last time they saw. She smiled and said, "This little one must be a strong boy weighing around 7 or 8 jin." Yuan Donxiong brought a chair for her daughter-in-law and said with a smile, "When I was pregnant with Rongjie and Rongyan, my belly wasn't much smaller than Luo Luo's. When they were born, each weighed just over 4 jin. This baby probably weighs 7 or 8 jin." Lin Wei also said the baby should be around 7 or 8 jin. Nowadays, resources are scarce, and pregnant women have limited access to nutritious foods. Most newborns weigh 4 or 5 jin, and 7 or 8 jin babies are rare. This shows that her pregnancy has been well-nourished. Ji Luo slowly sat down and saw that Grandpa looked healthy. She asked with a smile, "Grandpa, do you need to go for a checkup later?" "No need for another checkup. Grandpa knows his body well. I'm almost fully recovered." Old Mr. Ren felt 20 years younger. He now had energy all over his body, and walking felt light. However, he didn't show this to others, pretending he wasn't fully recovered yet. "Dad looks much better than when he celebrated his birthday," Yuan Donxiong often called them, and knew he was recovering well. "You shipped many valuable abalone and cuttlefish from Yangcheng, and the third couple also sent wild ginseng and gastrodia from the northeast. Your mother cooks soup for me every 3 days. Eating so many good things has greatly strengthened my weak body." Old Master Ren used to be very stubborn and refused to eat these precious supplements. This time, to support the special medicine, he voluntarily asked his wife to make nourishing soup for him, and he drinks 2 large bowls each time. Besides Rin Qin, everyone else thought he was recovering well because he ate these nourishing foods. Grandpa's health has improved, and the whole family is relieved. Ren Rongyan then said to him, "Grandpa, I have 2 things to ask for your help with. Just tell me, I will handle it right away."
Ren Rongyan smiled gently.
"First, I want you to help us name the baby. Second, I want to install a phone line at home. The shopping store has many matters to handle, and having a phone at home would be much more convenient." Grandpa was happy to help with the naming. He smiled kindly. "The baby isn't born for another half-month. I'll think of some names during this time and come up with a few options for you to choose the best." As for installing the phone line, it was a simple matter for him. Without hesitation, he agreed. The phone line will be arranged by Grandpa. Someone will come to install it in the next couple of days. For other small matters, you can contact the telecom workers yourselves. Now, setting up a home phone involves connections and money, costing nearly 3,000 yuan in total. With Grandpa arranging everything, the telecom workers came the next morning. Ji Luo had previously installed a phone line in Shacheng and was familiar with the process. In about 10 minutes, she negotiated with the workers, paid them in cash, and asked Ren Rongyan to go with her to handle the formalities. Within 2 days, the house had a landline installed. Ji Luo immediately called the Shacheng store to inform them to contact her if they needed anything. Northern winters are much colder than in the south, with temperatures often below -10 degrees. Ji Luo didn't dare go outside, staying bundled up at home, keeping warm and knitting sweaters. Her mother-in-law and husband took care of other household chores. As her due date approached, Yuan Donxiong was the busiest. She washed and dried the baby clothes and diapers again, then placed them near the stove to dry. Ren Rongyan was in charge of shopping, buying fresh ingredients daily for her. He had already stocked up on chicken, duck, pork stomach, eggs, and vegetables in preparation for the new year and her postpartum recovery. "Luo Luo, look what I brought back." Today, Ren Rongyan went to the big yard and returned holding a small black puppy wrapped in an old cloth. Ji Luo was sitting on a lounge chair knitting a sweater. When she saw the puppy, she immediately threw down her yarn. "Brother Yen, where did you get this puppy? Did you buy it?" "Uncle brought it back from the military area. It's a small wolf dog, a little over 2 months old. He asked me to raise it to watch the house." Ren Rongyan wanted to raise a dog to guard the home, and also planned to ask Su Guanglei to help find a retired military dog. Now, his uncle had given him this little wolf dog, and he thought Ji Luo would like it, so he brought it home.
"So cute."
Ji Luo loved raising cats and dogs, especially this tiny puppy. She eagerly reached out and picked up the chubby little dog. Woof woof. The puppy, sensing a new environment, kept barking at her. Ji Luo gently patted its head and asked with a smile, "Brother Yen, does it have a name?" "No, you can name it. Let's call it Black Panther." Ji Luo was delighted with her new toy and didn't want to let go. Seeing how much she liked playing with the puppy, Renrongyen helplessly chuckled. "Maybe I should catch one or two more." "No need, one is enough. Too many would be hard to care for." Soon, she would have a baby, and taking care of the infant would take up most of her time. There wouldn't be much time to raise dogs. For guarding the house, one is enough. At first, Black Panther was unfamiliar with the place and barked at everyone. After a couple of days, it got used to it and would stay close to Ji Luo by the fire every day. After the new year, the shop in the provincial capital closed for the holiday. Chun Jifeng had early paid the wages as Ji Luo had instructed. All employees in the shop and warehouse received a 20 yuan year-end bonus, and the state-owned unit also had full New Year gifts. The shop closed directly, and everyone went home for the new year. The warehouse arranged for someone to stay on duty, with double pay for holiday shifts. Chun Jifeng also prepared New Year supplies for the duty staff: chicken, duck, fish, rice, vegetables, all abundant, even more lavish than their New Year in the countryside. Chun Jifeng and his wife arrived home on the 26th of the lunar month. This year, they celebrated the New Year in their new house in the county town. After resting, they planned to visit uncle and his wife, as well as their parents in the countryside. When their daughter and son-in-law returned, Li Shufan had already stewed ribs and cleaned all the snow from the doorstep. "Dad, Mom, we're back." A shout came from outside. Ji Erlin and his wife immediately opened the door. Ji Yujie and her sister followed quickly, both very excited. "Sister, brother-in-law. Dad, Mom, Yujie, Pan. Chun Jifeng rode over on his bike. After Ji Bingqing stood steadily, he handed her the big and small bags hanging on the bike. "Yujie, Pan, take these inside." "Jifeng, why did you buy so many things again? It's not easy earning money. Now you need to raise children, so buy less. Your thoughtfulness is enough." Ji Olin said. "Dad, I didn't buy much. Most of it is New Year gifts from the store." Chun Jifeng and his wife received several New Year gifts, including tobacco, alcohol, and pork, with 2 of each. They gave one set to the eldest uncle's family and delivered another to the mother-in-law's house. They also bought cotton-padded jackets for the elders in the provincial city and for their 2 younger sisters-in-law. That's why there are 7 or 8 big and small bags. Bingqing, walk slowly. Be careful on the wet ground. Li Shufan saw that after her daughter went to the provincial city, her skin became whiter, her face gained some flesh, and her spirit was especially good. She was dressed in a beautiful blue cotton-padded jacket, which gave her a city girl vibe. It was obvious she had a happy family life, and her son-in-law treated her well. Ji Bingqing had been living in the provincial city for 3 or 4 months. She became more confident and smiled happily, holding her mother's arm.
"Mom, I'm fine."
"You're still not fully recovered from pregnancy. You need to be more careful." Li Shufan's eyes were full of smiles. She asked with a smile, "Jifeng, have you and your wife visited your eldest uncle and aunt in Xiago?" "Mom, we returned to Xiago yesterday afternoon. We had dinner with the eldest uncle and them last night. Your eldest uncle and aunt miss you very much. It's right to visit them when you come back." Ji Erlin helped carry some things and invited them inside. "It's cold outside. Come in and sit." Back home, Ji Bingqing looked around and saw that her parents and 2 younger sisters were all wearing old cotton-padded jackets. She immediately took out the new clothes she bought for them. "Dad, Mom, Yujie, Pan, I bought you new cotton-padded jackets. Sister Luo went with me to pick them out. Try them on quickly." "Oh, child. Why buy so many new clothes? We have enough to wear. Don't waste money." Li Shufan hurriedly refused. "Mom, money is earned to be spent. It's the new year, so we should wear new clothes." Chun Jifeng handed 2 of the elders' jackets to his parents-in-law and said, Dad, Mom, try them on. If the sizes don't fit, Bingqing can have them altered.
No need to alter. They look good enough, Ji Erlin said happily. The cotton-padded jackets for Yujie and Panthan were the same style as Ji Bingqing's. The three sisters-in-law were similar in height and build, and their clothes sizes were close, only in different colors, one in yellow, the other in date red. The two sisters both liked the new clothes and thought they fit well. Li Shufan helped them tidy up, smiling happily. Ji Feng, you really spoiled us.
Thank you, brother-in-law.
Both Ji Yujie sisters smiled sweetly. Over the past 2 years, their new clothes were all bought by brother-in-law, and they remembered that well. I'm glad you like them. Chun Ji Feng was generous with his family. He bought clothes not only for this side but also for the eldest uncle and his wife, as well as for the grandparents and uncles. This time, he brought back 2 big bags of New Year goods. Ji Erlin and his wife's clothes fit well and didn't need alterations. They tried everything on and then put them into the wardrobe, continuing to wear their usual worn cotton jackets. The couple sat at home for a while. Ji Erlin and his wife went with them to the main house to deliver New Year gifts to the grandparents. Chun Ji Feng brought 2 jean of meat, along with cigarettes, wine, snacks, and candies bought in the provincial capital. He also brought a few wholesale towels from the store. The gifts were quite generous. When the elderly Ji family saw them coming to deliver New Year gifts, they greeted them with smiles. Lu Hongwan also brought out some fresh tea to entertain them. Ice Ching went to the provincial capital, and she's changed a lot. The water there must be good for health. She looks so rosy and healthy. Ji Bingqing stood up to receive the tea brought by her great-aunt, smiling gently. Annie, I usually work at the shop, moving back and forth at the counter. I rarely go outside to get sunlight, so I've gradually become a bit fair. Ji Feng, Ice Ching, you're back. At the door, Li Hongzhuan's voice was heard. Both turned around and saw her and Ji Samlin coming over. They both stood up and greeted third uncle, third aunt. Ji Samlin nodded at them. Just back? We arrived yesterday afternoon. Chun Ji Feng took out cigarettes and offered them to the elders. Ji Samlin reached out to take one, but upon seeing Li Hongzhuan's warning look, he quickly withdrew his hand and awkwardly smiled. Third uncle doesn't smoke anymore. Today you're allowed to have one, Li Hongwan said. Okay. Ji Samlin immediately took the cigarette, worried she might change her mind. He put it in his mouth and bit down. Seeing how tightly third aunt was controlling him, Chun Ji Feng held back a smile, took out a lighter, and lit his cigarette, saying, Third uncle, smoking is bad for your health. Third aunt doesn't let you smoke because she cares about you. Quitting is good. Ji Samlin forced a fake smile. Li Hongwan, this strict wife, wasn't really caring about his health. She just wanted to save money. Li Hongwan sat on a small stool she brought herself. She noticed that Ji Bingqing had gained a little weight since her wedding and looked healthy, with a rosy complexion. She said, Bingqing, your mom told me you're pregnant. Are you feeling okay? Third aunt, I'm fine. Nothing serious, just a bit sleepy. I need a nap at noon and go to bed early at night. I heard you help out at the shop. Do you have time to rest at noon?
Li Hongwan asked.
It's busy at noon too, but Sister Luo and others take good care of me. They usually let me rest after lunch. I usually start helping around 2 in the afternoon. When mentioning Ji Luo, Lu Hongyu asked, Has Ji Luo had the baby yet? Not yet. Knowing they wanted to ask about her, Ji Bingqing explained, after the college entrance exam results came out, Sister Luo and her husband went to Kyoto. Her husband's biological parents work in Yangcheng, but their family is from Kyoto. Grandma, grandpa, and uncle all live in Kyoto. Her husband's family asked Sister Luo to go to Kyoto to have the baby. The hospital and house were arranged. Her mother-in-law resigned from her military job to stay with them in Kyoto for the birth, which is scheduled for the first day of the Lunar New Year. I heard she plans to study at Kyoto University. Will she go to school there now? Will she stop managing the shop in the provincial capital? Lu Hongyu asked again. Sister Luo is about to give birth, and she needs to rest for a month after the birth. She said she will delay starting school until half a year later. She has already arranged her work at the shop. When they opened the shop, her husband's comrade invested a lot of money.
Now, his wife is helping manage it, so Sister Luo doesn't need to be there all the time. If something big happens and she can't decide, she can call her. Ji Bingqing lied, not telling them that Chen Jifeng was now in charge of the shop. She knew her family's personality. If they found out Chen Jifeng was managing things, they would definitely send someone to the shop. Bingqing, have you seen Zhou Rongyan's parents? Ji Daling asked. Yes, they came to the shop. They have 4 children. Her husband and his brother are twins and look very much alike. The third is a sister, and they have a younger brother. The whole family works in the military. Ji Xingli had already had his holiday and was at home now. He asked, "How did you suddenly find them?" It was a coincidence. After Sister Luo and her husband finished the college entrance exam, his comrade invited them to visit Kyoto. On the second day in Kyoto, Sister Luo went shopping and ran into her husband's brother. They look very much alike. Sister Luo initially mistook him for someone else. Later, when they talked, she learned he had a twin brother. Their family has been searching for him all these years. Sister Luo told me that Zhou Dezhu was a soldier under her brother-in-law's father. He made a mistake in the army and was discharged by her brother-in-law's father, which left him with a grudge. When her brother-in-law's mother was out with her 2 sons, he secretly took one of them. Their family always thought a human trafficker had kidnapped the child. They never suspected Zhou Dezhu. I heard that soldiers and police searched for a whole month, and his mother almost went crazy. Li Hongwan glanced at Ji Sanlin. She knew he wanted to ask more, so she helped by asking Bingqing. Sister Luo has been in the provincial city for a long time.
Has she?
She didn't finish her sentence, but the older couple and Ji Sanlin's eyes clearly brightened. Are you asking about her biological mother? Ji Bingqing looked at Uncle San. Have they met? Ji Sanlin asked with a serious face, but he didn't say Bai Xuemei's name aloud. They have met, Bingqing replied. Seeing that the mother and daughter had already met, Ji Sanlin's gaze flickered, and he looked down without asking further. Uncle, they have met, but they haven't recognized each other, Bingqing added. Why not recognize each other? Ji Sanlin looked up. Uncle, if she wanted Sister Luo as her daughter, she wouldn't have abandoned her here. If she had any feelings for Sister Luo, she would have written her a letter or sent something over these years. But she hasn't done anything, which shows she doesn't want Sister Luo. Bingqing's voice grew higher as she spoke, her face red with anger when she thought about Bai Xuemei and Qin Jinju's actions. After she divorced and returned to the provincial city, she remarried an official and had a pair of twins. Those children are about 16 or 17 now, just 2 years younger than Sister Luo. She married quickly after returning. Her daughter is spoiled and unruly, very mean and malicious, just like Ji Mani. At first, a rich young master saw the shop doing well and secretly hired thugs to cause trouble. Her brother-in-law caught them and reported to the police. The daughter of that young master even came to the shop with her cousin to cause trouble, helping him vent his anger and making a mess in the shop. Later, during the college entrance exam, her daughter and Sister Luo took the exam in the same room. That bad girl secretly slipped answers into Sister Luo's drawer. Luckily, Sister Luo found them early, or she would have lost the top spot in the province and been unable to take the exam again because of her. Her daughter is malicious and harmful, but she refuses to reflect on her actions and only thinks about revenge against her sister-in-law. When her sister-in-law was pregnant and went to the hospital, she deliberately bumped into her from behind, almost causing her to fall. Clearly, her daughter was at fault, but she still defends her and treats her worse than a stranger. Did she not recognize Ji Luo? Li Hongwan has never met Bai Xuemei, but she heard about her from Li Shufan. Ji Luo looks very much like her, and also resembles her half-sister. Chen Jifeng added. They first met at the hospital. Ji Luo was there for a prenatal checkup, and her mother, who is a leader in the hospital's obstetrics department, was nearby watching. Ji Luo gave her name and age, and they recognized each other, but they didn't acknowledge it at the time. Later, her daughter cheated during the college entrance exam and was taken away by the exam supervisors. She and her family secretly went to find Ji Luo, revealing their identities and hoping to use their blood relation to ask for leniency for her daughter. Ji Luo refused. They didn't want to acknowledge Ji Luo, fearing she might interfere with their happy life or ask for money. Ji Luo had contact with them a few times, but they pretended not to know her and were afraid she might appear. Ji Luo saw their true intentions and didn't want to recognize them either. When the Bai family came to find her, she talked with them and made her stance clear. Let's just pretend we don't know each other. But her daughter acts crazy every time she sees Ji Luo. Even though she was at fault, she refuses to reflect, spoiled by her family. Li Shufan didn't know about these things before. She had wanted to tell her daughter and ask her to talk to Ji Luo, hoping Ji Luo could find a way to meet her mother. The incident years ago was the third sister's fault, but regardless, Ji Luo was innocent. Li Shufan thought Bai Xuemei, despite hating the third sister, probably didn't hate her daughter. Now, mother and daughter are both in the provincial capital, visiting each other during festivals. After hearing all this, Li Shufan was glad she hadn't spoken up. It seems Ji Luo was born with weak parental ties. If the other side doesn't want to acknowledge her, then so be it. Having a sister who doesn't understand her family makes things simpler. Now, the couple has been accepted into university and will go to Kyoto for school, so they won't stay in the provincial capital and won't need to meet that family again. Not recognizing each other is also fine, said Ji Erlin. Chun Jifeng nodded. There's really no need to keep in touch. The Bai family doesn't want Ji Luo to disturb their life, and Ji Luo doesn't want them to interfere with hers. She is now living quite well. Rong Yan treats her very kindly, holding her gently and caring for her deeply. Rong Yan's parents, siblings, grandparents, and relatives all like Ji Luo, especially her in-laws. Every 2 days, they call her to check on her, and they regularly send expensive seafood like abalone and fish, as well as dried longans, dried lychees, and dried mangoes, things we've never seen before. They always send large packages, and we've eaten quite a bit of them. Her mother-in-law used to work in the military as a leader. To take care of Ji Luo, she resigned from her job and went early to Kyoto to be with her during childbirth. Ji Luo often calls us, saying her mother-in-law is very kind to her. She prepares all her meals, and she just needs to relax and enjoy her food. Rongyan has been missing for so many years. He suffered outside, and the elders of the Rin family feel guilty about him. Now, they are sincerely trying to make it up to him. They also value Ji Luo very much and like her a lot. Everyone is looking forward to the baby's arrival. The baby in her belly is their family's great-grandson, and the old master cares about him very much. Ji Luo's mother-in-law, who had been silent, finally spoke, asking, "How can you be sure it's a great-grandson? What if it's a granddaughter?" In the provincial capital, there are advanced medical machines in big hospitals. My brother-in-law's friend's wife is a doctor sent from a major hospital in Kyoto, specializing in operating those machines for tests. When Ji Luo went for her checkup, the machine was used, and it showed she was having a boy. Ji Luo didn't tell everyone at first, only later sharing the news. Ji Bingqing found it quite interesting. Wow, that's amazing. Li Hongwan had never heard of such technology and asked her, "Bingqing, you're pregnant now too. Have you gone for a checkup?" "No, I'm only a little over 2 months along." Ji Bingqing smiled. "No need to check. Whether it's a boy or girl doesn't matter, as long as the baby is healthy." Chun Jifeng expressed his opinion and smiled, saying, "Having a girl for the first child is better. Girls are obedient and sensible. Maybe later, we can have 1 or 2 more, and she can help us out." Seeing that her son-in-law had no preference for boys over girls and was sincerely hoping for a daughter, Li Shufan felt happy and relieved. Jifeng is right. Both boys and girls are good, as long as they're healthy. After Bingqing has the baby, I'll go to help her with her postpartum care. Once the child is a bit older, you can focus on working and earning money. I'll help take care of the baby. You're still young and healthy, so earn more money and have 1 or 2 more children to expand the family. Chun Jifeng's parents are no longer alive. His uncle and aunt treat him well, but they have their own children and grandchildren to care for, so they can't help take care of his children. Only his in-laws are able to lend a hand. Ji Erlin and his wife are very pleased with their son-in-law. He is very filial. When they grow old, they hope their daughter and son-in-law will take care of them. Since they are still healthy now,
They want to help out and believe their daughter and son-in-law will remember their kindness and return it when they are older. While visiting the Ji family, He Jie and Li Jiao went shopping for New Year supplies in the morning. When they returned to Li's house, they saw He's parents sitting in the living room. He Jie's smile disappeared instantly. The news that He Jie and Li Jiao both got into university had already spread. Besides Ji Luo and Ren Rongyan, they were the top performers. The Education Bureau leaders even came to Li's house to share the good news. Recently, Li's family has been very proud. The pride of Li's family made He's family feel very upset. Although He Jie is from He's family and Li Jiao is their daughter-in-law, this honor should belong to He's family. However, everyone was going to Li's house to celebrate, and they made sarcastic remarks to the couple. He's parents have been feeling uncomfortable lately. He's parents had been waiting for He Jie to come back. They heard from neighbors this morning that he returned yesterday, so they quickly tidied up and went to Li's house. He Jie, Jiao went shopping? He's mother put on what she thought was a kind smile, but her eyes flicked over the things they bought. Seeing that they bought pork, chicken, and various good things, her smile stiffened visibly. Li's mother didn't want them to come. She had also noticed He Jie's face changing when he entered the house. She went over to take the things they brought, saying, He Jie, your parents probably have something to talk to you about. You two should have a good chat. I'll go prepare the meal. Mom, stew the chicken for Jiao. He Jie called out happily, sharing good news. We just went to the hospital. Jiao is pregnant. Really? Li's mother was delighted and asked quickly, Jiao, are you feeling unwell? That's why you went to the hospital? I felt nauseous and wanted to after brushing my teeth this morning. I just finished breakfast and went out shopping. I felt sick on the roadside and vomited. He immediately took me to the hospital. The doctor said I'm pregnant, about a month along. Li Jiao had thought she ate something bad, but after learning she was pregnant, she was both surprised and happy. She almost jumped for joy with He Jie. Jiao, if you're pregnant and feeling sick, don't eat the stewed chicken. It might make you, and then we'll waste good food. For now, just have some light vegetable soup. When He spoke, He Jie's smile faded. He said to his mother-in-law, Mom, I already stewed the chicken for lunch. Jiao vomited a little this morning, but she didn't throw up everything she ate. Later, let her eat some chicken and chicken soup. It's okay if she vomits a bit. Motherly was sharp and could tell what mother he meant. She suspected that the old lady didn't want Jiao to eat, so she could take the chicken back to the He family. She was annoyed but saw He Jie defending his daughter, so she didn't argue further. She carried her things into the kitchen and said, Fine, I'll cook half now and save the rest for tomorrow. He Jie was very cold toward his parents. Usually he was friendly to outsiders but very different with his family. He sat down with a stern face and said plainly, If you have something to say, just tell me. Seeing his attitude, his father wanted to scold him, but he quickly pulled his arm, and he stopped speaking. He Jie, why are you so angry? It's been over half a year, and you're still upset? He said, not as harsh as a man, but with a hint of complaint. I'm just like this. Not just half a year, but my whole life. This anger in my heart won't go away. His resentment toward them wasn't built in a few days, but had accumulated since he could remember. He answered firmly, making his parents' faces darken. When he was about to criticize him again, He Jie impatiently cut her off. We have already cut ties. If you want to scold or blame me, go back to your own home. Don't bother lecturing me. If you come here with a purpose, just say it. If not, please leave. His father couldn't help but shout. Why? Is your voice louder now? Compared to his impulsive father, He Jie was much calmer. He had worked in the provincial capital for half a year, seen all kinds of people, and grown more steady in temper and character. He had better ways to handle people like them. Li Jiao didn't want to see them arguing at home, so she interrupted their confrontation at the right moment. Uncle, Aunt, is there something you need to talk about? When they married, they didn't invite his parents or relatives, and He Jie didn't want her to call them parents, so she always called them uncle and aunt. Jiao, this mischievous boy is deliberately going against us. Raising him hasn't been easy.
Sometimes he acts impulsively and we scold him a few times, but he doesn't appreciate our efforts. Instead, he resents us. Please help us advise him properly. Mother, he sees that her son won't listen to her and has to start with Jiao Jiao, even pretending to wipe away tears. Jiao Jiao knows everything about the He family and speaks calmly. Auntie, you're not just rushing and scolding him a little. You are being overly biased and not treating everyone fairly. I understand the unfair treatment my husband, Hijia, has suffered. He is my husband. No matter what decisions he makes, I will support him unconditionally and stand with him. I will never try to persuade him.
You.
Mother, he didn't expect her to speak so sharply and looked very upset. You think you're so impressive now that you got into a good university? Yes, we got into a top university in the provincial capital. We are very proud, much better than that useless person you protect. Hijia usually doesn't boast or brag. Yesterday, when neighbors congratulated him, he responded politely and humbly, without showing arrogance. But in front of his parents, he deliberately acted proud and looked down on others. How can you scold your older brother, Hijia? Mother, he was so angry she jumped up. I'm not scolding him for the first time. He's just a useless person. Besides, he only tattles to you and mooches off you, nothing useful. Hijia looks down on his brother. They've never gotten along, and of course, their parents' upbringing is partly to blame for his behavior. He's not useless. He's just unlucky. Mother, he raised her voice, about to argue with him. Motherly came out of the kitchen with a stern face and said, Hong Meishio, if you have something to say, say it. Don't cause trouble here. And stop criticizing and lecturing them. My daughter doesn't deserve your scolding. Also, Hijia has already cut ties with your He family. He is now my son-in-law. I allowed you into this house because of your blood relation, but I didn't invite you here to lecture or criticize him. In our hearts, he is a good boy. Don't come here to bully my son-in-law. Mother, he, hearing her repeatedly call him my son-in-law, was furious. Zhou Dongyang, he is my son. I carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him. You have no right to interfere in our family matters. You seem to have forgotten that Hijia has already severed ties with you. He has registered with the police and even published a newspaper announcement. He is no longer your son. Now, he is my daughter's husband and our Li family's son-in-law. Motherly looked at her with disdain. Now that he has been admitted to university and is living a good life, she came to recognize him as her son. Does she really think we can't see through their intentions? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Hijia and the others all turned their heads. When Li Jiao saw it was her eldest sister-in-law's family, she quickly got up to greet them. Big sister, brother-in-law. Ding ding, what brings you here? Jiao, we just met Nurse Sue on the street. She told us you found out you're pregnant this morning, so we came to see you. He entered with a gift, not even looking at her parents, and smiled at Motherly. Auntie, our family will come over for lunch today. Don't call it dropping by, just come any time to eat, Motherly said with a smile, patting the child's head kindly. She was friendly and gentle. Last night I told Hijia to invite you all over to sit and bring the kids to play. Hijia treated his sister and brother-in-law very well. He even picked up his little nephew and said, Sister, brother-in-law, sit down. Pan and her husband are now working in the provincial warehouse. Yesterday, they returned to their hometown with Hijia and the others. Their son was left at home with the grandparents, so they rarely visit their parents. They usually only go back during festivals and they don't have much contact, just drop off gifts and leave. They had just stood outside for a while and overheard everything inside. As soon as Pan sat down, she said to her parents, Shao, Jia has already cut ties with you. Don't come here causing trouble. If things get messy, it's your fault and Zhao's. You helped him get a job at the grain station, and he's a government employee now. Please give him some face. Shao violated rules at work. During his break, he took his brother-in-law to the warehouse. His brother-in-law was smoking and threw the cigarette butts on the ground, almost causing a fire. As a result, he was suspended from the grain station and has been living at home like a freeloader for a month or two. This incident had already spread in the residential area, but Li's parents didn't call Hijia to tell him. They were busy preparing for the college entrance exams and didn't want to distract him. They simply forgot to mention it later. Neither He Pan nor He Jie knew about this. Seeing their parents' changed expressions, He Jie sneered. Looks like they say he's a useless person. I guess I've been too kind to him. Can you not speak harshly? Mother He was full of frustration. Seeing him not helping his older brother and even criticizing made her so angry, she almost exploded. If you don't want to listen, just leave. I didn't invite you here, He Jie said sharply. Seeing Mother He about to get up again, He Pan quickly said, "This isn't our home. Please speak nicely, and don't cause a scene." He Pan then asked, "You came to see He Jie. What's the matter?" They must have come with a request. Father He knew He Jie and Li Jiao were working and earning money in the provincial city. Now they're going to college and have other plans. He explained their purpose. The grain station informed He Xiao to handle his resignation. Staying at home like this isn't good. He needs to find a job and earn money. Since He Jie and Li Jiao are going to college, I came to ask if he could transfer his job to He Xiao and his wife. Seeing them trying to take advantage again, He Jie was furious. I've already cut ties with you. Why are you coming to ask for a job? How dare you? We're not asking you to give us a job. We want you to transfer it. We paid for that, Father, he said loudly. Why should I transfer the job just because you want me to? I've paid off what I owed you. Everything that needed to be settled is settled. Don't come asking again, or I won't be polite. He Jie had seen shamelessness before, but never more than his parents. If this wasn't his in-laws' house, he would have grabbed a broom and driven them out. Mother, he jumped again, so you're feeling confident now? Do you think you can hit us? He Jie wanted to hit her, but Li Jiao held him back. He Jie, stay calm. After calming him down, Li Jiao spoke. We plan to go to college after the new year, but we can't transfer our jobs. Our workplace isn't a formal state-run company. It's more like a temporary job under a partner company. You should know, it was my classmate Ji Luo who asked us to help. The pay wasn't fixed. We earn daily, just like running a stall. Now Ji Luo and his wife went to Kyoto to study. They're no longer working at the shop. We also got into college and can't work there anymore. Last day was the day before yesterday. We settled all our wages, and the boss has hired 2 military spouses to replace us. This temporary job is not worth trying to transfer to. Even if you pay to switch, it doesn't make sense. The work is unstable, and you might only work a few days before there's no more work. The benefits at state-owned companies are also missing. Working for a day earns only 1.5 yuan, which won't even cover the cost of changing jobs for a long time. We took my sister and brother-in-law with us, but they are also doing temporary work. They only get paid for the days they work, and no pay during rest days. The work is very hard. Unlike state factories with regular hours from 9 to 5, my brother-in-law sometimes works overtime until 9 or 10 at night. Moving goods is even more tiring than farming in the countryside. Those goods weigh about 70 or 80 jin per bag. During busy times, they have to move thousands of jin. My brother-in-law is usually exhausted, and He Xiaogang can't lift much at all. He gets tired after just 3 days. Li Jiao speaks half-jokingly. She and her husband haven't told her sister and brother-in-law the full truth, but she believes they are smart enough not to expose her lies right now. He Pan saw his parents' expressions change and hesitated. Seizing the moment, she supported her younger siblings. The 1.5 yuan is for the men. We women only get 1 and 2. I work in the cafeteria, and it's somewhat stable. Rain or shine, I cook meals, so I get paid every day. But there are few workers, so I don't even get a break. The men work depending on the weather. When it rains or snows, there's no work, and they have to take care of themselves. In a month, they only earn about 30 yuan. Seeing that their combined income is only about 60 yuan a month, her parents felt discouraged. It's actually less than what their own couple earns in the county town. Most importantly, the work is physical, and He Xiao really can't handle it. He can't endure this hardship. Limu saw that his parents were starting to give up and subtly offered support. Going to work in the provincial city sounds glamorous, but it's really not that great. If He Jie and Jiao weren't helped by classmates, They wouldn't even get a chance for part-time work. Their household registration was previously in the countryside, and the introduction letter is only valid for 3 months at most. The travel costs are expensive, and after working hard for half a year, they hardly save any money. It's actually better to stay in the county and run a stall. Yes, it's better to run a stall and earn more. We're not suited for that kind of work. We can't talk well, only do rough manual labor. That's why we followed the warehouse to move goods and cook meals, Pan agreed. His parents came for work, but now they mostly gave up the idea. Spending hundreds of yuan on a temporary job that's unreliable and offers no basic benefits simply isn't worth it. Regarding that mischievous boy Jie, based on his attitude today, they know that even if he gets into a good university and secures a stable job in the future, he probably won't help his family. Just thinking about it makes them angry, and they feel a strange sense of regret. Their family only has Jie, who got into a top university, yet he has cut ties with a family and doesn't even keep in touch with relatives. Recently, relatives have criticized them for being biased and foolish, and some have even called them careless and foolish. They always favor the eldest son and protect him, but he is becoming more disappointing. The younger son, who they didn't favor and who kept a low profile, quietly got a job at the grain station, then got into university and married a university graduate. Since childhood, they didn't need to worry about him, but they failed to see his good qualities. In the end, Jie's parents didn't stay long and quickly left. After they were gone, Li Jiao and the others all looked at each other and smiled. Don't argue with them in the future. Getting angry at them just makes you upset, and it's not worth it. Li Jiao gently patted Jie's head. Yes, I'll listen to you from now on. Jie is actually quite smart. He has many ways to send people away, but just seeing them makes him inexplicably angry and uncomfortable. He can't help but lose his temper and doesn't even want to look at them. Xiao is spoiled by her parents. He's an adult now with a family and children, but he's still immature and reckless. When he causes trouble, he just calls mom and dad. He has no sense of responsibility. I think he's hopeless, like a broken wall that can't be fixed. You and your sister should stay away from him. Li's mother often hears gossip about the He family. Xiao and his wife are not good people. Neither of them has any talent, and they are unpopular. Their family life is getting worse because of them. Mom, you're right. He's just a useless person, and they still treat him like a treasure. Jie also said the same in front of his brother, then asked about another matter. That little brother-in-law almost set the grain station on fire. Was he taken away for punishment? Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Only a basket of things was burned. His parents went to apologize and pay compensation, so they didn't punish him, Li's mother said after hearing about it. He and that little brother-in-law are both fools, both equally stupid. After saying this, Jie got up, took 3 apples from their room, washed and sliced them in the kitchen, each person getting half. Li Jiao also poured some tea for her sister and brother-in-law, then smiled and teased her little nephew. Ding ding, mom and dad aren't home. Do you miss them? Ding Ding is over 4 years old now, and has become more sensible. When his aunt asked him something, he shyly smiled with a grin. Big sister, brother-in-law, after the new year, let's take Ding Ding to the provincial city. He's over 4, so he can go to kindergarten. We should send him to school, Jie suggested. We are considering that, Pan said with a smile. Last time, I asked Minfang about it. Her son Kongzi also goes to kindergarten. It costs about $4 or $5 per semester, and he eats lunch at school. He finishes at 4:30 p.m. Our warehouse isn't far from Kongzi's kindergarten, less than 10 minutes by bike. We want to send Ding Ding there to study. Their family's monthly income is over $100, not just $60 as previously mentioned. The shop provides meals and accommodation, so they have few expenses. This income allows them to give their child a better life. Soon, it was New Year's Eve. Jilua and her family celebrated the new year at their new home at noon, then went to the courtyard to have a family reunion dinner with their grandparents in the evening. At noon, Yuan Danxiong cooked a big feast. To suit her son and daughter-in-law's tastes, she kept the vegetables and soup light, but added some chili to the other dishes. Jilua had a good appetite. She ate 2 large bowls of rice. Her mother-in-law's abalone chicken soup was delicious, and she drank 2 bowls of it, feeling a bit full. After eating, she took a nap in bed. When she woke up, it was past 3 o'clock. She slowly got up and called outside, "Brother Yen, I'm up.
Get your things ready.
I'll wash up and leave soon." "Everything's ready," Run Rongyen said as he entered the room, putting a thick cotton jacket on her. He said while dressing, "Debo called half an hour ago. He said he'll come to pick us up so we don't need to take the bus." "That's kind of him." Jilua finished dressing and slowly stood up. She touched her belly and said, "Brother Yen, the baby has moved down. It should be close to time. Are you going to have the baby now?" Run Rongyen asked, inexperienced.
Not yet.
"The amniotic fluid hasn't broken, so maybe in 2 or 3 days." Jilua had previously asked her mother-in-law about childbirth. She knew that when labor was near, the baby moving down was normal. She tilted her head and smiled at him. "This is my first time having a baby. I'm a little nervous." Actually, Rin Rongyen was also a bit nervous. Since coming to Kyoto, he hadn't dared to sleep deeply at night. Even when going out to buy things, he wouldn't leave for long, always worried about her. He was afraid she might go into labor suddenly, and he wouldn't be there to support her. Just as they finished tidying up, Ren Qin arrived. They exchanged a few words, then he handed over some gifts and got into the car. After arriving at her grandparents' house, Ji Luo lay on the sofa watching TV, waiting for the New Year's Eve dinner to start. The others were busy preparing the family meal. In the north, dumplings are essential for New Year's Eve dinner. Today, there were several types of dumplings with different fillings on the table. Ji Luo ate a little of each and slowly drank 2 bowls of soup. Once she was full, she got up and started walking around inside. Suddenly, a loud bang hit the living room window. The glass shattered into many pieces, scattering everywhere. Ji Luo was so startled that her body trembled. "What's going on?" Run Rongjuan put down his chopsticks and hurried outside. He saw a group of children standing at the door and asked, "What did you throw at the window?" "Uncle June, I accidentally threw a firecracker and it hit the glass," answered a chubby, honest-looking boy. "Don't throw firecrackers carelessly. Luckily, it hit the window and not a person. If someone had been hurt, it would be bad." These were neighborhood children, not intentionally causing trouble. After a brief lecture, Run Rongjuan took a broom to clean up the mess. Ji Luo, still shaken from the scare, was holding her stomach with both hands. When she saw water leaking from her pants, her face turned pale. Usually calm and composed, her voice trembled as she said, Brother Yen, my water broke. I'm going to have the baby." Ren Rongyan was still eating but immediately threw down his chopsticks and rushed over, looking anxious. Luo, are you scared?" "Yes, I was just frightened." "Rongjuan, prepare the car quickly. Luo is about to give birth. We need to take her to the hospital." Yuan Danxiong loudly called her nephew to prepare the car, patted her son's arm, and urged, "Rongyan, pick up Luo. Let's go. Danxiong, you and the others take Luo to the hospital first. We haven't brought the delivery supplies. Hand us the keys, and we'll go to the Sihiyuan to get them," said old Madame Ren, chasing after them. Yuan Danxiong immediately took out the keys from her pocket and handed them over, then explained a few words before rushing into the car with everyone else, heading quickly to the hospital. The family had almost finished their New Year's Eve dinner. They arranged the car, locked the door, and all hurried to the hospital. Old Madame Ren and her family brought the delivery supplies and arrived at the General Military Hospital as fast as possible. They saw Yuan Danxiong and Ren Rongjuan waiting outside the delivery room. She quickly asked, "Danxiong, is Yen inside?" "Yes, he insisted on going in to be with her." Yuan Danxiong took the bag, knocked on the door of the delivery room, and called inside, "Rongyan, come and take the things inside." Rongyan quickly came out, and old Madame Ren asked him, "Rongyan, how is it going?" "Grandma, the doctor said the baby was due to be born in the next couple of days. She was startled and went into labor early. The situation is okay. The isn't open yet, so we need to wait a bit," Ren Rongyan said quickly before going inside to be with her.
Ji Luo initially felt a little nervous, but now she calmed down. Seeing him bring in the things, she said, "Brother Yen, you should go outside and wait. Luo, I'll stay here with you." After collecting what the doctor needed, Renrongyen stood by her bedside, helping her wipe the fine sweat from her forehead with a small cloth. Luo, don't think about anything else. Relax. Both you and the baby will be fine. The smell of blood in the delivery room is strong. Ji Luo didn't want him to see the actual birth process, afraid it might leave him with psychological scars. She held his hand and pouted, "Brother Yen, please go outside and wait. I can't relax if you stay here. Comrade Ren, your wife is doing quite well. You don't need to worry. Go outside and wait. Childbirth can be quite bloody, so it's better for men to wait outside," the obstetrician advised. "Brother Yen, go ahead. Stay outside with Grandpa and Grandma." Ji Luo pushed him gently. Seeing her insistence and obvious hesitation, Renrongyen had no choice but to agree. "All right, I'll wait at the door." Not long after he left, the contractions grew stronger. The little one inside seemed impatient and started to move around more. Ji Luo's screams grew louder with each pain, and after about 10 minutes, she was sweating all over, her hair damp. "Comrade Ji, push harder. The baby is coming soon."
Ah!
A heart-wrenching scream was followed by the loud cry of the newborn. Outside, Renrongyen finally relaxed his tense fists, his heart easing as he heard the baby's cry. He took a deep breath and said, "It's a boy," just from the sound. Old Master Ren was very happy. Their military family loved children with loud, clear voices like bells, full of energy and strength, destined to be good soldiers and protect the country. Soon, the nurse came out holding the baby and announced happily, "Comrade Ren, congratulations. Your wife has given birth to a healthy, chubby little boy, weighing about 7 pounds 6 ounces. How is my wife?" Renrongyen asked first. She delivered quickly and easily. "Mother and baby are safe. She's now resting and will be out soon." Seeing he was focused on his wife, Yuan Danxiong stepped forward with a smile, took the baby from the nurse, and expressed her gratitude. "Nurse, thank you for your hard work. It's my duty." After she turned to enter the delivery room, a group of people gathered around. Yuan Danhong looked at the small baby and felt her heart melt. This face looks more like Rongyen. His nose and mouth look more like Luolua. Old Lady Ren reached out to take her great-grandchild. She knew her husband was most eager for this great-grandchild. She handed him over and said, "Old man, come. Give him a hug. You hug him. You women can't handle him gently. Don't hurt him." Old Master Ren also wanted to hold the baby, but didn't dare. He was afraid that his strength might hurt the tiny bundle. Seeing that Grandpa wouldn't hold him, Renrongyen reached out his hand. "Grandma, let me hold him." "Yes, you're the dad now, you should hold him." Old Lady Ren gently placed the baby in his arms and showed him how to hold him properly, making sure he held him steadily. Jilua was quickly brought out. Her lips and face looked a little pale. As soon as she appeared, she said, "Yenga, let me see him." "Luolua, his mouth and nose look more like you." Jilua slightly stretched her neck to look. She saw the little face was red and chubby, with clean skin, unlike other newborns covered in wrinkles. Her eyes were full of tenderness. This little rascal is impatient. When he gets upset, he pushes himself out fiercely. He's not gentle or slow. It hurt me so much I was trembling all over, like I was electrocuted and couldn't stop shaking. "Luolua, you've worked hard." Renrongyen had heard her trembling voice earlier and was very nervous. Soon, mother and son were taken to the ward. Both were safe, and everyone felt relieved. Yuan Danhong and Renrongyen stayed behind to take care of them, while others went home to celebrate the new year. Today is New Year's Eve. Having bid farewell to the old year, our family welcomes new life, a day full of good luck and reunion. After giving birth, Jilua felt tired and weak. When her grandparents left, she closed her eyes to rest. Once she was asleep, Yuan Danhong softly said, "Renyen, you stay in the ward with them. Don't leave their side."
I'll call your dad to share the good news. Okay, go ahead. Tonight, Run-Yi is having New Year's dinner with soldiers at the military district. Run Yenjie and his siblings are also eating together at the military unit. After dinner, they will go home to stay up for the new year. They had just arrived home when they received Yuan Donghong's joyful call. Run-Yi couldn't stop smiling. Isn't the due date at the beginning of the month? How did she deliver early? We were just having New Year's dinner at my parents' house. We hadn't finished eating when the neighbor's grandson was playing with firecrackers and accidentally shattered the window. It scared Lua, and she went into labor early. Was the delivery smooth? Run-Yi asked quickly. Yes, it went well. Mother and baby are safe. Luo didn't suffer much. She went in and came out in just half an hour. That little rascal is very impatient. He came out in a rush. Yuan Donxiong smiled happily and added, he looks more like Rongyan, with a nose and mouth like Luo. He's a loud boy, weighing about 7.5 pounds. Run-Yi listened and asked, have you chosen a name yet? Yes, we have. The old master chose 3 names. This afternoon, Rongyan and Luo decided on one. His name is Ren Yunxian, with Yun meaning allow and Qian meaning modest. His nickname is Luo, and since tonight is New Year's Eve, she said we should call him Tuan. Good. You and your mother take good care of them. Let Luo rest well. Cook some nutritious soup for her to help her recover.
Ren-Yi atviset.
Don't worry, we will. The couple talked on the phone for a while. Run Rongjie and others also called their mother to wish her a happy new year, then hung up. As new parents, they were unfamiliar with caring for the baby, but with Yuan Donxiong guiding them, they quickly got the hang of it. That night was not as chaotic as they had feared. With a man and mother-in-law helping, Ji Luo mostly rested, only getting up to feed the baby. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, the on-duty doctor came to check on her. After breakfast, she was told to get up and move around. Ji Luo felt much better after a nap. With Ren Rongyan helping, she slowly walked around the room. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. The door was knocked, and immediately, old Madame Ren's voice was heard. Donxiong, has Luo gotten up? Mom, I've woken up. Yuan Donxiong quickly got up to open the door. She saw the elderly couple, her sister-in-law, niece, neighbors Zhao's son and daughter-in-law, and the chubby little one all arrived, each carrying gifts and smiling warmly. Everyone, Happy New Year! Happy New Year, everyone replied with smiles. Ji Luo had just gotten back into bed when she saw her grandparents and the guests. She greeted cheerfully, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Xiaoya, Brother Zhao, Sister-in-law, Little Friend Zhao Xiuyu, Happy New Year. Luo, Happy New Year. Brother Zhao, Sister-in-law, Happy New Year. Run Rongyan also shook hands with the Zhao couple and asked them to sit down. The Zhao couple exchanged a few simple greetings with him. Zhao's wife, carrying a gift, approached the bed and apologized to Ji Luo. Ji Luo, I'm really sorry about last night. Our naughty little boy was throwing firecrackers around and scared you. You had to go into labor early. Luckily, you and your baby are safe. We wanted to come to the hospital to apologize, but Grandma Ren said you were still weak after giving birth and had already gone to sleep, so we didn't come. Zhao's husband also pushed his son forward, guiding him. Zhao Xiuyu, apologize to Auntie. Auntie, sorry for scaring you by throwing things. Zhao Xiuyu looked chubby and strong. He wasn't a naughty troublemaker. Last night, he was playing with firecrackers with his friends and accidentally threw one at the glass window. He didn't mean to scare anyone. Ji Luo reached out and gently patted his head, smiling kindly. Little Zhao Xiuyu, I accept your apology. Be careful when playing with firecrackers in the future. Don't throw them at others or hurt yourself. Firecrackers can cause burns and leave scars if they explode on your body. I heard from Xiaoyu that he wants to be a pilot like your uncle. You need to take good care of your health from a young age. If you get scars, you might not be able to become a pilot later. She spoke softly and gently, unlike his parents who often shouted. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu smiled and said, I want to be a pilot. I won't play with firecrackers anymore. You can play during the new year, but now you're still young. Let your parents or older brothers and sisters play with you. Nowadays, children have few toys and little entertainment. Items like firecrackers are usually bought only during the New Year. That was part of this generation's childhood happiness. Ji Luo wouldn't stop the children from having fun, but only taught them to be safe. Seeing her gentle and reasonable attitude, Zhao's couple thought highly of her. They looked at their child, gave her a red envelope as a gift, and then sat nearby chatting with the Rin family. "Auntie, what's your brother's name?" Zhao Xiuyu, lying on his mother's lap, stared at Tuan Tuan. "His full name is Ren Yunqian, but we call him Tuan Tuan." "Auntie, he's chubby. Why didn't you name him Little Fatty?" Zhao Xiaoyu thought the baby looked very fat. Ren Rongyan smiled. "Little Fatty is your name. Do you want a brother to take your name?" "I don't like the name Little Fatty anymore. I want to give it to my brother." Zhao Xiaoyu isn't actually fat. He's just sturdier than other kids his age. He happily suggests Uncle Rongyan, "Auntie, let's swap names. He can be Little Chubby and I'll be Tuan Tuan." "Stop that." Zhao laughs, patting his head.
Yellow hookles softly.
"When your brother grows up, you can talk to him about swapping names. Maybe he'll agree then. When we grow up, I'll take him flying in an airplane. He'll definitely want to swap names with me then," Zhao Xiuyu says confidently. Madame Rin brings a bowl of soup to his bed and says, "When you grow up, you won't need nicknames anymore." "I want my nickname." "I think mine is pretty good," Zhao Xiuyu replies, showing he understands himself. He even tells the elders, "My nickname is better than the three brothers Wang Mingwei. Their nicknames are Pig Poo Egg, Cow Poo Egg, and Sheep Poo Egg." Everyone laughs at this. Old Master chuckles and says, "Those three eggs are definitely named by that old guy, Wang Shuqing." This morning, Annie de Beau cooked a pot of pork rib and squid soup. They just delivered a full thermos to Ji Luo. She has a good appetite now and finished breakfast, feeding Zhao Xiuyu a spoonful of ribs first before slowly eating her own soup. After a while, Su Guanglei and Lin Wei arrive, both carrying gifts. After greeting the elders, they immediately take the sleeping baby away. "Wow, this is a mini version of Ji Luo and Rongyan. You two are a perfect match," Lin Wei says, holding the baby. Su Guanglei leans in to look and gently pinches the chubby face, smiling. "Hey, little Tuan Tuan, time to wake up and do morning exercises." The little guy keeps his eyes closed, but his face wrinkles a bit.
"Oops."
Lin Wei touches his warm bottom and laughs. "He just turned 2 days old, and you're already making him do exercises. You scared him so much he peed." Wan Donxiong quickly comes over to take the baby, checks his diaper, and smiles. "He really did. You two should also work on having more kids. Aim to have them by the end of the year, so they can study and join the army together," Old Masterin says, optimistic about the Su family's children. Because of Rongyan, the Su and Rin families are getting closer. "If we have a son, he'll study and join the army with his brother. If it's a girl, we'll set up a marriage arrangement," Su Guanglei jokes, smiling. "That's a good idea." Both of the Ren elders agree. Ren Rongyan and Ji Luo listen to the laughter. They wouldn't make decisions for their children about marriage and family matters. They would wait until the children grew up. If the children developed feelings for each other as adults, they, as elders, would naturally support them. This time, Ji Luo's childbirth was not too difficult. She stayed in the hospital for 2 days and was discharged. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, she returned home to rest and recover. She usually ate nutritious food, and after giving birth, her milk was abundant. The prepared formula was not needed at all. Tuan Tuan also loved breastfeeding and had a good appetite. He grew quickly every day, changing each day. Ren Rongyan spent the whole day with mother and son, washing clothes and diapers himself. Wan Donxiong was responsible for 3 meals a day, cooking soups and nourishing dishes for her daughter-in-law in creative ways. Having lived in Yangqing for many years, she was an expert at making soup. Her soups were light and sweet, and her postpartum meals were delicious and tasty. Ji Luo ate heartily, much better than during pregnancy, but she visibly lost weight. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Su Guanglei and Lin Wei celebrated their wedding. Ren Rongyan attended the wedding, while Wan Donxiong stayed at home to care for her daughter-in-law and grandson. After drinking the wedding wine, Ren Rongyan returned home. He didn't stay for the wedding night festivities, and he carried a faint smell of alcohol. As he entered, he said, "Mom, you take care of Luo Luo and Tuan Tuan at home. I'm going to the train station to pick up Grandpa and the others. Grandpa asked me to drive the car back, so I'll go pick them up."
All right.
"Trains are often late. They probably won't arrive until 3 o'clock, so you can go later," she replied. This time, Yuan Minghui scored 2 points above the passing line in the college entrance exam and was admitted to Beijing University's law department as he wished. The 2 elders of the Yuan family and Yuan Yuje's couple accompanied him to Beijing and called home in advance. Ji Luo had just finished feeding the baby and was holding him to burp him. She said to the man, "Brother Yen, there isn't much food at home. If you're free now, go to the shop and buy a roast duck." "Okay, I'll buy some vegetables too," he replied. Ren Rongyan washed his hands, came over to play with his son, and saw him lazily leaning on her shoulder with big, bright eyes, smiling. "Luo Luo, Tuan Tuan's eyes look like yours, big and round." "Yes, his eyes, nose, and mouth look like mine. The rest looks like you." "We're 50-50, she said. After she finished burping the baby, Ren Rongyan held him and played with him. Just as he was about to go buy groceries, his phone rang. He immediately answered, "Hello." "Brother Zhou, it's me." "Happy New Year," came Li Jiao Jiao's cheerful voice. Ren Rongyan also smiled and said, "Happy New Year." "Brother Zhou, has Ji Luo given birth yet?" Li Jiao Jiao and her family returned to the provincial city today. As soon as they settled into the house, she immediately called them. She was born on New Year's Eve. "She's at home resting now," Ren Rongyan told his wife as she placed the baby on the bed and called her to answer the phone. "Luo Luo, Li Jiao Jiao is calling." Ji Luo quickly answered, "Jiao Jiao, Happy New Year. Have you all arrived in the provincial city?" "Yes, we got here about half an hour ago." Everyone gathered around the phone, exchanging greetings. Li Jiao Jiao, representing everyone, asked, "Luo Luo, have you chosen a name for the baby?" "Yes, we did. His nickname is Tuan Tuan, and his full name is Ren Yunqian, with Yun meaning permissible and Qian meaning modest. He weighs 7 pounds 6 ounces. Wow, such a chubby little boy." Hejia took the chance to share good news too. "Luo Luo, Jiao Jiao is also pregnant. We found out when we got home." "Oh, what a happy coincidence." Luo Luo was very happy to hear this and asked, "Jiao Jiao, do you have morning sickness?" "A little. I can't eat greasy food. This new year has been a bit stressful. Watching them eat meat, I can only have eggs, tofu, and vegetables. It's so pitiful." Li Jiao Jiao pretended to look sad. Luo Luo smiled, understanding her feelings as someone who had been through it. "Hang in there. After the first 3 months, you'll start to feel better." "I know. When I first got pregnant, I had the same symptoms. Bing Qing's body is the best. She eats everything happily, unlike us, who after eating something good." Ji Bing Qing listened nearby and smiled. She didn't have much reaction. She could eat greasy meat without trouble and had a big appetite. After having the baby, she especially craved certain foods. Chun Jifeng was very caring. During the new year, he bought her chicken and duck, and he never stopped buying pork and eggs. Whatever she wanted to eat, he would find a way to buy and cook for her. After Li Jiao Jiao talked with her for a while, Ji Bingqing took the phone and said, "Luo Jia, my mom made 2 sets of little clothes for Tuan Tuan for about 6 months to wear in summer. She also brought some dried vegetables and smoked fish for you, and my parents prepared a small red envelope. I'll mail it to you tomorrow." The elder's kindness was appreciated. Luo Luo accepted on behalf of the baby. "Bingqing, thank you. I'll call second uncle later." "Luo Jia, when we went back for the new year, our family asked about you a lot. Grandma has some ideas. She tried to persuade third uncle a few days ago to repair your relationship, but third aunt scolded him harshly. She doesn't want them to trouble you. I saw grandma encouraging and persuading, but third uncle doesn't have that idea. He's now being tightly controlled by third aunt. I heard from my mom that third aunt is a good person, hardworking, capable, and kind-hearted. Grandma and third uncle have been managed well by her, and now they listen to her. Before, when Ji Luo met Li Hongwan in the village, he thought she was nice. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Your grandma and third uncle only need someone like her to keep them in line." Yes, now they are obedient and well-behaved. Third uncle and his two sons now dress neatly when they go out to pay New Year visits. He's also been forced to quit smoking and drinking. Sometimes, when he craves a cigarette, a look from third aunt scares him so much he doesn't dare to smoke. Ji Bingqing thought about how scared and timid he is now. She couldn't help but laugh. Even her grandma, who used to cause trouble at home, now dares not shout or make a fuss. Bingqing, how did Ji Xingli do on his exam? Ji Luo knew he took the test, but didn't know the result.
He didn't pass. I didn't ask for details.
Ji Bingqing visited her family a few times and talked briefly, but she didn't ask much about it. She had heard some private matters. Before, his colleague introduced him to a girl, but after some family chaos, they broke up. Now he rarely goes home and doesn't pay much attention to his grandparents. My mom said that recently, a matchmaker introduced him to a girl working at a state-owned factory. Her family is okay, but she's average-looking. Xingli isn't interested in her, but she likes him a lot. My uncle and aunt are very worried about him. During the New Year, they sighed a lot. Aunt often complains to grandma about this, and they even argued a few days ago. After casually chatting with Ji Bingqing, Ji Luo hung up and then called Nu Jiawen. Ji Erlin and his wife are both busybodies. They are already working in the fields. When they heard Ji Luo was calling, they put down their hoes and hurried to answer.
Why did she call?
Ji Samlin heard the broadcast at home and came over. Ji Erlin just washed his hands and said, "I haven't received a call yet." The team leader said she'll call again later. Li Hongwan followed and warned Ji Samlin in advance. "She's looking for second brother, not you. Don't interfere. Just listen nearby." "I know. She won't look for me or talk to me," Ji Samlin thought to himself. Seeing him hanging his head, Ji Erlin sighed and asked, "Third, do you have something to say to her?" "No," Ji Samlin shook his head. He just regrets it, but he has no courage to apologize to Ji Luo, Li Hongwan said on his behalf. "Shut up." Ji Samlin glared at her, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Li Shufan stood nearby, seeing that he was truly remorseful, and advised, "Third brother, we were too harsh on Ji Luo before. She won't forgive you easily. Listen to me. Don't do what mom says and go to Ji Luo. If you do, she will like you even less. Your relationship will become worse than before. If you really regret and want to make up for it, follow Hongjuan's advice. Don't bother her or cause her trouble. That is the best way to make amends. She is now doing well. Rong Yan and her family value her. She just had a son and has established herself in her new family. She also scored top in the exams. With her intelligence, she will have a bright future. I'll say something you might not like. If you and Bai Shuamei don't drag her down, that is the best way to help her." The team leader, listening nearby, also said a few words. "Samlin, listen to your wife and second sister-in-law. Don't listen to your mother. Ji Luo has suffered a lot at home. You should know that yourself. If you truly regret and want to make amends, not bothering or bothering her is the best way. Even if you never contact her again, she still carries your blood and bears your family name. She is your daughter by blood. In Nanxi County, it's rare to have a top scorer, especially a married top scorer. Don't block her from going out and trying her luck. She now has her husband's family supporting her. Maybe she will become a high official someday. If you listen to your mother and hold her back, it could hurt her career. That won't do any good for the Ji family. Your parents have spent their whole lives calculating money, always scheming for their own benefit, especially for their granddaughter. But in the end, they made a mess of the family, drove away their talented granddaughter, and broke their family apart. When you think about it carefully, your family has really lost a lot. Don't be foolish and listen to your parents again. Live a good life with Hongwan. Don't think about things you shouldn't. Focus on raising your two talented brothers and don't let them follow your bad example." Li Hongwan thought the team leader's words made a lot of sense. She patted Ji Sanlin on the back and said, "Did you hear what the team leader said? He's right. Having a child isn't just about giving them food. You need to teach them carefully and guide them to the right path. Otherwise, it's better not to have children, to avoid causing trouble for the family and society. Got it, Ji Samlin replied with his head bowed. All right, come back with me. We'll make some rice cakes and wild vegetable cakes. Tomorrow, we'll go to the county town with second sister-in-law to sell them and earn some pocket money. Lee Hongwon pulled him away so he wouldn't overhear the phone call. Last year, Ji Erlin and his wife often sold tofu at the county market. Although it was a small business, they could earn about 20 or 30 yuan a month, which was much better than farming in the countryside. Lee Hongwon had a good relationship with their family. Seeing their good income from selling tofu, she also started to think. She often brought vegetables and mountain produce to sell, and, sometimes, made seasonal foods. Each trip earned her a yuan or two. Feeling encouraged, she kept asking Ji Samlin to help with work. Sometimes, she even called him to join her at the market. As they turned to leave, Ji Luo's phone rang. He answered with a smile. Second uncle, second auntie, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ji Luo, they replied. Li Shufan leaned close to the phone and asked loudly, Ji Luo, have you had the baby yet? Yes, second auntie. The baby was born on New Year's Eve, a bit early. A boy or a girl? Li Shufan asked again. A boy, a strong little guy weighing 7 pounds 6 ounces. Seeing it was indeed a boy, Li Shufan marveled at how amazing the machines in the city hospital were. She then asked, was the delivery smooth? Very smooth. He was born in the delivery room and came out in half an hour. Ji Luo smiled and then brought up the main topic. Second uncle, second auntie, I just finished talking to Bingqing. They've already arrived in the city. Thank you for the red envelopes you prepared for the baby. It's just a small token. We're glad you don't mind, Li Shufan said quickly. No, we don't mind at all. On behalf of Tuan Tuan, thank you, grandparents. Ji Luo accepted their gift and planned to return the favor, but he didn't mention it on the call. Instead, he asked second auntie, is everything at home all right? Everything's fine, Li Shufan replied with a smile. Second auntie, I heard Bingqing say that her grandma is encouraging her again. What's her attitude? Ji Luo asked directly. Seeing that her daughter was even told about this, Li Shufan smiled helplessly and said, Hongwon is watching over him. He didn't listen to his mother, but now he seems a bit regretful. Ji Luo didn't care whether he regretted it or not. She definitely wouldn't forgive him, especially since the original owner's life was entrusted to them. She didn't want Ji Samlin to disturb her life again. She also understood her wife's plan, probably just to make him come shamelessly to ask for support money or something similar. With Li Hongwon suppressing Ji Samlin, maybe he wouldn't bother her. But those two old folks would definitely feel itchy inside. Lu Hongyu is also cunning and might encourage him subtly in conversations. Without Ji Xingli at home to control them, they might even come to Kyoto to find her. In her view, anything that could be solved with money was not a big problem. The only person who could stop the two old folks from bothering her was Li Hongwon. That was another reason she made this call today. Second aunt, could you please help me call them? I have something to say to them.
Huh?
You want to talk to the third couple? Li Shufan was a bit surprised. Yes, I have something to tell them. Seeing that she really wanted to find the third couple, she pushed Ji Erlin nearby. Quick, go call the third and Hongwon to answer the phone. Ji Samlin and his wife hadn't gone far. When they heard Ji Luo calling for them, they quickly ran over. Here you answer. Li Shufan handed them the phone and quietly warned Ji Samlin, speak gently, calmly, and speak nicely. Here, you take it, Ji Samlin pushed Li Hongwon. Li Hongwon hesitated for a moment but took the phone. She raised her voice and shouted over there, Ji Luo, what do you want to tell us? Auntie, you don't need to speak so loudly. Just talk normally, I can hear you. Oh, I'll speak softer. Li Hongwon, hearing her first time answering the phone, thought they were far apart and had to shout so the other side could hear. Auntie, I heard from second aunt and Bingqing about your matter. You are a kind-hearted person. My dad, that fool, is lucky to marry you. It's the smartest thing he's ever done. Ji Luo, don't say that. Auntie is just an ordinary rural woman. Besides talking nonsense, I have no skills. Li Hongwon didn't expect her to praise her. She felt a bit flattered. Auntie, You have a good personality. My dad, that fool, needs someone like you to hold him together. I often hear Bingqing praising you, and I trust my own judgment. When I first met you, I knew that Ji Sanlin would have a good life ahead. Li Hongwan listened with an awkward smile. Ji Luo, no, it's not like that. Auntie didn't say it so well. Auntie, I heard that recently. Your wife has been living comfortably, but is causing trouble again, secretly encouraging Ji Sanlin. You're the one holding him back. I understand what she means. She just wants me to support the family and give her money to show respect. To be honest, I hate her and Taolon the most. I almost died because of them. It was my luck that I escaped. Taolon got what she deserved. I didn't seek revenge on her later because of family blood, but I won't let her keep bullying me. I've cut ties with the Ji family. As a married woman, I don't have to give money to support Ji Sanlin. Hearing this, Li Hongwan interrupted. Ji Luo, we don't have that idea. Your father doesn't either. His mother is just encouraging him, but he has no intention of asking you for support. I can guarantee that. After saying that, she kicked Ji Sanlin. Right, you don't have that idea. I don't. I didn't say I'd ask her for money, Ji Sanlin replied loudly, answering the phone call from Ji Luo. Ji Luo, you heard it. Your dad really doesn't want that. It's his mother talking nonsense. We won't listen, Li Hongwan said quickly. Auntie, I understand. But I called today to tell you something. He's not asking for support money, but I've decided to give some. I'll send 10 yuan each month, every 3 months, 30 yuan in total. I'll also send gifts during festivals and your birthdays. Li Hongwan didn't expect her to arrange it like that. She didn't know how to respond and said, Ji Luo, maybe you should talk to your dad? Okay, ask him to answer the phone. Li Hongwan handed the phone to Ji Sanlin. Ji Luo says she'll send us 10 yuan each month, plus gifts during festivals and birthdays. You should talk to her. She wasn't even considered a stepmother, so she didn't feel comfortable replying. It was better for Ji Sanlin to handle it himself. Ji Sanlin didn't expect her to still send support money. After answering the phone, his voice sounded a bit dull. You just had a baby, and now you want to go back to school. You have no job income, and there are many expenses at home.
Keep your money for yourself.
We can manage our life without your money. Suddenly, he showed concern for her. Ji Luo felt a little dazed listening to him, but quickly regained her composure. Her tone was very calm. Just follow my plan. I will send you money by mail every 3 months. The courier will deliver the remittance slip, and you can pick it up at the post office for household expenses. But I have one condition.
Go ahead.
Even through the phone, Ji Sanlin could hear her firmness. Her tone made him feel strangely nervous. Don't let those 2 old folks come to see me. I don't want to see them. I've cut ties with you all, and am already married. I have no obligation to support them anymore. They have no right to interfere. As long as you do that, I will send you money every month. I will also consider increasing the amount based on outside wages. Starting this month, until the day you and Aunt Hongwan pass away. Okay, I agree, Ji Sanlin replied. Ji Luo had nothing more to say. Afterward, she said, tell Auntie to answer the phone.
Oh.
Ji Sanlin handed the phone back to Li Hongwan. She wants to talk to you. Auntie, those 2 old folks at home are not easy to deal with. Please help keep them in check. I don't want them coming to my school to cause trouble and disturb my life now. If they have other plans, please call me in advance. Okay, Li Hongwan replied. Ji Luo, don't worry. Auntie will handle this. Auntie, I trust you with this. Please ask the team leader to note down my home phone number. The phone bill is expensive, and they have to pay to answer calls. After Ji Luo finished speaking, she didn't waste more words. Auntie, let second uncle pay the phone bill first. I will mail you some things in a few days, and I will send the phone bill to them.
All right.
You just had a baby. Take care of yourself and stay healthy, Li Hongwan said with concern, then handed the phone to the team leader. After hanging up, the team leader asked curiously, Ji Sanlin, is Ji Luo going to send you money? Yes. She said 10 yuan a month for our living expenses. Ji Sanlin was genuinely surprised that she was willing to give support money after all she had been through. Now, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. 10 yuan a month, which adds up to 120 yuan a year. That's more than what you earn working in the fields all year. You really have a good daughter. You should cherish her and not make foolish mistakes again, said the team leader with a slightly bitter tone. After her daughter got married, the family only occasionally sent some meat and bought a bottle of wine during festivals. Few sent money to show respect. Despite the conflicts between Ji Luo and the Ji family, they still willingly paid 120 yuan a year in support money. That truly is unique. Third, the team leader is right. You should cherish her. Such a daughter is hard to find, Li Shufan said. Got it, Ji Sanlin replied, rubbing his head, and said to Li Hongwan, from now on, you can keep the money she mails. Save it at the credit union, or use it to fix up the house in a couple of years. Okay, Li Hongwan agreed. Seeing him finally acting somewhat responsible, the team leader smiled and said, that's right. Listen to your wife, and life will get better and better. In the countryside, the news about Ji Luo giving money spread quickly. Seeing her willing to forgive past grievances and support Ji Sanlin, the two elders of the Ji family became more lively in their thoughts. Even Lu Hongyu was jealous and sour-hearted. They thought Ji Luo was still soft-hearted like before, helping the family with kind words, and then went to encourage Ji Sanlin. Ji Sanlin wasn't stupid. Since Ji Luo promised at least 120 yuan a year, and he was only in his early 40s, even if he lived to 70, that would be over 3,000 yuan in 30 years. With that money, he could enjoy life and build 2 good houses. She only made one request, which wasn't too much. He was willing to agree because of those 3,000 yuan. So, when the 2 elders went over to nag and persuade again, Li Hongwan didn't need to speak. He argued with his parents himself, causing a fuss all morning, making the villagers laugh. At 4 p.m., Wan Donxiong had just changed her grandson's diaper when she heard the car stop outside. She quickly put her grandson on the bed and hurried out to greet her family. Dad, Mom, Yujie, Jingya, Minghui, coming quickly. The Wan family had traveled by train for 2 days. The elderly couple looked tired. Wan Donxiong helped them, saying, take it slow, stand steadily before walking. Oh dear, we're getting old. Our bodies aren't as good anymore. The Wan elders had traveled back and forth across the south many times in their youth. In the past 10 years, they had been living with their son's family in Nancheng, so they visited Kyoto less often. Coming back to Kyoto now, they clearly felt more exhausted than before. The train ride was long. Don't say that about you elders. At our age, sitting on a train for 2 or 3 days is exhausting enough to feel half dead. Wan Donxiong helped them sit slowly inside the house and asked with concern, Jingya, can you still manage? Second sister, I'm fine. It's just that the smell on the train was strong. I felt like I was dirty. Breathing in the smell made me want to. Meng Jingya is a clean person and can't stand the uncomfortable, mixed odors on the train. Wan Donxiong understood and smiled, saying, sit for a little while. I'll take you to the bathhouse to wash up. The bathhouse is warm, and you can soak for a while longer. Okay. After the elders entered the house, Ji Luo, wrapped up tightly, came out to greet the guests, grandpa, grandma, uncle, aunt. Luo, don't get out of bed. Just lie down and rest, Wan Laofu hurriedly said. Grandma, I've been sleeping all day. I just woke up, so I want to move around a bit first. Seeing that the house was warm, Wan Laofu took off her thick hat and scarf and also took off her heavy coat, saying, Donxiong, go and bring the baby here so I can see him. The little guy just finished a diaper change. I washed his little bottom, and he's awake now. Wan Donxiong went inside to bring the grandson out. Seeing him pouting and playing, she picked him up and headed outside. Tuan, great-grandpa, great-grandma, and uncle, and aunt are here to see you. Say hello to them. Oh, our little one is so well-behaved, so round and lucky. Wan Laofu took the child. Our Tuan inherited the good qualities of his parents. When he grows up, he'll be a handsome young man, Meng Jingya teased with a smile, pulling his little hand. Your eyes are very beautiful, like black grapes. The elders of their Wan family all hugged him. They had prepared red envelopes with gifts, filled with thick red packets. Yuan Donxiong had already arranged their accommodations. They stayed in the front yard, while the rooms in the backyard were empty, fully furnished. She helped move all their luggage and chose the largest, brightest room for Yuan Minghui. Minghui, you'll live here from now on. My aunt and your sister-in-law will stay in the front. If you need anything in your room, just tell me and I'll buy it in the next couple of days. Second aunt, no need to buy anything else. It's already complete. The room had a big bed, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a solid wood desk. It was clean and tidy, more spacious and comfortable than his bedroom in Nanchang. Yuan Yujie and his wife put their luggage in their room and came to take a look. Meng Jingya was very grateful, saying, "Second sister, Rongyan, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Why are family members so polite?" Yuan Donxiong smiled and patted her. "When my second sister's family was having a hard time before, Yuzha helped me wholeheartedly. I never treated him politely." Yuan Yujie smiled, noticing it was getting late, and urged, "Minghui, pack a few things quickly, bring some clean clothes. We'll go to the bathhouse to soak."
Okay.
After the older couple of their Yuan family finished preparing, Yuan Donxiong accompanied them to a nearby bathhouse. Ren Rongyan stayed at home with Ji Luo and his mother, preparing dinner. Tonight's dinner was made by Ren Rongyan. There was a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. When the Yuan family returned, the food was ready. Wow, Rongyan's cooking is pretty good. Yuan Yujie saw the table full of delicious food and felt hungry. After 2 days of tasteless meals on the train, seeing such fragrant and colorful dishes made his stomach growl loudly. Really good. Meng Jingya smiled happily. I used to only be able to cook 1 pot of random stew. After learning from Luo Luo, I can now make a few dishes. Ren Rongyan invited them to sit down, took a bottle of Maotai from a nearby cabinet, and poured glasses for his grandfather and uncle. He also asked his cousin Minghui, "Do you want a drink?" "Thanks, Brother Yan. I don't drink alcohol. I'm a bit allergic to white spirits," Minghui politely declined. Ji Luo was inside eating postpartum meals and said to the outside, "Brother Yan, pour a glass of milk for Grandma and Auntie Minghui." "Luo Luo, hurry up and eat. No need to serve us." "Rongyan, no need to pour milk, just soup is fine. The soup Donxiong cooked is delicious and we all love it," said Grandma Yuan. Yuan Donxiong was serving them soup, each with a large bowl. Bone lotus root, peanut soup. This lotus root was brought back from Shacheng. It's soft and sticky, better than the ones we buy in Yangcheng. The soup tastes good too. Drink some to warm up. Delicious. Yuan Yujie took a sip and liked it immediately. "Second sister, Rongyan, don't just focus on serving us. You two should eat too." After serving the soup, Yuan Donxiong went inside. Seeing her daughter-in-law's soup almost finished, she took her bowl. "Luo Luo, I'll give you some more soup." "Mom, a little less. I've already eaten quite a bit." "Okay, a little less, more soup." Yuan Donxiong added half a bowl and handed it to her. Seeing her grandson moving his hands and feet nearby, with a string of saliva at the corner of his mouth, she smiled. Tuan Tuan is drooling. Ji Luo was focused on eating when he suddenly looked over. Seeing the drool, he laughed happily. "Grandma's soup smells so good. Our Tuan Bao is drooling just from the smell. Eat quickly, and after you're done, feed him." Yuan Donxiong gently wiped her grandson's small mouth. "Mom, you go eat first. I'll finish and then feed him." The little one had a good appetite, drinking milk eagerly. After eating and drinking enough, he happily went to sleep. In her past life, Ji Luo never had children, but in this life, she experienced it firsthand. Watching the peacefully sleeping baby, she sighed. This is the continuation of their family, the brightest star in her life, and their source of strength and support. Ren Rongyan came inside halfway through eating and saw her lying on her side by the bed, watching the baby sleep. He quietly approached and asked Luo Luo, "Are you full?" "Yes, I am." "You haven't finished yet, have you?" Ji Luo asked softly.
Not yet.
Ren Rongyan pulled back the quilt to cover her and said, "Rest for a bit. The herbal water is boiling on the stove in the kitchen. After I finish eating, I'll pour some for you to wash up." "Okay, you go eat quickly. Spend a little more time with Grandpa and Uncle," Ji Luo said,
pulling his hand.